Chapter 1: A Useless Profession? First, eliminate your desire upon reaching the shore. The transfer plaza at Langya No. 1 Middle School. Li Hao, Berserker. Tang Wan, Master. Brilliant beams of light descended continuously, enveloping the young figures. For every student, this is a life-changing moment. Linny stood at the front of the line, his expression calm, his gaze fixed straight ahead. His theoretical grades were the highest in the entire grade, with full marks in all subjects. This achievement made him the focus of the entire school, and everyone was looking forward to him awakening a powerful combat profession. Linny, once you finish your job change, you must announce our team formation as soon as possible. Lin Yi's girlfriend, Tang Wan, stood close to him, her voice carrying an unquestionable command. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future and a hint of undisguised vanity. We are a match made in heaven. You are the best in theory, and I have awakened as a mage. If we join forces, we will definitely be able to enter the best university. Linny glanced at her sideways but didn't say anything. Recently, Tang Wan's attitude towards him has become increasingly assertive, as if she has already regarded him as her private property. He felt a little uncomfortable, but he suppressed it. Linny, Class 7, Grade 12. He took a deep breath, walked up to the platform, and stood in the center of the pillar of light. A warm light enveloped his body, and a strange energy surged into him. Everyone in the square seemed to hold their breath. Teachers, students, and even school leaders who came to witness the ceremony all had their eyes fixed on Linny. The light faded. A light blue professional panel slowly appeared in front of Linny. Name, Linny. Class, Summoner. Talent, none. Level, 1. Skills, none. After a brief silence, the entire square erupted in chaos. A summoner? I'm not seeing things, am I? It's actually a summoner. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. A genius who excels in theory has awakened the most useless profession? What's the point of this job? Just summon a little skeleton? It's trash that breaks at the slightest touch. A typical example of someone who scores high but has low ability. A nerd is a nerd. Mocking, laughing, and gloating comments pierced Linny from all directions like countless sharp needles. He stood on the high platform, his face turning pale instantly. Summoner, a universally acknowledged bottom-tier class. Growth is slow and costs a lot. Early-stage combat power is almost zero. It is the most looked-down upon profession of all. Linny clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. He could not accept this result. Linny, you. Tang Wan's voice rang out behind him, filled with shock and disbelief. Linny turned his head and saw that the expectation and admiration on Tang Wan's face had been completely replaced by disgust and contempt. Her gaze was more hurtful than any of the mockery around her. I don't want to be a useless person with you. Tang Wan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire platform. She took a step back, as if to distance herself from Linny. Announce right now that you are voluntarily withdrawing from our class's reserve team, so as not to drag everyone down. The cold words, like a sharp blade, pierced Linny's heart. He looked at the woman in front of him and felt completely unfamiliar with her. All those vows of eternal love, all those promises made under the moon, have now become a huge joke. The surrounding classmates started to jeer. Tang Wan is right. Wouldn't a summoner be a burden if they were in the elite class team? Get out of the team quickly, don't just occupy the position without doing anything. Linny's body trembled slightly, anger and humiliation almost consuming his reason. He stared intently at Tang Wan and asked, word by word, say it again? Tang Wan met his gaze, her face full of contempt. I said, you're a piece of trash, I don't deign to associate with you. Just then, unnoticed by anyone, the career panel in Linny's mind quietly changed. A line of ancient golden characters slowly appeared. Ancient bloodline detected. Occupational mutation. The unique and ancient profession of Spirit Master has successfully awakened. The talent contract with everything has been activated. A massive flow of information flooded into Linny's mind. Spirit Masters are beings who transcend all other professions. They can form contracts with all things in the world, share their abilities, and even take them as spirit servants. His talent allowed him to bring this ability to its fullest potential. Linny's breath hitched, and the turmoil in his heart instantly overwhelmed all the humiliation and anger. Just then, an even louder cheer erupted from the other end of the square. Oh my god! It's a hidden class. Ice and Snow Swordsman. and an S-rank talent, Frost Saint body. It's Ling Shui. No wonder she's our school beauty goddess. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. On another high platform, a tall, beautiful girl stood quietly. She was surrounded by a faint chill, her long, jet black hair moved without wind, and her temperament was as aloof as a lotus flower atop a snow-capped mountain. The school leaders immediately surrounded him with beaming smiles, showering him with praise and congratulations. Ling Shui, the school's undisputed goddess, comes from a distinguished family and possesses exceptional talent. Now, she has awakened such a powerful hidden profession. She became the sole protagonist of the entire event, radiating brilliance. In contrast, Lin Yi's side appeared increasingly deserted and ridiculous. Almost no one paid attention to this genius who had just fallen from grace. Just then, the system notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind again. A powerful spiritual target Ling Shui has been detected ahead. Mental defenses are weakened. Initiate a contract? Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at Ling Shui, who was surrounded by a crowd in the distance, and a crazy idea began to grow in his mind. Can the object of a contract be a person? Or is he a hidden professional with S-level talent? Once the thought arises, it can no longer be suppressed. Without the slightest hesitation, he silently recited it in his heart. Initiate the contract. A contract rune, imperceptible to anyone and composed of pure spiritual power, silently traversed the distance and imprinted itself into the depths of Ling Shui's soul. At this moment, Ling Shui was surrounded by the praise of everyone, her thoughts were a little scattered, and she was not on guard. In addition, she already had a vague liking and admiration for Lin Yi, who was the top student in theory. The contract encountered almost no obstacles. Contract successful. Target, Ling Shui Ice and Snow Swordsman. Contract level, beginner shares some abilities. Shared abilities acquired, Frost Affinity passive, Basic Swordsmanship Intuition passive. Lin Yi felt a cool breeze enter his body, and at the same time, some instinctive reactions about swordsmanship appeared in his mind. On the other side, Ling Shui, who was talking with school leaders, trembled slightly. She felt a faint connection deep within her soul, which made her subconsciously look in the direction of Lin Yi. A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. Why does this newly minted useless person give me a strange sense of closeness? Lin Yi, what are you standing there for? Are you mute? Tang Wan's impatient voice pulled Lin Yi back to reality. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Ling Shui, she became even more annoyed and desperately wanted to embarrass Lin Yi in public to vent her disappointment. Announce your departure from the team now. Don't make me say it a third time. Lin Yi slowly raised his head and looked at Tang Wan. His eyes no longer held the anger and pain of before, only a calm, still look remained. This calm made Tang Wan feel inexplicably uneasy. Okay, I'll leave the team. Lin Yi said calmly. Then, he did something that surprised everyone. He ignored Tang Wan and walked straight through the sparse crowd toward the center of attention. He stopped in front of Ling Shui. Under the gaze of hundreds of people in the audience, he looked at the Ice Queen in front of him and spoke calmly. Ling Shui, would you like to team up with me? These words shocked everyone present. All eyes, whether mocking, envious, or congratulatory, were focused on Lin Yi, Tang Wan, and Ling Shui. A useless summoner who was just dumped by his girlfriend actually invited a hidden professional with S-level talent to team up in public? Has he gone mad? The air seemed to freeze, everyone held their breath, waiting for Ling Shui's answer. Chapter 2, Isn't it a surprise? I'm also a hidden profession. Can. Ling Shui's voice was very soft. But it was like a bomb that exploded in the deathly silent square. The surrounding students stared wide-eyed. Their mouths were agape, their expressions frozen. Everyone was doubting their own ears. Did you hear that right? You must have misheard. How could Ling Shui, the school beauty and a hidden professional with S-level talent, possibly accept a team invitation from a useless summoner? What did she just say? She said yes? Are you crazy? Has Goddess Ling Shui gone mad? A massive uproar erupted. If Lin Yi's awakening as a summoner is the first joke of the day, Ling Shui's agreement to team up with him was the second one, and an even more outrageous joke. Tang Wan's mocking smile froze. Her expression shifted from watching a show to being astonished, and then to disbelief. Finally, an uncontrollable rage surged within him. Lin Yi belongs to her. It's something she didn't want anymore, something she threw away like trash. She can trample on her and humiliate her at will. But others can't pick it up. Especially Ling Shui, the most dazzling woman in the whole school. On what grounds? Why should she pick up the trash she threw away? Tang Wan's mental state completely became unbalanced. She originally thought that it was an incredibly wise choice for her to dump Linny and choose Li Hao, who had awakened the berserker. She originally thought that Linny would cry and beg her not to break up with him. But now, Linny is not. He didn't even glance at me. He turned around and looked for Ling Shui. And Ling Shui actually agreed. This scene was like a resounding slap across Tang Wan's face. Her earlier sense of superiority and determination turned into a clownish performance. The strange looks from those around her made her feel like she was suffocating. Ling Shui. Do you know what you're doing? Tang Wan screamed, her voice distorted with jealousy. He's a piece of trash. Are you trying to ruin your future by teaming up with him? Ling Shui ignored her. She herself was in a state of great confusion. She didn't know why she agreed. That yes came out like an instinctive reaction. She regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth. But looking at Lin Yi's calm eyes, she felt that perhaps things weren't so simple. All right, everyone, quiet down. The great head walked up to the platform with a dark expression. The absurd incident at the job transfer ceremony made him lose face. Ling Shui, please come to my office. The great head's tone was fairly polite. He gave Linny a deep look, his eyes filled with warning and displeasure. And you, Linny, come here too. Director's office. The air felt somewhat oppressive. The great head and the head of the teaching affairs office sat side by side, neither of them looking too happy. Ling Shui. The head of the grade spoke first, trying to make his voice sound gentle. We know that you have just awakened a hidden class and are excited, so you may make some impulsive decisions. But forming a team is related to your future development, so you must be careful. The director of the teaching affairs office pushed up his glasses and continued, you are the face of our Langya number 1 high school, and the hope for this year. Your partner must also be the best of the best. That Linny is just a summoner. I don't mean to look down on the profession, but the truth is, he can't help you, he'll only drag you down. We think that Li Hao, who has awakened the berserker, or Zhan Feng, who has awakened the knight, are the more suitable teammates for you. The two directors worked in tandem, offering earnest and heartfelt advice. The core message is simple, stay away from Lin Yi. Ling Shui lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. Deep down, she was also wavering. Reason told her that the directors were right. A summoner has almost no combat power in the early game. Bringing him along is like bringing a burden. However, the faint connection deep within her soul made it impossible for her to simply refuse. She felt as if she were bound by an invisible net. Director, Ling Shui was about to say something. The office door was pushed open, and Lin Yi walked in. He remained calm and composed, as if he hadn't noticed the unpleasant expressions on the directors' faces at all. Director, you wanted to see me? The head of the teaching affairs office slammed his fist on the table and roared, Lin Yi. How dare you ask such a question? You're a summoner, what right do you have to invite Ling Shui? Isn't this ridiculous? I advise you to have some self-awareness and give up this ridiculous idea. Lin Yi was not angry. He simply looked calmly at the two directors. Then, he brought up his career panel. He didn't fully display it, but cleverly concealed the talent and contract partner section. Only the job title was revealed. Occupation, Spirit Master hidden. The office fell silent instantly. The two directors stared intently at the panel. Spirit Master? The head of the grade was trembling. What kind of profession is this? Is it a hidden profession? The director of the teaching affairs office also came over, his face full of shock. What's wrong with me today? First there was an ice and snow swordsman, and now a completely unheard of spirit master has appeared. Although I don't know exactly what this job entails. But the word hidden represents infinite possibilities. Even if a student who has awakened a hidden profession is weak, the school will not easily give up on them. The two directors exchanged a glance, both seeing the complexity in each other's eyes. Things have become tricky. They originally wanted to forcibly break up the couple. Now it seems that's probably not going to work. Lin Yi put away the panel and said calmly, now, am I qualified to team up with her? Outside the office. Tang Wan did not go far. She pressed herself against the door and heard the conversation inside clearly. When she heard the words Spirit Master hidden, her body jolted violently. My mind went completely blank. Linny, is he also a hidden profession? How could that be? He's clearly a summoner. Overwhelming regret washed over Tang Wan like a tidal wave. She recalled her resolute words and her disdainful gaze. She personally pushed aside a hidden professional. Then, like a fool, he threw himself into the arms of an ordinary berserker. No. Wrong. Tang Wan's face quickly turned ferocious. It must be Linny. He must have done it on purpose. He already knew he was a hidden class, which is why he deliberately disguised himself as a summoner during the class change ceremony. He looks down on himself. He had already hooked up with Ling Shui. The two of them conspired to humiliate themselves in front of everyone today. Yes, that must be it. That bastard. That liar. Intense jealousy and resentment completely destroyed Tang Wan's rationality. She stared at the office door, her eyes filled with resentment. The job transfer ceremony is over. But the turmoil it has brought is only just beginning. That afternoon, the school forum of Langya No. 1 Middle School exploded. The pinned posts are all about Linny and Ling Shui. Breaking news. 2 hidden classes appear at this year's job change ceremony. The fall of a theoretical genius? A summoner who fell from the clouds to the sewers. In-depth analysis. Why did campus belle Ling Shui choose to team up with a useless summoner? Is it true love or is there another reason? Let's take a look at Lin Yi's ex-girlfriend, Tang Wan. It said they broke up on the spot, a wise move. The post was filled with all sorts of speculations and discussions. That's hilarious. So what if the hidden class is called Spirit Master? Isn't it just a variant of summoner? Can it summon a bigger goblin or a fatter slime? Exactly, changing the name won't change the fact that she's useless. I feel sorry for my goddess Ling Shui, she started out with a burden. What do you guys upstairs know? This is called playing hard to get. Lin Yi's move directly won over the school beauty. He's much better than you guys who only know how to fight and kill. I heard that after Tang Wan dumped him, she immediately got together with Li Hao. But Lin Yi turned around and snagged Ling Shui. What a slap in the face. Ha, the best crypt stories of the year. Various sounds were mixed together. There was mockery, jealousy, and people who just wanted to stir up trouble. Lin Yi's name spread throughout the entire school. However, he is associated with words like useless, gold digger, and clown. The class group chat for Class 7 of Senior 3 was also in an uproar. Li Hao, at all members, don't believe the rumors. What spirit master? I think it's just a gimmick. What can a summoner do to the world? Tang Wan, that's right. Some people are shameless when it comes to climbing the social ladder. Ling Shui is too naive and got deceived. Several followers immediately echoed this. Brother Hao is right. A summoner doesn't deserve to be called a hidden class. Sister Wan, don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry over someone like that. However, some people hold different opinions. But, the school has confirmed it's a hidden profession, so it shouldn't be too bad, right? What if this spirit master is very strong? Even if they're strong, can they be stronger than the ice and snow swordsman? I don't have high hopes for them. The entire internet and real world are filled with doubts about Lin Yi. Lin Yi became a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. Ling Shui, on the other hand, became the good cabbage that was eaten by a pig, and countless boys lamented for her. Chapter 3, Summoning Slot Empty? Did the school beauty break her contract? Back home, Lin Yi closed the door and eagerly opened his attribute panel. A pale blue light screen floated in front of me, a stark contrast to the job change ceremony. Name, Lin Yi. Occupation, Spirit Master Hidden. Level, 1. Talent, everything can be contracted. Contract objective, 1-2. Shared capability slot, 1-1 occupied. On a whim, he clicked on the contract objectives section. Ling Shui's aloof and stunningly beautiful face appeared as an avatar, next to which were her detailed profile pictures. Contract target, Ling Shui. Class, Ice Swordsman Hidden. Level, 1. Talent, Frost Saint Body S rank. Loyalty, 10 extreme dislike. Skills, Frost Slash, basic swordsmanship. Shareable abilities, Frost Affinity passive, basic swordsmanship intuition passive. The information on the panel made Lin Yi's heart skip a beat. He can not only clearly see all of Ling Shui's states, but also directly use her abilities through shared slots. Is this what makes spirit masters so terrifying? Lin Yi suppressed his excitement and focused his attention on the frost affinity talent he had received from the sharing. He extended his right hand, closed his eyes, and tried to guide the free-floating elemental energy in the air. Before changing jobs, his elemental affinity test result was 0. He is an absolute element insulator. But now, guided by his thoughts, a cool aura began to gather in his palm. The water vapor in the air condenses rapidly. Click. A thin layer of frost, carrying a chill, slowly formed in his palm. Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes, staring intently at the frost in his palm, his breathing becoming heavy. He succeeded. Someone with absolutely no elemental talent was actually able to control ice elements. Although it's just the most basic condensation, it already proves the extraordinary abilities of the spirit master. As long as he can contract with enough geniuses, he himself will be an all-around genius. He can possess the physical strength of a warrior, the elemental manipulation of a mage, the keen intuition of an assassin, and the precise targeting of an archer. Lin Yi clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented light. A summoner ridiculed by everyone? No, he is the one true god who transcends all professions. The next day, Lin Yi arrived at school early in the morning, intending to go to the library to look up information about the summoner class. He needs to find a reasonably plausible disguise for his identity as a spirit master. As soon as I entered the teaching building, I bumped into two people. It was Tang Wan and Li Hao, who had awakened the Berserker class. Li Hao was tall and muscular. Walking next to Tang Wan, he deliberately puffed out his chest, like a peacock showing off its feathers. Tang Wan stopped in her tracks as soon as she saw Lin Yi, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by resentment. She strode forward, blocking Lin Yi's path, and demanded sharply, "Lin Yi, tell me honestly, have you been having an affair with that bitch Ling Shui all along?" She didn't sleep all night. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Lin Yi and Ling Shui had conspired to humiliate her. Lin Yi looked at the unfamiliar woman in front of him and didn't even bother to answer. He wanted to bypass Tang Wan and leave directly. Li Hao, however, moved to the side, using his burly body to block Lin Yi's path. He looked down at Lin Yi with disdain on his face. "Kid, don't think that just because you've awakened some damn spirit master, you can rise to the top in one step." Li Hao is ranked among the top 10 in the school's combat power rankings and is extremely confident in his abilities. "I don't care what your profession is, you're still a summoner at heart. I advise you to stay away from Tang Wan and Goddess Ling Shui from now on. Don't be a toad trying to eat swan meat." He spoke loudly, which immediately attracted the attention of many students around him. People pointed and whispered among themselves. "Isn't that Lin Yi? I heard he's also a hidden profession." "What hidden class?" "It's just a variant of the summoner. Look, Li Hao doesn't even take it seriously." Li Hao is a top 10 expert on the combat power ranking. Lin Yi is in trouble. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Tang Wan revealed a smug smile. She wanted everyone to see how vulnerable Lin Yi was in the face of a true powerhouse. Lin Yi frowned. He didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble always seemed to find him. Just then, a clear, cold voice came from outside the crowd. "What are you doing?" The crowd automatically parted to make way for them. Ling Shui slowly walked over, carrying a long sword wrapped in cloth on her back. Her long, black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, her delicate features were expressionless, and her temperament was aloof, like a moving iceberg. When she saw Lin Yi being blocked by Li Hao and Tang Wan, her beautiful brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. An inexplicable displeasure rose from the bottom of her heart. A deep-seated spiritual bond made her instinctively categorize Lin Yi as one of her own. She would naturally feel upset to see one of her own being bullied. When Li Hao saw Ling Shui, his eyes lit up, and he immediately put on what he thought was a handsome smile. "Ling Shui, you've come at the right time. This Lin Yi is so arrogant and ignorant. I'm teaching him a lesson so he won't embarrass our school in the future." He wanted to make a good impression on the goddess. Ling Shui didn't look at him, her gaze was fixed on Lin Yi. She said coldly, "He's the teammate I chose. It's none of your business what he does." Li Hao's smile froze on his face. The surrounding students also erupted in an uproar. Is Ling Shui publicly defending Lin Yi? Tang Wan's face instantly turned ashen, and flames of jealousy almost shot from her eyes. On what grounds? What kind of bewitching potion did Lin Yi give Ling Shui? Li Hao was embarrassed. He felt like a clown. A surge of anger welled up inside him. "Ling Shui, you've definitely been fooled by him. Li Hao pointed at Lin Yi and shouted, "What skills can a summoner have? I'll show you right now what kind of trash he really is." Before he finished speaking, Li Hao suddenly exerted force with his feet, and his fist, as big as a casserole dish, rushed straight towards Lin Yi's face with a whistling sound. He wanted to knock Lin Yi down with one punch in front of Ling Shui. A gasp of surprise rang out from the crowd. Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. The instant Li Hao threw his punch, he changed his shared skill to basic swordsmanship intuition, which was instantly triggered. Li Hao's movements seemed to be slowed down by half a beat in his perception. The trajectory of the fist, the point where the force landed, and the subsequent changes in the move, everything was crystal clear. His body reacted even faster than his brain, making the most correct response. Lin Yi slightly shifted his body to the side, dodging Li Hao's fist with an extremely small movement. At the same time, as if by some strange twist of fate, his right foot stretched forward and tripped him slightly. Li Hao, who was charging forward with all his might, suddenly lost his balance. Ouch! A scream. To everyone's astonishment, the burly Li Hao, like a clumsy bear, crashed to the ground. A classic example of dog-eaten shit. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. A berserker ranked in the top 10 of the combat power list was defeated by a summoner in one move? Although it was a sneak attack-like trip, this is just too outrageous. Li Hao lay on the ground, his mind blank. He had no idea how he collapsed. Lin Yi didn't even glance at him, and walked straight past him. Ling Shui took a deep look at Lin Yi's back, her confusion deepening. She turned and left, leaving Tang Wan with a face full of resentment and Li Hao lying on the ground, questioning the meaning of life. Lin Yi entered the library, but had no interest in reading at all. What he just witnessed reaffirmed his belief in the power of spirit masters. He opened his panel, ready to study it further. A notification sounded. One contract target available. Lin Yi was startled. Ling Shui terminated the contract? Chapter 4: Entering the Secret Realm Dungeon. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Is there one empty contract target? Ling Shui terminated the contract? The moment the thought crossed his mind, Lin Yi immediately dismissed it. The contract of a spirit master originates from the soul, and it cannot be broken unless the spirit master actively dissolves it or one party dies. He quickly checked the list of contract targets and found that Ling Shui's avatar was still there and her status was normal. Where did this extra contract slot come from? Contract objective 1-2. He actually has 2 contract slots. He carefully examined his own talents. Talent: everything can be contracted SSS. Effect 1: you can make contracts with all things in the world. Effect 2: your initial contract slots will increase by 1. I see. Currently, only Ling Shui has been contracted. There is one empty seat. Lin Yi's mind raced. He quickly figured it out. According to common sense, a summoner class has only one summon slot at level 1. You will need to wait until you reach key level milestones such as level 10, level 30, and level 50 to obtain new summon slots. And he, Lin Yi, already had 2 contract slots at level 1. It really is an SSS level talent. This will solve the problem that has been bothering him for a long time. He made a contract with Ling Shui, and this matter must not be exposed. Otherwise, he would be considered a heretic and sent to the experimental table for dissection and research. Therefore, he must publicly declare that his summoning slot is empty. What would people think if he only used Ling Shui's abilities and didn't summon anything? Not a single summoner, and not a single summoned creature? This makes no sense at all. The added summoning slots solved my problem perfectly. He had to find something to fill the extra contract slot. Find something to be your summoning object. This summoned creature must be able to deceive people, but it cannot be too powerful, lest it arouse suspicion. Lin Yi's eyes flickered. Everything can be contracted. This talent gave him unlimited room for maneuver. He doesn't need to go to the expensive animal market, nor does he need to go to the dangerous wilderness to hunt. What he needs may simply be an object with a spiritual quality. After school, Lin Yi did not go home, but went straight to the western district of Langia City. This is the edge of the city, a place where all sorts of people gather, and the environment is dirty and chaotic. Its most distinctive feature is that it has a huge waste recycling market. The air was filled with a mixture of smells of engine oil, rust, and decay. Lin Yi didn't care at all. He awakened the spiritual perception of the spirit master. The whole world seemed to have a faint halo in his eyes. Most of the items are gray, representing inanimate objects. Occasionally, you can see some plants emitting a faint green glow. What he needed to find was a light that was different from the others. Linny walked through the piles of scrap metal like a patient scavenger. The people around him were looking at him like he was an idiot. What is a student in a school uniform doing in a place like this? Linny ignored these stares. His senses were highly focused as he searched for any sign of abnormality. Finally, he stopped in a corner piled with scrap metal parts. A faint, yet exceptionally pure, white light shone from beneath a pile of rusty iron blocks. Lin Yi's heart stirred. He stepped forward and laboriously moved several heavy engine casing pieces aside. A piece of metal, about the size of a palm, completely rusted and unrecognizable, lay there quietly. That's it. That faint trace of spirituality came from this fragment. Linny crouched down, reached out, and gently touched the fragment. It feels cold to the touch and has a heavy texture. Apart from that almost imperceptible spirituality, it looked no different from any other piece of scrap metal around it. It's you. Linny did not hesitate and used the contract skill. Contract. An invisible contract rune emerged from his fingertip and slowly imprinted itself into the metal fragment. This time, there was no resistance. Contract successful. You have formed a contract with the broken ancient sword soul fragment. Gain shared ability, sharpness LV1 passive. Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. Ancient sword soul fragment? This thing that looks like scrap metal is actually a fragment of an ancient divine weapon? He immediately immersed his consciousness into the sharing ability. A sharp and incomparably fierce aura instantly flooded his mind. Sharpness LV1, your attacks will have a slight armor penetration and slicing effect. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He now possesses two powerful sharing abilities. Frost Affinity gives him the potential to become a mage. His basic swordsmanship intuition and sharpness gave him the foundation of an assassin and swordsman. He held the sword fragment in his hand, disguising it as a medium for a summoner to cast spells, or a strangely shaped metal summon. In this way, no one will doubt his true trump card. The next day, the school organized all new students to enter the beginner's secret realm Goblin Forest for levels 1-5. This is the first practical lesson for all professionals. The entrance to the secret realm was bustling with noise. The teams from each class are gathering and making final preparations. Tang Wan and Li Hao's team was undoubtedly one of the focal points of the entire event. Their team consisted of 5 people, well equipped, with each person carrying 1 or 2 pieces of black iron grade equipment purchased from the market. Equipment grades are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, purple gold, ghost weapon, earth weapon, heaven weapon, and divine weapon. Li Hao held a brand new steel battle axe, his face full of arrogance. This is a rare item with +2 strength, which is 1 point more strength than a regular level 1 item. Listen up, everyone. Our goal this time is not only to clear the level, but also to achieve the first kill record in the secret realm. He announced it loudly, drawing a chorus of agreement and praise from those around him. Tang Wan stood beside him, a reserved smile on her face, enjoying the attention she received. She glanced at the other side of the crowd out of the corner of her eye. Lin Yi and Ling Shui stood quietly, looking somewhat out of place. A barely perceptible hint of resentment flashed in Tang Wan's eyes. She wanted to show Lin Yi what he had missed out on. Just then, a chubby figure squeezed next to Lin Yi. Brother Yi. Sister Shui. The visitor was Lin Yi's deskmate, Lin Chong, a fat man who had awakened to the professional life skill of an appraiser. Brother Yi, I've staked everything on you. Lin Chong said mysteriously. Lin Yi asked, somewhat puzzled, what are you betting on me for? Lin Chong chuckled and pointed to a student who was opening a betting pool not far away. I've set up a betting pool to see which team will clear the level the fastest. Li Hao's team has the lowest odds, 1 to 1.1. Your team, cough cough, has the highest odds, 1 to 10. Lin Chong patted his pocket with a pained expression. I've bet all of my living expenses for this month, 500 yuan, on you guys winning. Brother Yi, please don't make me eat steamed buns. The students around who heard this burst into laughter. Is this fat guy crazy? Betting on a team with only 1 summoner to win? 500 yuan is wasted. You might as well have bought me a milk tea instead. I wouldn't even bet on a 10 to 10 odds bet. It's obviously a money-giving scheme. Lin Yi looked at Lin Chang's trusting eyes, smiled, and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll make you a good meal today. After he finished speaking, he turned to Ling Shui. Are you ready? Ling Shui's cool gaze swept over the rusty metal piece in his hand, and she nodded slightly. Without saying anything more, the two headed straight for the entrance to the secret realm, which was emitting a faint light. They discreetly entered the depths of the secret realm. Watching their disappearing figures, Li Hao let out a disdainful snort. There are only two people, and they even have a child in tow. They're going to their deaths. He waved to the team members behind him. Let's go. Let's show those who look down on us who the real number one at Langya number 1 high school is. Chapter 5, The experience of the contracted beast is mine, and my experience belongs to the contracted beast. The sky over the goblin forest was overcast. A goblin scout lurking in the grass spotted the intruder. It let out a sharp cry, and its small body shot towards Linny like an arrow released from a bow. Dark green skin, long pointed ears, and a rusty dagger in his hand. Linny did not move. His gaze was calm. He didn't even look at the goblin that pounced on him. He needs to verify a hypothesis. Frost slash. 18. A cold, sharp sword light flashed by. Ling Shui appeared in front of Lin Yi, her longsword drawing a graceful arc as it precisely sliced open the goblin scout's throat. 15. A red damage number appeared above the goblin's head. The monster let out a short, mournful cry, its body crashing heavily to the ground. It twitched twice and then lay still. Almost at the same time, a system notification sounded in Ling Yi's mind. Defeat a level 1 goblin scout to gain plus 10 experience. Your contracted beast Ling Shue has gained 10 experience points. It's done. A sharp glint flashed in Ling Yi's eyes. His guess was completely correct. Killing a level 1 goblin gives 10 experience points if you are not in a party. Under normal team conditions, I didn't do anything. All the kills were done by Ling Shue. My experience should be calculated based on the accessory, so I only get 2 experience points. Ling Shue should have gained 8 experience points because she shared the experience. Under the rules of the Spirit Masters, his and Ling Shue's experiences are completely shared. Ling Shue gains full experience from the monsters she kills. Conversely, Ling Shue also gains full experience from the monsters he kills. This is no longer a team-up. This means that he has 2 channels for gaining experience. Their efficiency is twice that of any other team. What are you spacing out for? Ling Shue's cold voice interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts. She was somewhat puzzled. From the moment they entered the secret realm, Lin Yi had always let her walk in front. When encountering monsters, he doesn't take the initiative to fight, he just watches from the sidelines. This confused her. What exactly does this man want to do? It's nothing, I was just observing the terrain. Lin Yi casually made up an excuse. He looked at Ling Shue and said calmly, from now on, follow my instructions. Ling Shue's brows furrowed slightly. She was about to retort when a faint connection deep within her soul made her swallow her words back. She acquiesced. 3 goblins at 30 degrees to the left front, use Frost Slash. Lin Yi's voice rang out clearly. Ling Shue didn't hesitate and her body started moving instantly. She moved with incredible speed and grace, the long sword in her hand radiating a faint chill. Frost Slash. A crescent-shaped sword aura mixed with ice crystals swept out. 3 goblins that had just rushed out from behind the tree were instantly struck by the sword energy. 12. 11. 13. A thin layer of ice forms on their bodies, making them move slowly. Very good. Lin Yi's figure moved. Without using any skills, relying solely on the shared basic swordsmanship intuition, he silently circled around to the side of the 3 goblins, like an experienced hunter. The fragment of the ancient sword soul in his hand, enhanced by the sharpness passive ability, transformed into a deadly weapon. Put. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yi sent a rusty metal piece slicing across the neck of the first goblin. 8. A damage number that wasn't particularly high appeared, but the effect was surprisingly good. Armor piercing. Cut. A deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on the goblin's neck, and blood gushed out. It didn't even have time to scream before it collapsed to the ground. Lin Yi's movements did not pause at all. With a nimble sidestep, he dodged the second goblin's attack. He casually flicked the sword soul fragment in his hand upwards. Puff! Another line of blood spurted out. The second goblin followed in its companion's footsteps. At this point, the freezing effect on the last goblin had been removed. It let out an angry roar, raised the wooden stick in its hand, and smashed it down hard on Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi neither dodged nor avoided. An even colder sword light attacked from behind him. It's Ling Shue. Her sword was as fast as lightning, striking first despite being behind, and piercing the chest of the last goblin with pinpoint accuracy. 18. The battle is over. From the moment Lenny gave the order until all 3 goblins fell to the ground, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. Their movements were fluid and seamless, demonstrating perfect teamwork. Kill 2 level 1 goblins to gain plus 20 experience. Your contracted beastling Shua has gained 20 experience points. Kill 1 level 1 goblin and gain 10 experience points. Your contracted beastling Shua has gained 10 experience points. A series of system notifications made Lin Yi's smile deepen. Ling Shue's gaze towards him underwent a subtle change. What started as confusion gradually turned into astonishment and doubt. Lin Yi's command was frighteningly precise. He could always anticipate the goblin's movements, allowing her to strike at the most opportune moment in the most effortless way. His own fighting style is also completely unlike that of a level 1 summoner. That kind of calm judgment, that kind of deadly attack angle, is something a novice simply cannot possess. He's more like a battle-hardened assassin. This man harbors too many secrets. The two did not stop and continued to venture deeper into the forest. Lin Yi's brain was like a sophisticated calculator, constantly issuing instructions. On the right side, frost slash covers the area. Take a half step back and watch out for the trap under your feet. Kill the one with the bow first. Ling Shui became the perfect executor. Lin Yi's command, combined with her own formidable strength, enabled the two to achieve an astonishingly high monster-killing efficiency. Lin Yi, on the other hand, used the shared talent of frost affinity to create frost traps on the ground from time to slow down and control any fish that slipped through the net. Then, he would use his elusive assassin skills to finish off the remaining enemies. Their levels began to rise rapidly at a visible pace. Congratulations on reaching level 2. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Your contracted beastling Shua has leveled up to level 2. Lin Yi put all his attribute points into intelligence. I am a magic-based professional. And their skills have spell bonuses. The contract of all things. 1. A contract between all things. 2. Enhance the skills of your contracted beast. Intelligence 100 by 100%. 10 minutes later, 2 golden lights appeared. Congratulations on reaching level 3. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Your contracted beastling Shua has leveled up to level 3. Lin Yi once again invested all his attribute points into intelligence. In less than half an hour, the two of them had already reached level 3. Name, Lin Yi. Occupation, Spirit Master Hidden. Level, 3. Talent, everything can be contracted. Contract objective, 2-2. Shared capability slots, 2-2. Health, 300. Intelligence, 2712 initial plus 15. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Skill, Pact of All Things, increase, 27%. Name, Ling Shui. Class, Ice Swordsman Hidden. Level, 3. Talent, Frost Saint Body S rank. HP, 500 initial 300 plus 200. Strength, 30 initial 15 plus 15. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 8. Skills, Frost Slash, Basic Swordsmanship. This speed of upgrades is enough to shock anyone if word gets out. Chapter 6 Frost Staff. At the same time. Another part of the secret realm. Li Hao and Tang Wan's team are locked in a fierce battle. They also encountered a goblin warrior. Shield bearers, hold the line. Mages, deal damage. Don't let it get close to the backline. Li Hao roared loudly, his steel battle axe slashing fiercely at the goblin warrior. 9. An awkward damage number appeared. His pride and joy were rendered powerless in the face of the elite monster's thick leather armor. The shield bearer in the team, a boy named Wang Lei, was gritting his teeth and desperately withstanding the goblin warrior's attacks. Each heavy blow from the spiked club caused his shield to vibrate violently, and his health points dropped sluggishly. Priest! Heal! Heal me now! Wang Lei's face turned deathly pale, and he screamed in terror. The priest in the group frantically cast healing spells, but the rate of health recovery couldn't keep up with the rate of health loss. Tang Wan! Where's your fireball? Li Hao was sweating profusely with anxiety. Tang Wan stood at the back of the group, her expression equally unpleasant. Her mana was almost depleted. She chanted a spell, and a fireball the size of a fist materialized, hurtling towards the goblin warrior. 15. The damage was considerable, but against an elite monster with 200 health points, it was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. The goblin warrior was completely enraged. It let out a furious roar, ignoring the shield guards in front of it, and directly locked onto Tang Wan in the back row. With a sudden, heavy blow, it sent shield guard Wang Lei flying, shield and all. Then, it took big strides and rushed towards Tang Wan. Ah! Tang Wan was so frightened that her face turned pale and she screamed. She was just a mage, being approached was tantamount to a death sentence. Protect Tang Wan immediately. Li Hao's eyes widened in fury as he tried to rush to the rescue, but the goblin warrior's enormous body blocked his way. The spiked club was about to smash into Tang Wan. An arrow pierced the air and struck the goblin warrior precisely in the eye. 20. The goblin warrior roared in pain, his attack interrupted. The team's marksman, panting heavily, said, "Brother Hao, we can't take it anymore. Its defense is too high, we can't break through it at all." Li Hao's face was so gloomy it looked like it was about to drip water. Retreat! Li Hao roared in frustration. If the fighting continues, someone will definitely die. Elite goblins increased the difficulty of dungeons. It only means clearing the secret realm, not killing all the enemies. Ultimately, they chose the beginner difficulty level. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the map, finally settling on an area marked with a red skull. "Let us go to the elite zone," Lin Yi said calmly. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Ling Shue's cool eyes. Elite monsters, as the name suggests, are enhanced versions of ordinary monsters. Not only are their health, attack, and defense all increased, but they may even have additional skills. It usually takes a full squad of 5 people, working together very carefully, to barely manage to kill him. There were only 2 of them. A summoner and ice swordsman. Can we do it? Ling Shue's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. She wasn't afraid of the challenge, but she felt the decision was somewhat rash. With me here, there's no problem. Lin Yi's tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable confidence. Ling Shui didn't ask any more questions. She gripped the long sword in her hand tightly. A deep connection in her soul made her trust this man unconditionally. The two walked one after the other into the area where elite monsters spawned. The goblins here are noticeably larger than those on the outskirts. They were no longer skinny scouts, but burly goblin warriors wielding crude weapons. Each one has reached level 5. Goblin Warrior Elite. Level 5. Health points, 200. Skills, Heavy Strike, Charge. Roar. The nearest elite goblin discovered the intruders. It let out a deep roar, raised its spiked club, and charged forward with its sturdy short legs. Be careful, its charge has a knockback effect, Lin Yi warned. Ling Shui didn't take the hit head on. Instead, she nimbly slid to the side, easily dodging the goblin's charge. Now! Frost Slash! Lin Yi's command came at just the right time. Ling Shui flicked her wrist, and the longsword drew a cold arc. 25. A bright red damage number appeared above the elite goblin's head. The power of S-rank talents was fully demonstrated when facing elite monsters. A layer of white frost quickly condensed on the surface of the elite goblin's body, its charging momentum came to an abrupt halt, and its movements became stiff. Lin Yi's figure appeared like a ghost behind the elite goblin. The fragment of the ancient sword soul in his hand gleamed with a barely perceptible cold light under the enhancement of the sharpness passive ability. Put. 11. The metal sheet sliced precisely across the goblin warrior's nape. Although the damage numbers are not high, the armor penetration and slicing effects cause continuous bleeding. The elite goblin, wincing in pain, turned around angrily, its spiked club whistling through the air as it swept across. Back off. Lin Yi's voice was as calm as ice. Ling Shui reacted faster than his voice could register. The moment the goblin turned around, she had already taken half a step back and thrust her longsword out again. 18. Precise attack on weaknesses. The sword struck the goblin warrior directly in the armpit, a vulnerable spot. The rhythm of the battle was completely under Lin Yi's control. Ling Shui is the main attacker, responsible for frontal control and dealing high damage. Lin Yi is the commander in charge of the overall situation, while also playing the role of an assassin, constantly looking for opportunities, creating trouble, and finishing off enemies. The two worked together seamlessly. The elite goblin warrior's health was rapidly decreasing under the alternating attacks of one person and one sword. It couldn't even touch the hem of their clothes. Finally, with a roar of resentment, the level 5 elite monster collapsed to the ground. Defeat a level 5 elite goblin warrior to gain 50 experience points. Your contracted beast Ling Shua has gained 50 experience points. A golden light shone from the two of them. Congratulations on reaching level 4. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Your contracted beast Ling Shua has leveled up to level 4. The experience gained from killing one elite monster is equivalent to that from killing 5 regular monsters. Lin Yi then allocated all his attribute points to intelligence. Clatter. A soft sound. An item emitting a faint glow fell from the corpse of an elite goblin. Equipment dropped. Lin Yi stepped forward and picked up the items. Black Iron Sword. Level 3. Quality, Black Iron. Attribute, Strength +4. Note, a fairly sharp sword, better than a wooden stick. Lin Yi handed the Black Iron Sword to Ling Shui. Put them on. Ling Shui took the sword. Her initial weapon was just a basic item bought from the store, without any attribute bonuses. After equipping herself with this Black Iron Sword, her attack power immediately increased significantly. Without pausing, the two continued hunting elite goblins. With the experience gained from the first battle, subsequent battles became much easier. Lin Yi's commands became increasingly precise, and Ling Shui's swordplay became increasingly fierce. Elite goblins fell at their feet. The experience bar is rising rapidly. Soon, the second piece of equipment dropped. Goblin Armor. Level 3. Quality, Black Iron. Attribute, Defense +2. Note, made from goblin leather, it's ugly, but it's somewhat useful. Put it on. Lin Yi handed the armor to Ling Shui. He was hiding in the back, there was no need for him to stay. Half an hour later. When the two killed the 10th elite goblin, an even more dazzling light shone. Frost Staff. Level 3. Quality, Black Iron. Attributes, Intelligence +5, ice spells have a 5% chance to inflict an additional slow effect. Note, a staff inlaid with inferior ice crystals, a favorite among mage apprentices. Lin Yi's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing the staff's attributes. Intelligence +5. It also has an additional deceleration effect. This is a top-notch weapon that was tailor-made for him. He switched to the staff without hesitation. Name, Lin Yi. Occupation, Spirit Master Hidden. Level 4. Intelligence, 37. Skill, Pact of All Things, increase, 37%. The powerful attribute bonuses made him feel that his mental energy had become much more solid. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the secret realm. A flash of light. Li Hao and Tang Wan's 5-person team walked out looking exhausted. Congratulations to Li Hao's team for successfully clearing the Goblin Forest beginner difficulty in 1 hour and 23 minutes. The screen at the entrance displays this information. A sparse chorus of applause and murmurs immediately rose from the surrounding area. It took more than an hour to complete the normal difficulty level, that's way too slow. That's right, I heard the previous record was 45 minutes. It seems that this year's freshmen are not very strong. Hearing these comments, Li Hao's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. In their attempt to play it safe, they fought very cautiously along the way, which ironically delayed them. Tang Wan's expression was also not good. She originally thought she would be the center of attention, but she did not expect this result. At least we cleared the level, Li Hao said defiantly. Unlike some people, there were only 2 of them, and they were still foolishly staying inside. They've probably already died and returned to the city. His words were clearly directed at Lin Yi and Ling Shui. Brother Hao is right. A summoner and a swordsman, without a tank or a healer, it would be a miracle if they survived for 10 minutes. I bet she's crying in her arms right now. Several people in the group immediately chimed in, trying to save face. Lin Shom, the fat man guarding the door, broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Why isn't EGE out yet? Has something really happened? Did he really lose his 500 yuan? Tang Wan looked at the entrance to the secret realm, a hint of pleasure flashing in her eyes. She wished Lin Yi would die inside. A good-for-nothing should be aware of his own worthlessness, instead of fantasizing about climbing up to a proud and privileged woman like Ling Shui. Chapter 7, Double Level 5. Ha, that fat guy is going to cry himself to sleep in the toilet. All eyes turned to a fat man sitting uneasily in the corner of the square. It was Lin Chong. He stared intently at the entrance to the secret realm, his forehead covered in sweat. Fatty, stop looking, your brother isn't coming out. That's right, just admit defeat and hand over the money. Hurry up, I'm waiting to get the money to go get a drink. A group of students who had bet on Li Hao's team to win surrounded him, their faces beaming with schadenfreude. Lin Chang's heart sank to the bottom. Although he said he believed in Lin Yi, more than an hour had passed and there was still no sign of Lin Yi and Ling Shui. Dying in the beginner's dungeon won't actually kill you, but you'll be forcibly teleported back to town, and your level will be reset to 0. Could it be that something really happened to Igu and the others? Impossible. Lin Chong gritted his teeth, still making a last-ditch effort. Brother Yi and sister Shui are so capable, they'll definitely be fine. Li Hao walked over, looking down at Lin Chong with a mocking expression on his face. Fatty, let's be realistic. A loser is a loser. Even if you team up with a genius, it won't change the fact that you're dragging the team down. Tang Wan stood beside him and said coldly, some people just don't know their place. Lin Chong, you should pay them back the money and stop embarrassing yourself here. Her tone was full of condescending superiority. It's as if Lin Chang's failure proves how right she was to abandon Lin Yi in the first place. Lin Chong was forced to retreat step by the crowd, his face flushed red, but he couldn't say a word. He bet 500 yuan, with odds of 1 to 10. Although the odds of betting on Li Hao and Tang Wan are low, many people are betting on them. The amount he has to pay in compensation is an astronomical figure for him. He'll be eating dirt this month, no, next month. Just as he was about to pay up and accept his loss, someone in the crowd suddenly pointed at the big screen and exclaimed in surprise. Look! On the new player page, Lin Yi and Ling Shui's names have disappeared. Everyone immediately looked up. Sure enough, Lin Yi and Ling Shui's names were no longer found on the list of challengers for the beginner difficulty level. Disappeared? What does that mean? What else could it mean? They died inside, and their challenge qualification was eliminated. I told you, how could two people possibly clear the game? They're really overestimating themselves. Ha ha ha, that fat guy has finally given up, hasn't he? Li Hao and Tang Wan exchanged a glance, both seeing the smugness in each other's eyes. This result was within their expectations. Tang Wan could no longer hide the smile on her lips. She walked up to Lin Chong, her voice tinged with pity. See that? This is the person you trusted. Now, you can pay up, right? Lin Chong swayed, his face ashen. His last hope was also shattered. His hands trembled as he prepared to open his digital wallet. Wait! Lin Chong suddenly stared intently at the other side of the big screen, his eyes wide like copper bells, as if he had discovered a new continent. His voice became shrill with excitement. They're not dead. Their names are there. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. That's the interface for the normal difficulty completion leaderboard. At the end of the list of challengers on that screen, two names lay there quietly. Challengers, Lin Yi level 4, Ling Shui level 4. Current challenge difficulty, normal. The entire square fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Everyone stared wide-eyed, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. Normal difficulty? Am I seeing things? Those two are challenging the normal difficulty level? And they're already level 4? How is that possible? Li Hao and his 4 friends spent over an hour grinding, and only barely managed to reach level 3. How did Lin Yi and Ling Shui both reach level 4? And he's even challenging the normal difficulty, which is 1 level higher than the beginner difficulty? The smile on Li Hao's face froze instantly. Tang Wan was struck dumb, her mind went completely blank. She couldn't understand what was happening before her eyes. This completely overturned her understanding. There's definitely something wrong. Li Hao was the first to react, shouting loudly, the system must be bugged. How could 2 people and 1 summoner possibly beat the normal difficulty? That's right. There must be a mistake. Exactly, how could they possibly level up faster than Brother Hao's team? People were unwilling to believe this fact and began to echo it. Only Lin Chong was so excited that he trembled all over. I knew it. I knew Brother Yi wasn't an ordinary person. You bunch of blind fools, just you wait and see. He straightened his back instantly, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Time passed by, second by second. More and more teams emerged from the beginner-level dungeons, with varying results, but none could surpass Li Hao's team. The 2 names on the normal difficulty leaderboard are like a thorn stuck in everyone's heart. Li Hao and Tang Wan didn't leave, they stood there, staring intently at the screen. They don't believe it. They wanted to see with their own eyes the pathetic state of Linny and Ling Shui as they rolled out after their defeat. It's been an hour and a half, they definitely can't hold on any longer. That's right, the Goblin Shaman on normal difficulty is no joke. They've probably been wiped out. Just as everyone was discussing and concluding once again that Linny and his team had failed. At the entrance to the secret realm, the light that signified success suddenly shone brightly. It was more dazzling than ever before. A clear system announcement resounded throughout the square. Congratulations to Linny and Ling Shui's team for successfully clearing the Goblin Forest normal difficulty in 1 hour and 48 minutes. In an instant, the entire square fell silent. Everyone was petrified. Their mouths were agape enough to fit an egg, and their eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. 2 people? Cleared. Normal difficulty? Level 5 on first try. These words, when combined, created a terrifying impact, violently striking the nerves of everyone present. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone, 2 figures slowly emerged from the light. It was Lin Yi and Ling Shui. There was no sign of fatigue or dishevelment on their faces. Lin Yi remained calm, holding a staff that exuded a faint chill in his hand. Ling Shui had a cool and aloof demeanor, and the long sword on her back had been replaced with a brand new black iron sword. What's most striking is the rank displayed above their heads. Lin Yi, level 5. Ling Shui, level 5. 2 golden lights shone simultaneously the moment they stepped out of the secret realm. They both broke through to level 5. Double level 5. This number was like 2 resounding slaps to the faces of Li Hao and Tang Wan. They both only have a ridiculous level 3. It hurts like fire. Chapter 8 New Records. Lin Chang's scream shattered the deathly silence of the square. Like an excited bull, he charged into the group of dumbfounded students, holding up a virtual payment code. Give me the money. Give me the money. Don't just stand there. His voice was filled with a triumphant and exhilarating feeling. Those who had previously mocked him now looked even uglier than if they had swallowed flies. They stared blankly at the glaring announcement on the big screen, then looked at Lin Yi and Ling Shui as they walked out of the portal to the secret realm. Both are at level 5. This fact weighed on them like a mountain, making it hard for them to breathe. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Li Hao muttered to himself in a daze, unable to accept this reality. His elite 5-man squad struggled for over an hour on beginner difficulty before finally reaching level 3. Lin Yi, a summoner whom he considered a waste, cleared the normal difficulty level and leveled up to level 5 in the same amount of time, along with one other person. This gap can no longer be explained by talent alone. This is crushing. It's a dimensional reduction attack. Tang Wan's body trembled slightly, her nails dug deep into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Regret, jealousy, and resentment intertwined in her heart, driving her to the brink of madness. What kind of existence did she abandon? If she hadn't broken up with her boyfriend, she would be the one standing in Ling Shui's position now. She deserves all the attention and stands proudly above all the new students with her level 5 status. But it was all too late. She personally handed this incredible opportunity to the woman she was most jealous of. What are you all looking at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy get rich before? Lin Chong shouted smugly as he collected the money. I told you long ago, my brother-y is heaven, my brother-y is a god. You mortals just don't understand. He was the only one who bet on Linny, and he won it all. A full 30,000. The huge sum of money made him so excited that the fat on his face trembled. The students around them could only reluctantly transfer money, their hearts aching with regret. Their eyes were filled with complex emotions as they looked at Lin Yi, a mixture of awe and bewilderment. No one dared to mention the words useless summoner anymore. Lin Yi ignored the commotion around him. He waved to Lin Chong, then walked straight toward the secret realm administrator. We must challenge the leader. Lin Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it once again caused a huge uproar in the crowd. Secret realm boss. The final boss of the Goblin Forest, a level 10 Goblin Shaman. That's not something freshmen should touch at this stage. According to the Academy's teachings, everyone must be at least level 10 and equipped with a full set of black iron armor before they can team up to try it. Lin Yi and Ling Shui, 2 level 5 squishy characters, are going to challenge a level 10 boss? Is this a case of wanting to die even faster? He's insane, he's absolutely insane. You just finished the normal difficulty and you've already gotten this cocky? Challenge the leader? They couldn't even beat a shaman's little finger. Upon hearing this, Li Hao, as if grasping at a straw, immediately retorted loudly, Linny, do you think you're something special just because you beat the normal difficulty? Let me tell you, bosses and elite monsters are two different things. You're just going to your death. Tang Wan also came to her senses, and a malicious smile appeared on her face. She wished Lin Yi were dead. If you die at the hands of the leader, your level will be reset to 0, and you'll be back to being a worthless nobody. Only in this way can she soothe the resentment in her heart. Lin Yi ignored the noise and simply looked calmly at the Secret Realm administrator. The administrator, a middle-aged man, looked at Lin Yi and Ling Shui with surprise and asked, "Are you sure you want to challenge the leader? Once you enter the leader's room, you cannot leave halfway through. The penalty for death is having your level reset to 0. Confirmed." Lin Yi nodded. The administrator stopped trying to persuade them and started the challenge program. A separate portal, radiating a dark red light, slowly opened in the center of the plaza. Brother E. This is too risky. Lin Chong became worried even after making money. Don't worry. Lin Yi patted his shoulder and gave him a reassuring look. Then, amidst hundreds of stares that looked at them as if they were idiots, he and Ling Shui walked one after the other into the portal to death. A flash of light, and the two disappeared. In the square, everyone held their breath, staring intently at the large screen. They were all waiting for news of Lin Yi and Ling Shui's deaths to arrive. A dark and damp cave. A strange stench, a mixture of decay and blood, filled the air. In the center of the cave, on a high platform made of bones and skulls, stood a gaunt figure. It was draped in tattered animal skins, its face painted with eerie grease paint, and it held a staff inlaid with a skull in its hand. It is the ruler of the Goblin Forest, a level 10 Goblin Shaman. Goblin Shaman Leader. Level 10. Health points 1000. Skills: Shadow Bolt, Curse of Weakening, Healing, Summon Totem. Upon seeing the boss's attributes, Ling Shui's expression turned serious. 1000 health points is 5 times higher than that of an elite monster. What's more troublesome is that it can heal, but it can also unleash nasty curses. I'll take the lead, you find an opportunity, Ling Shui said in a low voice. She gripped the black iron sword tightly, unleashing her S-rank talent, Frost Saint Body, at full power, her body enveloped in icy aura. Lin Yi nodded, stepped back a few paces, and handed the battlefield over to Ling Shui. Roar! The Goblin Shaman spotted the intruder and let out a hoarse roar. It raised its skull staff high, and a ball of shadow energy quickly condensed at the top of the staff. Call out! A shadow arrow whistled out and shot straight at Ling Shui. Ling Shui swayed and easily dodged. She pushed off with her feet, her body transforming into a white blur, instantly closing the distance with the shaman. Frost Slash! The sword energy, mixed with ice crystals, slashed fiercely at the Goblin Shaman. 105. An alarming damage number has appeared. Ling Shui's attack power remained strong even when facing a boss who was 5 levels higher than her. However, the Goblin Shaman neither dodged nor evaded, taking the hit head-on. It grinned, revealing an ugly smile, and muttered something under its breath. A green light shone on it. Plus 50. A single healing spell instantly restored half of the damage I had just taken. Ling Shui's brows furrowed tightly. That's so unfair. The Goblin Shaman raised his staff again, this time aiming it at Ling Shui. A gray halo descended from the sky, enveloping Ling Shui. You have been afflicted with the weakness curse, Strength 5, Agility 5, lasting 30 seconds. Ling Shui felt her body sink, and her strength and speed were significantly affected. With this shift in power, she instantly found herself at a disadvantage. He. The Goblin Shaman let out a smug laugh, firing one shadow arrow after another, forcing Ling Shui to dodge helplessly, unable to find any opportunity to attack. This can't go on. Lin Yi's eyes sharpened. Its spellcasting rhythm must be interrupted. Ling Shui, attack with all your might, ignore its healing. Lin Yi's calm voice rang out. Ling Shui was taken aback, but still chose to believe Lin Yi. She stopped dodging and charged forward against the shadow arrows, slashing wildly with her black iron sword. 30. 28. 32. Damage numbers kept popping up, but the shaman's health bar remained as steady as a rock thanks to the healing spells. On the plaza outside the cave, Li Hao and the others burst out laughing at the sight. Haha, I knew they were going to their deaths. Look, they couldn't even break the boss's skin. That Ling Shui is quite resilient, it's a pity she followed the wrong person. A joyful smile returned to Tang Wan's face. She could almost see Lin Yi and Ling Shui being blasted to smithereens by the shaman, their levels reset to 0, and their pathetic appearance at the resurrection point. Inside the cave, the goblin shaman raised his staff once more, preparing to cast another healing spell. Now! A glint of light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Instead of using his own staff, he sank his consciousness into his second contracted object. Ancient Sword Soul Fragment, attack! He issued the order. The rusty metal piece that he had been holding in his hand, disguised as a spellcasting medium, suddenly burst forth with a blinding light. Buzz! A clear, resonant sword cry echoed throughout the cave. The metal fragment flew out of his hand, transforming into a silvery white streak that instantly traversed a distance of tens of meters at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Its target was not the goblin shaman's body, but the skull staff in its hand. The goblin shaman didn't even have time to react. All its attention was focused on Ling Shui in front of it. It had no idea that the summoner who had been hiding in the back would launch such a swift attack. Snap! A crisp sound. The streak of light struck the skull staff with pinpoint accuracy. The green light that had gathered on the staff instantly dissipated. The goblin shaman's healing spell was interrupted. 1. A forced damage number floated above its head. While the damage is negligible, the accompanying effects are extremely deadly. Stiff. The goblin shaman's body froze for a full second. For top experts, 1 second is enough to decide life and death. Chance. Ling Shui's combat instincts were incredibly sharp. In the instant the shaman froze, all her power erupted. Frost Sword Dance. This is a new skill she learned after reaching level 5. Countless cold sword lights, like a storm, instantly enveloped the goblin shaman. 40. 52. 88. Critical hit. 220. A series of dense damage numbers frantically popped up above the boss's head. The goblin shaman's health bar was visibly depleting. Once it recovered from its stunned state, its health points were less than 1/5 remaining. It let out a terrified scream and tried to cast the spell again. But it was too late. Ling Shui's final sword strike, carrying a chilling aura, pierced its heart. Critical hit. 260. The goblin shaman's body crashed to the ground. A system announcement that resounded throughout Langya No. 1 High School then rang out. Server announcement: congratulations to Lin Yi and Ling Shui's team for successfully achieving the first kill of the Goblin Forest boss Goblin Shaman normal difficulty, setting a new record. Time: 12 minutes and 34 seconds. Golden light shone down. The two leveled up again, both reaching level 6. On the square, the smiles on Li Hao and Tang Wan's faces froze completely. Chapter 9: Ice Crystal Pendant. The server announcement resounded throughout the sky. The entire job transfer plaza at Langya No. 1 High School was deathly silent. The smile on Li Hao's face froze. Tang Wan's smile froze. The smiles on the faces of their henchmen behind them also froze. Everyone's expression froze the moment the announcement was made. Like a series of comical sculptures. Time seemed to stand still for 3 seconds. Then, a massive uproar erupted. First kill. They got the first kill. 12 minutes. The boss was defeated in 12 minutes. What does that even mean? Is this real? Is there a bug in the system? How could 2 people possibly do that? And this is on normal difficulty. The 5 of us are struggling to even defeat elite monsters on beginner difficulty, and they're already killing bosses? Doubt, shock, confusion, jealousy. Various emotions spread among the crowd. People were frantically refreshing their class panels to check the glaring server announcement. Congratulations to Lin Yi and Ling Shui's team for successfully defeating the Goblin Forest boss, the Goblin Shaman normal difficulty, setting a new record. Time: 12 minutes and 34 seconds. It's all written in black and white, crystal clear. There are no bugs. The truth was like a resounding slap in the face to everyone who had just mocked Lin Yi. Li Hao felt a burning pain in his cheeks. He was just mocking Lin Yi for going to his death. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi used a server first kill to utterly crush him. His proud 5-man team's achievements of over an hour became a complete joke in the face of Lin Yi's 12-minute record. Tang Wan's body was trembling violently. Her face changed from red to white, then from white to green, a truly remarkable sight. 12 minutes. Boss on normal difficulty. Both are at level 6. Each word was like a sharp knife, piercing her heart. She stared intently at the name Lin Yi on the screen. The venom of regret instantly overwhelmed her reason. She didn't discard a piece of trash. She abandoned a god. A god who can create miracles and is above all others. And she, like an idiot, personally pushed this god onto Ling Shui. Ah! EGE is awesome. I knew it. I knew it. Lin Chang's scream rang out again. He was so excited that his face turned red, and he jumped and bounced around on the spot like a 200-pound rabbit. He no longer needs to find someone to collect the money. Lin Yi's victory needs no further explanation. All eyes were fixed on the dark red portal. They are waiting. Two people are waiting to appear and create a miracle. Deep inside the cave. Beside the goblin shaman's enormous corpse, a soft golden beam of light descended from the sky. The beam of light enveloped Lin Yi and Ling Shui. This is a prestigious reward exclusively for the first kill. As the light faded, 3 items and a skill book floated silently in front of the two. The most dazzling item was a pendant made entirely of ice blue crystals. It exudes a faint chill, has an exquisite design, and is inlaid with a diamond-shaped ice crystal at its center, shimmering with light. Lin Yi reached out and picked up the pendant. Ice crystal pendant. Level 5. Quality, bronze. Attributes, intelligence plus 15, agility plus 5. Special effect, your contracted beast's maximum HP plus 100. Note, made from the extremely cold ice essence treasured by the shaman, it contains a faint trace of the power of laws. Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. Bronze level equipment. Intelligence was increased by 15 points. Keep in mind that leveling up only grants 5 free attribute points. This pendant is equivalent to giving him an extra 3 levels compared to others out of thin air. More importantly, it's the special effects. Contracted beast's HP plus 100. Lin Yi put the pendant on his neck without hesitation. A cool sensation instantly spread throughout his body, making him feel that his mental energy had become much more active. Name, Lin Yi. Occupation, Spirit Master Hidden. Level, 6. Intelligence, 58 initial 12 plus level up 25 plus equipment 21. Agility, 15 initial 10 plus equipment 5. He checked his attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at the second item. They were a pair of bronze combat boots with a simple, ancient design and some basic speed runes engraved on them. Bronze boots. Level, 5. Quality, black iron. Attribute, agility plus 4. Note, although it's only iron grade, it's much better than straw sandals. Lin Yi handed the combat boots to Ling Shui. Your. Ling Shui accepted it without hesitation. She also needs the agility attribute to improve her speed and reaction time. After changing into her combat boots, she felt her steps become much lighter. The third item was a yellowed skill book. The cover features a picture of a burning flame. Skill book, Fireball. Effect, consumes mana to conjure a fireball in your hand to attack the target, dealing fire damage based on your intelligence attribute. Study requirements, legal professions. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. It's finally here. His first, truly effective, offensive skill. Without hesitation, he smashed the skill book. A beam of light merged into his body. You have learned the skill, Fireball LV1. Lin Yi raised his hand, a thought forming in his mind. He felt the surge of magical power within his body, now abundant due to his heightened intelligence, and began to gather fire elements following the guidance of the skill. A fireball the size of a fist, radiating a scorching heat, quickly took shape in his palm. Call. With a casual wave of his hand, the fireball roared and smashed against the cave wall in the distance. Boom! A muffled thud. The hard rock wall was blasted into a small, jarred crater. 95. A striking damage number appeared. A hint of surprise flashed in Ling Shui's cool eyes. This damage is almost as high as her normal attack without using skills. How could a summoner's attack power reach this level? Her understanding of Lin Yi was refreshed once again. Finally, and most preciously, was a crystal that emitted a 7-colored halo. It is only the size of a thumb, yet it seems to contain a complete world, with countless mysterious runes arising and passing away within it. Talent Crystal. Type, rare material. Effect, can be used on any contracted beast, with a small chance to enhance its talent level or reshape a new talent based on its bloodline. Note, the crystallization of the world's origin, a priceless treasure. Lin Yi held the talent crystal, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Enhance your talents. Reshape your talents. This item is far more valuable than all the equipment and skill books we've acquired before. His gaze unconsciously fell on Ling Shui. Contract target, Ling Shui. Talent, Frost Saint Body S rank. S-level talents are extremely rare. If this talent crystal is used to enhance it, will it become SS grade, or even the legendary SSS grade? How terrifying would an ice swordsman with an SSS level talent be? The thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind for only a moment before he forcibly suppressed it. No. That's such a waste. Ling Shui's S-level talent is powerful enough to help her grow into a powerful figure. Strengthening is merely icing on the cake, it cannot bring about a qualitative change. This talent crystal holds even greater strategic significance for him. His talent is that everything can be contracted. In the future, he will definitely not only make contracts with human professionals. Those powerful demonic beasts, those strange elemental spirits, and even some special beings without life. They may possess powerful bloodlines, but their talents may not be outstanding. This innate crystal is his key trump card, used to turn lead into gold and transform the rotten into the miraculous. He can transform an ancient ferocious beast descendant with a talent level of only C into an S level or even higher. This is the greatest value of the primal talent crystal. Keep it for now, it will surely be of great use in the future. Having made up his mind, Lin Yi carefully stored the talent crystal into his storage space. After sorting through his spoils, he prepared to leave with Ling Shui. Etc. Ling Shui's cold voice suddenly rang out. Lin Yi turned around and saw Ling Shui frowning, looking at her attribute panel with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Lin Yi asked. Ling Shui didn't answer. She raised her head, her clear eyes fixed on Lin Yi, and asked, word by word, why do I have 100 more life points? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. They've arrived. What was bound to happen has finally happened. Ling Shui is very smart, or rather, any normal professional would notice the abnormal changes in their attributes. She added all the attribute points she gained from leveling up to her strength stat. Her equipment consisted of a black iron sword for increased strength and bronze boots for increased agility. Nothing could increase her health. Where did these extra 100 life points come from? Ling Shui's gaze slowly moved from Lin Yi's face to the brand new ice crystal pendant around his neck. Ice crystal pendant. Special effect, your contracted beast's maximum HP plus 100. She saw it clearly just now. Lin Yi put on the pendant. And his health points increased by 100. The pendant's effect is to increase the health of the contracted beast. I myself have been given life. What does this equation mean? Countless thoughts flashed through Ling Shui's mind. From the moment of the job transfer ceremony onwards, Lin Yi exhibited a series of unusual behaviors. His summoner class is useless. The okay that I blurted out. A faint, lingering feeling deep within her soul made it impossible for her to refuse Lin Yi's contact. The extraordinary teamwork between the two when fighting monsters. His command was terrifyingly precise. And then there's his fighting style, which is completely unlike that of a summoner. Now, it's this pendant, and these extra 100 health points. All the clues point to an absurd, yet uniquely reasonable, explanation. Ling Shui's breathing became somewhat rapid. She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with complex emotions. There was shock, confusion, inquiry, and even a hint of panic that she herself was unaware of. She felt as if this man had seen through her biggest secret. Lin Yi. She spoke again, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly. Who are you? Chapter 10 Showdown. The air inside the cave seemed to freeze. Ling Shui's gaze was like two sharp icicles, fixed firmly on Lin Yi. Her clear eyes no longer held confusion, but rather a sharpness that drew her closer to the truth. There's no escaping this problem. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm and composed. He had long anticipated this moment. It's impossible for a hidden professional with S-level talent to remain completely unaware of the abnormal changes in their own body. There's no point in hiding it anymore. He needed a reasonable explanation, one that Ling Shui could accept, while also concealing the biggest secret, the contract. Lin Yi looked at Ling Shui and spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but exceptionally clear. Because we are teammates. Ling Shui's brows furrowed even more. This answer is far too perfunctory. Lin Yi seemed to see through her thoughts and continued, my profession, Spirit Master, is not just a variant of an ordinary summoner, as the rumors outside suggest. He paused, organizing his thoughts to ensure his explanation was flawless. One of the core abilities of a spirit master is link. I can establish a special spiritual link with a selected teammate. In this linked state, some of the effects of my equipment can be shared with my teammate. Linny pointed to the ice crystal pendant around his neck. For example, the increased health of the contracted beast is converted into your health through the link. This is a passive amplification, and it's the most unique aspect of my profession. He spoke slowly, and every word was filled with undeniable sincerity. This explanation is 9 parts false and 1 part true. They misrepresented contract as link and interpreted sharing as a professional characteristic. It sounds absurd, yet it perfectly explains everything that happened to Ling Shui. Ling Shui listened quietly without saying a word. Her brain was racing, analyzing every detail of Lin Yi's words. Spiritual connection? What are the effects of shared equipment? This does explain the extra 100 health points. This also explains the subtle connection between the two and their extraordinary fighting synergy. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. That irresistible feeling deep within her soul was perhaps a side effect of this connection. Looking into Lin Yi's calm eyes, Ling Shui's doubts finally began to melt away little by little. She couldn't find any flaws. Moreover, deep down, she was willing to believe this explanation. She refused to believe that she was treated like an object, contracted by someone else. In comparison, the identity of a special teammate is easier for her to accept. So, your profession is essentially an extremely rare support role? Ling Shui tried to define it using her own understanding. You could say that, Lin Yi nodded. A support that can significantly enhance the abilities of teammates. Ling Shui fell silent. She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with complex emotions. So, he wasn't a good-for-nothing after all. What he awakened was an extremely rare profession capable of overturning the entire support system. No wonder he was so confident, no wonder he dared to invite me to team up. From the very beginning, he had absolute confidence. And he, along with everyone at the school, had misjudged the situation. They saw him as a gigolo who needed to depend on others, a useless person who was a burden. How ridiculous. My secret is known only to you. Lin Yi looked directly at Ling Shui. I hope you can keep it a secret for me too. His tone was very serious. The two were well aware of the kind of uproar that would ensue if the fact that a class could share equipment effects were exposed. He would be fought over by countless powerful forces, and might even be sent to the experimental table for dissection and research. Ling Shui gave him a deep look and slowly nodded. I see. She's not a talkative person. Moreover, this secret now concerns her as well. A crisis that could have ignited a crisis of trust was quelled by Lin Yi with a carefully crafted lie. The atmosphere between the two underwent a subtle change because of this showdown. The barriers have disappeared, replaced by a genuine sense of trust. Let's go out and collect the award. Lin Yi put away all the spoils of war and took the lead in walking out of the cave. Ling Shui followed behind him, looking at his not-so-tall back, her heart filled with mixed feelings. A flash of light. The two reappeared in the job change plaza. The moment they stepped out of that dark red portal, the air in the entire plaza seemed to freeze. All eyes turned to them. Shocked, horrified, incredulous. The muscles in Li Hao's face were twitching. Tang Wan's fingernails had dug deep into her flesh, drawing blood, but she felt no pain whatsoever. They made it out alive. Not only were they alive, but they were also completely unharmed. The level 6 mark above Lin Yi's head was like a red-hot brand, burning fiercely into everyone's eyes. Administrator, redeem your reward. Ignoring all the gazes around him, Lin Yi walked straight toward the secret realm administrator. The administrator looked at Lin Yi, and his eyes had completely changed. What began as surprise has now turned into awe. He had personally opened countless secret realms, but he had never seen anything so outrageous. Okay, students. This is your exclusive reward list for the first kill. Please check it. The administrator brought up a virtual light screen. On the light screen, a densely packed list appeared. Rewards for the first kill of the Goblin Shaman. Secret Realm Points, 10,000. Materials, Goblin Shaman Skull X1, Goblin Hero Leather X5, Low Quality Magic Crystal X20. 10,000 points. Upon seeing this number, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. 10,000 points. My God. We worked so hard to complete a beginner difficulty run and only got 100 points. Is this the reward for the first kill? That's terrifying. And those materials, the shaman's skull, that's the core material for making a bronze-grade staff. Li Hao's eyes turned red. He looked at those 10,000 points and was almost driven mad with jealousy. The 5 of them worked themselves to the bone, but their combined points were less than 500. Linny and his partner each earned 10,000 points with a single first kill. This disparity filled him with despair. Linny opened the exchange shop. He started by selecting items from the armor section. Soon, he found what he needed. Apprentice cloth armor. Quality, black iron. Attributes, intelligence +5, spirit +3. Exchange price, 300 points. Smart headband. Quality, black iron. Attribute, intelligence +3. Exchange price, 200 points. Summoner's gear is ridiculously cheap. Because nobody wants it. Linny chose to redeem without hesitation. The 2 pieces of equipment only cost him 500 points. He changed his equipment and boosted his attributes even higher. Then, he opened the weapon exchange list, directly filtered out the longsword, and locked the quality at bronze level. A row of longswords emitting a blue light appeared on the light screen. Each one costs over 3,000 points. Linny's gaze finally settled on a longsword that was crystal clear and whose blade was shrouded in a cold aura. Enchant Ice Blade. Level, 5. Quality, bronze. Attributes, strength +12, agility +5. Special effect, target is frosty, damage increased by 15%. Exchange price, 4,500 points, Goblin Hero's Leather X3. This sword, in terms of both attributes and special effects, perfectly suits Ling Shui. This is it. Linny chose to redeem directly. In a flash of light, 4,500 points were instantly deducted. A longsword radiating an astonishingly cold aura appeared on the exchange platform. The entire square fell silent once again. A bronze weapon. He exchanged it for a bronze weapon. 4,500 points, you can just exchange them like that? Has he gone mad? He used most of his points to buy weapons for Ling Shui? No one could understand Lin Yi's behavior. In their view, points are a professional's second life, and should be carefully managed and used to improve themselves. Lin Yi, however, was so extravagant that he casually spent a huge sum of money, enough for an ordinary student to work hard for half a year on his teammates. Li Hao's face turned pale and then red. He looked at the enchanted ice blade, then at the steel battle axe in his hand with +2 strength, and felt it was just a piece of scrap metal. Tang Wan bit her lip hard, her body trembling violently with jealousy. That sword should have been hers. If she hadn't broken up with him, Linny would be holding a bronze staff used by a mage right now. Linny picked up the enchanted ice blade and handed it to Ling Shui. Your. His tone was as indifferent as if he were handing someone a glass of water. Ling Shui stared at the longsword before her, feeling the biting cold emanating from it, and was momentarily lost in thought. She never expected that Linny would use such a precious first kill reward to exchange for a weapon for her. This is too expensive. Ling Shui instinctively wanted to refuse. We're teammates, Linny interrupted her. If you become stronger, then I become stronger. This statement perfectly echoed his previous explanation. Ling Shui's heartstrings were gently plucked. She looked up and gazed into Lin Yi's clear and calm eyes. She saw in this man a vision and spirit she had never seen before. He is mysterious, powerful, and reliable. Ling Shui no longer refused and accepted the enchanted ice blade. As soon as the longsword was in her hand, a cool energy flowed down her arm and into her body, creating a strange resonance with her Frost Saint body. She could feel that her strength had reached a new level. The moment she gripped the sword hilt, a system notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Your contract target Ling Shui has greatly increased her trust in you, reaching a loyalty level of 10. Contract level upgrade, initial contract. The initial contract stage has been unlocked. 1. Basic sensory connection, you can now vaguely perceive the emotions and general state of the contractual target. 2. Skill enhancement, you gain 1 opportunity to enhance the skill of your contract target. It's here. A surge of joy welled up in Lin Yi's heart. He immediately opened Ling Shui's skill panel. Frost/LV1. Frost Sword Dance LV1. After each of the 2 skills, a golden plus sign appeared. Lin Yi's gaze fell on Frost Slash without hesitation. This skill is Ling Shui's most frequently used core damage skill, and strengthening it will yield the greatest benefits. Enhance Frost Slash. Lin Yi silently recited this in his heart. Consume one skill enhancement opportunity. Confirm enhancement of Frost Slash? Confirm. Enhancement successful. Frost Slash LV1 enhanced, deals 170% of attack power as frost damage to the target and inflicts the deep frost effect, reducing the target's attack speed and movement speed by 30% for 3 seconds. Damage increased from 120% to 170%. This is still LV1. As the skill level increases, the damage will also increase. The slowing effect is doubled, and it also adds the attribute of reducing attack speed. An ordinary core skill has been forcibly enhanced into a god tier skill that combines damage and powerful control. This is what makes Spirit Masters so terrifying. As long as their loyalty is high enough, he can turn his teammates into war gods. Linny suppressed his excitement and glanced at his score. There are 5,000 points left. He didn't exchange anything else, but instead, with Ling Shui in tow, he turned and left the job change plaza amidst the complex gazes of everyone present. Chapter 11 Trial Reserve Team Turmoil. The forum server of Langya No. 1 Middle School crashed the moment the first kill announcement was announced. Technicians spent half an hour urgently maintaining access before it was barely restored. Then, the entire forum completely exploded. The dozen or so pin posts, each with an eye-catching title, all discussed the same thing. Miracle. 2-player level 5 team, 12 minutes to clear the boss on normal difficulty. In-depth analysis, just how terrifying is the ultimate combat power of an S-rank talent ice swordsman? Is the ultimate gigolo of the year born? Linny, a man carried to success by a goddess. A rational discussion, is the profession of Spirit Master useful? The replies to the post were refreshing at a rate of hundreds per second. Most of the comments attributed the credit to Ling Shui. Too strong. Goddess Ling Shui is too strong. She is a true genius. An S-rank hidden class, terrifying beyond belief. Killing a boss in 12 minutes, that's practically a myth. I declare that Ling Shui is my one and only goddess. Anyone object? Am I the only one who noticed that Linny is also level 6? Leveling up while lying down is so awesome. Upstairs, you're wrong to say that. Linny at least provided moral support and shouted 666 from the side. Otherwise, how would the goddess have the energy to fight monsters? Haha, a mobile experience booster, an exclusive accessory, I'm so envious. Spirit Master? I think Sister Master would be more appropriate, a profession that specializes in commanding senior goddesses. Sarcasm and ridicule are the dominant themes on the forum. Linny's name is now inextricably linked with words like gold digger, accessory, and useless. Even though he created a miracle, he was still the one who was not favored by the world due to prejudice. Li Hao and Tang Wan's team members even took the lead in stirring up trouble on the forum. Don't be fooled, everyone. Our brother Hao said that Linny just watched the whole thing from the sidelines. It was Ling Shui who did all the fighting. Exactly, what use is a summoner? Just to summon a little skeleton to tickle the boss? Senior Tang Wan was so wise to break up with him. Anyone who's with a man like that is doomed. As Tang Wan read these flattering comments, her jealousy and regret grew even stronger. She so wished she were the one being envied. She clicked on Linny's profile picture and saw that it showed level 6. The stinging pain in her heart made it almost impossible for her to breathe. Just then, an account with the ID "the most handsome man in Langyut" started spamming the comments section of various posts. Bullshit. You know nothing. EGE is the strongest. Without EGE's command, could the goddess have played so smoothly? A bunch of blind men. Let me tell you, my brother E is the real powerhouse. Just you wait and see, one day he'll make you all look like you've been slapped in the face. Also, this is the money I won from betting yesterday. Envious? Jealous? Call me Brother Chong, and I'll teach you how to get rich. Lin Chong directly posted screenshots of his 30,000 yuan payment record all over the forum. The allure of money added a touch of persuasiveness to his words. But soon, his remarks were drowned out by even more ridicule. Hey, isn't this that fat guy? He's got a little money and thinks he's all that now? EGE's command? That's hilarious. A summoner commanding an S-rank hidden class? Why don't you just say you commanded the principal to take a dump? Fatty, stop washing, it'll only make you darker. Go take your money and buy something good to eat, stop embarrassing yourself here. Lin Chong was so angry he almost smashed his personal terminal. He alone couldn't possibly out-argue hundreds or thousands of mouths. He could only suppress his anger and log off. The online uproar continued until the early hours of the following day. When all students arrive at school, each student simultaneously receives an official notification from the school on their personal terminal. Notice regarding the school-based selection for the Langia City High School Student Trial Competition. Dear students, in preparation for the upcoming annual Langia City High School Student Trial Competition, the school committee has decided to form a reserve team of 5 of our top students to represent our school in the competition. The selection rules are as follows. 1. The selection competition will be held in 3 days at the school's arena. 2. All new students are welcome to participate. They can register individually or in teams of no more than 5 people. 3. The selection process uses a points-based elimination system. The top 5 students in the final points ranking will qualify for the reserve team. We encourage all students to sign up and bring honor to our school. This notice, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirred up 1,000 ripples. Langia City High School Student Trial Competition. This is a grand event involving all vocational high schools in Langia City. Students who achieve excellent results in the competition will not only receive massive resource rewards, but will also be guaranteed admission to top vocational universities. This is the best opportunity for a carp to leap over the Dragon Gate. Reserve team. I want to join the reserve team. 5 people. Now that Ling Shui and Lin Yi have taken up 2 spots, doesn't that leave only 3? What are you thinking? That good-for-nothing Lin Yi doesn't even deserve a spot. Goddess Ling Shui will definitely bring 4 strong people and kick him out. That's right. Goddess Ling Shui's team must be the elite of the elite. Shield bearers, priests, and powerful damage dealers, not a single one can be missing. Hao Ji's team is really strong. Berserker Li Hao, Mage Tang Wan, and our class's shield bearer and archer, this lineup is simply perfect. Almost everyone subconsciously excluded Lin Yi. In their view, Lin Yi was not worthy of appearing alongside Ling Shui and the team that represented the school's reputation. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Li Hao's eyes rekindled with hope. He felt his chance had come. A 5-man team can never accommodate a useless summoner. If he can convince Ling Shui to face reality, then Lin Yi will inevitably be kicked out of the game. At that time, he will not only be able to form a dream team with Ling Shui, but also crush Lin Yi under his feet and avenge his previous humiliation. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. But he didn't dare to go to Ling Shui in person. Ling Shui's icy gaze made him somewhat intimidated. His eyes lit up, and an idea came to him. He found the homeroom teacher of Class 7, Grade 12, a middle-aged man surnamed Zhao. Li Hao's father was one of the school's sponsors and had some connections with this director Zhao. Li Hao embellished his thoughts and hinted that his father would thank Director Zhao for his help. Director Zhao immediately understood. He already disliked Lin Yi, thinking that the student was not doing his job properly and had ulterior motives. Now that he has the opportunity to do the Li family a favor and guide a gifted student onto the right path, why wouldn't he do it? Leave this to me, Director Zhao assured, patting his chest. Soon, Ling Shui, who was researching in the library, received a communication request from her class teacher. Ling Shui, could you come to my office for a moment? Ling Shui frowned, but still put down the book in her hand and walked towards the office. There was only Director Zhao in the office. With a kind smile on his face, he personally poured Ling Shui a glass of water. Ling Shui, your performance in the secret realm this time has really brought honor to our school and our Class 7. Director Zhao began by showering him with praise. An S-rank hidden profession, truly deserving of its name. You are the future hope of Langia No. 1 High School. Ling Shui listened quietly without saying a word. She knew this was just the beginning. Sure enough, Director Zhao changed the subject and brought up the trial competition. You saw the school's notice, right? This trial competition is crucial for you and for the school. We must field our strongest lineup. He said earnestly, the composition of a strong team is very important. Warrior, mage, shieldbearer, priest, and assassin are the most classic and reliable combinations. Although you are powerful, you are still a swordsman, an offensive fighter. Your team needs a tank to withstand damage, a healer to provide healing, and a mage to provide ranged firepower. Director Zhao's gaze fell on Ling Shui, and he patiently guided her. You should know about Li Hao's team. He's a berserker, Tang Wan is a mage, and their team also has the best shield bearer and archer in our grade. This configuration is perfect. Personally, I think your joining their team is the best option right now. Only by combining our strengths can we achieve good results in the city-level competition. He finally revealed his true purpose. Ling Shui picked up the water glass, took a small sip, and then put it down. Her voice was as clear and cold as water. My team already has teammates. Director Zhao's smile froze. Of course he knew who Ling Shui was talking about. Ling Shui, I know you and Linny are close. But you need to be more rational. He's just a summoner. A support. Director Zhao's tone became a bit more forceful. I know his hidden class might be a bit special and can provide you with some boosts. But a team needs teammates who each have their own roles, not someone who can only provide boosts as a support. In truly intense combat, what can he do? Can he help you absorb damage? Can he help you control the enemy? He can't do anything. He'll only become a burden. Director Zhao spoke until his throat was dry, feeling that his analysis was spot on and that any rational person would make the right choice. Ling Shui raised her head, her clear eyes looking directly at Director Zhao. Are you done talking? Director Zhao was taken aback. I'm done talking, I'll be going now. Ling Shui stood up and, without the slightest hesitation, turned and walked towards the door. Her attitude says it all. You. Director Zhao's face flushed with anger. He slammed his hand on the table. Ling Shui. Don't be ungrateful. I'm doing this for your own good. Do you really want to ruin your future because of a good-for-nothing? Ling Shui paused for a moment. She didn't turn around, but left behind a cold remark. He's not useless. After saying that, she opened the office door and walked out. Outside the door, Li Hao and Tang Wan were waiting expectantly. When they saw Ling Shui come out, they immediately went to greet her. Ling Shui, how did it go? Did Director Zhao tell you everything? Li Hao's face was full of smiles. Tang Wan also feigned concern, saying, Yes, Ling Shui, we're all doing this for the school's honor. You should prioritize the bigger picture. Ling Shui didn't even glance at them, walking straight between the two of them, her figure quickly disappearing at the end of the corridor. Li Hao and Tang Wan's smiles froze on their faces. At this moment, Director Zhao walked out of the office with a dark face and shook his head at Li Hao. This girl is completely unreasonable. Li Hao's face instantly darkened to the point of being almost dripping with water. He felt humiliated once again. In front of Tang Wan, Ling Shui completely ignored him. You ungrateful wretch. Li Hao cursed under his breath, his eyes flashing with venom. Since you won't listen to reason, then don't blame me. Tang Wan's eyes were equally cold. Every act of protection from Ling Shui felt like a needle piercing her heart. We'll have plenty of opportunities in the selection competition, Tang Wan said, her voice filled with hatred. I'll show everyone just how utterly pathetic that good-for-nothing she chose really is. Chapter 12 The turbulence escalates, public enemy of the entire school. Ling Shui declined Director Zhao's kind offer. She also declined Li Hao's invitation to join his team. The news spread like wildfire throughout Class 7 of Senior 3 within half an hour. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly became strange. Everyone's gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, drifted toward the two seats in the corner. One belongs to Ling Shui, and the other to Lin Yi. Li Hao's face was so gloomy it could drip water. He felt as if his face was being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. First, Lin Yi delivered a resounding slap in the face with a first kill record. Now Ling Shui is ignoring him in public again. Li Hao, a dignified berserker, a top 10 expert on the combat power list, and the son of the school's sponsor, when has he ever suffered such humiliation? Bang! Li Hao slammed his fist on the table, making a loud noise. The classroom fell silent instantly, and everyone looked at him. Li Hao stood up, his eyes sweeping over Ling Yi's empty seat with venomous resentment, his voice so loud it sounded like he was declaring war on the whole class. What right does a good-for-nothing who rose to power through women have to stay in the reserve team? I'm telling you, in this selection competition, I will personally expose his true colors. I want everyone to see that Lin Yi is utter trash. A gigolo who only knows how to hide behind women. His roar echoed in the classroom. Most of the boys in the class were jealous that Lin Yi and Ling Shui were so close. Hearing Li Hao's words, they immediately found an outlet for their emotions. Brother Hao was right. Why should a summoner take up a spot? Exactly. Goddess Ling Shui has definitely been fooled by him. So what if he's handsome? We have to teach him a lesson in the selection competition. Tang Wan sat in her seat, her eyes cold. Seeing everyone's reactions, a subtle smile curved her lips. She stood up at the right moment, her face showing worry and heartache. Her voice was not loud, but just loud enough for everyone around to hear. Don't say that about Lin Yi. Maybe he's just too proud. She sighed, looking as if she was thinking of Lin Yi. Ling Shui is so capable and naive, she might really have been deceived by Lin Yi's sweet talk. I'm just worried that her good intentions will be taken for granted in the end. These words are truly devastating. While she was ostensibly speaking up for Lin Yi and Ling Shui, she was subtly confirming that Lin Yi had deceived Ling Shui emotionally and that Ling Shui had been misled. Sure enough, after hearing this, the students around him had an even worse impression of Lin Yi. I knew it. Senior Tang Wan said so it must be right. You can know a person's face but not their heart. I never thought Lin Yi was this kind of person. This is disgusting. Taking advantage of Goddess Ling Shui's kindness, he's a complete scumbag. Public opinion is completely one-sided. Under the deliberate guidance of Li Hao and Tang Wan, Lin Yi went from being a lucky gigolo to a scumbag who deceived the goddess's feelings. He became the public enemy of the entire Class 7 of Senior 3. Lin Yi, the central figure in all this turmoil, is completely unaware of it at this moment. He and Ling Shui were walking together toward a row of independent buildings deep inside the school. Private training room. This is a dedicated training facility provided by the school for its top students, or those who are willing to spend a lot of money. You can redeem usage time with points. Lin Yi had just received 10,000 points and, being wealthy, immediately redeemed them for 10 hours. You don't care what they say about you? As they walked, Ling Shui suddenly asked. She also saw the rumors circulating on the forum. Those jarring words made her feel uncomfortable. Lin Yi did not pause in his steps, nor did his face show any emotion. I can't control what others say. But I can control my own strength. His tone was flat. Instead of arguing, you should level up a couple more times and practice your skills. Looking at his calm profile, Ling Shui's opinion of him rose even higher. This man possesses a maturity and composure far beyond his years. He knew exactly what he wanted and he knew exactly what he should do. They are on a completely different level from those who only gossip behind people's backs or are blinded by anger. The two entered a spacious training room. In the center of the room stood a training dummy made of a special alloy, with various data monitoring devices connected to it. I'll try out the new skill first. Lin Yi stopped and raised the frost staff in his hand. He needs to verify the extent of his current injuries. Fireball. With a thought, Lin Yi's abundant magical power rapidly converged under his guidance. A fireball, more solid and deeper in color than before, took shape in his palm. Call. The fireball, accompanied by a scorching shockwave, roared out and struck the training dummy precisely in the chest. Boom! A muffled thud. A red light flashed on the training dummy, and a bright red number appeared on the damage display screen next to it. 168. A hint of surprise flashed in Ling Shui's cool eyes. This damage already exceeds her normal attack before she switched to the bronze weapon. And this was just one of Lin Yi's most basic spells. Is this the bonus brought by the special link of the Spirit Master? Even his own attack power can receive such a terrifying boost? Lin Yi looked at the number and nodded in satisfaction. With an intelligence level close to 60, combined with the staff's attributes, the damage dealt is quite considerable. This gave him a certain ability to protect himself and deal damage. It's your turn. Lin Yi looked at Ling Shui. Try your enhanced skills. Ling Shui nodded and stepped forward. She gripped the enchanted ice blade that emanated a chilling aura, and her entire demeanor became sharp and fierce. She took a deep breath, and the frost power within her surged into the sword without reservation. Frost slash. A crescent-shaped sword aura, larger and deeper in color than before, shot out from his hand. Wherever the sword energy passed, the temperature in the air dropped sharply. Click. The sword energy slammed into the training dummy. The dummy shuddered violently, and a thick layer of frost instantly formed on its body. On the damage display screen next to it, a terrifying number was flashing wildly. 352. Ling Shui herself was stunned. She stared blankly at the number, thinking she had misread it. How can a level 1 skill deal more than 350 damage? How is that possible? This is more than twice her own attack power. This she looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Lin Yi's explanation came at just the right time. This is the second effect of Link, skill enhancement. I can consume mental energy to enhance the skills of my Link teammates. His lies became increasingly sophisticated. Ling Shui had no doubts. Because the facts are right in front of us. She looked at the training dummy again and noticed that 2 negative statuses had appeared in the dummy's status bar. Deep Frost Strong, Movement Speed 30%. Cold Aura Assault Strong, Attack Speed 30%. Double Powerful Deceleration. This is more than just high damage. This skill has now become a god-tier skill that combines burst damage and strong crowd control. In a one-on-one fight, if this move hits, the opponent is practically doomed. Ling Xue's heart began to race involuntarily. She realized that Lin Yi's support abilities as a spirit master were far more extraordinary and terrifying than she had imagined. This is no longer a support role. This is creating a god. Let's continue and get used to our teamwork, Lin Yi's voice interrupted her thoughts. Over the next few hours, the two began intensive training sessions. As the main attacker, Ling Xue's swordsmanship was powerful and sweeping, with each strike carrying a chilling aura. Lin Yi stood behind her, his fireballs striking the training dummy from various tricky angles like precise guided missiles. Although his fireballs don't deal as much damage as Ling Xue's, they are more effective at harassing and supplementing firepower because they are unexpected. One is a melee attacker, the other is a ranged harasser. The two worked together more and more seamlessly. During a break in training, the two rested against the wall. What are your plans after the selection competition? Ling Xue suddenly asked. Her gaze was fixed on the center of the training field, and she seemed lost in thought. Get into a good university, and then go see the wider world, Lin Yi replied casually, taking a sip of water. A wider world? Lin Yi stared at the ceiling, his eyes deep. Langia City is too small. The entire Blue Star may not be the end. I want to see what lies behind those world rifts. And how powerful those myriad races are. His tone was calm, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. But these words, when they reached Ling Xue's ears, were like a pebble, creating ripples on the frozen lake of her heart. The vast universe. From the very beginning, this man's goal was not this small city. His ambition and vision far surpassed those of everyone else. Looking at him, Ling Xue felt a sense of admiration for someone her own age for the first time. She felt that by following this man, she might actually see scenery she had never imagined before. Just as the atmosphere in the training room was becoming somewhat delicate. Bang! A loud bang. The heavy metal door of the training room was kicked open from the outside. Li Hao, accompanied by several tall henchmen, blocked the entrance with an aggressive air. His face was contorted with rage, his eyes fixed on Lin Yi as if he wanted to devour him. Lin Yi! Li Hao pointed at him and roared. You coward who only knows how to hide behind women, do you dare to fight me right now? Chapter 13, One-Hit Defeat, Bet Established. The heavy metal door of the training room slammed shut with a deafening bang. Li Hao stood at the door, his chest heaving violently, his eyes bloodshot. Behind him were 4 or 5 tall boys. These people were all members of Li Hao's team, and also his followers at school. They were all eager to fight, their eyes filled with hostility, and they blocked the doorway completely. The air in the entire training room instantly became heavy. Ling Xue stood up, gripped the enchanted ice blade on her back, and swept her cold gaze over Li Hao and his group. Lin Yi remained leaning against the wall, without changing his posture. He merely raised his eyelids and looked at Li Hao, who stood at the doorway, seemingly insane. Lin Yi! You coward who only knows how to hide behind women, do you dare to fight me right now? Li Hao pointed at him, his voice filled with barely suppressed anger and resentment. You coward who only knows how to hide behind women, do you dare to fight me right now? Li Hao's voice was full of provocation. His henchmen immediately started jeering. Exactly. A grown man, relying on goddess Ling Xue every day, has he no shame? If you've got the guts, challenge brother Hao to a one-on-one fight. Don't be a coward. A good-for-nothing who dares to do something but not take responsibility. All he does is live off women. Li Hao took a few steps forward, raising his chin high and looking down at Lin Yi with a condescending attitude. He enjoyed the feeling. He wanted to trample all of Lin Yi's dignity under his feet in front of Ling Xue. Let's have a one-on-one duel. Li Hao spoke each word clearly, his voice filled with malice. Right here, right now, the loser must shout I am a piece of trash 3 times in front of the entire school. Furthermore, we will voluntarily withdraw from this trial reserve team competition. His purpose was very clear. He wanted to use this duel to force Lin Yi to leave Ling Xue. He wanted to use the most direct and humiliating method to regain his dignity. He believed that as long as he defeated Lin Yi, Ling Xue would face reality. She will understand who the real strongman is and who is worthy to fight alongside her. Ling Shui frowned even more. She was about to speak when Linny stopped her with a look. Linny finally made a move. He slowly straightened up and patted off non-existent dust from his clothes. There wasn't a trace of anger on his face. That calmness stood in stark contrast to Li Hao's rage. In Li Hao's eyes, this calmness was the greatest contempt. Linny looked at Li Hao as if he were a clown. He spoke calmly. Fighting with you is a waste of time. Li Hao's face instantly turned a deep liver color. He felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. Wasting time? A useless summoner actually said that fighting this berserker is a waste of time? He was about to explode when Lin Yi's next words stunned him. Unless, the stakes are raised. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the ruggedly designed battle axe in Li Hao's hand. Steel battle axe. Quality, black iron. Attribute, strength +2. A pile of trash. But for Li Hao now, it is his most handy weapon. If I win, Lin Yi said calmly, besides fulfilling the bet we just made, this axe will also belong to me. Outside the training room, a group of students had gathered to watch the spectacle. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, they erupted in an uproar. Did I hear that right? He actually wants Brother Hao's weapon? Has Lin Yi gone mad? Who does he think he is? A summoner, challenging a berserker to a one-on-one duel, and he dares to ask for a wager? Does he really think he can win? Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. He has no idea how terrifying a berserker's charge can be. Tang Wan, standing in the crowd, heard these words and a cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips. She felt that Lin Yi had been completely blinded by victory. He had no idea what it meant for a summoner and a warrior to engage in close combat. That wasn't a duel, that was suicide. Good. Very good. Li Hao laughed in his extreme anger. He felt he had been insulted like never before. Lin Yi's arrogance completely ignited all his anger. I promise you. Li Hao roared. I want to see how you, this piece of trash, will take my axe from my hands today. He suddenly took a few steps back, giving himself enough space to charge forward. Come on. Let me personally beat you into a pile of mud. The students who had been watching the commotion quickly retreated, leaving a large open space in the center of the training room. All eyes were focused on the two people in the room. A hint of worry flashed in Ling Shui's eyes. Although she had witnessed Lin Yi's fighting style, a summoner's physical attributes were ultimately a weakness. Can he really handle the berserker's head-on attack? Li Hao took a deep breath, his eyes bloodshot. The berserker's class skill is activated. A faint red glow enveloped his entire body. His muscles bulged at a visible speed, and the steel battle axe in his hand gleamed with a bloodthirsty sheen. Die! Li Hao let out a roar and suddenly exerted force with his feet. He charged towards Lin Yi with the force of an enraged bull. Charge! One of the berserker's core skills. Its immense strength and terrifying speed are enough to send any shield guard of the same level flying. The wind pressure hit him hard, blowing his hair across his forehead. To the onlookers, Li Hao's figure moved so fast it was almost a blur. They could almost see the bloody scene of Lin Yi being cleaved in two by the battle axe. A satisfied smile had already appeared on Tang Wan's face. However, in Lin Yi's eyes, Li Hao's movements were like a movie slow-motion scene that had been slowed down countless times. It is riddled with flaws. The shared basic swordsmanship intuition allowed him to clearly capture the trajectory of Li Hao's every movement and predict his next move. Li Hao's shoulders were too stiff. He gripped the axe too tightly. His charging route was too straight and too rigid. Just as Li Hao's battle axe was about to touch Lin's friend, Lin Yi made a move. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The bronze boots beneath his feet glowed faintly. His body shifted half a step to the left at an incredible angle. That half step allowed him to slip past Li Hao's attack range like a slippery eel. Li Hao's powerful axe strike missed its mark. The immense inertia prevented him from stopping immediately. He didn't even have time to make a next reaction. A fireball the size of a fist, radiating scorching heat, had silently appeared to his right. Boom! The fireball struck precisely to the side of Li Hao's charging path. The force of the explosion completely disrupted his balance. Li Hao felt a tremendous force coming from his side, and his body involuntarily staggered to the side. The central door was wide open. A flaw has appeared. Lin Yi's figure clung to him like a ghost. The ice staff in his hand had no dazzling magical effects, nor any terrifying energy fluctuations. It's just like a very ordinary fire poker. It is struck gently from bottom to top at an extremely tricky and ruthless angle. The target is Li Hao's right knee joint. Snap! A sickening cracking sound echoed clearly throughout the training room. Ah! Li Hao let out a shrill scream. A piercing pain shot through my knee and spread throughout my body. He felt as if his knee had been struck hard by a red-hot iron hammer. The immense momentum of the charge, coupled with the loss of his leg, made it impossible for him to maintain his balance. Thump! Li Hao's tall body fell to the ground in a sorry state, like a punctured bag of garbage. The steel battle axe in his hand also flew out and rolled a long way on the ground. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Li Hao launched his charge to the moment he fell to the ground screaming in agony, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. The training room was deathly silent. Everyone was petrified. The expressions on their faces were still stuck on the moment they were expecting Lin Yi to be instantly defeated. Their brains were completely unable to process what was happening before their eyes. Instant kill? It was indeed a swift kill. But the person who was instantly killed was not the summoner Lin Yi. It was the berserker Li Hao. Li Hao's henchmen had expressions on their faces that were worse than if they had eaten shit. Tang Wan's smile froze completely, replaced by endless shock and disbelief. A hint of shock flashed in Ling Xue's cold eyes. She knew Lin Yi was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. One move. With just one move, he crippled a berserker of the same level. Lin Yi ignored the stares of those around him. He slowly walked up to Li Hao, who was lying on the ground, unable to get up. The ice staff in his hand, with its ice crystals emitting a faint, cold light, was gently pressed against Li Hao's throat. A chilling surge of magical energy instantly made the hairs on Li Hao's body stand on end. Li Hao lay on the ground, panting heavily. The excruciating pain made his whole body tremble. But even stronger than the excruciating pain was the fear. Looking at the calm-looking man before him, he felt as if he were looking up at a deity. There was not a trace of emotion in those eyes. Cold and indifferent, as if looking at an ant that could be crushed at will. He had no doubt that if he dared to move, the staff would pierce his throat without hesitation. You lost. Chapter 14: The Ex-Girlfriend's Ugly Behavior. Li Hao looked up and met Lin Yi's gaze. There was no mockery, no smugness in those eyes, only indifference. A chill that penetrated to the bone instantly spread throughout Li Hao's body. He felt fear. An unprecedented fear. The entire room fell silent. The arrogance on the faces of Li Hao's followers had vanished, replaced by fear and blank stares. The students watching went from schadenfreude to shock, and then to disbelief. Tang Wan's smile froze completely. She stared blankly at the calm figure standing in the center of the field, feeling as if her worldview had been completely overturned. Is that really Lin Yi? In her memory, Lin Yi was gentle, obedient, and even somewhat cowardly. Why did he become so strong? So unfamiliar? Ling Xue leaned against the wall, a barely perceptible glint of unease flashing in her cool eyes. She knew Lin Yi was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. Without using any amplification skills, relying solely on his own combat skills and the most basic spells, he instantly killed a berserker of the same level. How many secrets is this man hiding? Lin Yi put away his staff. He looked down at Li Hao, who was lying on the ground, trembling. Then, he calmly extended his hand. Give me the axe. Lin Yi, how dare you? Tang Wan pushed through the crowd like an angry lioness. She pointed at Lin Yi and screamed. This axe is a gift from me to Li Hao. Her voice was sharp and piercing, carrying an unquestionable tone of command. Tang Wan spread her arms wide, shielding the fallen Li Hao as if protecting a chick. Her face was contorted with anger and jealousy, losing its former innocence. You went too far. This was just a friendly sparring match between classmates, and you hit so hard. Tang Wanyi righteously rebuked Lin Yi. You're taking revenge on me. You're only targeting Li Hao because I broke up with you. Her words left the students watching the spectacle exchanging bewildered glances. Some people who were already biased towards Li Hao and Tang Wan began to whisper among themselves. Tang Wan's words seemed to make some sense. Lin Yi's move was indeed too ruthless. Yeah, he's ruined one leg. How is he going to participate in the selection competitions now? As expected, it was love that turned into hate. Lin Yi's heart is too narrow. Hearing these comments, Tang Wan straightened her back even more. She felt she was standing on a moral high ground. She protected Li Hao, but also belittled Lin Yi. She looked at Lin Yi with a condescending gaze and loudly announced, This steel battle axe is my personal property, and you have no right to take it. Your bet is invalid. This ugly double standard stands in stark contrast to the resolute way she forced Lin Yi to leave the team at the entrance to the secret realm. At that time, she was cold and indifferent, regarding Lin Yi as a burden. At this moment, however, she jumped out to accuse Lin Yi for the sake of another man. Some students who remained neutral and were relatively clear-headed noticed that something was wrong. This doesn't make sense, does it? Li Hao agreed to the bet himself. How can it be invalid just like that? Exactly. Li Hao was the one who provoked us first, and he even said he would cripple Lin Yi. Now that he's lost, he's denying it? Tang Wan is such a hypocrite. She dumped Lin Yi before, but now she's jumping out to defend Li Hao. She's really something else. The scattered dissenting voices were quickly drowned out by the larger wave of noise. Most people are still more willing to believe the facts they see. A useless summoner succeeded in a sneak attack by sheer luck. A dumped ex-boyfriend is seeking vicious revenge. Lin Yi watched Tang Wan's performance with a cold eye. There wasn't a single trace of emotion in his eyes. It's like watching a stray cat screaming on a garbage dump. He couldn't even be bothered to say another word to Tang Wan. This woman is no longer worth his time and effort. Lin Yi's gaze passed over Tang Wan and landed directly on Li Hao, who was struggling on the ground. The bet was witnessed by everyone. Lin Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire training room. You want to back out? His voice was calm. But beneath this calm lies a chilling undercurrent. Lin Yi's gaze slowly swept over the surroundings. Li Hao's previously aggressive henchmen all instinctively took a step back the moment they met his gaze. They dared not meet Lin Yi's gaze. Those eyes were so cold. It's as if just one more glance would freeze your soul. The scene of instantly killing the berserker Li Hao was etched deeply into their minds like a brand. This man is by no means a useless summoner. He is a devil in sheep's clothing. An invisible deterrent force permeated the entire training room. Those who were just speaking up for Li Hao and Tang Wan all wisely shut their mouths. At the scene, only Li Hao's heavy breathing and Tang Wan's shrill shouts remained. Lin Yi! Don't go too far. Did you hear me? This axe is mine. Tang Wan continued to argue. Li Hao lay on the ground, his face alternating between pale and flushed. He could clearly feel Lin Yi's gaze like two knives scraping his face. He knew he had already lost. They were utterly humiliated. If he backs out now, he will never be able to hold his head up high at school again. He will be talked about behind his back for the rest of his life. Enough! Li Hao let out a low growl, his voice hoarse. Tang Wan's scream stopped abruptly, and she stared at Li Hao in disbelief. Li Hao, you! Shut up! Li Hao roared at her. He felt that this woman had completely humiliated him. If she hadn't spoken out, things might not have turned out this badly. Li Hao gritted his teeth and supported his body with his other, uninjured leg. He struggled, slowly getting up from the ground. Every movement sent a sharp pain through his knee, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The students around him watched him quietly. No one sympathized with them. No one laughed at them. This is the price losers have to pay. Li Hao stood on one leg, his body swaying precariously. He glanced at the steel battle axe lying not far away, a hint of struggle flashing in his eyes. But in the end, it was replaced by a deep sense of humiliation and fear. He didn't want to suffer a second humiliation. He didn't want to experience the pain of having his knee crushed again. With trembling hands, Li Hao retrieved an identical steel battle axe from his personal storage space. This was a spare weapon he bought at a high price. He limped up to Lin Yi, lowered his head, and handed him the battle axe. This movement seemed to drain all the strength from his body. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone witnessed this moment. I witnessed a proud berserker lower his arrogant head. Tang Wan was devastated when she saw this. She felt that even her last shred of dignity had been brutally torn apart by Lin Yi, thrown to the ground, and trampled to pieces. Li Hao's submission was like a resounding slap across her face. This proved how ridiculous her defense was. This proves how insignificant her existence is. Ah! Tang Wan let out a shrill scream, her voice filled with resentment and unwillingness. Lin Yi! I hate you! I hate you! She pointed at Lin Yi, cursing hysterically, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Then, she couldn't stay any longer, covered her face, and ran out of the training room crying. No one chased after her. No one comforted her. Her breakdown, like a farcical one-woman show, ended abruptly. Lin Yi took the battle axe expressionlessly and casually tossed it into his storage space. He didn't even glance at the weapon on the ground. It was a trophy. He turned around, ready to leave this disgusting place. Ling Shui followed behind him without saying a word. But her eyes gleamed with an unusual light. Lin Yi's assertiveness and decisiveness once again refreshed her understanding. Just as the two were about to walk out of the crowd, a large, obese figure squeezed through. Brother E. Brother E. Wait a minute. Chapter 15 Fallen Angel, First Encounter with Su Mei. Brother E. Brother E, wait a minute. A large, stout figure pushed through the crowd and came running, panting heavily. It is Lin Chong. His face was flushed, whether from running or from excitement, it was hard to tell. Brother E, you're simply my god. Lin Chong ran up to Lin Yi, so excited he was almost incoherent. That move. It was so cool. It was art. He witnessed the whole thing. Lin Yi's fluid and skillful maneuvering, and his clean and decisive strike, completely overturned his understanding of combat. So, summoners can fight like this too. Lin Yi looked at him calmly. What is it? Yes. Something important. Lin Chong nodded hurriedly. Brother E, I need your help. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. My brother works at a bar called Fallen Angel in the West District. He has fallen for a hostess. Lin Chong's expression was somewhat awkward. That girl has been getting harassed by some mercenaries lately. My brother wants to stand up for her, but he can't beat them. So, you came to find me? Lin Yi understood instantly. Yes. Lin Chong nodded vigorously. Brother E, you're such a good fighter, you can definitely help my brother settle this matter. As long as you're willing to help, my brother said he's willing to give you one of his treasured skill books. Skill book? Yes. A summoner's skill book. My brother used to want to be a summoner too, and he spent a lot of money to buy the book, but he failed to awaken it. He's kept that book ever since. He said if you can help him protect that girl, the book is yours. Lin Yi's heart stirred. My attack methods are still too limited. Having one more skill would undoubtedly make one stronger. What's the name of the bar? Lin Yi asked. A Fallen Angel. Lin Chong exclaimed with delight upon hearing Lin Yi's agreement. It's in the West District. My brother said the girl's name is Su Mei. I understand. Lin Yi nodded. I'll go check on it tonight. Thank you, Brother E. You're like a brother to me. Lin Chong said, tears streaming down his face. Lin Yi ignored him and left the training room with Ling Shui. Night falls. The western district of Langia City reveals a side completely different from that of the daytime. This place is a gathering place for mercenaries, thugs, and all sorts of people from all walks of life. Chaotic, dangerous, yet brimming with primal vitality. The flashing neon lights painted the streets with bizarre and dazzling colors. Lin Yi changed into a plain black casual outfit, put the frost staff into his storage space, and walked alone into the depths of the West District. He didn't let Ling Shui come along. Bars are crowded and noisy places, so bringing Ling Shui along would be inconvenient. Soon, a sign flashing purple-red neon lights appeared before his eyes. On the signboard, an image of a broken-winged angel is faintly visible. Fallen Angel. This is the place. Lin Yi pushed open the heavy metal door and went inside. The deafening music instantly overwhelmed him. The air was filled with a complex odor of alcohol, perfume, and sweat. In the center of the dance floor, countless young bodies were twisting and turning wildly, releasing excess hormones. Inside the booths, the mercenaries' vulgar laughter and curses mingled with the women's coquettish giggles. Everything here is filled with an atmosphere of decadence and indulgence. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the entire bar like a radar. Soon, he found the girl Lin Chong had mentioned in a corner booth. Su Mei. She wore a fiery red, bodycon mini skirt that accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her long, wavy, wine-red hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her face was adorned with exquisite and alluring heavy makeup. With fiery red lips and captivating eyes, every move she makes exudes a deadly allure. She was holding a wineglass, moving with ease among several burly mercenaries. The mercenaries' eyes were filled with undisguised desire, and they were telling filthy jokes. Su Mei always wore a charming smile. She would sometimes pout coquettishly, sometimes raise her glass, and skillfully deal with each guest. Her smile was beautiful and captivating. But Linny saw a hint of alienation and indifference in the depths of those beautiful peach blossom eyes, a feeling that seemed out of place in this environment. It was as if everything before her eyes was just a drama that had nothing to do with her. She is both alluring and dangerous. Like a poppy blooming on the edge of an abyss. Linny found an inconspicuous bar seat and ordered the cheapest beer. He did not rush into action. He needs to be observed. Linny's consciousness sank into his mind, silently activating spiritual perception. This is a unique talent ability of spirit masters. It allows him to see the aura that ordinary people cannot see, the aura that represents the talent level of professionals. During the job change ceremony, he used this method to spot Ling Shue's dazzling golden aura at a glance. Lin Yi's gaze passed through the dim lights and swaying crowd, and focused once again on Su Mei. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. My heart pounded violently, uncontrollably. What did he see? There was no white aura, no blue aura, and not even the golden aura that represents S-level talent on Su Mei's body. She was enveloped by a deep, vast, and mysterious purple halo, like the starry sky. The purple halo was so rich and so pure, it seemed to contain a complete universe. Linny had never seen such a powerful aura. Ling Shue's S-level talent was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon in front of her. Just who is this woman? Linny forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. He subconsciously brought up his job panel and tried to check Su Mei's information. Soon, a simple message appeared before his eyes. Name, Su Mei. Level, 0. Occupation, none. Awakening failed. Awakening failed? Linny was completely stunned. How is that possible? How could a terrifying being with talent far exceeding S-class fail to awaken his profession? There must be a huge problem here. The stark contrast made Linny instantly realize that this woman named Su Mei was hiding a shocking secret. She was definitely not an ordinary hostess. She must have had another purpose in coming here. An unprecedented surge of excitement welled up in Lin Yi's heart. If I could form a contract with her. Once the thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Lin Yi's gaze became intense. He no longer viewed this operation as simply doing Lin Chong a small favor. He wanted to make this woman his own. Just as Linny was pondering how to approach Su Mei, the atmosphere in the booth suddenly became tense. A bearded mercenary, his face flushed from drinking, grabbed Su Mei's wrist, emboldened by the alcohol. Hey pretty girl, don't just drink. Come dance with your brothers. His hands were very restless, trying to pull Su Mei into his arms. Su Mei's smile froze for a moment, but she quickly regained her charming demeanor. Brother Wang, you've had too much to drink. Let go of me, you're hurting me. Her voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of coquetry. Pain? I'll show you what real pain is in a minute. The bearded mercenary let out a lewd laugh. His companions next to him also joined in the commotion. Ha, Lao Wang, don't be so rude, you'll scare the beauty away. That's right, be gentle. Come here, Xiaomei, come to me, my embrace is the most comfortable. As the other mercenary spoke, he also reached out his groping hand and directly touched Su Mei's pert buttocks. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold. It seems this is the trouble that brother Lin Chong was talking about. He was about to get up. The prey must not be defiled by others. But at that moment, he saw a very subtle look of disgust flash in Su Mei's eyes. And a fleeting, chilling killing intent. Although the murderous intent appeared only for a moment, it was chilling and made Linny feel a slight tremor in his heart. Indeed, they are not simple. Su Mei's body seemed to fall backward in a panic, but her foot seemed to have tripped over something. Her body collided with the mercenary who had reached out with a groping hand at an extremely clever angle. Her wrist, which was being grabbed, was twisted in the process. Despite appearing frail, he skillfully broke free from the bearded man's control with a deft, effortless strength. The whole process was completed in one go. To outsiders, she looked like a frightened little rabbit who narrowly escaped being assaulted in her panic. But only Linny saw it clearly. Every movement she made was extremely precise. She wasn't dodging at all, she was just playing around. Oops. Su Mei let out a soft cry and collapsed onto the sofa, her skirt billowing up to reveal a large expanse of her snow-white thighs, eliciting a chorus of howls. She looked at the mercenaries with a panicked expression and a pitiful look on her face. Brothers, I really can't dance. Please let me go. I'll toast you one more time. She feigned weakness and raised her wine glass again. The mercenaries, aroused by her appearance, temporarily abandoned their intention to force her and began to pour her drinks again. A playful smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips. That's interesting. This woman was like a cunning fox, maneuvering among several hungry wolves. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of having the hunters completely under her thumb. After a while, Sume seemed to be unable to hold her liquor. Her face was flushed and her eyes were glazed. She stood up unsteadily. Brothers, I'm going to the restroom for a bit, I'll be right back to you. After saying that, she walked unsteadily toward the restroom. The mercenaries watched her swaying figure from behind, whistling, but did not stop her. Linny put down his wine glass. He knew his chance had come. He didn't follow immediately, but waited a few seconds before quietly getting up and disappearing into the dimly lit corridor like a ghost. The corridor was dimly lit, as if it were a completely different world from the hustle and bustle outside. Sume's steps remained unsteady. But Linny noticed that her eyes regained their clarity the moment she entered the corridor. Everything before was an act. She suddenly stopped at the corner of the corridor. Ahead lies the path to the restroom. But she didn't continue walking. She slowly turned around, leaning against the cold wall, took out a cigarette from her pocket, and lit it. The scarlet flame flickered at her fingertips. She took a drag and slowly exhaled a pale blue smoke ring. Amidst the swirling smoke, her face appeared even more alluring. She spoke softly, her red lips parting slightly, her voice languid yet alluring, as she faced the empty shadows. You've been following me all the way, handsome young man? Could it be that he's taken a liking to my sister? As she finished speaking, Lin Yi's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. His expression was calm, his gaze deep, like an ancient well, without the slightest ripple. Chapter 16 Dangerous Woman, Contract Failed. The corridor was dimly lit, and the music was blocked out. The world seemed to have split in two. Half of it is noise and indulgence. Half of it was silence and danger. Lin Yi quietly looked at Sume, at this woman who exuded a dangerous aura. Sume's gaze swept over Lin Yi. Young, handsome, and with a clean-cut demeanor. Unlike the vulgar mercenaries and thugs in the West District. He was dressed in ordinary casual clothes and had no professional badges on him. But his eyes didn't look like someone his age should have. It was a calm and scrutinizing quality that only those in positions of power possessed. Sume paused for a moment, her fingers holding the cigarette between them. She's seen far too many men. Greedy, despicable, and self-righteous. But this was the first time she had ever met someone like Lin Yi. In his gaze, there was no desire, no amazement, only a pure, hunter-prey interest. Handsome young man, it's impolite not to talk. Sume exhaled a smoke ring and leaned forward slightly. The slit in the bodycon mini-skirt was even higher, revealing a large expanse of fair and delicate skin. She was testing the waters. In the way she does best. Who sent you? Boss Zhang? Or Counselor Li? She chuckled, her voice tinged with disdain. Or is it those useless bastards from the city guard who want to find something out of me? She implicitly acknowledged that Lin Yi was someone sent by some force to investigate her. After all, there are too many people who covet her. Lin Yi's calmness, in her view, was just a facade. Stop pretending, I don't like playing hide and seek. Sume stubbed out her cigarette against the wall. She walked slowly toward Lin Yi, her high heels clicking crisply on the ground. Every step felt like stepping on someone's heartbeat. A fragrant breeze wafted over me. Sume walked up to Lin Yi, the distance between them less than half a meter. She extended a red-nailed index finger and gently touched Lin Yi's chest. My fingertips are icy cold. Tell me, what do you want? Her voice was full of temptation. Information? Money? Or me, your sister? Lin Yi's gaze did not waver in the slightest. He looked into Sume's eyes and spoke slowly. The voice was calm, yet resounding. I'm not interested in your past. Sume froze. Lin Yi ignored her provocative gestures and continued, besides, you don't need anyone to protect you. These words caused a genuine look of surprise to flash across Sume's beautiful peach blossom eyes for the first time. He figured it out? Lin Yi did not give her a chance to continue testing him. He got straight to the point and stated his purpose. I only want to sign a contract with you. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Sume's expression froze at that moment. Surprise, astonishment, and then disbelief. She looked at Lin Yi as if he were a madman. A few seconds later. But Sume couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, the laughter grew louder and more unrestrained. Ha 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 ha. A contract? You want to sign a contract with me? She laughed so hard she was shaking, her body swaying back and forth, and she could only barely stand by holding onto the wall. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes from laughing. She's heard far too many outrageous requests. But this was undoubtedly the funniest joke she had ever heard in her life. A kid who looks like he's not even an adult yet. A professional who appeared out of nowhere. He actually ran up to her and said he wanted to sign a contract with her? Does he know who he's talking to? Did he know what the word contract meant to her? Ignorance is bliss. It's both laughable and pathetic. Sumei's laughter echoed in the empty corridor, sounding particularly jarring. However, Lin Yi's face remained expressionless. Amidst Sumei's unrestrained laughter, he silently activated his core talent. Everything can be contracted. Lin Yi's mental energy was highly concentrated in an instant. Deep within his soul, an incredibly complex and profound golden rune quietly took shape. This rune represents the primal power of a spirit master. It transcends most of the rules in the world and can connect with the spirit of all things. Lin Yi had a sudden thought. The golden contract runes silently pierced through the material barrier and shot directly into Sumei's soul. Lin Yi had even already thought it through. Once the contract is successful, immediately go and remove the ancient sword soul from its position. However, just as the golden rune was about to touch Sumei's soul, a sudden change has occurred. An indescribable, terrifying power erupted from the depths of Sumei's soul. It was an incomparably ancient, noble, and powerful force. It was as if a god who had been asleep for billions of years had been awakened by the provocation of an ant. That power carried an absolute, inviolable majesty, and it only trembled slightly. Buzz! Lin Yi's invincible golden contract rune was like a stone that could not be moved. Without even a ripple, it was instantly shattered into pieces. It transformed into the purest form of energy and vanished without a trace. Puff! Lin Yi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind went blank for a moment, as if a buzz had gone off. An incredibly violent force surged back from that broken connection, devouring everything in its path. He felt as if his soul had been struck by a massive hammer. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he could no longer hold back the mouthful of blood, which he suddenly spat out. Bright red blood was spilled onto the cold ground. Lin Yi's body swayed violently, and his face instantly turned ashen. His mental energy was completely drained in that instant, and he even suffered severe overdraft. It felt like countless needles were stabbing him in the head, and the excruciating pain almost made him faint. It failed. And it was a crushing defeat. A crushing, predictable defeat. Sumei's laughter stopped abruptly. She slowly straightened up, the flirtatious smile on her face vanished without a trace. Instead, there was a bone-chilling cold. Her eyes no longer held amusement or mockery. Rather, it is a kind of indifference and majesty that transcends all living beings. It was as if an empress, high on her throne, was looking down on an ant that dared not provoke her. She walked slowly to Lin Yi. The pair of red high heels stopped in front of Lin Yi. Then, the toes of the shoes were gently lifted. The cold tip of the shoe pressed against Lin Yi's chin, forcing him to raise his head. Sumei looked down at him. Her voice was no longer languid and alluring, but filled with absolute contempt. Cold and devoid of any emotion. Kid, you think you're worthy? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was like an ice pick, piercing Lin Yi's ears. Roll. Sumei uttered a single word from her red lips. Don't let me see you again. With a slight push of her shoe, she flung Lin Yi's head to the side. Otherwise, the next thing to shatter will be your head. After saying that, she withdrew her foot, not even bothering to look at Lin Yi again. It was as if even glancing at him would be an insult to himself. She immediately turned around, swaying gracefully as she walked deeper into the bar, looking like she was forcing herself to stay upright. The figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. Lin Yi leaned against the wall and slowly stood up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. My level is still too low. The excruciating mental pain was still tormenting him. But he felt no fear or hesitation whatsoever. Instead, an unprecedented, blazing flame ignited in his eyes. That was the desire to conquer. The stronger the prey, the more it arouses the hunter's competitive spirit. This woman was more mysterious, more powerful, and more interesting than he had imagined. Lin Yi looked in the direction where Sumei disappeared, and a confident smile slowly appeared on his lips. He spoke in a low voice, as if making a vow to himself. I will come again. After saying that, he didn't linger. He turned around, dragged his weak body, and walked out of the dimly lit corridor step by step. At the end of the corridor, Su Mei, who had already disappeared, paused slightly. A very slight hint of surprise flashed in her cold eyes. That brat, he wasn't scared away? That's interesting. Chapter 17, The School Selection Competition begins. On the day of the selection competition, the atmosphere at Langya No. 1 High School reached its peak. The school's arena was packed with people, with all 10,000 seats filled. On the floating light screen, pre-match interviews of various popular teams are being played. A huge betting odds board floated in the center of the arena, with points of light flashing wildly. One team had incredibly high odds. Team name, The Strongest King. Team leader, Li Hao. Team members, Tang Wan, Zhang Meng, Lu Feifei, Wang Hao. Berserker, Mage, Shield Bearer, Archer, Priest. This is a perfect standard configuration of 5 people. At this moment, Li Hao's team is standing in the contestant preparation area, receiving the attention of the entire school. The 5 of them were well equipped, with each of them carrying at least 2 pieces of black iron grade equipment. The steel battle axe in Li Hao's hand reflected a cold light under the lamp. Tang Wan wore a white mage's robe, and a magic crystal was embedded at the top of the staff in her hand. She wore light makeup, her gaze haughty, basking in the cheers around her. Brother Hao, we'll win. We'll crush everyone. I love you, Tang Wan. You're the best. The shouts of supporters rose and fell. Li Hao smiled confidently at the camera. He raised his battle axe high, and his voice amplified throughout the entire area. Dear students, today, our strongest king team will show you what true team strength is. We don't do those flashy individual shows. We firmly believe that the strongest lineup and the most seamless teamwork are the only way to victory. We're determined to take first place in this selection competition. His words drew thunderous applause. The school's forum has already been flooded with posts. The title of the pinned post is particularly eye-catching. Champion Prediction. The odds for the strongest champion team are far ahead of the competition. Countless people shared their opinions in the post. Need I say more? Hao's team is definitely going to win. This lineup is textbook perfect. That's right, with a front line, damage dealers, and healers, how can we lose? Although Lin Yi must have gotten incredibly lucky to beat Li Hao once, team competitions aren't one-on-one matches. I heard that Li Hao lost the bet and refused to pay up. He didn't even give me the axe. What a disgrace. Upstairs, what do you know? That's called tactical damage control. It's just a black iron axe. Would Brother Hao care about that? He's saving his strength for the qualifiers. Exactly. What's the use of a summoner in a team match? Just to go in and be a mobile health pack? Go, Hao Ge. Show that gigolo what real strength is. Public opinion was almost unanimously against it. Although Li Hao's defeat in the one-on-one match was a disgrace, everyone still favored him under the rules of the team competition. A perfectly configured 5-person team crushing a small team of only 2 people is something that would seem like a given to anyone. Just then, a commotion broke out at the entrance to the arena. 2 figures slowly walked out. Lin Yi and Ling Shui. Their appearance instantly raised the volume of discussion in the room by another decibel. Ling Shui, dressed in white, carried a bronze-grade enchanted ice blade on her back, her cold and aloof face like an iceberg that has never melted. She was undoubtedly the focus of the entire event. Lin Yi, standing beside her, appeared much more ordinary. He was dressed in simple casual clothes and held an ordinary-looking staff in his hand. 2-person team. An S-rank hidden class, accompanied by a useless summoner. This combination feels incredibly bizarre no matter how many times you see it. Look, that gigolo is here. TSK, really just 2 people? Are they here to be funny? Goddess Ling Shui is too naive, she's definitely been fooled by this guy. But speaking of which, I heard that a few days ago in the training room, Lin Yi defeated Li Hao in one move. Is that true? It's true. I was there. Li Hao's kneecaps were smashed, and his screams were like a pig being slaughtered. Holy crap. That's powerful? A summoner can one-shot a berserker? Who knows? Maybe it was a sneak attack. But this kid is definitely a bit strange, we can't underestimate him. Amidst the mockery, there was also a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The story of Lin Yi's swift defeat of Li Hao eventually spread. This adds another layer of mystery to his gold digger label. Linny ignored all the sounds around him. His gaze was calm as still water, as if he were detached from the matter. Ling Shui remained indifferent, ignoring the surrounding discussions. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two walked to their preparation area. Tang Wan stared at that familiar yet unfamiliar figure, her fingernails digging deep into her palms. Li Hao, standing beside her, was glaring at Linny with eyes blazing with fury, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces with his gaze. Although the knee injury was healed with expensive medication, the humiliation was branded into my bones. Soon, all the participating teams had arrived. Principal Qin walked onto the stage. He cleared his throat, his face serious. "Class, please be quiet." The noise inside the venue gradually subsided. Today is the annual trial competition selection competition within our school. This competition will determine the final 5 players who will represent our school and bring glory to our school. I hope all students can bring out their best, compete with style and skill. Principal Qin paused for a moment, then began to announce the competition rules. This selection competition will use a points-based elimination system. All registered teams will be randomly teleported to a large simulated dungeon called Dark Jungle. The secret realm is inhabited by a large number of demonic creatures. Defeating demonic creatures of different levels will earn you corresponding points. At the same time, various rare herbs and ores are scattered throughout the secret realm. Collecting these resources can also be exchanged for points. Finally, and most importantly, Principal Qin emphasized his words. Defeat other participating teams to take half of their points. The defeated team will be immediately eliminated and disqualified from the competition. The competition will last for 8 hours. After 8 hours, the secret realm will close, and the top 5 students in the final ranking will qualify for the trial reserve team. The rules are simple and straightforward. It encourages confrontation and killing. This is not just a monster slaying competition, but a brutal hunting game. Upon hearing this rule, a ferocious smile appeared on Li Hao's face. He looked in Ling Yi's direction and made a throat-slitting gesture. Principal Qin announced, "Now, I declare the selection competition officially open. All teams, enter the teleportation area." In the center of the arena, teleportation arrays, shimmering with light, were activated. All participating teams stepped onto the teleportation array one after another. Linny and Ling Shui also went up. "Remember, follow my instructions." Linny whispered to Ling Shui. Ling Shui didn't speak, but simply nodded slightly. Absolute trust shone in her cool eyes. With a command given, a dazzling light engulfed everyone. Linny and Ling Shui felt a blur before their eyes, followed by a strong sense of spatial pulling. The next second, I felt the soft mud beneath my feet. The glaring sunlight disappeared, replaced by dappled light filtering through layers of leaves. The air was filled with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. All I could hear were the chirping of various unknown insects. They appeared in a dense primeval forest. The surrounding area is filled with towering ancient trees that block out the sky, with thick vines coiling around the trunks like giant pythons. Linny immediately activated his spiritual perception. His perspective instantly changed. Everything around him seemed to radiate a faint spiritual light. Under a few trees in the distance, several red dots representing weak, demonized creatures were moving. In a certain direction of the jungle, a relatively dense energy fluctuation was slowly emanating. That place is likely a resource point, or it may contain even more powerful elite monsters. Without any hesitation, Linny immediately gave instructions to Ling Shui beside him. "Let's go grab a good spot first." His tone was decisive and clear. Ling Shui immediately followed in his footsteps, and the two of them disappeared quickly into the depths of the jungle like two ghosts. Meanwhile, on the other side of the jungle, with a flash of light, Li Hao's 5-person team appeared in the secret realm. As soon as they landed, shield guard Zhang Meng immediately raised the huge tower shield and stood guard at the front. Priest Wang Hao also began chanting, granting the entire team a defensive and healing buff. The entire team was well trained and reacted quickly. Li Hao opened the secret realm map that each team leader possessed. On the map, the 5 blue dots representing their team are clustered together. In another area of the map, 2 solitary red dots are moving rapidly. Red represents hostile targets. Li Hao looked at the 2 red dots that were close together and a cruel and gleeful grin appeared on his face. "Found it." He put away the map, his battle axe trembling slightly with excitement. "Everyone, follow me." Li Hao's voice was filled with barely suppressed resentment and murderous intent. "Let's go clean up those 2 pieces of trash first." Chapter 18 Jungle Hunt, Point Soar. Linny ignored the mud under his feet and walked quickly. Ling Shui followed behind him without saying a word. Her gaze fell on Lin Yi's retreating figure. This man became a different person after entering the secret realm. His eyes were sharp, and his actions were decisive. It was as if this unfamiliar jungle was his backyard. "We've arrived," Lin Yi's voice rang out. The two stopped. Before us lay a narrow canyon pass. The two sides are steep rock walls, impossible to climb. There is only one narrow passage in the middle, less than 5 meters wide. This is a natural defensive stronghold. It is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Linny did not waste any time. "Be on guard," he said to Ling Shui. Ling Shui nodded, gripped the hilt of the enchanted ice blade, and cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Linny then squatted down. He took out several inferior magic crystals from his storage space. "This is the loot from killing the goblin shaman." He placed the crystals on the ground in front of the pass according to a specific orientation. Then, use your fingers to carve intricate runes into the soil. This is the most basic alchemical array. A simple warning array. When an enemy enters the magic circle's range, the magic crystal will emit a faint fluctuation. Only the one who sets up the formation can perceive this fluctuation. After doing all this, Linny stood up. Frost power began to gather in the palms of his hands. This ability is shared from Ling Shui's S-level talent, Frost Saint Body. Frost friendly. Lin Yi's control over ice elements is now comparable to that of a novice ice mage. He carefully poured the power of frost into the ground. The water vapor in the air condenses rapidly. Thin patches of ice, barely perceptible to the naked eye, have formed on the ground in front of the pass. These thin ice crystals blended perfectly with the surrounding wet ground. If any creature steps on it, it will immediately trigger a strong frost effect. Significantly reduces movement speed and attack speed. Linny set up more than a dozen such frost traps in one go. The area in front of the pass was turned into a death zone. After doing all this, his face turned slightly pale. The mental energy was significantly depleted. Linny glanced at the points leaderboard. At this moment, Li Hao's strongest king team is ranked first on the leaderboard by a narrow margin. Their score is 50. It was obvious that they had just killed a low-level demonic creature. Linny and Ling Shui's scores were still 0. "Ready?" Linny said to Ling Shui. He raised his ice staff and aimed it at a large tree in the distance. There, several red lights were wandering. They were several level 5 demonized wild wolves. "Fireball!" A solid fireball roared out. It landed precisely on a demonized wolf. 155. The wolf let out a miserable howl. A significant damage number appeared above his head. "Oh, whoa!" The surrounding wolves were instantly enraged. They abandoned their original target and fixed their scarlet eyes on Linny. Then, it rushed over like a madman. Linny didn't even glance at them before turning and running away. He ran back to the pass and said to Ling Shui, "Prepare to harvest." Ling Shui nodded. She stood in the very center of the pass, like a cold statue. The enchanted ice blade in his hand exuded a chilling aura. Several demonized wolves quickly rushed to the pass. They were completely unprepared. The lead wolf stepped into the trap set by Linny. Click! Its limbs were instantly covered with a thick layer of frost. The speed suddenly decreased. Then, the second one, the third one. The wolves that rushed in all triggered the frost traps. Their movements became incredibly sluggish, as if they were struggling in a quagmire. Attack speed has also decreased significantly. They became sitting ducks. Just then, Ling Shui moved. Her figure flashed like a white lightning bolt, instantly plunging into the wolf pack. Frost sword dance. Ling Shui's body began to spin rapidly. The enchanted ice blade in his hand transformed into an impenetrable storm of sword blades. Countless sword energies, infused with frost, slashed wildly in all directions. 280. 295. 288. A series of terrifying damage numbers appeared frantically above the wolf pack's heads. The demonized wolf's health was dropping rapidly at a visible rate. Their claws and teeth couldn't even touch Ling Shui's body. The sword dance deals area of effect damage, while traps provide powerful crowd control. This created a perfect meat grinder. Less than 10 seconds. All the wolves howled and fell to the ground. They vanished as specks of light. On the ground, only a few shimmering crystal cores remained. Slay a level 5 demonic wolf and gain 5 points. Slay a level 5 demonic wolf and gain 5 points. On Lin Yi's personal terminal, a series of points notifications were frantically displayed. The two players' scores instantly jumped from 0 to 30. Lin Yi did not stop. He raised his staff again and used a fireball to lure another group of monsters. This time, there were 7 or 8 level 6 jungle goblins. The result was as expected. Faced with frost traps and Ling Shui's sword dance, these goblins died even faster than wolves. Their scores surged again. It quickly reached 65 points. On the leaderboard, the names of Lin Yi and Ling Shui began to rise at an alarming rate. They surged from the bottom of the list into the top 20. Then comes the top 10. This rocket-like rate of point growth immediately attracted the attention of all participating teams. Holy crap! What's going on? Are Lin Yi and Ling Shui cheating? How did their points accumulate so quickly? Did they find an elite monster spawn point? Impossible. Even elite monsters couldn't possibly make them gain points this quickly. On the other side of the jungle, Li Hao's team has just wiped out a small group of demonized spiders. The priest Wang Hao and the team is healing the wounds of the shield guard Zhang Meng. Brother Hao, look at the leaderboard, archer Lu Feifei suddenly exclaimed. Li Hao opened the leaderboard. When he saw Lin Yi and Ling Shui's names already ranked 8th, his face instantly turned extremely ugly. How could they be so fast? Tang Wan exclaimed in surprise when she saw the leaderboard. Li Hao's eyes were terrifyingly gloomy. He felt humiliated again. The 5 of them worked themselves to the bone, and their points barely broke 100, placing them 3rd. Lin Yi and his companion are rapidly catching up in points. This feeling drove him crazy. They must have found some trick, Li Hao said through gritted teeth. He opened the map of the secret realm. On the map, the 2 red dots representing Lin Yi and Ling Shui have never moved. They stayed in one fixed position. They're farming monsters in the same spot. Li Hao understood instantly. Let's go! Let's go! Li Hao's eyes flashed with resentment. Find them, and kill them. I'll show them who the real hunter is in this game. Li Hao's team immediately sprang into action. They abandoned their search for the monster and began heading at full speed toward the red dot on the map. They considered themselves hunters who chased their prey. Little did they know that they were stepping into a trap carefully set by another hunter. The team charged wildly through the jungle. Shield guard Zhang Meng led the way, using his massive tower shield to smash through the bushes and vines blocking his path. Soon, they found the footprints left by Lin Yi and Ling Shui on the ground. That's the direction. They can't have gone far. Li Hao looked at the marks on the ground, a ferocious smile on his face. He could almost see Lin Yi kneeling before him, begging for mercy. The team is moving faster now. 10 minutes later, a narrow canyon appeared before them. They're inside. Li Hao pointed to the entrance of the canyon, his voice trembling with excitement. Without any hesitation, shield guard Zhang Meng was the first to rush forward. He was like a human tank, ready to charge straight into the canyon. However, the moment he stepped 1 foot into the canyon entrance, click! A crisp sound. A burst of icy cold air suddenly erupted beneath Zhang Meng's feet. His entire leg was instantly frozen by a thick layer of frost. A strong feeling of numbness and sluggishness instantly spread throughout my body. There's a trap! Zhang Meng roared. His body staggered forward due to inertia, but his speed became incredibly slow. Li Hao and Tang Wan were shocked. They had no idea there was a trap here. Priest! Dispel! Li Hao immediately gave the order. The priest Wang Hao and the team also reacted quickly. He immediately raised the cross in his hand, ready to dispel the negative influence on Zhang Meng. However, the moment he began to chant, whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sharp whooshing sounds came from the shadows deep in the canyon. 2 fireballs, burning fiercely, bypassed the shield guards at the very front with an extremely tricky angle. One shot was fired at Pastor Wang Hao, who was chanting. Another arrow was fired at Lu Feifei, an archer in the team who was equally vulnerable. That's too fast. It was so fast that they didn't even have time to react. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions rang out almost simultaneously. Ah! The priest Wang Hao and the archer Lu Feifei both let out a scream at the same time. 168. 172. Two terrifying damage numbers appeared above their heads. Their health bars were instantly reduced by more than half. The two were immediately reduced to low health. He was seriously injured. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Li Hao and Tang Wan's minds went completely blank. They haven't seen Lin Yi and Ling Shui yet. On our side, one is already dead and the other is crippled. The shield guard was controlled, and the two back row members were severely damaged. The entire team's formation collapsed instantly. How so? How could a summoner possibly deal such high damage? Such an accurate prediction? Just as Li Hao and Tang Wan were filled with surprise and doubt, a white figure, like a ghost, burst out of the shadows at the canyon pass. It's Ling Shui. The enchanted ice blade in her hand traced a cold path in the dim light. The chilling aura emanating from the sword caused the surrounding air to freeze. Her target was not the controlled shield guards, nor the low-health priests and archers. Instead, he is another core damage dealer in the team. Master Tang Wan. A bone-chilling cold swept over me. Tang Wan stared at the long sword that was growing larger and larger in her pupils, feeling the deadly threat emanating from it. For the first time, a look of terror and despair appeared on her face. Chapter 19. A crushing strike, Li Hao squad annihilated. A bone-chilling cold swept over me. Tang Wan's pupils suddenly contracted. The long sword, its surface gleaming, rapidly magnified in her eyes. The frost swirling around the sword seemed to freeze her soul. Fear, like an invisible hand, gripped her heart. She wanted to back away. She wanted to cast a magical shield. She wanted to scream. But it was all too late. Ling Shui's figure moved as fast as lightning. Her eyes were completely still, as cold as the sword in her hand. Frost slash. A low, cold shout. A crescent-shaped sword aura, larger and more solid than the one in the training room, was released from his hand. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air seemed to groan in agony, as if it could not bear the weight of the impact. Tang Wan's magic shield had just begun to glow faintly. It was instantly shattered by this incomparably domineering sword energy. Put. The sword energy slammed into Tang Wan's body. 365. A bright red number, enough to drive any mage to despair, appeared above her head. Tang Wan's body was struck as if by a heavy blow, and she was sent flying backward. Her pristine white mage robe now bore a deep, bone-revealing wound on the chest. Blood instantly stained his clothes. Even more terrifying, an extremely cold energy invaded her body. Deep frost, effect triggered. Her movements became incredibly stiff, and her spellcasting was forcibly interrupted. A thick layer of ice crystals began to spread from her wound, quickly covering half of her body. She became a sitting duck. Tang Wan. Li Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a furious roar. He didn't expect that, right at the start of the battle, his most crucial mage would be rendered useless. You're asking for it. Li Hao abandoned his attack on the trapped shield guards and turned to rush towards Ling Shui. The berserker's rage was completely ignited. His muscles bulged, and a bloodthirsty red light emanated from the steel battle axe in his hand. Ling Shui's expression remained unchanged as she faced Li Hao charging towards her. She didn't even take a step back. Just as Li Hao's battle axe was about to strike her, Ling Shui flicked her wrist. The enchanted ice blade traced a tricky trajectory, striking first despite being slower than the opponent. Bite. A crisp sound. The sword tip landed precisely on the axe head. A tremendous force flowed through the sword. Li Hao felt an irresistible force coming from the axe, and his hand was in excruciating pain, making it almost impossible for him to hold the weapon. He was so shaken by the force that he staggered backward. With each step back, a deep footprint was left on the muddy ground. He looked at Ling Shui, his eyes filled with horror. How is that possible? He, a berserker known for his strength, actually lost to a swordsman in a contest of strength. Why is this woman's power so terrifying? He was no match for him at all. The suppression of level, the gap in equipment, and the chasm of talent. The power that Li Hao was so proud of became a joke in front of Ling Shui. Just as Li Hao was forced to retreat, 2 more fireballs flew out from the shadows deep in the canyon. Lin Yi has not shown up. He was like a master hunter, hiding in the shadows, calmly observing the entire battlefield. He chose the most difficult moment for each of his attacks. A fireball hurtled straight toward Pastor Wang Hao, who had just raised the cross to treat Tang Wan. Another fireball flew toward Lu Feifei, the archer who had also raised her longbow and was trying to aim at Ling Shui. Wang Hao and Lu Feifei had just witnessed the terrifying power of this fireball. The two were terrified. They abandoned their attacks and treatments, and rolled to the side in a disheveled state to avoid the attack. Boom! Boom! Two more explosions rang out. Although they avoided fatal blows, the aftershocks of the explosions still caused their health to drop again. Li Hao's team's formation was completely thrown into disarray. The two core players in the back row were completely suppressed by Lin Yi and couldn't even lift their heads. They didn't even know where Lin Yi was hiding. That unknown fear made them feel more desperate than facing the enemy head-on. Damn it! Where is that coward hiding? Li Hao roared madly. Lu Feifei, use the detection arrow. Find him for me. Archer Lu Feifei turned pale and quickly drew a special arrow with runes engraved on it from her quiver. However, she had just knocked the bowstring. Call out. Another fireball hurtled towards them. This time, the target was the longbow in her hand. Lu Feifei screamed in fright and instinctively let go of her hand. The fireball grazed past her bow. The scorching heat made her palms turn bright red. Her detection arrow was abruptly cut off. Useless. Li Hao cursed angrily. He felt like he was going crazy. This Lin Yi is like a ghost. He always manages to make the most fatal disruptions at the most critical moments. Their teamwork is a perfect combination they are very proud of. Compared to Lin Yi and Ling Shui's seamless teamwork, they appeared incredibly clumsy and laughable. The shield guard was trapped in the trap and unable to move. The mage was severely injured and unable to cast spells. The priest and archers were being relentlessly suppressed by an unseen enemy and were unable to defend themselves. As the team leader, he was forced into a series of defeats by Ling Shui alone, and he couldn't even rescue his teammates. How can we fight like this? Retreat! Get out of the canyon first. Li Hao finally felt fear and gave the order to retreat. However, how could Ling Shui possibly give them that opportunity? Her figure flashed again, rushing directly towards Lu Feifei, the archer with the weakest self-defense ability. The enchanted ice blade gleamed with a fierce light. No! Lu Feifei screamed in despair. She watched helplessly as the cold sword grew larger and larger in front of her. Just then, a fireball fell from the sky. It landed precisely at her feet. Boom! The explosion of the fireball caused her already swaying body to stagger. Her figure collided head-on with Ling Shui's sword blade. Put! The long sword pierced through his heart. Lu Feifei's body stiffened instantly, and the light in her eyes quickly dimmed. Her body transformed into a beam of white light and was teleported out of the secret realm. Lu Feifei, a member of the strongest king team, has been eliminated. The system's cold notification sound rang in the ears of Li Hao, Tang Wan, and the others. The five-man team has lost one member. Next. Ling Shui's voice was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. Her gaze was fixed on Pastor Wang Hao, who was not far away. Wang Hao was so frightened that he turned around and tried to run away. But how could he possibly be faster than Ling Shui? Ling Shui's figure followed him closely, catching up to him in an instant. Holy light punishment! In despair, Wang Hao turned back and pointed the cross at Ling Shui. A beam of holy light shot out. However, Ling Shui easily dodged the attack by simply shifting her body slightly to the side. At the same time, she thrust her longsword forward without hesitation. Puff! The sword tip pierced Wang Hao's back and protruded through his chest. Another flash of white light appeared. Wang Hao, a member of the strongest king team, has been eliminated. In the blink of an eye. The back row, which Li Hao's squad was so proud of, was completely slaughtered. Only the trapped shield guard Zhang Meng, the seriously injured mage Tang Wan, and the captain Li Hao, who was suppressed and unable to lift his head, remained. Ah! I'll fight you to the death. Shield guard Zhang Meng finally broke free from the frost trap. He roared and charged towards Ling Shui like a heavy truck, raising his tower shield. However, he had only taken 2 steps. Another crisp crack sound came from beneath my feet. Another frost trap has been triggered. His speed once again became like that of a tortoise crawling. Immediately afterwards, a fireball fell from the sky and hit him squarely on the head. 175. A terrifying damage number instantly depleted Zhang Meng's health bar. His tall body crashed to the ground. It turned into white light and disappeared. Zhang Meng, a member of the strongest king team, has been eliminated. Now, only Li Hao and Tang Wan remain on the field. They stood back to back, their faces filled with terror and despair. Tang Wan watched Ling Shui approach step by step, her body trembling violently with fear. She was no longer as arrogant and haughty as before. "No. Don't kill me," she pleaded, her voice trembling. I surrender, I surrender." Ling Shui's steps did not falter at all. She had no interest in even glancing at someone like that. A flash of sword light. Tang Wan covered her neck, looking at Ling Shui in disbelief. A line of blood appeared on her neck. Her body slowly fell down and turned into white light. Tang Wan, a member of the strongest king team, has been eliminated. Li Hao was the only one left in the entire canyon. He stood there all alone, like a lamb surrounded by wolves. He looked at Ling Shui, then at the shadows deep in the canyon. His face was filled with resentment and bitterness. He lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. The loss was inexplicable. He didn't even see Lin Yi's men before his team was wiped out. Lin Yi. Li Hao suddenly raised his head and let out a hysterical roar at the shadows of the canyon. "You coward who only knows how to hide in the shadows. If you've got the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. Don't hide like a mouse." He was trying to salvage the last shred of his pitiful dignity in this way. Ling Shui paused for a moment, her icy gaze fixed on him. Just then, a calm voice drifted from the distant jungle. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. "Warfare is based on deception. Idiot." Li Hao's roar came to an abrupt halt. His face instantly turned a deep liver color. "Humiliation. This is a blatant insult." Ling Shui no longer hesitated. Her figure flashed, and the enchanted ice blade in her hand gently rested on Li Hao's neck. Li Hao's body stiffened instantly, and he dared not move an inch. The cold blade made him feel the breath of death. He lost. We've lost completely. Li Hao, a member of the strongest king team, has been eliminated. Li Hao disappeared as he turned into white light. The entire strongest king team was completely wiped out. A series of system notifications flashed across Lin Yi and Ling Shui's personal terminals in an instant. Defeat the strongest king team, seize 50% of their points, and gain 450 points. Current total points, 680 points. Lin Yi and Ling Shui's names skyrocketed on the leaderboard like a rocket. It instantly broke through all the rankings and directly reached the top spot. 680 points. The team in second place has just 130 points. A precipitous lead. At the same time, the arena outside. All the cheers for Li Hao's team came to an abrupt halt. Tens of thousands of spectators stared in silence at the enormous scoreboard. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Disbelief was written on everyone's face. What did they see? The strongest king team, which was ranked first on the leaderboard, suddenly had its name turned gray. Their points were reset to 0. Instead, Lin Yi and Ling Shui's names were prominently displayed at the top of the list. That terrifying 680 points was like a red-hot brand, burning fiercely into everyone's eyes. What's going on? A complete wipeout? The strongest team was wiped out? 2 people wiped out 5 people? Are you kidding me? After a brief silence, a deafening uproar erupted. Everyone has gone mad. They couldn't understand what was happening before their eyes. On the podium. The smile on the face of Director Zhao, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, Grade 12, froze completely. His face first turned deathly pale, then flushed red with anger, and finally turned ashen. He stared intently at the 2 characters Lin Yi on the leaderboard, his eyes so dark they seemed to drip water. That old face was extremely ugly. Chapter 20 Reversal of Fame, reaching number 1. The arena outside was in complete uproar. On that huge light screen displaying scores, the names of Lin Yi and Ling Shui stood like 2 insurmountable mountains, pressing down on everyone's heads. The precipitous point difference signaled the defeat of the strongest king team. What did I just see? Li Hao and his group were really wiped out. 2 people against 5, and they still won? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Hao is a berserker. They also have shield guards and priests. After a brief silence, a deafening uproar erupted. The students rushed to the replay area, eager to see every detail of the battle. When the less than 3-minute replay of the battle was projected onto the secondary screen in the arena, the entire plaza fell silent once again. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg. They saw the trap Lin Yi had set. They saw those two incredibly accurate fireballs that crippled the back row. They saw Ling Xue's ghostly figure and her terrifying, devastating swordsmanship. They saw that Li Hao's team had been manipulated from beginning to end. The entire battle was clean, efficient, and effective. It was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. Lin Yi didn't even show up. He was like a god hidden behind the scenes, orchestrating a perfect massacre in the simplest way. The mockery of Gold Digger has disappeared. Instead, there was a deep sense of awe and fear. "That fireball, is that really damage a summoner can deal?" a mage student asked, his voice trembling. "His predictions are terrifying. Every move he makes hits the most crucial spot." A student from the assassin department said with a serious expression. "That wasn't prediction, that was absolute control." His control over the entire battlefield had reached an unbelievable level. A teacher who was watching the battle gave his final assessment. For the first time, the name Lin Yi shed the labels of useless and accessory. Along with him came mystery and terror. Director Zhao's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. He stared intently at Lin Yi's name on the screen, his eyes so dark they seemed to drip water. He knew he had misjudged the situation this time. Moreover, it's wildly wrong. The hustle and bustle of the arena did not affect the two people in the secret realm. After wiping out Li Hao's team, Lin Yi and Ling Xue's scores had reached an enviable level. This made them the ultimate boss in the eyes of all the remaining teams. Another part of the dark jungle. 5 figures gathered together, their expressions solemn. The 2 leading figures were a small, shadowy boy. The other was a young man dressed in a magnificent robe, with an arrogant expression. They are the second seed in this selection tournament. The captain is Wu Ying, the assassin ranked second on the grades combat power list. The vice-captain is Zhao Tianyu, an elemental mage who ranks third on the combat power list. Their team configuration is equally impressive. Assassin, elemental mage, shield bearer, healer, and a shaman specializing in control. You've seen the intelligence, haven't you? Wu Ying's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper being rubbed. That Lin Yi is not simple. A hint of disdain crossed Zhao Tianyu's face. He's just a summoner, how strong can he be? It's just that idiot Li Hao is too careless. Don't be careless. Wu Ying shook her head. His fireballs deal a lot of damage, and his predictions are extremely accurate. Our backline is in danger. Don't worry. Zhao Tianyu sneered, I've already had the shaman bless us with Blessing of the Wind, increasing our movement speed by 20%. His fireballs won't hit us as easily as they did with Li Hao and the others. Wu Ying nodded. We're second in points, they're first. To win the championship, we have to beat them. Moreover, there are only 2 of them. We have a 5-on-2 advantage, so the odds are in my favor. A greedy glint gleamed in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. If we take them down, we'll get half of their points. Then, first place will be ours. Action. Wu Ying gave the order. Find them, wipe them out. The 5 figures quickly disappeared into the jungle. Unbeknownst to them, their movements had already been detected by Lin Yi. A wide-open clearing in the woods. Lin Yi and Ling Xue are collecting a herb that emits a faint glow. Found star grass, points plus 20. They're here, Lin Yi suddenly said. He stood up and looked in a certain direction from the jungle. In his spiritual perception, 5 red dots representing enemies were rapidly approaching. 2 of the light spots were significantly brighter than the others. One is the assassin's brilliance, fleeting and unpredictable. The other is the mage's aura, fiery and violent. The second seed team. Lin Yi's tone was very calm. Ling Xue also stood up and gripped the hilt of her sword. The formation is spread out too wide. The assassin is trying to flank us. A playful smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips. Trying to ambush me? His mental strength far surpasses that of other professionals of the same level. The assassin's stealth was as clear to him as a firefly in the dark. Ling Xue, you charge straight in, ignore their front line, go straight for their mages, Lin Yi quickly gave the order. Leave that assassin to me. Okay. Ling Xue nodded, and her figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, she had already appeared on the flank of the opposing team. Wu Ying and Zhao Tianyu's team had just reached the edge of the open space. They were all taken aback when they saw Ling Xue rushing over alone. Is she crazy? How dare she charge at the faces of all 5 of us all by herself? Zhao Tianyu sneered. Shield guards. Stop her. The shield guards in the team immediately raised their shields and rushed forward. The shaman also began chanting, preparing to cast a slowing curse on Ling Shui. However, just as everyone's attention was drawn to Ling Shui, a slender figure appeared behind where Lin Yi had been standing, like a ghost. It's Wu Ying. The dagger in his hand, coated with deadly poison, silently pierced Lin Yi's back. A smug smile had already appeared on his face. A summoner who gets close to an assassin of his caliber is certain to die. However, the dagger missed its mark. Wu Ying's pupils suddenly contracted. Where are they? Lin Yi, who was standing before him, vanished like a bubble. It's an afterimage. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Wu Ying's mind. Without a second thought, he immediately started sprinting backward. But it was too late. A fireball, more solid and hotter than before, had already taken shape beside him. Boom! The fireball struck him precisely in the waist. 185. A terrifying damage number instantly wiped out more than half of Wu Ying's health bar. He was blasted away and crashed heavily into a large tree. Stealth has been broken. Wu Ying! Zhao Tianyu exclaimed in shock. He didn't expect that his strongest assassin would be reduced to low health in a single exchange. Damn it! Wu Ying got up from the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, and her eyes became extremely venomous. That bastard, he can see me. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, Ling Shui completely ignored the shield guards who rushed up. Her figure was nimble and graceful, taking advantage of her speed. She bypassed the front row directly. The target is Zhao Tianyu. You're courting death. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. He raised his staff high, and raging fire elements began to gather. A huge fireball rapidly formed above his head. This is the elemental mage's powerful skill, Fireball. If it hits, even a shield bearer will be instantly killed. Shaman! Control her! Zhao Tianyu roared. The totem in the shaman's hand lit up, and a green chain shot towards Ling Shui, attempting to imprison her. However, just as the chains were about to touch Ling Shui, Lin Yi, who had remained silent, suddenly had a glint in his eyes. His spiritual power connected with another being. Ancient Sword Soul Fragment. Launch! Inside Lin Yi's storage space, the ancient metal fragment trembled slightly. An invisible sword aura, unseen by the naked eye, silently traversed the distance of space. It struck Zhao Tianyu, who was chanting, in an instant. Zhao Tianyu's body jolted violently. He felt as if his soul had been pierced by a needle. A sharp pain shot through me. The fireball spell that was about to take shape above his head collapsed instantly. The raging fire elemental went out of control and backfired on him. He was momentarily frozen in place. Although it was only 0.5 seconds. But this flaw is fatal. Now! Lin Yi's voice rang in Ling Shui's mind. Ling Shui was already poised to act. Seizing this critical opportunity, she poured all her power into the enchanted ice blade in her hand. Frost Sword Dance. The storm of blades has begun anew. Ling Shui's figure transformed into a white death tornado, instantly engulfing the frozen Zhao Tianyu. 290. 355 triggers increased damage from freezing. 298. A series of densely packed damage numbers appeared frantically above Zhao Tianyu's head. His health bar was emptied instantly, like a floodgate being opened. Before he could even let out a scream, he turned into a white light and was teleported out of the game. Without their core damage dealers, the remaining shield bearers, shamans, and low health assassins were completely thrown into disarray. Lin Yi and Ling Shui pressed their advantage. Like a master hunter, they begin to reap the rewards. 10 minutes later. The battle is over. Lin Yi and Ling Shui's points surged once again. It broke through the 1,500 point mark directly. The team in second place has less than 500 points. A difference of more than 3 times. This prematurely ended the suspense of the selection process. There are 4 hours left in the match. Ling Shui looked at the now meaningless points leaderboard and then at Lin Yi. Lin Yi laughed. Scoring points is too boring. He opened the map of the secret realm and pointed to the center of the map, an area marked in bright red. There, a hideous skull was painted. Extremely dangerous area, Ogre Lord's Lair. The hidden boss in the secret realm. Let's go find some fun. Excitement burned in Lin Yi's eyes. Chapter 21, Challenging the Hidden Boss, Shocking the School. On the leaderboard, Linny and Ling Shue's names are prominently displayed at the top. The 1,500 points were like an insurmountable barrier, standing in the way of all the participants. This number shattered the courage of all the teams behind to catch up. There are 4 hours left in the match. Everyone assumed that Linny and Ling Shue would find a safe place to hide until the competition ended. This is the safest and smartest approach. However, the scene on the Secret Realms light screen made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. The 2 points of light representing Linny and Ling Shue did not linger. They traversed most of the jungle, heading straight for the area marked with a bright red skull in the center of the map. That is an extremely dangerous area. Ogre Lord's Lair. What are they going to do? Are they crazy? They're going to challenge the hidden boss? Are you kidding me? The Ogre Lord is a level 15 monster. And those two are only level 6. Inside the arena, the commotion that had just subsided erupted once more. If wiping out Li Hao's team before was shocking, then this is utter madness. On the podium, Principal Qin's expression also turned solemn. Several school leaders around him couldn't sit still any longer. Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. A vice principal with a receding hairline slammed his hand on the table. The Ogre Lord is a training target prepared for elite teams of level 15 and above. For 2 level 6 students to go there, isn't that just suicide? Principal Qin, should we intervene forcefully? This is too dangerous. Principal Qin remained silent. His gaze was fixed on the light screen, his brows furrowed. His reason told him that Linny and Ling Shue were courting death. But his intuition told him that this boy named Linny wouldn't do something he wasn't sure of. Let's take another look, Principal Qin finally said slowly, his voice low. I have faith in our students. Meanwhile, in the heart of the dark jungle, Linny and Ling Shue stopped in their tracks. In front of them was a huge cave. The cave entrance was pitch black, like the mouth of a giant beast ready to devour its prey. A heavy breathing sound came from deep within the cave. It carried a chilling sense of oppression. It's inside. In Lin Yi's spiritual perception, an incredibly vast and violent red spiritual light was lurking deep within the cave. Ling Shue gripped the enchanted ice blade tightly in her hand. She could feel the powerful aura emanating from the cave, which made her tremble slightly. That is definitely not something they can contend with at their current level. Are you sure? Ling Shue's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. This is not out of fear, but rather an objective assessment of the gap in strength. Lin Yi's face, however, showed no sign of tension. On the contrary, it's the excitement of a hunter discovering top prey. Don't worry. A confident smile curved Lin Yi's lips. A beast is still a beast. Every animal has a weakness. After saying that, he raised the frost staff in his hand. I'll go in first and lure it out. You find a chance to put a speed reduction on it. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yi walked straight into the dark cave. As Ling Shue watched his retreating figure, a strange sense of trust welled up within her. That confidence seemed to infect everyone around him. This made her start to believe that they really could create miracles. Lin Yi entered the cave. The cave was spacious inside, but filled with a pungent stench. After walking about 10 meters, the view suddenly opened up. A huge figure was huddled in the deepest part of the cave. It was a gigantic monster. Its body is over 5 meters tall, like a small truck. Its entire body was covered with a thick, rock-like layer of keratin. It has thick limbs, sharp claws, and a long tail covered with bone spurs. What is most striking is its ferocious head. It doesn't resemble an ogre, rather, it looks more like a wingless dragon. Earth Dragon Mutant Lord. Level, 15. Status, sleeping. A knowing glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. This is no ordinary ogre lord. This is a mutated sub-dragon with dragon blood. Its physical defense and attack power are absolutely catastrophic. Lin Yi did not hesitate. A solid fireball quickly took shape in his palm. Call. The fireball roared out, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat. It struck the earth dragon precisely on its eyelids. Boom! A muffled thud. 28. A pitifully low damage number appeared above the earth dragon's head. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. The skin is so tough. Even the most vulnerable part of the eye has such high defense. Although the attack did not cause much damage, it successfully enraged the sleeping behemoth. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from deep within the Earth Dragon's throat. The entire cave was shaking violently. The Earth Dragon suddenly opened its eyes. It saw the tiny, insect-like human before it. It felt a stinging pain coming from its eyelids. Anger instantly ignited its reason. The Earth Dragon suddenly leaped up from the ground. Its enormous size brought a terrifying sense of oppression. Without saying a word, Lin Yi turned and ran. The Earth Dragon strides out with its powerful limbs and chases after it like a madman. Lin Yi was fast, but the Earth Dragon was huge, and one of its steps was equivalent to 3 of Lin Yi's. The distance between the two was rapidly closing. Just as Lin Yi was about to be caught up, he rushed out of the cave. The blinding sunlight caused the Earth Dragon, which had just emerged from the darkness, to experience a brief moment of blurred vision. Now! Ling Shui, who had been lying in ambush on the side of the cave entrance, made a move. Her figure shot out like an arrow released from a bow. The enchanted ice blade in her hand was infused with all her power. Frost Slash. A massive crescent-shaped sword aura, carrying a chilling coldness, slammed into the Earth Dragon's thick thigh. Click. A crisp sound, like metal clashing. 85. A similarly low damage number appeared. Ling Shui's all-out attack only left a shallow white mark on the Earth Dragon's leg. So hard. Ling Shui was startled. Her attacks were almost unable to break through the opponent's defenses. But Lin Yi's purpose was not to cause harm at all. The extreme cold energy within the sword energy successfully invaded the Earth Dragon's body. Deep Frost Weak. Weak Cold Air Invasion. 2 negative status effects, indicating slowdown, appeared in the Earth Dragon's status bar. Although the effect is greatly weakened due to the level difference. However, the speed of the Earth Dragon was still visibly slower. Well done. Lin Yi's voice rang out. He didn't stop, and continued to quickly widen the distance. Keep going. Don't stop. Keep attacking it from all sides. The Earth Dragon was thoroughly enraged by Ling Shui's attack. It gave up chasing Lin Yi, turned around, and slammed its huge claws down on Ling Shui. If I were caught on camera, I would definitely be mashed into mincemeat. Ling Shui reacted extremely quickly. She lightly touched the ground with her toes and floated backward, easily dodging the attack. Then, she unleashed her Frost Slash once more. Another sword aura struck the other leg of the Earth Dragon. The dual deceleration effect is superimposed once again. The Earth-dwelling dragon's movements became even slower. It roared angrily, its massive body turning clumsily as it tried to attack Ling Shui. But Ling Shui, like the most nimble butterfly, always maintained a safe distance from it. She kept moving, constantly unleashing her Frost Slash. Repeatedly apply the slowing effect to the ground dragon. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already circled around to the side and rear of the Earth Dragon. He fired fireballs one after another as if they were free. His goal was very clear. The Earth Dragon's eyes, nostrils, and joints are its weakest points of defense. 35. 42. 38. Although the damage is still not high, it is sustained. The two put on a textbook example of kite tactics. Ling Shui took on the main tank role, using her superb agility and continuous slowing effects to keep the Earth Dragon firmly in check. Lin Yi was in charge of the main damage dealer, using precise ranged attacks to continuously whittle down the Earth Dragon's health. One engages in close range kiting, while the other deals damage from a distance. The coordination was seamless. Despite possessing devastating power, the Earth Dragon couldn't even touch the hem of their clothes. It's like a bull being toyed with, only able to roar angrily in place and clumsily spin around. Its health points slowly decreased as the two of them consumed its resources. 90%. 80%. 70%. This scene was clearly presented to everyone outside through the light screen of the secret realm. The entire arena was completely silent. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The students were thrilled. The teachers were deeply moved. They had never seen such exquisite teamwork and such perfect tactical execution. This is no longer a student-level battle. Even seasoned professional mercenary groups might not be able to remain so calm and efficient when facing a boss whose level far exceeds their own. On the podium, the worry on the faces of the school leaders had long since disappeared. Instead, there was an undisguised excitement and appreciation. Genius! This is a true genius! The Mediterranean-looking vice principal stood up excitedly. That student named Ling Shui has impeccable movement in swordsmanship. And that Lin Yi, his tactical thinking, his composure, he's simply a monster. A strange light also gleamed in Principal Qin's eyes. He knew he had struck gold this time. Time passed by, second by second. Half an hour later. The Earth Dragon's health has been reduced by half. Its massive body was covered in frost and burn marks, making it look wretched. The endless teasing drove this tyrannical lord completely mad. Roar! The Earth Dragon roared fiercely to the sky. A visible red wave of energy suddenly erupted from its body. Its eyes turned blood red, and its muscles swelled up at a visible speed. The Earth Dragon has entered a berserk state. Attack power greatly increased. Movement speed greatly increased. Defense greatly decreased. A system notification sounded in their ears. It's gone berserk. Be careful. Lin Yi immediately warned. The boss is most dangerous when it's in a berserk state. The Earth Dragon's blood-red eyes ignored Ling Shui, who was standing right in front of it. It locked its sights firmly on the fly in the distance that kept harassing it with fireballs. It will crush that most annoying guy first. Boom! The ground beneath the Earth Dragon's feet suddenly exploded. Its massive body, like an out-of-control heavy truck, charged madly toward Lin Yi's location with unparalleled momentum. The speed is several times faster than before. The terrifying sense of oppression made Lin Yi's breath catch in his throat. He tried to dodge. But the Earth Dragon's charge locked onto his aura, leaving him nowhere to hide. It looked as the enormous shadow was about to completely engulf Lin Yi. Lin Yi! For the first time, a look of panic appeared on Ling Shui's face. Her cool eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. Chapter 22 Captain. A huge shadow fell. The Earth Dragon went berserk. In its blood-red eyes, only Lin Yi's tiny figure remained. Boom! The ground exploded. The Earth Dragon's massive body transformed into an out-of-control siege engine. With an aura of crushing everything, it charged madly toward Lin Yi. The terrifying pressure made the audience in the distance feel suffocated. Lin Yi! For the first time, panic appeared on Ling Shui's usually cold face. She wanted to rush over and help. But the Earth Dragon was too fast. It happened so fast that she didn't have time to react at all. She could only watch helplessly as the enormous shadow was about to completely engulf Lin Yi. The arena outside was deathly silent. Everyone's heart was in their throat. It's over. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. However, Lin Yi, who was at the center of the storm, showed no fear on his face. His eyes were as calm as a stagnant pool. Even, there was a hint of barely perceptible expectation. This is the moment he's been waiting for. It's like waiting for the Earth Dragon to open its huge mouth full of fangs. It's getting closer. We're closer now. He could smell the strong, fishy stench emanating from the Earth Dragon's mouth. Now! A glint of light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. The bronze boots on his feet shone brightly. Just as the Earth Dragon's gaping maw was about to touch his body, Lin Yi's body rolled to the side at an incredible angle. His body almost brushed against the Earth Dragon's sharp fangs. That thrilling scene made everyone's heart skip a beat. He dodged it. He actually dodged it. But Lin Yi's actions were not over yet. As he rolled to the side, he suddenly thrust the fireball he had been holding forward. That fireball had been condensing in his hand for a long time. Its color was as deep as a burning piece of charcoal. It contains terrifying energy. The fireball traced a precise trajectory. It didn't hit the Earth Dragon's hard hide. Instead, it was directly stuffed into the Earth Dragon's gaping, unclosed maw by Lin Yi. After doing all this, Lin Yi quickly retreated, creating distance between them. Due to inertia, the Earth Dragon charged forward for another 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. The next second, its movements suddenly froze. An indescribable burning sensation suddenly erupted from its abdomen. Its body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Beneath the skin, a blinding red light shone. The red light grew brighter and larger. It was as if a sun was about to rise within it. Boom! A muffled explosion emanated from the Earth Dragon's body. 3888. A bright red, massive, 4-digit damage number, enough to drive anyone mad, slowly rose from above the Earth Dragon's head. Internal explosion. The most vulnerable internal organs suffered the most violent energy impact. The damage caused was devastating. The Earth Dragon's health points were instantly depleted. Defeat the level 15 mutated Lord Earth Dragon and earn 2,000 points. Server-wide announcement: the Langia No. 1 middle school team Lin Yi and Ling Shui has successfully defeated the hidden boss Earth Dragon, setting a new record in the qualifying tournament. 2 golden system notifications lit up on Lin Yi and Ling Shui's personal terminals. Lin Yi and Ling Shui leveled up by 2 levels in one go. It has reached level 8. At the same time, the same striking gold lettering appeared on the huge light screen in the center of the arena. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone stared blankly at the announcement on the screen. Then, their gaze mechanically shifted to the points leaderboard. First place, Lin Yi and Ling Shui. Total points, 3,580. The second place team has just broken 500 points. A 7-fold difference. It's like an insurmountable barrier. While everyone was still in a state of great shock, the 8-hour countdown to the competition has come to an end. The match is over. All participants will be teleported out of the instance. The cold, impersonal system notification announced the end of the selection competition. Lin Yi and Ling Shui's figures transformed into 2 streaks of white light and disappeared into the dark forest. The next second, the teleportation array in the center of the arena shone brightly. All eyes were focused on the 2 calm figures in the center of the room. Lin Yi, Ling Shui. They just stood there quietly. Yet, she became the sole focus of attention throughout the entire event. After a brief silence, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted. Lin Yi, Lin Yi, Lin Yi, Goddess Ling Shui. Tens of thousands of students expressed their excitement with the most enthusiastic shouts. They witnessed history. Witness how a summoner, looked down upon by everyone, turned the tide with a near-perfect performance and ascended to the top. On the podium, Principal Qin took the lead in standing up and applauding vigorously. The school leaders around him were all beaming with excitement, as if they themselves had won first place. Lin Yi ignored the cheers around him. His attention was entirely focused on his personal terminal. Congratulations! You have performed exceptionally well in this selection competition and have achieved the first kill of the hidden boss. You have received an additional special reward. Reward 1, Rare Skill Book Frost Armor. Reward 2, Rare Skill Book Flash. Reward 3, Special Item Ascendant Stone. The generous reward improved Lin Yi's mood considerably. He chose to receive all of them. 3 streaks of light disappeared into his storage space. Without hesitation, Lin Yi directly traded the Book Frost Armor to Ling Shui beside him. Frost Armor consumes mana to create an armor made of frost that can absorb a large amount of damage and slow down melee attackers. This skill perfectly matches Ling Shui's fighting style. It can greatly enhance her survival ability. Ling Shui looked at the skill book that had suddenly appeared in her hand, a hint of surprise flashing in her cold eyes. She looked at Lin Yi. Take it. Lin Yi's tone left no room for argument. Your ability to survive is more important than your output. Ling Shui didn't hesitate and silently accepted the skill book. She knew that this was Lin Yi's recognition of her. Lin Yi then picked up another skill book. Flash consumes a large amount of mana to instantly teleport a short distance in the specified direction. A god-tier skill for mages. With this skill, his survivability and mobility will experience a qualitative leap. He chose to study without hesitation. Finally, there is the Stone of Sublimation. Stone of Sublimation, a rare stone containing the power of the world's origin, which can upgrade the quality of a piece of equipment below the gold level to the silver level. Nice one. Lin Yi carefully put away the sublimation stone, intending to use it after returning home. Just then, Principal Qin walked to the center of the stage. He picked up the megaphone and gestured for silence from the audience. Students! Principal Qin's voice was loud and clear, filled with joy. I hereby declare that this year's school-wide selection competition has come to a successful conclusion. In this competition, we witnessed the hard work and dedication of many students, and we saw their growth and transformation. Especially our classmates Lin Yi and Ling Shui. Principal Qin turned his gaze to the 2 people in the room, his eyes full of approval. They proved to us with their undeniable strength that there are no useless professions, only useless professionals. They not only won first place in this selection competition, but also made history for our school and even the entire Langia city. Let's give our champions another round of applause. Thunderous applause erupted once again. Now, let's begin the award ceremony. Principal Qin personally stepped down from the podium. He personally handed the gold badge, representing the honor of first place, and the generous points reward to Linny and Ling Shui. Congratulations, Linny and Ling Shui. Principal Qin looked at the two of them with a kind smile on his face. The school is proud of you. After the award ceremony, it was time for the part everyone was most looking forward to. The final 5-man reserve team roster was announced. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Especially those students ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th on the leaderboard. Their faces were filled with tension and anticipation. As is customary in previous years, the reserve team roster consists of the top 5 teams in the standings. They've secured their position. Principal Qin returned to the podium. He cleared his throat and glanced around the room. I hereby announce that the list of reserve team members representing our school in the joint college entrance examination trial is officially finalized. The first member, Ling Shui. The crowd cheered. There's no doubt about it. The second member is Lin Yi. The cheers grew even louder. Everyone looked at Principal Qin, waiting for him to read out the next 3 names. However, Principal Qin paused for a moment. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. His gaze swept over everyone else and landed on Lin Yi once more. Then, he announced a decision that surprised everyone present. Given Lin Yi's outstanding command skills and tactical acumen demonstrated in this selection competition, the decision was made unanimously by the school committee. Lin Yi will serve as the captain of the reserve team for this trial. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Team leader? But what shocked everyone even more was Principal Qin's next sentence. At the same time, Captain Lin Yi will have absolute power. Take full responsibility and select 3 more team members he approves of to form the final trial team. Chapter 23: The Captain's Power, Sumei's Plea for Help. Principal Qin's voice, amplified by a sound-amplifying magic, resounded throughout every corner of the arena. Lin Yi will serve as the captain of the reserve team for this trial. At the same time, Captain Lin Yi will have absolute power. Take full responsibility and select 3 more team members he approves of to form the final trial team. These words were like a bombshell, exploding loudly in the crowd. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Team leader? Lin Yi is team leader? And they also have absolute power to select team members? After a brief moment of astonishment, the discussion intensified. What's going on? Making a summoner the team leader? Are you crazy? Goddess Ling Shui has S-level talent, she should be the captain. Exactly, what makes Lin Yi so special? There were many dissenting voices, and many people could not understand the decision. In their view, the leader of the team must be the strongest person. However, some clear-headed students and teachers, after a brief moment of shock, quickly grasped the deeper meaning behind it. What do you know? This is the wisest decision. That's right. Didn't you guys watch the replay? Lin Yi was in charge from beginning to end. Whether it's setting traps, luring monsters and pulling them away, or even wiping out Li Hao's entire team, it's all part of Lin Yi's tactical arrangements. While Goddess Ling Shui is undoubtedly strong individually, could she have fought so easily without Lin Yi's command? The most important thing for a team is its brain, not its fists. Lin Yi's tactical value has far exceeded his individual strength. These analyses were like a bucket of cold water poured over the heads of those who had doubts. They recalled the battle scenes on the light screen. The summoner who never showed his face, yet seemed to be everywhere. He controlled the rhythm of the entire battlefield with fireballs. He used brilliant tactics to dismantle a standard 5-man team. He made a level 15 Lord Boss die while being toyed with. This is no longer a simple battle. This is art. It is the art of commanding. After realizing this, everyone's gaze towards Lin Yi changed. It's no longer about watching a lucky gigolo. Instead, look at a true, strategic team leader. The tide has turned completely in the arena. On the podium, Principal Qin watched the crowd's reactions with satisfaction. This is exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted everyone to understand that Langya No. 1 Middle School valued more than just brute force. It is also wisdom. Lin Yi ignored all the gazes around him. He calmly accepted Principal Qin's appointment. Captain Lin Yi. Principal Qin walked up to him with an encouraging smile on his face. Now, please select your team members. All eyes instantly focused on Lin Yi. Especially those students ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th on the leaderboard. Their breathing became rapid. His face was filled with tension and anticipation. According to past practice, they should have been members of the reserve team. But now, the decision-making power rests with Lin Yi. Their fate rested entirely on Lin Yi's decision. I choose. Lin Yi spoke up. His gaze swept over the eager faces below the stage. Then, he read out the first name. Chen Mo, Class 9, Grade 12. An uproar erupted in the crowd. Chen Mo? Who is that? Many people were whispering among themselves, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Soon, a thin, ordinary-looking boy who seemed rather taciturn stepped out from the crowd. His face was also filled with disbelief. Occupation, Scout. Level, 6. Ranking by points, 23rd. An unknown nobody. Why did Lin Yi choose him? No one could understand it. Lin Yi did not explain. His gaze continued to search the crowd before he called out the second name. Li Yueru, Class 2, Grade 12. A girl wearing black-rimmed glasses, who looked quiet and pretty, walked out from the crowd. Her face also showed surprise and bewilderment. Occupation, Priest. Level, 6. Ranking by points, 17th. Another student ranked low. The murmurs in the arena grew louder. The students in the top 5 of the leaderboard were starting to look grim. They didn't understand why Lin Yi would rather choose these weak people than them. Captain Lin Yi. A burly warrior who was third on the leaderboard couldn't help but step forward. My name is Wang Mang. A level 7 berserker. My strength is definitely greater than theirs. Why don't you choose me? His tone was full of resentment and questioning. Lin Yi didn't even glance at him. His gaze fell on the last person he had chosen. Shirley, Class 5, Grade 12. A boy who was over 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear walked out, scratching his head with an honest and simple demeanor. Occupation, Earth-type Shield Guardian. Level, 7. Ranking by points, 11th. This ranking is relatively high, but it's not among the very top tier. With this, Lin Yi's team was officially formed. A scout, a priest, and a shield bearer. Including Lin Yi and Ling Shui. An ordinary-looking team, even somewhat shabby. The style of this team is in stark contrast to Li Hao's star-studded King of Glory's squad. This is the team he chose? A scout, a priest, and a shield bearer all support and defensive classes? What exactly is he trying to do? Is he going to rely on him and Ling Shui to deal damage? Everyone was baffled by Lin Yi's choice. Wang Mang, the berserker who stepped forward to question them, was so angry that his face turned red. Lin Yi. You look down on me? Lin Yi finally turned his gaze to him. His gaze was calm, yet indifferent. Your personal abilities are indeed quite impressive, Lin Yi said calmly. A hint of smugness had just appeared on Wang Mang's face. Lin Yi's next words, however, made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. But you're too stupid and talk too much. What I need is not arrogant geniuses, but soldiers who can execute orders 100%. Lin Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. In my team, my orders are everything. If you can't do it, then get out. The entire room fell silent. Those words struck like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's hearts hard. Arrogant. Overbearing. Yet it's something that leaves no room for argument. Because he is qualified. The berserker named Wang Mang's face turned pale and then red, and finally he lowered his head in shame and indignation and retreated back into the crowd. The 3 people Lin Yi chose were Chen Mo, Li Yueru, and Shirley. Far from feeling offended after hearing Lin Yi's words. In his eyes, a light of excitement and admiration simultaneously shone. None of them were the most gifted students. He was always an inconspicuous presence at school. They longed to prove themselves, but never had the chance. Now, Lin Yi has given them this opportunity. The 3 of them exchanged a glance, then walked up to Lin Yi in unison. Team leader. The 3 spoke in unison, their voices strong and clear. They demonstrated their determination through their actions. Lin Yi nodded. A team with a unique art style but exceptional cohesion was born. At this moment, the prototype of the Lin family army was officially formed. The controversy surrounding the selection competition has now come to an end. Late that night. In Lin Yi's dormitory. He sat cross-legged on the bed, toying with a stone that emitted a strange luster in his hand. The stone of sublimation. He is studying which piece of equipment to use this precious opportunity on. Is it Ling Shue's enchanted ice blade? Or was it his own frost staff? Or perhaps those bronze combat boots? Just as Lin Yi was deep in thought, his personal terminal suddenly vibrated rapidly. This is not a normal communication notification. It was an encrypted, urgent communication request. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. He opened the terminal. On the screen, there was only an unfamiliar, encrypted number. Lin Yi connected the call. Hello? A series of static noises came from the other end of the communicator. Immediately afterwards, a weak yet incredibly familiar female voice, panting, came through intermittently. It's Su Mei. Kid. Her voice sounded very weak, as if she had been seriously injured. Help me. Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. He immediately sat up straight. Where are you? West District, abandoned factory. Su Mei's voice was filled with pain and urgency. Black Scorpion. Black Scorpion Mercenary Group. Before he could finish speaking, a man's angry roar suddenly came from the other end of the communication. You bitch. You dare call for help. Immediately following was a dull thud of a heavy object striking, and Su Mei's suppressed groan of pain. Beep, beep, beep. Communication came to an abrupt end. Lin Yi's face instantly darkened. His fingers tapped lightly on the cold screen of his personal terminal. Black Scorpion Mercenary Group. He had heard of that name before. The most notorious mercenary group in the western district of Langia City. The gang members were all desperate criminals, committing murder, robbery, and all sorts of evil deeds. It is said that the guild leader is a level 18 brutal warrior with extremely ruthless methods. How did Su Mei get involved with them? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Yi's mind. He recalled that day at the bar, the vast purple aura emanating from Su Mei, like the starry sky. She also recalled the terrifying power that erupted from the depths of her soul when her contract failed. This woman is definitely not simple. She is currently severely injured and at her weakest. This is a golden opportunity to make a contract with her. If he succeeds, he will gain an unimaginably powerful boost. But the same applies. This is also fraught with unknown and enormous dangers. That's the Black Scorpion Mercenary Group. A group of true, ruthless outlaws. If you are not careful, you will die without a burial place. To go or not to go? A flickering light appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. Risk and opportunity clashed fiercely in his mind. A few seconds later, Lin Yi's eyes returned to calm. No. It has become more resolute and sharper than before. Fortune favors the bold. There is never an opportunity without risk in this world. To gain power that ordinary people cannot obtain, one must pay a price that ordinary people cannot imagine. He was determined to have that woman. Lin Yi stood up without the slightest hesitation. He took out the sublimation stone from his storage space. Then, he pressed it onto the frost staff in his hand. He needs greater power. Go and face the bloody battle that lies ahead. Chapter 24 Night Raid on the Abandoned Factory. The sublimated stone, like a piece of melting ice, silently merged into the staff. The next second, the frost staff has changed. The originally plain staff now has a faint silver pattern. The ice crystals at the tip of the staff became even purer and more translucent. A chilling magical power, several times stronger than before, emanated from the staff. Name, Ice Scepter. Quality, Silver. Attribute 1, Intelligence plus 25. Attribute 2, Ice Spell Damage plus 20%. Attribute 3, comes with the skill Frost Nova. Frost Nova releases a ring-shaped frost shockwave centered on the caster, dealing damage to surrounding enemies and inflicting a deep freeze effect. For equipment below the gold level, the quality is upgraded by 1 tier. The Iron Grade Frost Staff has been upgraded to the Silver Grade Extreme Frost Scepter. The attributes have been dramatically improved. More importantly, it adds a powerful area control skill. Lin Yi held the brand new scepter, feeling its surging magic. My confidence has grown even stronger. He did not act rashly. He immediately opened his personal terminal and contacted 2 people. The first one is Ling Shui. The communication was quickly established. West District, abandoned factory, a friend of mine has been kidnapped, come quickly. Lin Yi's voice was concise, without any further explanation. Ling Shui, on the other end of the communication line, only replied with one word. Good. Lin Yi hung up the call and immediately dialed the second number. It was Chen Mo, the scout team member he had just selected. Captain. Chen Mo's voice sounded somewhat flattered. This was the first time Lin Yi had contacted him on his own initiative. I'm giving you a task. Lin Yi's tone left no room for argument. Immediately proceed to the outskirts of the abandoned factory in the West District to scout the movements of the Black Scorpion mercenary group. I need to know how many of them there are, what their firepower is like, and whether they have any hidden sentries. You have 15 minutes. Yes, Captain. Chen Mo's voice was filled with excitement and determination. Mission accomplished. After doing all this, Lin Yi changed into a set of black night clothes that would allow for easy movement. He put the ice scepter into his storage space. Then, like a cheetah, it silently disappeared into the night. 5 minutes later, Lin Yi met Ling Shui at the entrance of the West District. She also changed into a tight-fitting black combat suit, which perfectly accentuated her figure. The enchanted ice blade on his back emitted a faint, cold light in the night. She didn't ask another question about friends. She simply looked at Lin Yi, her cool eyes filled with absolute trust. Let's go. Lin Yi said only one word. The two transformed into two black shadows and sped away into the depths of the Western District. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the rooftop of a tall building on the outskirts of the abandoned factory. From here, you can get a complete view of the factory layout. The factory was large and enclosed by high walls. Inside, there were only a few dilapidated factory buildings and a vacant lot overgrown with weeds. It looks like a graveyard that has been abandoned for many years. However, in Lin Yi's spiritual perception, dozens of red lights representing danger were lurking in this deathly silent factory. Every spark of inspiration was filled with an aura of violence and bloodshed. Just then, Lin Yi's personal terminal vibrated. It was intelligence sent by Chen Mo. Lin Yi opened the terminal, and a series of concise and clear messages quickly appeared before his eyes. Captain, reconnaissance complete. Target, Black Scorpion Mercenary Group. Number of people, 37, almost everyone included. Sentries, 4 in total. Located in watchtowers at the four corners of the factory, equipped with high-powered night vision goggles and sniper crossbows. Sentries, 12 men. Divided into 3 groups, they patrol continuously inside and outside the perimeter wall. Firepower, heavy firepower is concentrated in the main factory building. At least 3 alchemy machine guns have been observed, covering all main entrances. Internal situation, all remaining personnel are concentrated in the main factory building. It appears they are conducting some important transaction. Security is exceptionally tight. Attached, a detailed factory defense plan, with weak points marked. Lin Yi looked at the incredibly detailed intelligence report, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. This Chen Mo is indeed a born scout. In 15 minutes, they had thoroughly investigated the location of a heavily armed mercenary group. Lin Yi shared the intelligence with Ling Shui. After reading it, Ling Shui's usually cool and aloof face became more serious. This level of defense is even more terrifying than they imagined. Forcing your way in would be tantamount to suicide. They seem to be on guard against something, Ling Shui stated her assessment. Lin Yi nodded. Trade. His gaze fell on the defense map. He pointed his finger to the northwest corner of the map, a place marked by Chen Mo with a red circle. That's the factory's sewage outlet. Due to years of neglect, half of it has collapsed. This created a small gap. We'll go in from here, Lin Yi quickly devised a plan. He contacted Chen Mo again. Chen Mo, create chaos at the east gate of the factory in 5 minutes. Make a big fuss, but don't linger. Just draw their attention away from you. Clear. Lin Yi put away the terminal and looked at Ling Shui. We only have 10 seconds to dive in. Ling Shui didn't speak, but simply gripped the enchanted ice blade in her hand tightly. Her eyes said it all. 5 minutes later. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly came from the east gate of the factory. Immediately following was a burst of gunfire and the mercenaries' angry shouts and curses. Enemy attack. At the east gate. Quick! Go provide support. The attention of the patrol teams inside the factory and the sentries in the watchtowers was instantly drawn to it. Now! Lin Yi and Ling Shui's figures resembled 2 black owls. He jumped off a tall building. They stepped on the protrusions on the wall and silently descended into the shadows of the factory. Then, without stopping, they headed straight for the sewage pipe in the northwest corner. The two crawled through the collapsed gap. The pipes were filled with a pungent, rusty smell. They hunched over and moved quickly through the darkness. Soon, we arrived at the foot of the main factory building. Linny carefully observed the situation outside through a gap in a drainage grating. The main factory building was brightly lit. Dozens of burly mercenaries with menacing faces were sitting together drinking and boasting. Their weapons were right beside them. And in the very center of the factory, a burly, bald man with an unusually tall stature and a hideous scar on his face was sitting on a chair made of iron barrels. He is Black Scorpion, the leader of the Black Scorpion mercenary group. A level 18 brutal warrior. Lin Yi's gaze passed over him and landed on the person opposite him. Then, Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that Su Mei was tied to a huge iron cross. Her red skirt was already tattered and torn. Her snow-white skin was covered with bluish-purple wounds and bloodstains. A gruesome whip mark stretched from her collarbone down to her lower abdomen. Shocking. Her face was as pale as paper, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. His breathing was weak, clearly indicating that he had suffered extremely serious injuries. But her eyes showed no sign of submission. Those beautiful peach blossom eyes still burned with a cold, flame-like hatred. She stared intently at the Black Scorpion. Like a wounded mother wolf cornered in a desperate situation. Between Black Scorpion and Su Mei, there was another person standing there. A mysterious person completely shrouded in a wide black robe. He stood there quietly, emanating a cold, deathly aura. It was as if he wasn't a living person, but a walking corpse from the depths of hell. Black Scorpion seemed to be very wary of this man in black robes. A fawning smile played on his arrogant and domineering face. "Your Excellency, are you satisfied with this goods?" Black Scorpion pointed at Su Mei, who was tied to the iron frame, as if showing off a product. "It took us a lot of effort and the loss of more than a dozen brothers to finally get her out of that place." The black-robed man, referred to as the messenger, slowly raised his head. Beneath the shadow of the hood, a bloodless face was visible. His gaze fell on Su Mei, and he let out a hoarse, unpleasant laugh. "Not bad, a very good offering. Her soul contains very pure source power, which is exactly the nourishment that the Lord needs most." The man in the black robe extended a hand that was as dry and withered as a chicken claw. In his hand, he held a crystal that was sparkling and seemed to be made of starlight. On the table, there was an identical object. Lin Yi's breath caught in his throat the moment he saw that thing. "That's a primal innate crystal." He received a treasure from the newbie gift pack that could reshape his beast-taming talent. This man in black robes casually took out 2 pieces. "This is your reward." The man in black robes pushed the talent crystal in his hand in front of Black Scorpion. Black Scorpion stared at the crystal that radiated an alluring light, his eyes instantly flashing with extreme greed. He rubbed his hands together excitedly and said, "Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Give her to me." The man in black robes slowly walked towards Su Mei. "The ceremony is about to begin." He stretched out his withered finger and touched Su Mei's forehead. An ominous black aura lingered around his fingertips. Lin Yi, who was hiding in the shadows, suddenly became incredibly sharp-eyed. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, Su Mei will truly be beyond saving. Chapter 25. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The factory lights were a stark white. The air was filled with a strange smell of engine oil, rust, and blood. Lin Yi held his breath and observed everything through the gaps in the drainage grating. The black-robed messenger extended his withered fingers. An ominous black aura swirled around his fingertips. He walked toward Su Mei, who was tied to the iron frame. Black Scorpion's face was plastered with a fawning smile. He carefully put the talent crystal on the table into his pocket, but his eyes were fixed on the other one that the black-robed man had just taken out. That was his payment. Just a deposit. A glint of greed flashed in the depths of Black Scorpion's eyes. "Your Excellency, this woman has a very fiery temper. We lost more than a dozen of our best men to get her out of that hellish place called Fallen Angel." Black Scorpion rubbed his hands together, as if he were taking credit for himself. The man in black ignored him. His eyes were only for Su Mei. Like a butcher watching a lamb about to be slaughtered. Her soul is very special. It contains very pure source power. The Lord will be very pleased. The man in the black robe had a hoarse voice, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Source power? My lord? These unfamiliar words instantly convinced him that behind the man in black robes was a large and mysterious organization. A cult that performs evil rituals. Sume was the sacrifice they chose. Those 2 talent crystals were the reward for capturing the sacrificial offering. Lin Yi's gaze was fixed on the crystal on the table that had not yet been taken away. Original crystal of talent. He knew the value of this thing better than anyone else. It can reshape the talent of beast taming. It is a treasure that could drive any professional crazy. There are now 2. Lin Yi felt his blood begin to heat up. This is a huge danger. But it is also a huge opportunity. The black-robed man's fingers drew closer and closer to Sume's brow. The black mist exuded an aura of death. Sume, lying on the iron frame, was barely breathing, as if she could die at any moment. She lowered her head, her long, wine-red hair obscuring her face. Black Scorpion and the mercenaries around him all wore expressions of anticipation, as if they were watching a good show. They enjoy watching their prey struggle in despair. However, just as the black-robed man's fingertips were about to touch Sume's skin, a sudden change has occurred. Sume suddenly raised her head. There was no trace of weakness or fear in those beautiful peach blossom eyes. Only an extremely cold, overwhelming killing intent. She had been waiting. Waiting for the nearest, most fatal opportunity. Roll. A cold, low shout. A terrifying energy, indescribable in words, erupted from her body. That's not a professional skill. It was an older, purer, and more domineering power. A deep purple halo flashed across her body. Click. The thick steel cables binding her limbs were instantly shattered into dust. The purple energy transformed into a visible shockwave, spreading wildly forward. The first to be affected was the black-robed messenger who was right next to them. The black-robed man's cold smile froze instantly. For the first time, his eyes revealed horror and disbelief. He wanted to back away. But it was too late. Boom! The shockwave slammed into his chest. The man in black robes was struck as if by lightning, letting out a shrill scream. His black robe was torn to shreds, and he flew backwards for more than 10 meters like a tattered sack. It crashed heavily onto a pile of discarded mechanical parts. Black Scorpion was also hit by the residual force of the shockwave. His massive, towering body was shaken and forced to stagger backward. A surge of blood rushed through my chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. He looked down at his chest, his face filled with horror. How is that possible? How can this woman be so strong? The entire factory fell into a deathly silence. All the mercenaries were stunned. The smiles on their faces froze. 1 second they were lambs to the slaughter, the next they turned into tigers ready to devour their prey. This stark contrast left their minds blank. Sume's body swayed. That burst of power came quickly and went quickly. It was as if all her life force had been exhausted. The color drained from her face quickly, leaving it even paler than before. She slid off the shattered iron frame, knelt on one knee, and gasped for breath. That last strike was her limit. The silence in the factory lasted only 3 seconds. Cough, cough. You dare to hurt me. Amidst the ruins, the man in black robes struggled to his feet. His black robe was tattered, revealing his withered and emaciated body underneath. There was a clear indentation on his chest. He was clearly seriously injured. Looking at the exhausted Sume, the shock in his eyes was quickly replaced by boundless anger and greed. Good. Very good. The more powerful the sacrifice, the more the Lord will like it. The man in black robes let out a sharp laugh and lunged at Sume again. However, another figure was faster than him. Black Scorpion. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the scene with a sinister gaze. His mind was racing. The man in black robes was injured. The woman was also exhausted. Isn't this my best opportunity? To hell with the messengers. To hell with the cult. With those 2 talent crystals, he can become even stronger. At that time, the entire western district of Langia City will be his domain. Greed completely overwhelmed reason. Brothers! Charge! Black Scorpion suddenly raised the machete in his hand and let out a roar. That strange man in black robes is injured too. Capture both of them. That stone on the table, and all the treasures he has, are all ours. Black Scorpion's words instantly ignited the greed in the hearts of all the mercenaries. They looked at the injured man in black robes, at the weakened Sume, and at the tempting talon crystal on the table. Their breathing became heavy. Kill! One of the mercenaries reacted first, raising his alchemical rifle and firing wildly at the man in black. Bang! 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 The silence was instantly shattered by a burst of gunfire. The bullet tore through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. The battle has fully erupted. Court death. The man in black robes was surprised that Black Scorpion dared to betray him and let out an angry shout. He waved his hands. Thick black mist emanated from his body, forming a distorted barrier in front of him. The bullets entered the black mist and vanished without a trace, like mud sinking into the sea. A bunch of ants dared to provoke God's messenger. The man in black robes uttered a venomous curse. He abandoned his attempt to capture Sume and turned to face Black Scorpion's mercenary group. One after another, black magic arrows shot out from the black mist. One of the mercenaries charging at the front was instantly struck by 3 or 4 black arrows. He didn't even have time to scream before his body visibly withered away. In just a few seconds, it turned into a skin and bones dried up corpse. Die, all of you. The man in the black robe went completely mad. Black Scorpion also had bloodshot eyes. He knew that today it was either him or her who would die. Berserk stance. Black Scorpion roared, and all the muscles in his body swelled up again. Strange red lines appeared on the skin. His strength and speed were greatly enhanced in an instant. Like a mad bull, he brandished his machete and charged straight into the black mist. When a loud clang of metal colliding rang out. The Black Scorpion and the man in black robes engaged in a fierce battle. The other mercenaries also began fighting against the shadowy monsters summoned by the man in black robes. The entire factory instantly transformed into a bloody grinding mill. Gunshots, explosions, screams, and roars mingled together. Confusion. Unprecedented chaos. Linny, hiding below, had eyes as sharp as knives. He knew his chance had come. His gaze swept across the entire battlefield. The Black Scorpion and the man in black robes were locked in a stalemate. Most of the mercenaries were besieging the man in black. Only a few people greedily rushed toward Sume, who was lying on the ground. Linny did not hesitate at all. He issued the most concise command to Ling Shui through their mental connection. Go and save them. I'm going to get something. Lin Yi's voice was calm and devoid of any emotion. Ling Shui didn't ask why. She only replied with one word. Good. The next second, another drainage grating beside Lin Yi was suddenly ripped open by a tremendous force. A white figure, like lightning in the night, shot out in an instant. It's Ling Shui. The moment she appeared, a bone-chilling cold spread wildly outwards from her center. The 2 mercenaries who were rushing towards Sume suddenly froze. A thin layer of ice had formed beneath their feet. The speed suddenly decreased. Frost slash. Ling Shui's cold voice rang out. A massive crescent-shaped sword aura shot out from his hand. Put. The 2 mercenaries' bodies were instantly severed at the waist by the sword energy. Blood and entrails were spilled all over the ground. Ling Shui's sudden appearance was like dropping another bomb on a chaotic battlefield. All eyes were drawn to the suddenly appearing, powerful and beautiful woman in white. Nobody noticed. Just as Ling Shui had attracted everyone's attention. A black shadow, like a ghost, silently slipped out from another corner of the factory. It's Lin Yi. He concealed his aura to the extreme. The bronze boots on his feet allowed him to move without making a sound. He's like a top-tier assassin. Using gunfire and explosions as cover, they moved quickly through the chaotic battlefield. He has only one goal. That table with the talent crystal on it. Ling Shui is extremely powerful. She was like a cold, ruthless goddess of slaughter, rampaging across the battlefield. With each swing of the enchanted ice blade in his hand, a fresh life was taken away. All the mercenaries who tried to get close to Sume were mercilessly killed by her. Her assertiveness successfully attracted the attention of Black Scorpion and the man in black robes. Another one. Black Scorpion roared. Kill her, the man in black screamed. They never expected there to be an ambush here. Lin Yi moved closer and closer to the table. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. He could even see the alluring glow emanating from the primal talent crystal. Victory is within reach. Lin Yi increased his speed again. His body blurred into a blur as he lunged at the table. His fingertips had already touched the cold tabletop. If he moves just half a meter further, he can pocket the crystal. However, just then, the black-robed man, who was frantically slashing at the black scorpion, suddenly stopped. His head, hidden under the hood, seemed to sense something. Suddenly, it turned. A pair of scarlet, inhuman eyes pierced through the chaotic battlefield. With unparalleled precision, they locked onto Lin Yi's figure. The black-robed man's fury instantly transformed into a ferocious and eerie smile. He let out a hoarse, sinister laugh. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like an ice pick, piercing Lin Yi's ear. There's also a little mouse. Chapter 26: The Pact of Destiny, Unlocking the Infinite Contract. Let's do it! Lin Yi's voice exploded in Ling Xue's mind. The next second, he burst out from under the drainage grating like a cannonball. The icy scepter in his hand shone brightly. Frost Nova. A visible circular shockwave of frost spread out from Lin Yi's center. A bone-chilling cold instantly swept through the entire factory. The mercenaries closest to him were hit by the shockwave before they could even react. Their bodies were instantly covered by a thick layer of ice crystals, freezing them in place. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Who goes there? Black Scorpion suddenly stood up, grabbed the battle axe beside him, and roared. The man in black robes also stopped what he was doing, and his cold gaze fell on Lin Yi. At the same time, Ling Xue's figure emerged from the shadows in another direction. Her goal was clear. They headed straight for the 3 alchemy machine guns mounted on sandbags. Stop her! Several mercenaries, realizing what was happening, raised their weapons and charged at Ling Xue. Ling Xue's eyes were icy, and she flicked her wrist. Frost Slash! A massive crescent-shaped sword aura shot out from his hand. The 2 mercenaries at the forefront were cut in half at the waist by the sword energy. Blood and entrails were spilled all over the ground. Court Death! Black Scorpion roared and exerted force with his feet. He charged at Lin Yi like an enraged rhinoceros. The battle axe in his hand whistled through the air as it came crashing down. Lin Yi remained calm. He didn't take the hit head-on. A flash of light appeared beneath their feet. Flash! His figure vanished instantly from his spot and reappeared a dozen meters away. Black Scorpion slammed his battle axe into the ground. Boom! A large crater was smashed into the cement ground, and gravel flew everywhere. Black Scorpion was even more enraged when his attack missed. Just as he was about to turn around and give chase, a huge fireball exploded right in front of him. Boom! 98. The scorching heat forced Black Scorpion back a step, his face blackened by the smoke. The damage is not high, but it is extremely insulting. Kill them! Black Scorpion roared in fury. The surrounding mercenaries seemed to wake from a dream, and they all raised their weapons and fired wildly at Lin Yi and Ling Xue. Gunfire erupted immediately. Alchemical bullets rained down like raindrops. Lin Yi and Ling Xue's figures flashed and moved nimbly amidst the hail of bullets. Every second, they teetered on the edge of death. You bunch of useless trash! The man in black robes let out a hoarse and unpleasant shout. He seemed very unhappy with the chaos. His gaze was fixed on Lin Yi, his eyes flashing with cruelty. Leave no one alive. The man in black robes flickered and vanished from his spot in an instant. The next second, he was already in front of Lin Yi. The speed is extremely fast. Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. Without a second thought, he was about to activate Flash. But it was too late. A withered hand, imbued with a thick black aura, was imprinted on his chest. Bang! A muffled thud. Lin Yi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He felt as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. A cold and domineering power surged into his body in an instant. It was frantically destroying his meridians and internal organs. Puff! Lin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. It crashed heavily into the wall in the distance, then slid to the ground. 480. A terrifying damage number appeared above his head. His health bar instantly dropped to 0. Only a sliver of blood remained. A sharp pain shot through him, and Lin Yi felt his consciousness begin to blur. This man in black robes is incredibly powerful. They're not even in the same league as the opponent. On the other side, Ling Xue was also caught in a tough battle. Although she managed to sever 2 alchemical machine guns, the Black Scorpion mercenary group had far too many members. A dozen mercenaries surrounded her. They rained all sorts of attacks on her as if they were free. No matter how fast Ling Shui moved, she couldn't dodge all the attacks. She already had several wounds on her body. Blood stained her black combat uniform. She glanced at Lin Yi, who lay in the distance, his life hanging in the balance, and for the first time, a hint of anxiety and madness flashed in her usually cold eyes. "Get out of my way!" Ling Shui let out a clear shout. A sudden burst of cold energy erupted from her body. Frost Sword Dance. The storm of blades has erupted once more. He instantly killed the surrounding mercenaries. But even more mercenaries charged forward fearlessly. Sume was tied to a cross-shaped iron frame. She looked weakly at everything before her. Looking at the boy who was seriously injured while saving him. Looking at the girl who was surrounded while trying to save him. Her eyes became incredibly complicated. She had assumed that everyone in the world was like Black Scorpion. Selfish, greedy, and willing to sell everything for profit. She didn't trust anyone. But now, there are 2 fools who actually came to their deaths for her sake. Why? Sume couldn't understand it. She watched as the man in black robes walked step by step toward Lin Yi, who lay on the ground, preparing to deliver the final blow. She watched as Ling Shui fought valiantly amidst the crowd, sustaining even more wounds. An inexplicable emotion welled up in her heart. It was an emotion she had forgotten for a very long time. Unwilling to accept it. Anger. There was also a touch of emotion. No. I can't die here. These 2 fools shouldn't die here. A resolute glint flashed in Sume's eyes. With her last ounce of strength, she uttered a call from the depths of her soul. The voice rang out directly in Lin Yi's hazy consciousness. "Kid. Do you want to live? Then make a contract with me." Lin Yi, who was on the verge of death, heard this voice. Without the slightest hesitation, he used the last bit of his mental energy to respond to this resonance. "Accept." Buzz. In that instant, their souls transcended the boundary between life and death and became tightly linked together. A dazzling golden light erupted simultaneously from Lin Yi and Sume. The blinding light caused everyone to instinctively close their eyes. A series of system notifications rang frantically in Lin Yi's mind. A special soul entity, the unknown remnant soul, has been detected initiating a contract. Contract initiated. Contract successful. Target, Seal Sume Soul Wizard. You have gained the passive ability, Pact of Reversal, granting you the power of infinite contracts currently limited by your maximum mental strength. Because the target initiated the contract and is in a state of rebellion, loyalty is directly increased to resonance. You have gained 2 additional shared slots. Shared abilities acquired, Frost Affinity passive, Basic Swordsmanship Intuition passive. You have gained the passive ability, Infinite Contract currently limited by your mental strength cap. You have gained the shared ability, Ancient Martial Arts Mastery passive. You have gained the ability to share resources, Energy Control Beginner. Boom! A vast, boundless power surged into Lin Yi's body through the link of the contract. Lin Yi's injuries were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. His depleted spiritual energy was instantly replenished and is now surging wildly. An unknown energy caused his level to temporarily jump from level 8 to level 9. Then comes level 10. Level 11. It didn't stop until level 12. His attribute panel underwent a dramatic change. Countless ancient and exquisite combat techniques and memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Lin Yi felt that he had never been so powerful. The light faded. Lin Yi slowly stood up from the ground. His wounds have disappeared. Instead, there is an unprecedented, explosive sense of power. He cracked his wrists, producing a series of crisp, cracking sounds. The man in black robes looked at Lin Yi with suspicion and uncertainty. He couldn't understand what was happening before his eyes. Why did this kid, who was clearly on the verge of death, suddenly become so powerful? That feeling. It's like an ant suddenly transforming into a prehistoric behemoth right in front of you. Lin Yi raised his head and looked at the man in black robes. A cold smile slowly curved the corners of his mouth. He grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Now. It's my turn. Chapter 27 Instant Kill. Lin Yi stood up. His wounds have completely healed. Beneath the skin, a brand new, explosive power was surging. His mind had never been so clear. Countless streams of information exploded in his mind, reassembling into knowledge he could understand. Shared ability, proficiency in ancient martial arts passive. Shared ability, energy control beginner. Temporary shared capability, imperial intimidation. Temporary shared ability, spatial fragmentation weakened. Ancient martial arts techniques, like an innate instinct, are imprinted on Lin Yi's soul. He only needs a thought now, and his body can execute the most perfect attack and dodge. The perception and control of energy have also reached a completely new level. The free-floating energy particles in the air became clearly visible to him. He can manipulate them at will and shape them into any form. But what truly shook Lin Yi were the other two abilities. The Emperor's power was awe-inspiring. Space shattered. That doesn't look like a skill. It's more like a power that originates from the depths of one's bloodline. A supreme authority that overlooks all living beings and holds the power of life and death. He didn't even need to learn, he already knew how to use them. Lin Yi raised his head and his gaze swept across the entire room. His eyes changed. It was no longer the calm and sharpness of before. Rather, it is a kind of indifference. A kind of indifference, like a god looking down on ants. You, what kind of monster are you? The man in black robes looked at Lin Yi with suspicion and uncertainty, his voice trembling slightly. He sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Lin Yi that made his very soul tremble. He had only ever experienced that feeling with the Lord. No. It was even more terrifying than the feeling the Lord gave him. Lin Yi did not answer. He simply stared at the man in black as if he were a dead man. Then, Lin Yi unleashed his imperial might. An invisible, indescribable, terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire factory, centered on Lin Yi. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The light seemed to dim at that moment. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. The expressions on the faces of all the mercenaries in the factory froze instantly. Their bodies began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Then, one after another. Thump! 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 They were as if they had been pressed to the ground by an invisible hand. Their knees buckled, and they all knelt down in unison. Immediately afterwards. Ah! The screams of agony rose and fell. The mercenaries who knelt on the ground had bright red blood seeping from their 7 orifices at the same time. Their blood vessels burst inch by inch under the terrifying pressure. They wanted to struggle, they wanted to escape. But their bodies were as if they had been filled with tons of cement, unable to move an inch. They could only feel life slipping away amidst endless pain and fear. Black scorpions are in no better shape than them. His massive, towering body was trembling violently. His legs were shaking uncontrollably, like a sieve. He used all his strength to drive the battle axe into the ground, barely managing to keep from kneeling. But he felt his bones groaning under the strain. A fear emanating from the depths of his soul made him lack even the courage to look up. The man in black robes was struck as if by a heavy blow. The cold, deathly aura emanating from him was instantly dispelled by this incomparably domineering imperial might. He felt like a small boat exposed to a raging storm. They could be crushed to pieces at any moment by this terrifying pressure. His movements became incredibly slow. Every movement felt like carrying a mountain on one's back. This is the majesty of an emperor. The black-robed man's voice was filled with endless horror and disbelief. Who are you? Lin Yi still did not answer. He simply looked calmly at the man in black robes and slowly raised his right hand. Then, facing the direction where the man in black robes was. Gently. He snapped his fingers. Smack. A crisp sound. In the deathly silent factory, filled with screams and wails, it stood out exceptionally clearly. The next second, a sudden change occurred. The space around the man in black robes suddenly felt like glass that had been struck by a heavy hammer. Visible, jet-black cracks appeared. The cracks spread rapidly, weaving into a dense, impenetrable spiderweb. The black-robed man was completely enveloped. The horror on the black-robed man's face instantly turned into endless despair. He wanted to escape. He wanted to activate his life-saving skill. But Emperor Wei's suppression prevented him from even moving a finger. He could only watch helplessly as the web of death, composed of spatial rifts, suddenly contracted inward. Collapse. The entire process was conducted without making a sound. The black-robed man's body, along with all his equipment, all his skills, and all his secrets, In that collapsing space, they were instantly torn into the most primitive particles by the violent spatial force. Not even a speck of ash remained. A powerful, mysterious expert, at least level 20 or above. That's all. With a snap of his fingers, he was completely erased from this world. The factory fell into a deathly silence. All the surviving mercenaries stopped wailing. They stared at the boy standing in the center of the factory, who looked like a demon, as if they had seen a ghost. The black scorpion was terrified. He could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. His crotch area quickly became wet. A foul odor filled the air. The most ruthless outlaws in the western district of Langia City. I was so scared I peed my pants. Linny killed the man in black robes in an instant, as if he had done something insignificant. His gaze shifted to the black scorpion lying sprawled on the ground. Black Scorpion trembled violently when he met Lin Yi's gaze. He scrambled to his knees and began kowtowing frantically. "My lord, spare me! My lord, spare me! I was blind to your greatness. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Please, sir, just let me go like a fart." Black Scorpion was in a terrible state, tears streaming down his face. Lin Yi's face was expressionless. He raised his hand. Black Scorpion's pleas for mercy came to an abrupt halt. He thought Lin Yi was going to snap his fingers again. He closed his eyes in despair. However, Lin Yi simply waved his hand casually. A wind blade made of pure energy flashed by. Put! A huge head, its face contorted in terror, shot into the sky. Blood gushed out from the Black Scorpion's neck like a fountain. The headless corpse swayed twice before collapsing heavily into a pool of blood. Lin Yi reclaimed the Emperor's might. The pressure in the factory suddenly vanished. The surviving mercenaries lay on the ground like dehydrated fish, panting heavily. They looked at Lin Yi with eyes filled with endless fear. No one dared to stand up anymore. Lin Yi didn't look at them again. These small fry are no longer worth his time. He calmly walked to the table. On the table, the primal innate crystal was radiating an alluring glow. Lin Yi picked it up and put it into his storage space. Then he walked to the Iron Cross. He picked up the woman who had fallen into a coma and was covered in injuries. Su Mei. Her body was very light and soft. Even while unconscious, her brows remained furrowed, as if she were enduring immense pain. Lin Yi hugged her and turned to walk towards the only person still standing. Ling Shui. Ling Shui simply stood there quietly from beginning to end. She did not make a move. Because it's no longer needed. She just stared blankly at Lin Yi. Watching him unleash his oppressive aura. Watching him kill with a flick of his finger. Watching him wave his hand and behead someone. Her mind was blank. She felt as if she had never known this boy before. Until Lin Yi carried Su Mei and walked up to her. "Let's go." Lin Yi's voice pulled her back from her shock. Ling Shui looked at him. His eyes had regained their usual calm. It was as if the person who had appeared like a demon god just moments before was merely an illusion. But the mercenaries around her, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and the headless corpse, were all reminders of her situation. Everything is real. Ling Shui nodded silently and followed behind Lin Yi. The two walked out of this living hell, one after the other. Not a single mercenary dared to look them in the eye. Back to Lin Yi's dormitory. Lin Yi carefully placed Su Mei on the bed. Then, he couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. A strong sense of weakness and mental exhaustion washed over me like a tide. The ability to temporarily share resources has disappeared. The level that had skyrocketed has fallen back to level 8. The contract they just made had exhausted all their strength. Lin Yi opened his attribute panel. The above has undergone earth-shattering changes. Occupation, Spirit Master. Level, 8. Contract slot, 2 unlimited contracts unlocked. Contract Partner 1, Ling Shui Ice and Snow Swordsman. Contract Partner 2, Su Mei Soul Wizard Sealed. Shared abilities, Frost Affinity, Basic Swordsmanship Intuition, Ancient Martial Arts Proficiency, Energy Control Beginner. Looking at the infinite contract entry on the panel, Lin Yi's heart began to pound uncontrollably. He knew that from this moment on. A truly limitless path to ultimate power has already been laid out beneath my feet. He turned his head and looked at the bed. Su Mei remains unconscious. Her injuries have mostly healed under the power of the contract. As she slept, she shed the allure and pretense of the day. That delicate face carried a hint of vulnerability and unease. She possesses an innate allure, yet evokes pity. Lin Yi then looked at Ling Shui beside him. Ling Shui was standing by the window, looking at the night view outside. She didn't say anything. But Lin Yi could sense the complexity in her eyes. There was shock, doubt, and a hint of awe. Chapter 28: The Aftereffects of Power. Ling Shui's questioning. The dormitory lights are very bright. Lin Yi slumped onto the cold floor. His body felt completely hollowed out. Every muscle was emitting a silent groan. The destructive power that once dominated the world is rapidly receding. That powerful feeling of holding life and death in one's hands and having one's words become law is like a magnificent dream. The dream is over. All that remains is endless emptiness. His level has also returned to its starting point, level 8. No. It's worse than the origin. A wave of intense mental exhaustion washed over his mind like a tsunami. A sharp, stabbing pain shot through the depths of my soul. His head was throbbing as if it were about to split open. Lin Yi was breathing heavily. Large beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. The stray hairs on his forehead were quickly soaked. The feeling of falling from the clouds was incredibly clear. It was incredibly painful. Lin Yi knew very well that the power was borrowed. It wasn't his own. What is borrowed must eventually be returned. The cost, however, was extremely high. He now feels as if half of his soul has been taken away. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. This extreme weakness made him acutely aware of reality. He was still very weak. The power I felt just now was nothing but a fleeting illusion. He needs real power that belongs to him. Despite his physical limits, Lin Yi forced himself to muster a sliver of energy. He became absorbed in his thoughts. View your system panel. This is his only source of emotional support now. A pale blue light curtain slowly unfolded before his eyes. When he saw it again, contract slot 2 to infinite contract unlocked. Infinite contract. Even though I already knew, I still get incredibly excited every time I see it. His heart began to pound uncontrollably. Thump! 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 The sound was so intense that he could even feel his chest resonating. It felt as if a surge of molten lava had been injected into my exhausted body. The blood began to boil. Infinite contract. This means that his future growth will no longer be hindered. He was no longer bound by that damned hierarchy. He can contract a third, a fourth, or even countless beasts. Build your own true beast-taming legion. This crazy idea, at this moment, has a real possibility of being realized. The overwhelming joy instantly washed away most of the fatigue and pain. Lin Yi's breathing became rapid. He forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Contract Partner 2, Sume Soul Wizard sealed. Sealed? No wonder it showed that awakening failed before. Shared abilities: Frost Affinity, Basic Swordsmanship Intuition, Ancient Martial Arts Proficiency, Energy Control Beginner. The last two abilities are newly acquired. Shared skills can be used simultaneously. The moment I saw these two terms, Lin Yi clearly felt that his body was undergoing some kind of strange change. Countless fighting techniques, like innate instincts, are integrated into his limbs and bones. How should one exert force when throwing a punch or kick? How to dodge an attack? Which part of the body can unleash the strongest power? This knowledge already exists without needing to be thought about. At the same time, his perception of energy has reached a completely new level. Those free-floating, invisible, and intangible energy particles in the air. At this moment, it became clearly visible in his perception. They were like a swarm of mischievous fireflies, hovering around him. He even felt that he could mobilize them with just a thought. Shape them into whatever form you desire. This is a real, permanent improvement. It is a power that truly belongs to him. Just as Lin Yi was immersed in the joy of this achievement, a cool, clear voice rang out in the quiet room. There was a tremor in his voice that he couldn't hide. What was that power just now? Lin Yi's mind was drawn away from the system panel. He looked up. I saw Ling Shui standing by the window. The night breeze blew in through the open window, ruffling her long, black hair. Her tall figure appeared somewhat lonely in the moonlight. At this moment, Ling Shui finally turned around. Her usually calm and beautiful eyes were now filled with unprecedentedly complex emotions. Shock. Puzzled. Feeling lost. There was even a hint of awe that she herself was unaware of. She just stared at Lin Yi, who was slumped on the ground. His eyes were like those of someone looking at a complete stranger. The contract allowed her to vaguely sense Lin Yi's current state. Extremely weak. It looked as if it would fall over with a gust of wind. But this made it even harder for her to understand. How could someone so weak have unleashed such power just now? That terrifying power, like a god or demon descending to earth. With a flick of the finger, the strong are annihilated. His words commanded the entire room. She will never forget that feeling. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that what was coming would eventually come. Ling Shui is not stupid. What just happened was far beyond her comprehension. I have to give her an explanation. A sufficiently reasonable explanation. Lin Yi raised his head, revealing a face so pale it was devoid of any color. He forced an ugly smile at Ling Shui. That smile looked worse than crying. He was breathing heavily, his voice hoarse. It's Su Mei's power. It's also a kind of curse. A perfectly measured hint of pain and lingering fear flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. He slowly delivered the speech he had prepared long ago. He had already laid the groundwork for this lie once before, in order to explain the connection between the two of them. Now, all we need to do is deepen it. To make it more complete and more credible. Su Mei has an extremely rare and special bloodline flowing through her body. This bloodline can be activated when someone is near death. It will trigger a berserk state called life resonance. As Lin Yi spoke, he began to cough violently. It was as if every time he spoke, he was aggravating the injuries within his body. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, and his face became even paler. In this state, her life force will be shared with the person with whom she has a soul connection, namely me. She will burn with all her potential, even her life. Thus, in a short period of time, one can obtain unparalleled power. And I am just a temporary vessel. A tool to carry this power. Lin Yi's voice grew weaker and weaker. He leaned against the wall, looking as if he might faint at any moment. Look at how I am now, that's a consequence of the illness. The feeling of being drained after the power fades. I almost lost my life. Lin Yi's acting skills are nothing short of perfect. His weakness was not feigned. His pain was genuine. These words are 9 parts true and 1 part false. The most deceptive lies often conceal the truth at their core. Ling Shui listened quietly. She didn't say anything. Her bright, intelligent eyes flickered slightly. As an S-level talent holder, she knew that all sorts of strange bloodlines and talents did exist in this world. Lin Yi's explanation sounded absurd. But it seems that it's not entirely impossible. However, her intuition told her that things were not that simple. That power, that oppressive aura. It doesn't seem like a simple burst of energy. It's more like a crushing defeat in terms of status. An absolute suppression of a certain level of life. There are many inexplicable aspects to these words. But Ling Shui looked at Lin Yi's pale face and his undisguised weakness. The sense of intimacy emanating from the depths of the contract prevented her from harboring any real doubt. More importantly, it was this boy who led her to rescue people. It was this same boy who, at the most dangerous moment, unleashed the power to turn the tide. He saved himself. He also saved the woman named Su Mei. Ling Shui remained silent for a long time. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat stagnant for a moment. Finally, her cool gaze slowly shifted away from Lin Yi. It landed on that single bed. It landed on the woman who was still unconscious. Then, Ling Shui finally spoke again. She asked the most practical and also the most difficult question. Then she. What do we do now? Lin Yi's heart, which had just settled down, instantly jumped again. Yes. The person was saved. But then what? A woman, seriously injured and unconscious, whose identity is unknown. A woman targeted by a powerful, evil organization. How should this be handled? This trouble seems to have only just begun. Chapter 29 Su Mei Awakens, Shattered Memories. Chapter 29 Su Mei Awakens, Shattered Memories. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the cold floor. A night has passed. He meditated for an entire night. The feeling of weakness in my body has subsided somewhat. But deep in his soul, he still felt a stabbing pain. That feeling of exhaustion was like a brand, deeply etched into my bones. Lin Yi endured his physical discomfort. He wasted no time. His consciousness sank into his mind. I'm sorting through the knowledge that has suddenly appeared. Proficient in ancient martial arts. Energy control. This knowledge is vast and exquisite. It's like a huge treasure trove. Lin Yi needs time to fully digest them. Make them your true instincts. He needs to become stronger. Only true strength can free him from the feeling of helplessness he experienced last night. Ling Shui, too, spent the entire night by the window without sleeping. She stood quietly, leaning against the cold wall. The cool moonlight shone on her, as if draping her in a layer of silver frost. Her gaze kept falling on Lin Yi. His eyes were filled with worry. But more than anything, it serves as a warning. Her vigilance stemmed from the mysterious woman in her bed. Ling Shui kept replaying the devastating scene from last night in her mind. The image of annihilating a powerful figure with a flick of the finger haunted her mind like a nightmare. Lin Yi's explanation sounded reasonable. Share life, unleash potential, and gain temporary, immense power. It does sound like that possibility. But Ling Shui's intuition told her that things were not that simple. That oppressive aura. That kind of oppressive aura, originating from the depths of the soul, is like a god looking down on an ant. No matter what, she could not equate it with the concept of life sharing. That was more like a crushing defeat in terms of status. An absolute suppression of a certain level of life. Looking at Lin Yi's pale profile, Ling Shui felt a sense of unprecedented confusion. This boy harbors too many secrets. The atmosphere in the dormitory was unusually tense. A severely injured woman lay unconscious on the bed. A very weak boy was sitting on the floor. A wary young girl stood by the window. 3 people, 3 states. This creates a bizarre and dangerous scene. Time passed by, second by second. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window. Like a golden sword, it pierced the darkness of the room. The light shone directly on Su Mei's pale face. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. It's very mild. But it was enough to make Ling Shui, who was always on guard, tense up instantly. The next second, Su Mei's eyes snapped open. That wasn't the groggy feeling that ordinary people experience after waking up. Those were the eyes of a wild beast. A wounded wild beast awakened in its den. His eyes were filled with vigilance. It was filled with murderous intent. There was also a deep-seated, unmasked weariness. Su Mei's body tensed instantly. Her gaze swept across the unfamiliar surroundings as quickly as a radar. When she saw Ling Shui by the window, her pupils suddenly contracted. She sensed a powerful, icy aura emanating from Ling Shui. That's a threat. Su Mei instinctively wanted to lash out. She wanted to attack. She wanted to eliminate this threat as quickly as possible. However, the intense pain and weakness in her body rendered her unable to move. She felt as if all the bones in her body were about to fall apart with the slightest movement. Just then, Su Mei's gaze fell on Lin Yi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The moment she saw Lin Yi, the hostility and murderous intent in her eyes melted away quickly, like ice and snow exposed to sunlight. Deep within her soul, the invisible golden chain of covenant resonated gently. An inexplicable, instinctive sense of closeness and dependence welled up inside me. The wariness in Su Mei's eyes had not completely disappeared. However, the sharp aggression she exuded gradually subsided. She subconsciously categorized Lin Yi as one of her own. Ling Shui noticed that Su Mei had woken up. She also sensed the murderous intent that Su Mei had initially released. Ling Shui's hand was already gripping the hilt of the sword behind her back. The atmosphere in the dormitory instantly plummeted to freezing point. A battle seems imminent. She meant no harm. Lin Yi finished his meditation at that very moment. He opened his eyes, his voice a little hoarse, but calm. Lin Yi shook his head at Ling Shui. Ling Shui looked at Lin Yi, then at the woman on the bed whose imposing aura had completely subsided. She hesitated for a moment, but finally let go of the sword hilt. Lin Yi leaned against the wall and slowly stood up. He walked to the bedside and looked at Su Mei. He tried to communicate with Su Mei. You're awake? How are you feeling? Do you remember what happened? Su Mei looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with confusion. She opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't remember anything. Who I am? What's my name? Why am I here? Countless questions flooded my mind like a tide. But no answers could be found. A severe headache followed. Ah! Sume clutched her head in anguish. Her face grew even paler. Words, broken and fragmented, were squeezed out of her throat. Escape, I've been running away. The sacrifice, they say I am the best sacrifice. It hurts, my strength. The power of the source. My lord. Each word is like a key. It opened with a bloody and painful scene of shattered memories. Those images flashed wildly through her mind. There are cold, sterile laboratories. There was an endless pursuit. There were countless ferocious and greedy faces. Sume's body began to tremble violently. Linny frowned. He mentioned what happened last night. The man in black robes. Black Scorpion mercenary group. Upon hearing those two names, Sume's eyes instantly turned icy cold. It was a deep-seated hatred. This memory seems to be the clearest one in her mind. Sume took a deep breath. Despite her headache, she told him everything she knew. She told Linny and Ling Shui. The man in black robes belonged to a large organization called the Reapers. This organization operates throughout the myriad realms. They have only one goal: the hunt for people like her, people with special souls. That man in black robes was merely the lowest-ranking messenger in the organization. They were merely cannon fodder tasked with carrying out the capture mission. Behind the harvesters is their master. That was an extremely terrifying existence. Sume's memory of the Lord was very vague. All she knew was that the entity seemed to have suffered a severe blow a long time ago. It needs to constantly devour powerful souls to restore its own power. And herself. Because the soul contains a special energy that they call source power. The harvested organization classifies them as the highest-ranking sacrifices. This is precisely why the harvesters spared no expense in their capture. After listening to Sume's story, Linny and Ling Shui both fell into a long silence. For the first time, a solemn expression appeared on Ling Shui's face. An organization that can readily offer talent crystals as rewards. An organization that hunts down special souls throughout the myriad realms. The hidden power behind this organization is simply unimaginable. They realized it. I have unwittingly been drawn into a huge vortex. A vortex far more terrifying than competition among universities or rivalries among cities. After saying all this, Sume seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She collapsed weakly onto the bed again. He was panting heavily. The dormitory fell silent once again. Linny was thinking. Ling Shui was also thinking. Just then, Sume suddenly chuckled softly. The voice was hoarse, yet carried a strange allure. She looked at Linny. After the confusion faded, those captivating peach blossom eyes were left with only a detached indifference that seemed to have seen through the ways of the world. She looked directly into Ling Yi's eyes and asked, word by word. I've told you everything I know. And what about you? After all that effort, they've created this huge problem for me. What are you after? Chapter 30. My orders are everything. Linny was met with Sume's scrutiny. Calm, yet resolute. What's the point? Linny repeated it, then laughed self-deprecatingly. I want to live. His voice was soft, yet every word was clear. I want to become stronger. Strong enough to control one's own destiny. Linny looked at Sume, his eyes devoid of any desire or greed. There was only one pure desire, for power. Now the harvest is our common enemy. They want to capture you, but they'll kill me too. From the moment I rescued you, we were already in the same boat. And you are the key to my becoming stronger. This answer is simple, direct, and irrefutable. Faced with life and death, all complex motives seem pale and powerless. Sume gave Linny a deep look. She didn't say anything more. She accepted this explanation. At least, she chose to accept it until she found a better answer. You can stay here and recover from your injuries. Linny gave his instructions. This is the school dormitory, it's safe for now. Don't leave this room until I get back. Sume nodded gently. She definitely needs time to recover. Last night's outburst almost drained all her strength. Linny said no more. He turned and walked out of the room. In the corridor, Ling Shui was leaning against the wall waiting for him. She changed into a clean tracksuit, her long hair casually tied back. It looks less cold and more refreshing. She saw Linny come out and handed him a paper bag. Inside were steaming hot buns and soy milk. Eat something. Ling Shue's voice remained cold and aloof. But Lin Yi saw a hint of hidden worry in her eyes. Lin Yi didn't stand on ceremony. He is indeed starving. He took the paper bag and began to wolf down the food. The two of them stood in the corridor. No one spoke. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Ling Shui looked at Lin Yi's pale face, her lips moved as if she wanted to ask something. But in the end, she didn't ask anything. She chose to believe Lin Yi. Just like when Lin Yi said in the abandoned factory, "You go save people, I'll go get the things." She chose to trust unconditionally. Today we'll have a training session. Good. The entrance of Langya number 1 middle school. 3 figures were already waiting there. His expression was excited, yet also tinged with obvious trepidation. Scout Chen Mo. Pastor Li Yueru. Shi Lei, the shield guard. They were the new team members personally selected by Lin Yi. The 3 of them had very ordinary equipment. Black iron grade standard equipment. Chen Mo was thin and had an ordinary appearance. He habitually hid himself behind Shi Lei's tall figure. His eyes, however, were like those of an eagle, vigilantly observing his surroundings. They were analyzing the expressions and actions of every passerby. This was his instinct as a scout. Li Yueru was a quiet and pretty girl. She wore black-rimmed glasses and had bangs. At that moment, she was looking down, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her priest's robe. She dared not look into the eyes of those around her. She was afraid to see the disdain and skepticism. Shi Lei appeared to be the calmest of the 3. He is over 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear. His bronze skin gave him a powerful look. But at that moment, he just scratched his head sheepishly. There was a hint of unease in his eyes. All 3 of them knew that they had been selected exceptionally. It was Captain Lin Yi who gave them this opportunity to rise to the top. A cool, aloof figure appeared silently beside them. She wore a simple white dress, and her long, black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She was stunningly beautiful, with an icy demeanor. Noble, and unattainable. It's Ling Shui. The only S-class genius in the entire school. Ling Shui. Li Yueru's voice was trembling. Just then, a figure appeared at the school gate right on time. It's Lin Yi. He's here. His face was still somewhat pale. But his eyes were sharp as knives. He exudes a cold and aloof aura that keeps strangers at bay. It was as if the murderous aura of last night's bloody battle had not completely dissipated. The moment he appeared, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Chen Mo, Li Yueru, and Shi Lei almost simultaneously held their breath. This is their captain. That legendary figure who single-handedly reversed the tide and ascended to the top. Lin Yi's gaze swept calmly over the 3 of them. He made no small talk or pleasantries. There wasn't even a single opening remark. I know you have many questions. Lin Yi's voice was not loud. But that voice struck the hearts of the 3 like a heavy hammer. But now, you only need to remember one thing. He paused. His sharp gaze, as if it were tangible, pierced into the eyes of the 3 men. It made their hearts skip a beat. In my team, you don't need to think. We don't need your advice. All you need to do is execute it 100%. My orders are everything. Is it possible? Lin Yi spoke the last 4 words very softly. Yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. The 3 were completely intimidated by Lin Yi's gaze and the absolute authority in his words. After a brief moment of shock, a strange, scalding surge of heat welled up from the depths of their hearts. No need to think. No advice is needed. Just execute it. This statement might be considered an insult to those proud and arrogant geniuses. But for those of them who have never been recognized and are eager to prove themselves, it was a trust we had never felt before. This means that the captain is willing to entrust his back to them completely. The expressions in the 3 people's eyes changed instantly. Feeling uneasy, anxious, and nervous. These emotions were swept away at this moment. Instead, there was a fanatical, absolute conviction. Almost instinctively, they all straightened their bodies. With all their might, they roared in unison. Yes, Captain. His voice was loud and clear, strong and resonant. This attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Lin Yi looked at the flames in the eyes of the 3 people and nodded in satisfaction. That's exactly the kind of soldier he wanted. Very good. Linny announced the first team task. Our first target is the public large-scale dungeon, Howling Abyss. Howling Abyss. Upon hearing this name, the expressions of the three of them changed slightly. That's one of the most famous death traps near Langia City. It is known for its complex environment and ferocious monsters. Many well-equipped elite teams have failed in this endeavor. Linny seemed to have seen through their thoughts. He explained casually. The school's simulated secret realm is too comfortable. Only in a place like the Howling Abyss can real combat training be conducted. The environment there is more complex, and we could be attacked by other professional teams at any time. I need you to adapt to this high-intensity combat as quickly as possible. Linny set short-term goals for the team. Before the joint college entrance examination trial began, our team members all reached level 10. Everyone is level 10. This goal put immense pressure on Chun Mo and his two companions once again. But at the same time, it ignited their fighting spirit. They understand. This is a test that Linny has given them. This is also their only chance to prove themselves. Set off. Linny didn't waste any more time. He turned around and led the four of them toward the teleportation array in the city center. 5 figures were stretched long in the morning sunlight. A flash of light. The 5 people appeared before a huge valley, which was like the gaping maw of an abyss. This is the entrance to the Howling Abyss. Before they even got close, a chilling gale howled out from the abyss. The wind howled mournfully, like the wailing of ghosts and wolves. It sends chills down your spine. The abyss was dimly lit and filled with jagged rocks. The environment was gloomy and terrifying. Linny glanced at the 4 people behind him. Ling Shue's expression remained unchanged. Chen Mo, Li Yueru, and Shirlei all wore solemn expressions. Chen Mo, clear the way. Linny issued the first order. Yes. Chen Mo immediately went into battle mode. He drew a dagger from his waist, crouched slightly, and like a cheetah, silently slipped into the shadows. The team slowly advanced into the abyss. Li Yueru and Shirlei stood on either side of Linny and Ling Shue, protecting them. The 5 men advanced cautiously in a standard battle formation. The team had just stepped into the secret realm less than 100 meters away. When preparing to explore further, Chen Mo's figure suddenly appeared in the shadows ahead. His expression suddenly changed. He suddenly raised his hand, stopping the crowd. He pointed to a corner ahead that was hidden by a huge rock. His voice trembled slightly, a tremor he couldn't quite hide. Captain, wait. There's a strong smell of blood there. And it was just left behind. Chen Mo's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. A team got wiped out here. Chapter 31 Earth Lizard. Don't worry about it. The group continued to advance deeper into the area. Look at the map, this is the Howling Swamp, Chen Mo said. Continue the investigation, Lin Yi continued, issuing the order. Chen Mo used invisibility and quickly ventured into the heart of the swamp. 3 minutes later. With a few leaps, Chen Mo landed silently beside Lin Yi. Team leader. Chen Mo's voice was very low, but it couldn't hide the excitement in it. About 300 meters ahead, there is a protruding rocky area. A group of earth lizards live there. The number is around 15. He paused, then added the most crucial information. Level 10, elite monster. I saw that one of them had a full 1,000 health points. It's very big, like a small truck, and its scales look very thick and powerful. 1,000 health points. Elite monster. Upon hearing these words, Shirlei and Li Yueru's expressions changed. They couldn't help but gasp. An elite monster with 1,000 HP. This is almost as powerful as the final boss in some ordinary dungeons. They were just a novice team with an average level of less than 8. Is it too much to try and challenge a monster of this level? A hint of hesitation appeared on Li Yueru's face. Although Shirlei didn't speak, his grip on the shield tightened unconsciously. Only Ling Shue's expression remained unchanged. She simply gripped the enchanted ice blade in her hand. His cool eyes were filled with fighting spirit. After listening to Chen Mo's report, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Elite monster. This is what he wants. Farming regular monsters yields too little experience and the loot is poor. It simply cannot meet his need to rapidly improve his strength. Perfect. Lin Yi spoke calmly, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable decisiveness. Use it to integrate the team. His gaze swept over the crowd. In the end, it fell on Chen Mo. Chen Mo, your task is to lure one over here by yourself. Remember, only one, never lure a second one. Chen Mo's body jolted violently. This is the first important task. Yes, Captain. Chen Mo nodded heavily. Soon, a deep roar came from the direction of the rocky area. Boom! Boom! The ground was trembling slightly. Shirley and Li Yueru's hearts jumped into their throats with the sound of footsteps. A huge black shadow crashed through the bushes and appeared before the group. Earth lizard. Its size was even larger than Chen Mo had described. Its entire body was covered in thick, grayish-brown scales, as heavy as rocks. With strong and powerful limbs, each step left a deep footprint in the mud. A pair of murky, vertical yellow pupils, filled with an aura of violence and bloodlust. Roar! Shirley took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tension in his heart. He roared and activated the shield guard's taunt skill. The giant shield in his hand slammed heavily onto the ground. It made a muffled sound. The earth lizard's attention was instantly drawn to him. It abandoned its pursuit of Chen Mo, who was constantly harassing it with arrows from afar. They then focused their attention on Shirley. It took heavy steps. He charged towards Shirley. The oppressive feeling made Li Yueru's face turn pale. Shirley gritted his teeth, firmly planted his feet in a horse stance, and held the giant shield tightly in front of him. He underestimated the impact of this elite monster. They chose the most foolish option, to confront it head-on. The next second. Boom! A deafening roar followed. The giant claws of the earth lizard slammed heavily onto Shirley's shield. Shirley felt as if he had been hit by a mad bull. An irresistible, immense force emanated from the shield. He and his shield were knocked back 7 or 8 steps by the impact. His entire arm, which was holding the shield, instantly lost sensation. It became numb and painful. 82. A bright red damage number appeared above Shirley's head. His health bar, which was over 500, dropped a small portion in an instant. Shirley was terrified. He wanted to adjust his posture immediately and steady himself. But the earth lizard's next attack was already imminent. Its enormous tail, like a steel whip, swept across with a whistling sound. Shirley's rhythm was completely disrupted. He could only awkwardly raise his shield and try to take the hit again. Quickly! Treat him! Shirley shouted anxiously. On the other side, Li Yueru also panicked. Seeing Shirley suddenly in danger, she hurriedly began chanting a healing spell. However, due to excessive nervousness, her chanting was interrupted once. The skill was released a full half-beat late. Shirley took the second tail swipe from the earth lizard head-on. Another damage exceeding 70 points appeared above his head. A holy light finally descended upon him. This brought his health back to 100 points. This treatment wasted half of its dosage. Li Yueru's face turned even paler. Her mental energy was also greatly depleted because of this mistake. On the other side of the battlefield, Ling Shui found an excellent opportunity to attack from the flank. She was preparing to launch a surprise attack. However, Shirley's clumsy retreat and awkward positioning blocked her path of advance. Ling Shui's brows furrowed slightly. She had to abandon the attack and find a new angle. The earth lizard seized this opportunity. It opened its blood-red maw and sprayed a mouthful of foul-smelling acid towards Ling Shui. Ling Shui could only retreat and dodge. It's impossible to deal any effective damage. The entire team, in just over 10 seconds. They found themselves in a chaotic and disorganized situation, each fighting their own battle. Everyone is running around like crazy. These are the new recruits. This is a team that hasn't worked out together. They have the profession, but lack the teamwork skills. Just when the team was about to collapse, and Shirley's health had dropped below half, it was a critical moment. A calm and clear voice rang in everyone's ears. The voice had a calming, magical quality. This gave the panicked crowd a sense of direction. Shirley, don't try to tough it out. It was Lin Yi's voice. Take half a step back and use the side of your shield to absorb the force. Its impact has a 0.5 second stun time, enough for you to adjust your posture. Shirley's mind went blank. He did as Lin Yi said, almost subconsciously. He turned to the side and, just as the lizard's claws were about to strike, slammed the shield hard against them with the edge. A tremendous force slid down the shield to the side. Shirley felt a jolt in his body and then stood firmly on his feet. He didn't even lose any blood. It was a success. A look of surprise flashed in Shirley's eyes. Li Yueru, anticipate and treat. Lin Yi's voice rang out again, calm and decisive. Release the moment he successfully blocks, don't wait until he loses health. Li Yueru suddenly woke up with a start. She stopped staring at Shirley's health bar. Instead, he focused all his attention on the movements of Shirley and the Earth Lizard. The moment Shirley successfully blocked the next shot, a beam of holy light descended with perfect precision. It instantly restored the health he had just lost due to his mistake. A perfect prediction. Not a single bit wasted. Ling Shui, take 3 steps to the left front. Lin Yi's command continued without pause. The third scale on its left side is lighter in color than the others. That's its weak point. Wait for my fireball signal. In Lin Yi's hand, a fireball the size of a fist had already taken shape. The fireball roared out. But its target was not the Earth Lizard's belly. It was its right eye that was raised high. Boom! The fireball exploded in the lizard's eye socket. Although it did not cause much damage. But the intense impact and burning sensation caused the Earth Lizard to roar in pain. Its head instinctively twisted sharply to the left. Just as it turned its head, its weak spot on its abdomen was completely exposed to Ling Shui. There was no cover whatsoever. Great opportunity. A cold glint flashed in Ling Shui's eyes. Seizing this critical moment, she moved like a white lightning bolt, instantly cutting in. Frost slash. The enchanted ice blade in his hand carried a chilling aura as he unleashed his full power. Put. The sharp blade pierced deeply into the gap between the lighter-colored scales. 189. A terrifying red critical damage bar appeared above the Earth Lizard's head. Roar! The Earth Lizard let out a painful cry. Its body stiffened abruptly due to the intense pain. Under Lin Yi's godlike command, the entire team seemed to transform into a sophisticated killing machine in an instant. Shirley's defense. Li Yueru's treatment. Ling Shui's output. Chen Mo was also constantly harassing the area with arrows from the outside. Every step was perfectly connected. The once incredibly powerful Earth Lizard that had everyone in a panic. At this moment, with their seamless teamwork, he became a huge sitting duck. Its health is dropping rapidly. Less than 5 minutes. This once arrogant elite monster let out a mournful cry of resentment. Its massive body crashed to the ground. The battle is over. Shirley and Li Yueru were both panting heavily. They stared at the lizard's carcass on the ground, their faces filled with disbelief. We won. They actually managed to kill a level 10 elite monster without sustaining a scratch. Chen Mo also emerged from the shadows. The three of them exchanged a glance. Then, without prior arrangement, everyone turned their gaze to the boy who had been standing at the back the whole time and had only thrown one fireball. Their eyes were filled with shock and admiration. They simply cannot understand it. How did the captain manage to instantly discern everyone's problems and every weakness of the monsters in such a chaotic battlefield? Even the stun time after a monster's attack is calculated with such precision. This combat instinct far exceeded their comprehension. He's practically a god. At that moment, all three of them were completely convinced. Beside the corpse of the Earth Lizard, a piece of equipment emitting a blue light fell. Chapter 32. Who doesn't want to be the mantis stalking the cicada? Lin Yi stepped forward and picked up the equipment. It is a piece of plate armor. Rock armor. Level 5. Quality, bronze. Attributes, defense +3, max HP +50. He threw it directly to Shirley. Put them on. Shirley was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with ecstatic joy. Thank you, Captain. He was so excited that he thanked them repeatedly and immediately put on his plate armor. His health increased by 50 points instantly, and his defense increased by 3 points. Under Lin Yi's command, the team hunted for a full 3 hours with extremely high efficiency. Lin Yi and Ling Shui successfully leveled up to level 9. Chen Mo, Shirley, and Li Yueru also rose 2 or 3 levels, reaching level 8. A total of 8 pieces of equipment were obtained. 5 of the pieces were made of black iron, 3 of them of bronze, and 1 of them was even a rock armor, which was given to Ling Shui. The remaining items, resilient helmet, bronze, defense +5, strength +2, and rock leggings, black iron, defense +2, were given to Ling Shui. Inscribed headwear, black iron, intelligence +3, was given to Li Yueru. The two low-grade items, swift boots, black iron, agility +6, and rock leggings, black iron, defense +2, were given to Chen Mo. Lin Yi distributed the items fairly according to everyone's needs. The team's overall strength has achieved a qualitative leap. Name, Lin Yi. Occupation, Spirit Master Hidden. Level, 9. Talent, everything can be contracted. Contract objective, 2. Shared capability slots, 3. HP, 900. Intelligence, 105. Strength, 10. Agility, 15. Skills, Pact of All Things, Fireball, Blink, Boost, 105%. Shared abilities acquired, Frost Affinity passive, Basic Swordsmanship Intuition passive, Ancient Martial Arts Proficiency passive, Energy Control beginner. Boost, Ice Spell damage +20%. Ice Scepter, Wisdom Headband, Apprentice Cloth Armor, Ice Crystal Pendant. Name, Ling Shui. Class, Ice Swordsman Hidden. Level, 9. Talent, Frost Saint Body S rank. HP, 1650. Strength, 74. Intelligence, 10. Defense, 19. Agility, 12. Skills, Frost Slash, Basic Swordsmanship, Frost Sword Dance, Ice Armor. Enchanted Ice Blade, Goblin Armor, Bronze Boots, Resilient Helmet, Rock Leggings. Lin Yi has invested all his points into intelligence, and it's now over 100. In addition, there are 4 powerful shared skills available. Ling Shui's equipment is a bit lacking, but she has a lot of skills. High health, high attack power. It is capable of both attacking and defending. The +6 agility item is a minor upgrade, increasing Chen Mo's movement speed and indirectly improving his survivability. Just as everyone was excited about their improved strength, Chen Mo, who had been on guard duty on the perimeter, suddenly sent out an urgent signal. He lowered his voice, pointed in a direction deep in the swamp, and said to Lin Yi, "Captain, over there. I think I hear fighting. Not a monster, but a professional." Chen Mo's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Shirley and Li Yueru's expressions changed instantly. The two instinctively gripped their weapons tighter. Howling in the abyss. This place is fraught with danger. Encountering other teams here is often more dangerous than encountering monsters. The human heart is more unpredictable than any monster. Lin Yi's eyes remained completely unmoved. He simply raised his hand and made 2 gestures to the team members behind him. "Stop. Silence." The group immediately stopped. Li Yueru and Shirley reacted quickly. Following Lin Yi and Ling Shui, they quickly found cover by using the surrounding huge rocks and dense humus. Conceal your breath. Hold your breath. The 5 people were perfectly concealed. It seemed to blend into the surrounding darkness. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the faces of the 3 new team members one by one. Their expressions were very rich. From the initial excitement of entering the secret realm to the tension when encountering the Earth Lizard. And then there's the solemnity we feel now when facing an unknown enemy. This rapid shift in mindset was exactly what he wanted. This is real combat. This is the real test. Lin Yi remained unusually calm. There are only 2 reasons why the 2 teams are fighting fiercely in this place. To compete for a precious resource. Alternatively, you could besiege a powerful dungeon boss. In either case, this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for their team, which is hiding in the shadows. Continue the investigation. Lin Yi gave Chen Mo a new instruction. Chen Mo nodded. His figure once again blended into the shadows and disappeared. The team fell into a quiet wait. In the silence, Shirley and Li Yueru's heartbeats became exceptionally clear. They could hear faint sounds of explosions and roars coming from afar. Each sound made their nerves tense up a little more. A moment later, Chen Mo was back. This time, he brought back more detailed intelligence. "Captain, we've found out." Chen Mo's voice carried a hint of shock. "About 500 meters ahead is a clearing of swamp. A team called Blazing Fire Alliance is besieging a giant beast. The Blazing Fire Alliance is a full squad of 10, and their equipment is excellent. That behemoth was several times larger than the Earth Lizard we killed before. I suspect it's a level 20 elite boss, the ancient swamp giant lizard." Chen Mo swallowed hard and continued. Moreover, another team was lying in ambush on the other side of the battlefield. They were hiding in the bushes. There were 7 of them. Judging from their badges, they should be the Wind Wolf Squad. They didn't make a move, as if they were waiting for the right moment. The Fiery Alliance. Wind Wolf Squad. Both names are somewhat well known in the professional circles of Langia City. They are all mercenary squads composed of seasoned professionals from society. Experienced and ruthless. Linny listened to Chen Mo's report without the slightest surprise. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is the most common scenario in treasure hunting in secret realms. The Blazing Fire Alliance is like a cicada and a mantis. The Wind Wolf Squad are mantises. To be precise, the analogy of the snipe and the clam fighting while the fisherman benefits is more appropriate. The Wind Wolf Squad was unable to swallow the ancient swamp giant lizard, let alone defeat the Blazing Fire Alliance. They had no choice but to intervene only after the Fiery Alliance suffered casualties while attacking the ancient swamp giant lizard. The fisherman profits. Lin Yi's team lay prone on an inconspicuous hill. Using the rocks as cover, they had a clear view of the entire battlefield. Lin Yi's brain was working at lightning speed. The distant battlefield, in his eyes, transformed into a clear chessboard. The data for each unit was rapidly being constructed in his mind. Target: Ancient Swamp Giant Lizard. Level: 20 Elite Boss. Attack Pattern 1: Heavy Claw Strike, powerful and heavy, with a noticeable wind up. Attack Mode 2: Spews Poison Mist, covering a very wide area and causing continuous damage. Attack Mode 3: Steel Whip Tail Whip, unpredictable and extremely fast. Estimated skill cooldowns: Poison Mist Spray, 30 seconds. Steel Whip Tail Whip, 15 seconds. The Fire Alliance's composition: 3 warriors, 2 mages, 2 archers, 1 assassin, and 2 priests. Wind Wolf Squad composition: 2 warriors, 1 assassin, 3 archers, 1 priest. All the information, all the variables. Everything was in his mind, being broken down, calculated, and reassembled. He began to analyze the upcoming battle. They were speculating on every possible outcome. He has an amazing idea. He wanted to snatch chestnuts from the fire between the 2 mercenary squads. Everyone wants to be the oriole that catches the bird, and everyone wants to be the fisherman. Lin Yi was no exception. Chapter 33: The cicada and the oriole perished together. On the battlefield. The battle between the Fiery Alliance and the ancient swamp giant lizard has reached a fever pitch. The giant lizard is extremely powerful. Its body is like scales forged from rock, indestructible. The 2 mages from the Blazing Fire Alliance continuously cast fireballs. 2 archers also kept shooting arrows. But these attacks, when they hit the monitor lizard, only caused a series of insignificant sparks. The damage caused was minimal. 55. 38. 61. One by one, pitiful damage numbers appeared above the giant lizard's head. Compared to its terrifyingly long health bar, this damage is like a tickle. Roar. The giant lizard let out a roar. It opened its blood-red maw. A thick, dark green poisonous mist spewed from its mouth. It instantly covered a large area in front of it. The 3 warriors of the Blazing Fire Alliance were the first to be attacked. Their health began to decline at a visible rate. The formation is starting to fall into disarray. Priest. Heal. Stabilize the front line. A man who appeared to be a commander roared at the top of his lungs. All ranged attackers. Focus fire on its eye. The eye is its weak point. The commander's judgment was accurate. But monitor lizards also have a wealth of combat experience. It used its 2 strong front paws to protect its head. It attacks using only its massive body and tail. Bang! The monitor lizard slapped down with its claw. One of the warriors from the Blazing Fire Alliance reacted a beat too late. The shield in his hand was shattered instantly. Immediately afterwards, he was smashed into a pile of minced meat. Blood and bone fragments were splattered everywhere. Drift. Its enormous tail, like a steel whip, swept across. Another soldier was unable to dodge in time and was struck directly in the waist. A snap. His body was folded at an odd angle. Like a tattered rag doll, it flew more than 10 meters away. When it landed, it was already silent. In just a few dozen seconds. The Blazing Fire Alliance paid a heavy price. However, their attacks were not entirely ineffective. After losing the life of their 3rd team member, they finally found a weakness in the monitor lizard. Dozens of attacks simultaneously struck an old scar on the giant lizard's abdomen. 361. 438. 1161. The monitor lizard's health was finally reduced to near zero. It let out a mournful cry, and its massive body crashed to the ground. We did it! We did it! The surviving members of the Blazing Fire Alliance cheered, relieved to have escaped death. Their faces were filled with both exhaustion and joy. The commander, in his excitement, threw away the long sword in his hand. I'm going to check on the drops from the monitor lizard. However, just then, at the moment when they were almost relaxed, a sudden change has occurred. Whoosh! 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 Several poisoned arrows shot out from the shadows on the side. With perfect accuracy, it hit the two remaining priests in the team. The pastor's eyes still held the joy of victory. The next second, their expressions froze. Their bodies swayed, and they collapsed limply to the ground. Enemy attack. The commander's expression changed drastically. He was about to pick up the long sword. A cold sword blade had already pierced through his chest from behind. He lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the blood-stained tip of the sword that had pierced through the body. Then, unwillingly, he fell to the ground. The Wind Wolf Squad has made their move. They were like a pack of the most patient wolves. It reveals its most deadly fangs when its prey is at its weakest. An easy, one-sided massacre began. The Fire Alliance members had lost their priest and were all in a low health state. They were powerless against the rested and ready Wind Wolf Squad. Less than a minute. The battle was over. The leader of the Wind Wolf Squad, a man with a scar on his face, stood with one foot on the corpse of the Fire Alliance commander. He looked at the spoils scattered on the ground and the dying giant lizard. He let out a triumphant, unrestrained laugh. Ha ha ha. A bunch of idiots. After all that hard work, it's all for nothing, like we Wind Wolves were just getting a free ride. His teammates also revealed greedy smiles. They excitedly rushed toward the glowing equipment. Charged toward the enormous, dying boss. However, none of them noticed that giant lizard, which everyone thought was dead and was now bleeding profusely. Suddenly, he abruptly raised his head. There was no pain in its cloudy eyes. The weakness was gone. There is only one kind of insane red light that destroys everything. Berserk. Attributes doubled. Roar. A desperate and furious roar echoed throughout the swamp. The monitor lizard unleashed its final, suicidal attack. Swamp Rage. Centered on its body. A dark green shockwave, containing terrifying energy, exploded out with a deafening roar. That energy instantly swept across the entire open space. Caught off guard, the entire Wind Wolf Squad was enveloped within the skill's range. The smiles on their faces instantly turned into extreme fear. But they didn't even have time to scream. It was completely engulfed by that violent energy. Their bodies, like ice and snow under the scorching sun, melted away rapidly. It vanished into nothingness. After the shockwave, the battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The mighty ancient swamp giant lizard is dead. The once invincible Fiery Alliance has been wiped out. The treacherous and cunning Wind Wolf Squad was also wiped out. On an open space, only 20-odd cold corpses remained. And scattered all over the ground, equipment and materials gleaming with an alluring light. On high ground, Chen Mo, Shirley, and Li Yueru were stunned by this bizarre and shocking scene. Their faces were deathly pale. My body was trembling slightly, uncontrollably. Their minds were blank. He was speechless for a long time. The shock in Lin Yi's heart lingered for a long time. He was just calculating how to be a true victor. Fortunately, I don't have the habit of thinking things through while speaking. Otherwise, after all that analysis, this is what I came up with. Where do I put my face? It's best to remain aloof. They never imagined that a battle would end in such a brutal and bizarre way. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. As a result, the mantis died first, and the cicada and the oriole perished together. Right here in this deathly silence. A calm, unwavering voice rang clearly in their ears. This broke the eerie silence. Get ready to make your move. Lin Yi quickly adjusted his mindset and issued the order. His gaze did not fall upon the gruesome corpses. Instead, it landed on the dazzling array of spoils. Like a patient hunter, the moment to reel in the catch has finally arrived. Chen Mo, go check the surrounding area to see if there are any other rats. Ling Shui, let's go harvest the spoils. Chapter 34 Precise Coordination, Hunting the Ancient Giant Lizard. Stepping onto the battlefield, one finds utter devastation. The air was filled with the smell of burning. The smell of blood mingled with the lingering odor of poisonous fog. It's disgusting. The corpses of the Blazing Fire Alliance and the Wind Wolf Squad lay scattered everywhere. Some of them are no longer recognizable as they were originally. Equipment and materials were scattered all over the ground. They radiate various colors of light. It stood out starkly in this desolate swamp. Shirley's face was still deathly pale. His legs felt a little weak. That scene was so shocking. He had never seen such a brutal battle. More than a dozen lives were lost just like that. Li Yueru was terrified. Her hand holding the staff was still trembling. His eyes showed obvious fear. Although Chen Mo maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. But his swallowing betrayed his inner unease. In their eyes, this swamp was no longer a treasure trove for leveling up. It is a true hell that could devour lives at any moment. Dead silence. The only sound in the air was the gurgling of bubbles bursting in the swamp. In this oppressive silence, a calm voice rang out, like a sharp knife, instantly cutting through the frozen atmosphere. Get ready to make your move. Lin Yi's voice was completely calm. Shirley and the other two suddenly came to their senses. They looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's face showed no fear, no shock, and not even joy. Only absolute calm. This calmness brought a strange sense of security. It's as if as long as this person is there, even if the sky falls, there's a way to hold it up. Clean up the battlefield and collect all valuable loot. Lin Yi issued the order. Be quick and stay alert. Every word Lin Yi spoke was clearly heard by the team members. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the surrounding shadows. He knew it very well. It's not safe to stay in a place like this for too long. Yes, Captain. As a scout, he was extremely fast. He moved between corpses and equipment like a nimble cheetah. He picked up the first piece of equipment. It was a long sword that gleamed with a bronze light. Flaming blade, bronze quality, with fire damage. Excitement flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. But at that moment, a sudden change has occurred. Roar! A roar suddenly came from the depths of the swamp. The sound was not as powerful as that of the adult monitor lizard. But it was filled with a heart-wrenching grief and indignation. There was also an overwhelming hatred, a hatred that would never be forgotten. The sound was piercing. The next second, a dark figure crashed through the bushes ahead and charged out madly. That was also an ancient giant lizard. It was much smaller than the previous one. Its body was covered with hideous wounds, including a deep, bone-revealing wound that stretched from its abdomen to its hind leg. Fresh blood continued to gush from the wound. Its eyes no longer have normal yellow vertical pupils. Instead, it was a blood-red color. A mad, irrational crimson. Its gaze was fixed on Chen Mo, who was picking up his spoils. Its hatred. Its murderous intent. Upon seeing the injured baby monitor lizard, everyone instantly understood. The self-destruction of that adult monitor lizard earlier was not a random act of rage. Rather, it was a mother beast who, in the last moments of her life, made a resolute sacrifice to protect her injured cubs, perishing together with all her enemies. This discovery has made the nature of the battle somewhat complicated. A hint of undisguised reluctance flashed in Li Yueru's eyes. She thought of the mother beast's final, mournful cry. But the next second, that reluctance was replaced by the determination to fight. This is not the time for excessive sympathy. If you don't kill it, it will kill you. This is the law of the secret realm. This time, despite the surprise attack, the team remained completely calm. Even without Lin Yi's orders, it was not necessary. You beast! Come at me! Shirley let out a roar. He immediately activated his taunt skill. The giant shield in his hand slammed heavily onto the ground in front of him, accompanied by a whooshing sound. Bang! Mud splashed everywhere. He used his body to firmly shield the little giant lizard from Chen Mo. Almost at the same time, Li Yueru had already begun chanting the healing spell. Her eyes were more focused than ever before. High level of mental concentration. On the other side, Ling Xue's figure had already turned into a white afterimage. She made no sound and silently cut in from the flank, searching for the most lethal angle of attack. From spotting the enemy to instantly forming a battle formation, the whole process was smooth and seamless. There was not the slightest delay. This team, which had been formed less than half a day ago, has shown amazing growth after experiencing real life or death trials. Shirley steadily accepted the little monitor lizard's hatred. It abandoned Chen Mo, changed direction, and like an out-of-control chariot, crashed into Shirley. Shirley firmly planted his feet in a horse stance, his eyes sharp. He didn't foolishly confront it head-on like he did the first time. He remembered Lin Yi's teachings well. The moment the monitor lizard's giant claws slammed down, Shirley's body underwent an extremely slight lateral shift. He met the attack with his shield at a tricky angle. Boom! The giant claw slammed hard into the side of the shield. A tremendous force slid to the side along the curve of the shield. Shirley felt a jolt in his arm and his body sway, but his feet were firmly rooted to the spot, like nails. 15. A negligible damage number floated up above his head. It was a success. A confident light shone in Shirley's eyes. He is no longer that clumsy neat shield who can only take hits. He is becoming a true guardian who knows how to use skills. Just as Shirley successfully blocked the shot, a holy light descended with perfect precision. It instantly restored all the health he had just lost. It was Li Yueru's pre-diagnosis treatment. She timed her spellcasting perfectly. Not a single bit of mental energy was wasted. The battlefield became the stage for this new team to perform. Lin Yi stood at the back. His mental strength has exceeded 100 points. At this moment, he was the absolute master of the entire battlefield. Fireball. One after another, fist-sized fireballs condensed and took shape in his hands at an unprecedented speed. Then, it roared out. His spellcasting was almost uninterrupted. Boom! The first fireball struck the little monitor lizard precisely in the left eye. The intense pain caused its momentum to abruptly halt. Boom! The second fireball followed closely behind, hitting its nostril. The scorching impact made it difficult for it to breathe. Lin Yi's goal is no longer just to deal damage. He was in control. He was using his magic to disrupt the little monitor lizard's attack rhythm. To obstruct its view. Disrupt its balance. To create an opportunity for Ling Xue to deliver that fatal blow. Roar! The little monitor lizard roared in pain. It shook its head frantically, trying to escape the endless barrage of fireballs. Its attacks became completely chaotic. They were completely manipulated by Lin Yi. Ling Xue is like the most patient and cold assassin. She moved at high speed along the edge of the battlefield. The enchanted ice blade in his hand left frost-covered wounds on the giant lizard from time to time. As Lin Yi's intelligence reached 105 points, the damage amplification against Ling Xue reached a terrifying 105%. She was waiting. Waiting for that one-hit kill opportunity. Finally. After Lin Yi fired 3 fireballs in a row, all hitting the same spot on the giant lizard's head, the baby monitor lizard's body showed a momentary, stiff opening that lasted for a full second. Now! Lin Yi's calm voice rang out in the team channel. Ling Xue, left hind leg joint. Before he could finish speaking, Ling Xue's figure appeared at the designated location like a ghost. Her body traced a beautiful yet deadly arc through the air. First, apply a freeze effect with a basic attack. Then comes Frost Slash. The Ice Blade enchantment has a special effect that increases damage by 15% against targets that are frozen. Put. The sharp blade pierced into the joint of the little monitor lizard's left hind leg without any resistance. Frost spread from the wound at a speed visible to the naked eye. 428. A staggering red critical damage burst forth from the giant lizard's head. Roar! The baby monitor lizard let out a mournful cry. Its left hind leg instantly lost all its strength. Its massive body crashed to the ground. The battle is over. With perfect coordination, the already severely injured monitor lizard was unable to unleash its full potential and collapsed in frustration. Shirley and Li Yueru are both still in a fighting stance. They looked at the fallen monitor lizard, then at each other. Their eyes were filled with excitement and confidence at the successful collaboration. This feeling is even more exhilarating than killing 10 monsters by myself. Just then, 4 golden beams of light lit up one after another. It has become the most dazzling sight in this gloomy swamp. Warm energy flowed into everyone's body. Lin Yi and Ling Shui, as the main damage dealers, directly skipped level 10 and simultaneously leveled up to level 11. This marks the beginning of the professional journey. They could clearly feel that the power within their bodies had grown even stronger. Chen Mo, Shirlei, and Li Yueru also successfully leveled up to level 10. He has completed the transformation from a novice to a professional. Their attributes have been comprehensively improved. Beside the baby monitor lizard's corpse were a ring shimmering with a strange luster and a huge pet egg. In addition to the items dropped by the previous two teams, there were more than a dozen pieces of black iron and bronze equipment. There were also materials scattered all over the place. This was an unprecedented and enormous harvest. Everyone in the team had a joyful expression on their face. Just as everyone was immersed in the huge harvest and preparing to carefully distribute the spoils, a figure suddenly flashed back from the shadows in the distance. It's Chen Mo. He remained on the perimeter, continuously carrying out his guard duties. At this moment, his face was filled with unprecedented solemnity and anxiety. Captain, something terrible has happened. Chen Mo's voice was very low, but it was full of urgency. The battle just now was too loud. I've spotted a team of more than 20 people flanking us from this direction. Chapter 35: The Ring of Immovable Mountain and an Unexpected Deal. Lin Yi's order broke the silence. Clean up the battlefield and collect all valuable loot. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable power. Be quick and stay alert. Yes, Captain. The three of them immediately sprang into action. Ling Shui and Lin Yi walked toward the giant lizard's corpse. Shirlei and Li Yueru then began to quickly collect the equipment dropped by the two mercenary teams. The light shone brightest beside the corpse of the ancient swamp giant lizard leader. The bronze and iron-colored light intertwined, heralding a great harvest. Shirlei first picked up a leg guard, a look of joy on his face. It was a bronze quality plate armor leg guard. Swamp leg guards. Quality, bronze. Attributes, defense +8, constitution +5. Captain, this. Shirlei shouted excitedly. Lin Yi nodded, indicating that he would accept it himself. For Shirlei now, this equipment can greatly improve his survivability. Li Yueru also made a discovery. She picked up a staff that emitted a faint glow. Fog dispelling staff. Quality, bronze. Attributes, intelligence +5, mental energy recovery speed +3%. The mental energy recovery attribute that comes with this equipment is extremely valuable for priests. Li Yueru held the staff and looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with gratitude. The captain is not only incredibly strong and a brilliant commander, but he is also exceptionally fair and just in distributing the spoils of war. Just then, Ling Shui's voice came. Lin Yi, come and look at this. Lin Yi stepped forward. At the very core of the monitor lizard's corpse lay two items. One piece is an antique ring, seemingly carved from rock. The other item was a giant egg, about the size of a basketball, covered with strange patterns. Lin Yi's gaze first fell on the ring. He picked up the ring, and the attribute panel instantly appeared. The Commandment of Immovable Mountain. Quality, silver. Requirement level, 10. Attribute 1, Constitution +30. Attribute 2, Passive Effect, Mountain Guardian, grants immunity to all poison and curse-type negative effects below level 20. Silver tier equipment. The moment they saw the attributes, everyone gasped. 30 points of Constitution is enough to significantly increase the health of a level 10 Shield Guardian. What's even more terrifying is that passive effect. Immune to all toxins and curses below level 20. That's simply divine skill. The most troublesome thing about places like the Howling Abyss is the monster's various continuous health-draining status effects. With this ring, Shirlei could practically roam freely in the swamp. Team. Captain. Shirlei's breathing became heavy. His eyes were fixed on the ring, filled with longing, yet he dared not hope for it. The value of silver equipment at this stage is immeasurable. You could easily sell it for an astronomical sum at an auction house. Lin Yi did not hesitate at all. He tossed the ring directly to Shirlei. Here you go, you are the team's shield. Only when you are strong can the team go further. Shirlei caught the ring in a flustered manner, feeling as if it weighed a ton. He snapped out of his shock, his face instantly turning bright red. Captain, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. He wanted to return the ring to Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't even glance at him, his gaze had already turned to the giant egg. This is an order. Lin Yi's voice was very calm. Shirley's body jolted violently. He watched Lin Yi's retreating figure, then looked at the ring on his hand that shone with a precious light. A surge of scalding heat welled up from the bottom of my heart. He didn't say anything more, he just nodded heavily. Then, he solemnly put the immovable mountain ring on his finger. At this moment, he was willing to shield his captain from all harm. Lin Yi's attention was completely drawn to the giant egg. Ancient monitor lizard egg hatchable. If this were sold, it would be priceless. But Lin Yi had no such intention. He reached out and placed his hand on the giant egg. Silently recite it in your heart. Everything can be contracted. Buzz. A golden, incredibly complex contract array instantly unfolded, centered on his palm. The giant egg trembled violently. Cracks spread rapidly across the eggshell. The next second. Boom! The giant egg shattered with a deafening roar, transforming into a dazzling golden light. The light did not dissipate, but instead transformed into a stream of light that instantly entered Lin Yi's brow. Lin Yi's body trembled slightly. He felt a new connection deep within his soul. Contract successful. Obtained contract beast, ancient giant lizard juvenile stage. The light faded. A tiny creature, about half a meter long, appeared at Lin Yi's feet. Its appearance is that of an ancient giant lizard shrunk countless times. Its body is covered in grayish-brown scales, but it doesn't look fierce at all. Instead, it looks rather cute. It raised its head and curiously looked at Lin Yi with its big, dark eyes. It nuzzled its head affectionately against Lin Yi's calf. This scene made everyone who was tense laugh. Just as the team was basking in the joy of their achievement, Chen Mo, who had been on guard around the perimeter, suddenly sent out an urgent signal. Captain! Someone's coming! Almost the instant Chen Mo finished speaking. On the other side of the swamp, a series of heavy footsteps echoed. Splash! Splash! More than 20 figures emerged from the dark swamp. They all wore the same roaring lion badge on their chests. A powerful sense of oppression washed over me. The leader was a burly warrior. His gaze immediately locked onto the ring on Shirley's hand, which still hadn't completely lost its luster. There was also the newly hatched monitor lizard baby at Lin Yi's feet. His eyes flashed with undisguised greed. Good luck, newcomers. The captain grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his voice incredibly arrogant. Our Mad Lion Guild will purchase this ring and this pet. Name your price. His words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the joy in the group. Shirley and Li Yueru's faces turned pale instantly. They instinctively gripped their weapons and stood in front of Lin Yi. The opposing team consisted of more than 20 people, well equipped, and their levels were clearly higher than theirs. This was a battle with absolutely no chance of winning. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. However, faced with the other party's bossy attitude, Lin Yi's reaction surprised everyone. He didn't even look up at the soldier captain. His eyes remained cold and calm. It was as if the other 20-odd people were just non-existent air. Lin Yi bent down and gently stroked the head of the baby monitor lizard at his feet. This extreme calmness and complete disregard caused the soldier captain's face to instantly turn a deep purplish red. He felt like he had punched cotton. A surge of anger rushed to his head. Kid! Are you fucking deaf? The warrior captain roared and gripped the giant axe on his back. I'm talking to you. A terrifying killing intent erupted from him. The team members behind him also raised their weapons, their eyes filled with hostility. A massacre seemed imminent. Just then, a fair hand rested on the captain's shoulder. Calm down, Ah Biao. A clear, cool female voice rang out. A slender woman in a blue robe stepped out from the back of the line. She is Qinyu, the vice president of the Mad Lion Guild. Vice president, this kid is too arrogant. Let me go. Shut up. Qinyu coldly interrupted him. Her gaze fell on Lin Yi. This young man is so calm. Surrounded by more than 20 high-level professionals, he showed not a trace of panic on his face. This is not normal. Qinyu's gaze then turned to the girl in the white dress next to Lin Yi. Ling Shui. She simply stood there quietly, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword. But Qinyu sensed an extremely dangerous, chilling aura emanating from her, originating from the depths of her soul. That feeling made even a level 20 elemental mage like her heart flutter. This team is definitely not made up of ordinary rookies. Taking action rashly would be too risky. Xinyu stepped forward, a slightly apologetic smile on her face. Young man, I'm sorry, my companion has a bit of a temper. Her tone was polite, yet it didn't betray the status of a major guild. We didn't intend to steal it, but this ring is crucial to what we're about to do. She paused for a moment, then dropped an important piece of information. We are preparing to take on the hidden boss of Howling Abyss, the venomous Hydra. That thing's poison damage is extremely high. Without equipment that makes us immune to the poison, our main tank simply can't withstand it. The highly venomous Hydra. Hidden leader. These words finally made Linny raise his head. He glanced at Shirley. This detail sent a chill down Xinyu's spine once again. He was asking for his teammates' opinions. The core of this team is not dictatorship, but respect. The ring can be sold. Linny finally spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. But we don't want gold coins. Xinyu raised an eyebrow. So what do you want? Linny pointed to the baby monitor lizard at his feet that was gnawing on his shoelaces. A level 10 growth type pet equipment. Quality, at least bronze. Growth type pet equipment. Upon hearing this request, Xinyu's expression changed instantly. Even the hot-tempered captain behind her showed a shocked expression. This equipment is even rarer than a silver ring. Its attributes can increase as the pet's level increases. These are strategic level resources that money can't buy. Xinyu was caught in a violent struggle. The first kill reward for the highly venomous Hydra is crucial to their guild's development. However, the value of a piece of equipment for a pet that is designed for growth is also enormous. Linny looked at her, his eyes calm. He was certain he had the other party under his thumb. Finally, Xinyu gritted her teeth, as if she had made an extremely difficult decision. Okay, let's change. She took out a collar that emitted a faint glow from her backpack. The necklace had an ancient design, as if it were made from the bones of some kind of dragon. Baby dragon collar. Quality, bronze growth type. Requirement level, 10. Attribute, all pet attributes plus 10%. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Linny's eyes. The two parties completed the transaction. The Mad Lion Guild obtained the ring and left in a hurry without lingering for a moment. Before leaving, Vice President Xinyu gave Linny a meaningful look. She remembered this extraordinary young man. Shirley and Liueru looked at the dozen or so pieces of equipment that had appeared in their backpacks, their faces beaming with the excitement of surviving a disaster. The gains this time were enormous. However, there was no joy on Lin Yi's face. Because the ancient monitor lizard no longer played around, but instead raised its head warily and let out a low, warning roar towards the deeper part of the howling abyss. At the same time, an unprecedented, chilling system notification suddenly resounded in Lin Yi's mind. Warning, your contracted beast ancient giant lizard has detected the aura of an ancient bloodline nemesis. This creature is extremely dangerous. Immediate evacuation is recommended. Chapter 36 A New Goal, King of the Earth Hills. Having received the warning, Linny did not become arrogant. The fact that the ancient giant lizard, as a boss-level contracted beast, could provoke such a warning is something that Linny and his group cannot currently contend with. Let's get out of here first, Linny said. Yes, Captain, the others replied immediately. Before leaving, Linny told the ancient giant lizard to remember this place. On the edge of the howling swamp, a campfire burned quietly. Chen Mo, Shirley, and Liueru sat together. Their faces were beaming with uncontrollable excitement. My God, a bronze-grade mist dispelling staff that increases mental energy recovery speed by 3%. Liueru held the new staff in her hand, looking at it over and over again. Her eyes were full of little stars. This equipment perfectly suits her priest's class requirements. Long-lasting battery life means greater survivability for the team. Look at mine, these speed boots, plus 6 points in agility. I feel like I can fly right now. As Chen Mo spoke, he stood up and quickly moved a few steps in place. His movements were indeed much lighter than before. 6 points of agility is a huge improvement for a scout. This means faster reconnaissance speed and more flexible battlefield movement. Shirley remained silent. Linny had already promised him that he wouldn't let him suffer any losses. All three of them turned their gazes to Linny once again. There was no doubt left in his eyes. Only fanaticism, worship, and absolute faith. The captain not only possesses godlike command abilities, but also an awe-inspiring magnanimity and courage. The equipment was given to them without hesitation. Without the slightest hesitation. This trust is more powerful than any language. Linny ended his meditation and opened his eyes. He stood up and dusted himself off. Today's team training is now over. His voice remained as calm as ever. Your strengths have all improved, but your teamwork is still quite rusty. Next, you can form your own teams and practice in lower-level dungeons. Alternatively, you can go back to the school's training grounds to solidify the skills you learned today. Linny gave them a great deal of freedom. They had no objections. They were well aware that the gap between themselves and the captain, and between themselves and Ling Shui, remained as vast as an insurmountable chasm. The only way to keep up with them is to work incredibly hard. Yes, Captain. The three responded in unison, their voices loud and clear. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Sister Shui. This thank you comes from the bottom of my heart. After saying that, the three of them did not linger. They left as a team, carrying with them a wealth of achievements and high morale. Watching their figures disappear into the night, Lin Yi's expression relaxed slightly. Ling Shui walked to his side, her cool eyes filled with no questions. Only complete trust. She knew very well that Lin Yi's so-called special training was just an excuse. Let's go. Lin Yi spoke up. It's time to upgrade this little guy. He glanced down at his feet. The newly hatched ancient monitor lizard was rubbing its head against his trouser leg. Its eyes were full of dependence and affection. This is Lin Yi's true purpose. He and Ling Shui worked together to maximize their efficiency and quickly level up the third beast tamer, to enable it to form an effective combat force in the shortest possible time. Ling Shui nodded. Without pausing for a moment, the two turned and walked deeper into the howling abyss. As the two ventured deeper, their surroundings began to change. The muddy swamp beneath our feet gradually disappeared. Instead, there was a dry and hard rocky ground. The smell of sulfur in the air grew stronger. The area is characterized by jagged rocks and unique landforms. They arrived at another area marked on the map. Stone Forest Canyon. This is the spawn point for monsters level 15 to 20. Within the canyon, elemental creatures made of rock roam freely. Stone statues guarding the cliffs, rock golems, and gargoyles perched on the cliffs. The battle erupted in an instant. Lin Yi and Ling Shui transformed into an outrageous monster-slaying machine. Fireball. Lin Yi raised his hand, and a fireball the size of a fist roared out. The target was a stone statue guarding the way with heavy steps. Boom! The fireball struck the stone statue guard's knee joint precisely. That is the weakest point in the rock structure. A crisp sound. The stone statue guard's body suddenly froze, its charge interrupted. Its body stiffened for half a second. It was in that fleeting flaw. A white figure slashed in like lightning. Ling Shui's enchanted ice blade drew a cold arc in the air. Put! The blade pierced deeply into the neck of the stone statue guard. That was another weakness that Lin Yi had locked onto with his mental power. 215. A bright red damage number appeared above the statue guard's head. With Lin Yi's terrifying 105% damage amplification, every sword strike from Ling Shui carried devastating power. The stone statue guardian let out a silent roar. It swung its enormous stone fist and smashed it towards Ling Shui. Ling Shui had already withdrawn and retreated. Her movements were like dancing on a knife's edge, elegant yet deadly. Lin Yi's second fireball was already upon them. Boom! This time, the fireball struck the stone statue guard's lower back. This caused another brief period of stiffness. Ling Shui's figure appeared once again, as if by ghostly apparition. Frost Slash. 458. Critical hit. The two worked together seamlessly. Lin Yi was responsible for control, breaching defenses, and creating openings. Ling Shui is responsible for dealing damage and finishing off enemies. The entire battle was fluid and seamless, without a single unnecessary movement. Those stone statues that seem indestructible to ordinary teams. In their presence, we are as fragile as paper. The newly hatched ancient monitor lizard babies were also busy. With the 10% bonus to all attributes from the young dragon collar, it has decent tankiness from the start. Although it is still very weak, its attack power is almost negligible. But it followed Lin Yi's instinctive commands. With its thick body, it clumsily rammed into the small rock golems that were flanking it from the side. Bang! It knocked a small puppet back 2 steps. Although it didn't cause any damage, it successfully disrupted the opponent's formation. This created a better output environment for Ling Shui. With the massive amount of experience shared by Lin Yi and Ling Shui, the level of the baby monitor lizards began to rise at a visible rate. A golden light shone on it. Your contracted beast ancient giant lizard has been upgraded to LV2. The battle continues. Lin Yi's fireballs, like a barrage of cannonballs, never stopped. Ling Shui's sword blade, like the scythe of death, efficiently reaps its rewards. In less than 10 minutes, the first wave of more than a dozen stone statues fell down. Broken rocks covered the ground. Another golden light shone on the baby monitor lizard. Your contracted beast ancient giant lizard has reached level 3. Its size gradually increased by a fraction of a second. The scales also became thicker and heavier. Without resting, the two continued to advance deeper into the canyon. The second wave of monsters consisted of a group of gargoyles that clung to the cliff face. They can fly, and they attack extremely quickly. Dealing with them is more troublesome than dealing with the stone statue guards. But Lin Yi was prepared. Ling Shui, get ready. Lin Yi's mental focus was extremely concentrated. His gaze was fixed on a gargoyle in the sky. Fireball. Boom. The fireball exploded in mid-air, striking precisely at the base of a gargoyle's wing. The gargoyle let out a shriek, lost its balance, and spiraled down from the sky. Just as it was about to hit the ground, Ling Shui moved. Her figure leaped high into the air, the enchanted ice blade in her hand drawing a deadly trajectory from bottom to top. Put. 521. Another terrifying critical hit. The gargoyle didn't even have a chance to land before it was instantly killed in mid-air. Lin Yi and Ling Shui's teamwork has reached an unbelievable level. One was in charge of hunting birds. One is responsible for finishing off the enemy. The gargoyles in the sky fell one after another, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Then, Ling Shui dealt with him cleanly and efficiently. Golden light shimmered continuously on the baby monitor lizard. LV4. LV5. LV6. In less than an hour, the newly hatched cub's level skyrocketed, reaching level 7 in a mad dash. Its size has grown from half a meter to more than a meter. It seems that it has finally shown some of the power of an elite monster descendant. Just as Lin Yi and Ling Shui finished cleaning up the last gargoyle and were preparing to take a short break, rumble. The entire stone forest canyon suddenly began to tremble violently. That was no ordinary earthquake. Rather, it was as if some ancient behemoth, which had been dormant for thousands of years, was turning over deep underground. Huge rocks rolled down from the cliffs on both sides. It crashed to the ground with a deafening roar. Lin Yi and Ling Shui's expressions instantly turned serious. Their gaze was fixed on the deepest part of the canyon. There was a huge shadow. Previously, they all thought it was just an ordinary mountain peak. But now, the mountain peak slowly moved. Soil and rocks fell down in a soft rustling sound. A gigantic humanoid silhouette, 10 meters tall and entirely composed of mountain rock, slowly rose from the earth. Its movements were slow, and with each movement, the entire canyon trembled. Its eyes, like two dim, yellow suns, shone brightly in the dark canyon. There was an ancient loneliness in those eyes. And then there was the awe-inspiring rage that had been awakened. Its gaze, spanning a great distance, precisely locked onto Lin Yi and Ling Shui. These two, tiny ants, disturbed its slumber. In Lin Yi's mind, a cold system notification suddenly exploded. Warning! You have encountered a level 20 regional lord, the Earth Mountain King. Chapter 37, a textbook example of kite fighting. The king of the earth and hills had a body as large as a mountain. Its health bar is despair-inducingly long. King of the hills. Level 20. Silver level boss. HP 50,000. Strength 100. Defense 150. Agility 20. Skills: immovable as a mountain, charged strike, unyielding armor. Lin Yi made a decision instantly. We can't fight it head on, its agility is very low. We need to kite it. Good. Fighting head on is suicide. The only way to survive is through kites. Extreme kite flying. The battle begins. Ling Shui did not hesitate at all. Her figure moved like a white lightning bolt, and she took the initiative to meet the attack. She was not attacking. She came to an abrupt stop 30 meters away from the boss. A basic frost slash swept across the ground. The icy sword energy precisely grazed the ankle of the Earth Hill King. 1. A symbolic damage number floated up. But that's enough. Hatred, successfully attracted. Roar. The King of the Earth and Hills let out a deep roar. The sound seemed to come from the Earth's core. It raised its massive stone fist, which resembled a battering ram. It slammed down suddenly on the tiny figure on the ground. The fist made a whistling sound. A shadow instantly enveloped Ling Shui. Ling Shui's figure had already slid to the side. Boom! The stone fist slammed heavily into the ground. The entire canyon was shaken. Where Ling Shui had just stood, a terrifying deep pit had appeared. The ground cracked, and countless fragments of stone flew in all directions. The destructive power proved Lin Yi's judgment to be correct. A direct confrontation will result in certain death. A textbook example of extreme tension ensued. Ling Shui brought her speed and agility to the extreme. She is no longer just a swordswoman. She is a dancer who leaps on the edge of death. The complex terrain of the Stone Forest Canyon has become its best stage. Her figure moved among countless giant rocks. Every turn, every jump, was precisely timed to the limit of the boss's attack range. The attack of the Earth Hill King was heavy and slow. But each time it misses, it leaves a shocking mark of destruction on the ground. Ling Shui's frost slash no longer pursues maximum damage. Every single one of her attacks struck the Earth Hill King's ankle with unparalleled precision. Put. 215. The accompanying slowing effect is negligible against Lord-level bosses. But this is enough to cause a barely perceptible delay in every step it takes to lift and lower its foot. That slight hesitation is the distance between life and death. Linny stood at a high vantage point in the distance. He was as calm as a block of ice. He became the absolute master of the battlefield. His mental energy was firmly locked onto the massive boss. Fireball. A fireball the size of a fist roared out. Boom! The fireball struck the Earth Hill King's knee joint precisely. The rock patterns there are slightly different from those in other places. The immense impact caused the boss's body to sway violently. Its massive body staggered for a moment. Ling Shui seized the opportunity and struck again with her sword. 221. Roar! The King of the Earth and Hills roared. It abandoned trampling Ling Shui and instead swept across with its huge arms. Lin Yi's second fireball has arrived. The target is the boss's eyes, which are like the dim yellow sun. Boom! The fireball exploded in its eye socket. Although it did not cause any effective damage, the intense burning sensation and impact impaired its vision. Its attack went slightly off course. Ling Shui dodged it again with composure. Take 3 steps to the left front, it's about to stomp its foot. Lin Yi's clear instructions echoed in Ling Shui's mind. Ling Shui did not hesitate, her body reacting instinctively. She had just left the spot. Boom! A violent ground-shaking attack exploded where she had just been standing. The shockwave sent the rubble flying half a meter high. Retreat, sweep across a 7-meter radius. Ling Shui immediately stepped back. The enormous stone arm, accompanied by the sound of wind, swept past the tip of her nose. Watch out for falling rocks. Lin Yi's fireball struck the boss's shoulder with anticipation. The immense force caused the boss's body to tilt slightly. It crashed into the cliff next to it. Splash! Countless rocks fell from above. Ling Shui had already slipped to a safe area. A concerto of ice and fire unfolds in this canyon. This was a perfect team effort. Like the most precise machine, it calculates every variable on the battlefield. Like the most perfect executor, she turns commands into a deadly dance. The newly leveled up ancient giant lizard hatchling also played a crucial role in this battle. It obeyed Lin Yi's orders and hid behind a safe boulder. It poked its little head out and, from a distance, sprayed a weak amount of acid at the King of the Hills. Puff! A small sip of green liquid flew dozens of meters and landed on the boss's giant toe. 1. A pitiful damage number appeared. But what appears next is an inconspicuous negative status icon. Corrosion, defense 0.1%, lasts 30 seconds, stacks. In the early stages of a battle, this effect is almost negligible. The little monitor lizard kept spitting. Puff. Another bite. 1. The number of layers in the G corrosion state is slowly but steadily accumulating. 10 minutes. More than 20 layers of corrosion. Ling Shui's damage increased from 215 to 220. Half an hour. Nearly 100 layers of corrosion. Ling Shui's damage has stabilized at over 235. Quantitative change eventually led to qualitative change. The seemingly insignificant third force became the small fulcrum that tipped the scales of victory in this long and arduous battle. Time loses its meaning in the midst of intense fighting. The sun moved from noon to its western slant. The orange-red sunlight cast a tragic hue over the canyon. Two tireless figures were still fighting against the enormous monster. As dusk faded, silver moonlight bathed the canyon. The battle continues. Lin Yi and Ling Shui's physical and mental strength were being depleted at an alarming rate. Lin Yi's forehead was covered in sweat. Ling Shui's breathing also became somewhat rapid. However, their teamwork has become increasingly seamless due to the long period of practice and collaboration. In many situations, Lin Yi's mental commands are no longer needed. Ling Shui only needs to glance at the boss's movements to predict the next attack. Lin Yi only needed to observe Ling Shui's movements to know where to attack with the fireball in order to create the best opportunity. That kind of synchronization transcends language. Almost instinctive. The Earth Hill King's health was decreasing at an extremely slow but relentlessly steady pace. 50%. 30%. 20%. The two were completely immersed in this life or death struggle against the ancient behemoth. In their eyes, there was only each other and the boss's every move. In the realm of the mind, there is no room for any other distracting thoughts. They forgot about time. I forgot about being tired. They even forgot why they were there in the first place. It was late at night, and the moon was high in the sky. The roar of the Earth Hill King, growing ever more furious, echoed through the canyon. Its health finally dropped below the dangerous 10% threshold. Both Lin Yi and Ling Shui looked exhausted. But their eyes were brighter than ever. Like the brightest star in the night. All their attention was focused on how to deliver the final, decisive blow. Meanwhile, in Langia City, which they had long since forgotten, the dawn of a new day is about to pierce the darkness before sunrise. The city center square was already bustling with people. Colorful flags fluttered in the wind. That was the day the highly anticipated high school professional trials officially began. Chapter 38: The Absent Captain, the Laughingstock of the City. Early morning, Langia City Central Square. Today is the most important day for all vocational high schools in the city, the city-wide joint trial. On the high platform sat city leaders, representatives of major guilds, and principals and directors of various universities. The square was surrounded by cameras and microphones, with reporters from major media outlets standing by. Look! It's the Thunder team from number 2 high school. Captain Li Hao is a level 10 berserker, and he's said to be the number 1 high school student in Langia City. The Rose squad from number 3 middle school is here too. Their captain, Wang Xian, is incredibly skilled in ice magic and is also level 10. It seems like number 1 high school isn't doing so well this year. I heard their strongest students have all been poached. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd. The atmosphere in the Langia number 1 middle school team area was incredibly oppressive. Chen Mo, Shirlei, and Li Yueru were as anxious and restless as ants on a hot pan. Shen Mo's gaze swept towards the entrance of the square again and again, and he almost crushed the communicator in his hand. Still haven't you been able to get in touch? Shirlei's voice was a little hoarse. Li Yueru shook her head, her face pale. I can't get in touch with them, the phone is off, and they haven't replied to my messages. Tang Wan's gaze inadvertently swept over the direction of the number 1 middle school team, and when she saw the 2 empty positions, a contemptuous sneer curled at the corner of her mouth. I told you, you're hopeless. She said to Li Hao beside her, feigning regret, her voice not loud, but just loud enough for everyone around to hear. Some people are all talk and no action. When it comes to a real big event, they're too scared to show up. Li Hao laughed heartily, deserting in the face of battle. That's truly a fine tradition of number 1 high school. Wanner, leaving him back then was the wisest choice you ever made. A harsh mockery reached the ears of Chen Mo and the other two clearly. Shirlei was so angry that he trembled all over, and the veins on his hand gripping the shield bulged. He was about to step forward to argue. Don't be impulsive. Chen Mo grabbed him. The captain won't be absent without a reason, let's wait. Time passed by, second by second. The host on the platform has begun announcing the trial rules. Director Zhao, who was leading the team from Langya No. 1 Middle School, had turned from ashen face to a deep purple. He could feel the gloating and disdainful glances coming from all around him. The principal has called 3 times already, and each time, Director Zhao feels like his scalp is about to explode from being scolded. Langya No. 1 High School. Lin Yi. Ling Shui. This is the last call. Failure to appear will be considered an automatic forfeit. The host's voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, resonated throughout the entire square. All eyes were focused on the 2 conspicuous empty seats in the No. 1 Middle School team's formation. Laughter rose and fell. Langya No. 1 Middle School has become a laughingstock in the whole city. Meanwhile, at the Stone Forest Canyon, the battle has been going on all night. The sky was already beginning to lighten. The massive body of the Earth Hill King was covered in cracks, and its health was finally reduced to 5%. Roar! A desperate roar. Suddenly, a dark red light burst forth from the boss's body. Violent! Its defensive and offensive capabilities increased dramatically in an instant. Boom! It gave up chasing Ling Shui and instead stomped its huge stone feet hard on the ground. Wide-ranging earthquake capabilities. The ground shook violently, and countless sharp stone spikes rose from the ground, blocking all of Ling Shui's movement space. Danger lurked everywhere. Now! Lin Yi's voice was cold and resolute. He gave the final, and most insane, order. Little lizard. Hit its left ankle. The baby monitor lizard let out a low growl, its small body transforming into a gray shadow as it used all its strength to slam into the ankle of the Earth Hill King. Bang! The massive body of the Earth Hill King experienced a negligible, momentary stiffness. This is the moment. Lin Yi's figure disappeared from the spot. Flash! He charged into the boss's massive body, drawing its attention. The king of the earth and hills lowered his head, his furious gaze locking onto him. Ling Shui. Lin Yi roared. A close call. Ling Shui seized upon this opening that she had risked her life for. She leaped high into the air, channeling all the remaining power in her body into the enchanted ice blade in her hand. Frost had formed on the sword, and a chilling aura emanated from it. A perfect, all-out frost slash. The sword tip pierced with unparalleled precision into the energy core that Lin Yi had already pointed out, the only part that was exposed in the berserk state. Put. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. All of the king of the earth and hills movements froze. Its eyes, which were like a dim, yellowish sun, quickly lost their light. Boom! Its massive body collapsed with a crash. The next second, 2 dazzling golden beams of light shot into the sky. It enveloped both Lin Yi and Ling Shui at the same time. Warm and powerful energy surged into their limbs and bones. Congratulations! Your level has increased to LV12. Congratulations! Your level has increased to LV13. Congratulations! Your level has increased to LV14. Congratulations! Your level has increased to LV15. System notification, frenzied spamming. The 2 of them leveled up rapidly, both breaking through level 15. Lin Yi didn't even have time to check the rich spoils. He glanced at the time. 8:05 a.m. His expression changed instantly. Langya City's central square. The host on the platform raised his arm and announced in a loud voice. Now, I hereby announce that the 2077 Langya City High School Student Professional Joint Trial is officially. The word begin was still stuck in his throat. All eyes were drawn to the 2 figures walking unhurriedly towards the edge of the square. The man and woman were Lin Yi and Ling Shui. Their clothes still bore the dust and some damage from the battle, making them look somewhat travel-worn. But their steps were steady and calm. It was as if they weren't there to participate in a life or death trial, but rather just an ordinary walk after dinner. An eerie silence fell over the entire room. Immediately, a torrent of laughter erupted. Hey, isn't this our great genius? You've finally shown yourself? What's wrong? Did you oversleep? Or were you scared out of your wits by some monster in the secret realm and are only now recovering? Ha ha, what's the point of coming now? Registration's already over. Tang Wan looked at Lin Yi's disheveled appearance, and her smile became even more smug and delighted. Her teammates from No. 2 Middle School made no attempt to hide their pointing and booing. When Principal Qin saw Lin Yi appear on the high platform, he was initially overjoyed, but when he saw the time, his heart sank to the bottom. He closed his eyes in anguish. It was over. Everything was over. There was only the stillness of an ancient well. He walked through the crowd, ignoring the disdainful and gloating looks. He walked straight to the center of the square, to the huge black stone monument that was 10 meters high. Registration stone tablet for participants. He reached out and calmly pressed down. What is he doing? Has he gone mad? Trying to force registration? That's laughable. Security. Get this disruptive guy out of here. Li Hao crossed his arms, sneering, ready to watch Lin Yi be humiliated and driven away. But the next second, the smile on his face froze. The laughter of everyone seemed to be choked by an invisible hand. It came to an abrupt end. Buzz. The ancient black stone tablet suddenly burst forth with an unprecedented, dazzling golden light the moment Lin Yi's palm touched it. A beam of light shot into the sky, piercing straight into the clouds. Above the square, on the enormous light screen made of energy, 2 lines of awe-inspiring golden characters appeared with crystal clarity. The font was larger and more dazzling than any of the previous genius's fonts. Langya No. 1 Middle School Lin Yi Grade, 15. Langya No. 1 High School Ling Shui Level, 15. Level 15. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to be petrified, remaining motionless in various poses. Their mouths were unconsciously wide open, enough to fit an egg. Their eyes were fixed on the 2 glaring numbers on the screen. His face was filled with extreme shock, absurdity, and utter disbelief. How is this possible? Are they seeing things? Yesterday, the most outstanding genius in the entire school, no, the entire city, had only just reached level 10. Leveled up to 15 overnight? This is no longer within the realm of genius. This is a miracle. No, this is a ghost. Dead silence. A deathly silence that lasted for more than 10 seconds. It was as if all the air in the square had been sucked out. Finally, a sharp sound shattered the eerie silence. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The stone tablet must be broken. The one who shouted those words was Li Hao, the captain of No. 2 Middle School. His face flushed red, and his expression was distorted with extreme shock. He couldn't accept that his proud level 10 was so laughable in the face of that number. These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly igniting the entire audience. Yes. There must be something wrong. Level 15? Does he think he's a god? Are you kidding me? My dad has been in the city guard for 10 years, and he's only level 18 now. Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly. They must have used some illegal methods. Questions, discussions, and uproar filled the air. The entire square was in complete chaos. On the high platform, Principal Chin of Langya No. 1 Middle School rubbed his eyes hard and then pinched his thigh hard. The intense pain told him that this was not a dream. His expression shifted from blankness to ecstasy, and then to a triumphant excitement. He straightened his back abruptly, and all the humiliation and frustration he had felt earlier vanished in that instant. He didn't care how Lin Yi did it. All he knew was that from this day forward, Langya No. 1 Middle School was about to soar to new heights. Among the crowd, Tang Wan's face was deathly pale. The smugness and mockery on her face had vanished, replaced by an undisguised blankness and panic. Level 15. Her mind was blank. Looking at the calm young man not far away, she suddenly felt a cold regret that came from the depths of her soul. It seemed she missed a tremendous opportunity that could have changed her life. And she pushed it away with her own hands. Just then, several examiners dressed in the uniforms of the trial organizing committee walked over quickly. The leader was a middle-aged man with a composed demeanor. The badge on his chest indicated that he was a senior professional at least level 40. His expression was extremely serious. He walked to the stone tablet, took out a special instrument, and carefully examined the data stream of the stone tablet. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the final verdict. A moment later, the middle-aged man raised his head. He glanced at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with complex emotions, a mixture of curiosity and awe. He took a deep breath and announced in a calm and clear voice. The data is accurate and valid. Boom! These 4 words, like a bombshell, exploded once again in the crowd. If the previous experience was shocking, then this one is revolutionary. It overturned all their understanding of the world. Ignoring the uproar, the middle-aged examiner walked up to Lin Yi and asked in a deep voice, "Student, may I ask, did you go to slay a dragon last night?" This was a joke that was meant to test the waters. Linny simply shook his head calmly. He turned around and walked towards Chen Mo and the other two, who were already too excited to speak. Sorry, I'm late. His tone was so relaxed, as if he had just gone next door to buy a bottle of water. We got tangled up by a big guy on the way, which took some time. Shirley and Chen Mo looked at Lin Yi, opened their mouths, but couldn't utter a single word. Their brains have crashed. Only Li Yueru, her eyes slightly red, said in a voice trembling with tears, "Captain, you scared us to death." The host on the platform finally recovered from the huge shock. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, picked up the microphone, and announced in a trembling voice, "Ahem. According to the rules, registration is valid if completed before the bell tolls to officially begin the trial. Langya 1st Squadron, registration successful. The trial now officially begins. All teams, please enter the portal and proceed to trial realm number 1, the Dark Forest." As he finished speaking, a huge blue vortex slowly unfolded in the center of the square. Just as Lin Yi and his team were about to walk towards the teleportation portal, a figure blocked his way. It's Tang Wan. Her face was pale, her lips trembled, and her eyes were filled with complex emotions. "Lin Yi." She mustered her courage and asked. How did you do that?" Lin Yi stopped in his tracks. He looked up and glanced at Tang Wan. That gaze was cold, indifferent, and devoid of the slightest emotion. It's like watching a complete stranger on the street. "Does this concern you?" After saying that, he didn't linger. He led Ling Shui and the other 3 team members into the deep teleportation vortex without looking back. Tang Wan was left alone, frozen in place. All eyes in the square were on her. Sympathy, ridicule, contempt, schadenfreude. Her face instantly lost all color. An unprecedented sense of humiliation and despair completely overwhelmed her. Chapter 39 Turbulence strikes again, a supreme treasure appears. Behind the portal was a vast, pure white space. All the noise from the outside world is completely shut out the moment you step into this place. Chen Mo, Shirley, and Li Yueru finally recovered slightly from their extreme shock. The next second, like 3 fervent fans who had spotted their idol, they suddenly surrounded Lin Yi. "Team Captain." Shirley's lips were trembling, and he was so excited that he was almost incoherent. "Level 15, are you a deity descended to Earth?" He looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of awe and admiration. The feeling was like that of an ordinary person witnessing a miracle. "Captain, what exactly happened to you guys last night?" Countless little stars twinkled in Li Yueru's eyes. Her face was filled with curiosity and longing. In her view, Lin Yi and Ling Shui's experience must be an epic adventure full of ups and downs. Chen Mo didn't speak, but his tightly clenched fists and the slight rise and fall of his chest betrayed his inner turmoil. He tried hard to analyze the situation rationally, only to find that all his common sense had been completely overturned. Faced with the 3 team members' persistent questioning, Lin Yi simply smiled calmly. "Just a little bit of a lucky encounter." He brushed it off lightly. This nonchalant attitude, however, only added to the unfathomable mystery in the eyes of the 3. What kind of extraordinary encounter could allow someone to advance several levels overnight? This is no longer a miraculous encounter, this is a myth. Their sense of awe deepened even further. Lin Yi ignored the 3 men's further questions. There's still a short break before the draw begins. He wanted to tally up the biggest takeaways from this trip. Dropped by the level 20 Silver Lord, Earth Hill King. He reached into his storage space and took out a book. The moment the book appeared, a bone-chilling cold spread outwards. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. It was a strange book. The pages appear to be made of ice crystals that have never melted, giving them a translucent texture. On the pages of the book, countless deep blue magical runes flowed slowly, as if they were alive. Just looking at it gives one a sense of the power of laws that freeze the heavens and the earth. Li Yueru's gaze was instantly drawn to it. She could sense the terrifying ice-type energy contained within that book. Skill book, Ice and Snow World. Quality, Silver. Type, General for magic-based professions. Effect, creates an extremely cold area within a designated region. Deals continuous frost damage and a powerful slowing effect to all enemies within the area. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. This is a powerful area of effect control skill. In team battles, they can play an unimaginable role. Without the slightest hesitation, he chose to study. "Are you sure you want to learn the skill, Ice and Snow World?" "Confirm." The skill book instantly transformed into a torrent of icy blue. The torrent flowed directly into Lin Yi's brow. Boom! A vast and refined knowledge of ice-based laws exploded in his mind. Countless mysteries about the element of ice flowed through his mind. His understanding of the power of ice element instantly reached a whole new level at this moment. He even felt that with just a thought, he could freeze the surrounding air into ice. After finishing the skill book, Lin Yi took out the second item. The moment that thing appeared, everyone in the waiting space was drawn to it. It was a necklace. Its chain is made up of countless perfectly cut ice crystals, smaller than a grain of rice, strung together. Bathed in white light, the waiting space refracts a dreamlike glow. A heart-shaped ice diamond is set in the center of the necklace. That ice diamond was flawless, so pure it seemed to embody all the whiteness in the world. Oh my god, what is that necklace? It's so beautiful. This luster, it's at least silver-grade equipment, right? It's breathtakingly beautiful. In the distance, many of the girls in the group let out low gasps of surprise. Their eyes were filled with envy and longing. Li Yueru stared wide-eyed. No woman can resist such ultimate beauty. Heart of ice crystal. Quality, silver. Requirement level, 15. Attributes, strength plus 20, defense plus 15. Special effect, increases resistance, reducing damage taken by 15%. Powerful attributes, plus a stunning appearance. The value of this equipment is immeasurable. Everyone, including Chen Mo and the other two, thought that Lin Yi would use it himself or carefully put it away. Lin Yi, however, did something that surprised everyone. He took the necklace and walked straight up to Ling Shui. Ling Shui stood quietly, her cool gaze fixed elsewhere. It was as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Lin Yi stopped in front of her. Amidst countless envious, jealous, and surprised gazes, Lin Yi slightly bent down. His long, slender fingers held the necklace and wrapped it around the girl's snow-white neck. The cold, crystal-like material gently touched the warm, moist skin. Ling Shui's body trembled slightly. A strange electric current surged from my neck throughout my entire body. Lin Yi fastened the clasp on her necklace. The entire process was focused and gentle. Ling Shui lowered her head, and could see the ice crystal heart on her chest that shimmered with a dreamlike light. You can also smell the faint scent of battle smoke and grass emanating from the boy in front of you. Her heart was beating a little fast. On that perpetually icy and aloof face, a rare and touching blush appeared. Although it was faint, it was enough to be breathtaking. This scene was like a beautiful painting. Under the light, the young man and woman looked like a divine couple. But this painting is like the sharpest, coldest knife. Across a vast distance, with unparalleled precision, it pierced another person's heart. Tang Wan stood blankly in the crowd at a distance. She looked at the two people in the light. Looking at Ling Shui's neck, there was a necklace that could drive any woman crazy. Watching Lin Yi put the necklace on her, her profile was focused and gentle. Her mind was blank. All that remains is an endless, overwhelming, and heart-wrenching regret. That glory should have belonged to her. That spotlight should have belonged to her. That gentleness that should have belonged to her has now become the most vicious weapon piercing her dignity and pride. Why? Why is this happening? Hasn't she already found a better option? Shouldn't she watch Lin Yi struggle in the mud and then let out a contemptuous laugh? But why is it that she is the one standing in the mud now? Her body trembled slightly, uncontrollably. Her fingernails dug deeply into her palm. She pinched until blood was drawn, but felt no pain whatsoever. All senses were completely consumed by an emotion called regret. It was in this subtle and turbulent atmosphere that things began to unfold. Buzz. The enormous light screen in the center of the waiting space suddenly lit up. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. The group draw has begun. The names of countless teams scrolled rapidly on the light screen. Finally, the light screen froze. A line of eye-catching characters appeared before everyone's eyes. Round 1, Langya No. 1 Middle School Lin Yi Team vs Langya No. 3 Middle School Iron Wall Team. Upon seeing this result, a new wave of discussion immediately erupted from the crowd. Many people who knew the inside story showed expressions of anticipation, as if they were watching a good show. The Iron Wall Squad? It's them. That's a long-established powerhouse team from No. 3 Middle School. Their captain, Zhou Kuei, has an insane defensive setup, known as the unbreakable tortoise shell. Their tactic is to stall, slowly draining the opponent's mana. It's absolutely disgusting. This is getting interesting. One is a dark horse with incredible attack power, and the other is an impenetrable wall of defense. It's a true clash between spear and shield. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Chen Mo and the other two's expressions instantly turned serious. They knew very well how difficult the Iron Wall squad would be to deal with. That's a real tough nut to crack. Chapter 41st Battle, a weak iron wall. The light from the portal faded, and Lin Yi's team appeared in the preparation area of the trial arena. They immediately became the focus of the entire event. The terrifying level of 15 weighed heavily on the minds of all the participants, like a mountain. Lin Yi ignored the complicated gazes around him. He used this last bit of preparation time to tally up the biggest takeaways from the trip. Dropped by the Earth Hill King. He reached out and took out his third piece of loot from his storage space. The moment that thing appeared, Chen Mo, Shirley, and Li Yueru froze on the spot. Their pupils contracted to their maximum size in an instant. It was a ring. An antique ring, seemingly carved from rock. The commandment of Mount Immovable. It's exactly the same as the one we traded to the Mad Lion Guild before. This. Shirley's lips were trembling. He pointed at the ring, unable to utter a single word. His brain completely shut down. Are silver-grade equipment items that can be obtained easily? And it was 2 in a row. This goes beyond luck, it's practically a miracle. Chen Mo and Li Yueru stood there dumbfounded, their faces filled with incomprehensible shock. They feel that their worldview is being repeatedly refreshed and reshaped today. Under the stunned gazes of the three, Lin Yi's movements did not falter. He tossed the ring, which was enough to drive any guild mad, directly to Shirley. The ring traced a graceful arc in the air. The team's shield must be the strongest. Lin Yi's voice was calm, yet it resonated like a thunderclap in Shirley's heart. Shirley caught the ring in a flustered manner, feeling as if it weighed a ton. He looked at the ring in his hand, which radiated a restrained, precious light, and then looked up at Lin Yi. A surge of scalding heat welled up from the bottom of my heart and rushed straight to my eyes. A scholar will die for one who understands him. At that moment, he deeply understood the meaning of those words. He didn't say anything, he just nodded heavily. Then, solemnly, he put the immovable mountain ring on his finger. Buzz! An unprecedented, profound, and powerful force surged from the ring, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. His attributes surged instantly. He felt a strange connection between himself and the earth beneath his feet. He is the mountain. Unshakable. At this moment, her loyalty and sense of belonging to Lin Yi reached their peak. Just then, the lottery results were announced. Langya No. 1 Middle School versus Langya No. 3 Middle School's Iron Wall Squad. The two teams met in the passageway leading to the arena. The opposing team's captain, a shield guard named Zhou Kai, stepped forward. He looked Lin Yi's team up and down. His gaze lingered on Chen Mo, Shirley, and Li Yueru, 3 team members who were below level 10, for a long time. His face revealed undisguised contempt. Not bad luck, summoner. Zhou Kai openly taunted Lin Yi. His voice was loud and full of provocation. Unfortunately, even 2 level 15s can't carry 3 burdens. He pointed at Chen Mo and the other two, his lips curving into an increasingly disdainful smile. My iron wall formation is specifically designed to crush new teams like yours with unstable foundations. Just wait until we crush you within a minute. Upon hearing this, Shirley flew into a rage, and the powerful aura he had just acquired instantly erupted. He gripped his shield tightly, ready to step forward and argue. Lin Yi glanced at them calmly. Shirley's anger was instantly extinguished. He took a deep breath and returned to his original position. Lin Yi and Ling Shue's calmness contrasted sharply with Zhou Kai's arrogance. This complete disregard made Zhou Kai feel even more humiliated. He felt like he had punched cotton. Humph, putting on airs. Zhou Kai snorted coldly and led his team onto the huge arena. The starting bell rang precisely on time. Iron Wall Squad, form ranks. Zhou Kai roared. His team completed their formation in an instant. Zhou Kai stood at the very front, his tower shield glowing with a thick, earthy yellow light. Another soldier stayed close behind him, filling the gap on his flank. 2 mages and a priest were firmly protected in the center. The entire formation resembled a shrunken tortoise shell, airtight and impenetrable. Focus fire on that tank. Take him down first. Zhou Kai issued the order. His tactics were very clear. First, use the strongest firepower to tear apart the opponent's seemingly weakest front line. The two monks behind him immediately began chanting. Their spellcasting speed was very fast, clearly indicating that they had been coordinating for a long time. A fireball and a wind blade formed almost simultaneously. It roared and shot toward Shirley. The entire audience held their breath. Everyone thought that, faced with the combined fire of two level 10 mages, the seemingly simple-minded shield guard would be left with very low health, or even be instantly killed. However, what happened the next second left everyone wide-eyed. The spell hit Shirley precisely. Boom! The moment the spell touched Shirley's body, a majestic, illusory mountain flashed across his body. The effect of Ring of Immovable Mountain has been triggered. 35. 41. 28. Three ridiculous damage numbers slowly floated up from above Shirley's head. His health bar, a long tube, remained almost completely still. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Jokai's confident smile froze instantly. The two mages behind him also wore expressions of disbelief. Their all-out attack only managed to break the skin? What the hell is this level of defense? That's cheating. Shirley himself was also taken aback. He looked down at his hands, feeling the powerful force within his body. Powerful. Unprecedented power. Is that all the damage you've done? Are you trying to tickle me? Shirley let out a loud shout and slammed his shield heavily into the ground. His arrogance was even greater than Jokai's earlier. After a round of concentrated fire proved ineffective, Jokai's mind went into chaos. But he remained stubborn. He dared not attack Shirley again, and could only turn his attention to Linny in the distance. Summoner! Where's your pet? He said sarcastically. What? If you're afraid of dying, then don't let yourself out here and embarrass yourself. He wanted to use reverse psychology to disrupt Lin Yi's rhythm. They forced Lin Yi to make the wrong judgment. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He didn't even intend to summon the giant lizard. He simply raised one hand slowly. A fireball the size of a fist slowly condensed in his palm. The color of this fireball was much deeper than that of an ordinary fireball. Like flowing lava, it exudes a chilling aura of destruction. When Jokai saw the fireball, his heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. A strong sense of unease welled up inside me. Defense! Watch out! He shouted instinctively. But it was too late. The next moment, the fireball, like a cannonball, transformed into a streak of red lightning. It shot out at a speed far exceeding common sense. Its target was not Jokai, who was at the forefront. Instead, it was the fire mage behind him who was preparing his second spell. That's too fast. Jokai was shocked. He wanted to defend and block with his body. But his speed was nowhere near the speed of the fireball. He could only watch helplessly as the red flash passed him by. Boom! A loud bang. The magical shield in front of the fire mage shattered as easily as it had been made of paper. He was blasted back several steps by a tremendous force. The incantation he was chanting was immediately interrupted. My mind went blank, and I froze for a full second. The most crucial support point of the seemingly indestructible tortoise shell formation. A fatal flaw has appeared. In the brief span of a fraction of a second that the mage was frozen in place, a cold, white figure moved. The ice crystal heart around Ling Shue's neck shone brightly. A powerful force surged into her limbs and bones. Her figure, like a ghost, instantly cut into the gap in the torn formation. A magnificent yet deadly frost sword dance bursts forth in an instant. Swish! 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 Countless cold swordlights, like blooming lotus flowers of death. Where the sword flashed, the two fragile mages that the Iron Wall Squad was so proud of didn't even have time to let out a scream. Their bodies then transformed into two beams of white light and were teleported out of the arena. The so-called Iron Wall is no match for absolute power and ingenious calculation. It collapsed with a crash. Jokai stood there, stunned. He didn't even see what happened. The battle is over. He slowly turned his head and saw that cold, exquisitely beautiful face so close to his. A long sword, radiating a chilling aura, was already silently placed against his neck. The cold touch sent a shiver through him, jolting him out of his daze. He lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. They didn't even know what abilities the mysterious summoner on the other side possessed. Chapter 41: The Mysterious Summoner. The overwhelming victory in the first battle was like a bomb, detonating the entire trial square. The atmosphere was completely ignited. However, the overwhelming focus of discussion strangely centered on Ling Shui. On the giant light screen above the square, live broadcasts from major media outlets repeatedly played the same image. Ling Shui plunged into the enemy formation, her sword flashing, instantly annihilating the back row of the Iron Wall squad. A level 15 ice-type swordsman, that's terrifying. This is a perfect example of one god leading 4 idiots. Langya No. 1 High School has struck gold. That sword technique is fluid and fast, giving no chance to react at all. What incredible luck did Langya No. 1 High School have to sign such a genius? All the praise flowed towards that cold, white-clad girl. As for Lin Yi, the general public's evaluation was full of contempt and disdain. That summoner is just a support who throws fireballs, right? Apart from the fireballs flying faster, they don't seem to be very useful. He himself had no fighting ability at all, he stood still the whole time, and it was all thanks to that female swordsman who was holding the line. A typical support summoner, nothing strange about that. This label, carrying a strong sense of mockery, was firmly attached to Lin Yi. Tang Wan and Li Hao went to great lengths to spread these rumors throughout the crowd. They wanted to completely downplay Lin Yi's stunning debut as pure luck. They belittled him into being a gigolo who only hides behind women. Amidst the clamor of discussion, the matchup information for the second round appeared on the screen. Lin Yi's team's opponents were the Phantom team from Langya No. 4 Middle School. This team is known for its speed and assassination skills. The captain is a top-tier level 11 assassin who, together with the team's swift swordsman, excels at instantly eliminating the enemy's core members the moment battle begins. Inside the preparation area, the captain and members of the Phantom squad were gathered around a tactics board. Their analysis coincides with the public's opinion. Captain, the intelligence is correct. That swordsman named Ling Shui is the biggest threat. One of the team members pointed to the information on the tactics board and said, "But there's only one of her, and she's a melee fighter." The leader of the Phantom squad, a young man with a cold gaze, nodded. "Our opportunity lies in the moment when she has no time to react." His finger pressed heavily on the 2 names on the tactics board. Lin Yi, Li Yueru. Eliminate the opponent's 2 weakest links instantly. That summoner who only knows how to throw fireballs, and that priest who looks a bit dim-witted. His tactics were simple yet deadly. The moment the battle began, the fastest assassin captain and the swift swordsman activated all their speed-boosting skills. Ignored the opponent's tank, bypassing Ling Shui's sharp edge. With lightning speed, they aimed straight for Lin Yi's life. Once Commander Lin Yi dies, the remaining few will be a disorganized mess. Clear. The members of the Phantom squad gleamed with a bloodthirsty light in their eyes. The starting bell rang precisely on time. The Phantom squad made no attempt to probe. The moment the bell rang, they executed the pre-planned tactics. Swift step. Shadow strike. The assassin captain's figure instantly became blurry. He transformed into a dark afterimage, the dagger in his hand coated with a ghostly green poison. The target is Lin Yi's throat. The swift swordsman beside him followed closely behind. A sharp wind pressure swirled around the longsword in his hand. He blocked all possible escape routes for Lin Yi. The two worked together with lightning speed. A gasp of surprise erupted from the audience. Everyone thought that the next second, they would see Lin Yi turn into a white light and be teleported out of the arena. This match will end quickly in the same dramatic way. Chen Mo and Li Yueru didn't even have time to react. The two shadows were moving incredibly fast. Shirley tried to provide assistance, but was held back by the other 2 opposing players. Lin Yi, at the eye of the storm, stood still, without moving. His face remained completely expressionless. It was so calm it was unsettling. It was as if those 2 deadly glints of light were merely 2 flies flying toward him. Just before the poisoned dagger and the sharp blade were about to touch Lin Yi's body, a huge gray shadow appeared out of nowhere. Like a steel wall that suddenly rose up, it stood fiercely in front of Lin Yi. It was that ancient giant lizard cub that everyone had been overlooking. Clang! A piercing sound, like the clang of metal on metal, suddenly rang out. This doesn't sound like something a flesh and blood body should make. The assassin captain's full force strike was powerful enough to pierce through steel plates. Only a shallow, almost negligible white mark remained on the monitor lizard's thick scales. 1. A bright red, yet utterly insulting damage number slowly floated up from above the giant lizard's head. The assassin captain's body was shaken by a tremendous force, causing his arm to go numb. His face was filled with extreme shock and utter disbelief. His decisive blow. It was actually blocked by a seemingly harmless pet? That hard texture was more terrifying than any shield he had ever pierced. What the hell is that monster? Just as the Phantom Squad was momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, Lin Yi, who had been doing nothing all along, finally completed his action. He did not condense another fireball. He slowly raised one hand. Shared ability, Frost Affinity passive. Then, gently, he pressed his foot onto the arena floor. A calm, unassuming voice rang clearly in everyone's ears through the arena's loudspeakers. A world of ice and snow. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold, seemingly emanating from the deepest abyss, suddenly spread out from Lin Yi's center. An incredibly intricate, ice-blue magic circle instantly unfolded. It covered half of the arena. The ground instantly froze over with a thick layer of frost. A white, chilly aura rose from the ground. Countless tornadoes, mixed with sharp ice crystals, appeared out of thin air. Rampage and howl across the arena. 50. 50. 50. A continuous stream of damage numbers appeared above the heads of all members of the Phantom Squad. The damage is not high. But what's truly terrifying is the omnipresent, extreme chill and freezing effect. It's important to know that Ling Shui has a damage bonus. The combined effect of Ling Shui and Lin Yi is far greater than 2. The Phantom Squad's pride in their speed vanished in this icy wasteland. Their movements became as if in slow motion. Each step requires several times more effort than usual. The ice crystal tornadoes in the air constantly disrupted their vision and balance. This area is absolute hell for speed-based professions. In the audience seats, all legal professionals, including teachers and students, as well as the senior examiners on the platform. At the same time, he suddenly stood up from his seat. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief that defied all reason. This is a top-tier area control spell of the evocation system. An examiner from a law academy had a trembling voice. He pointed to the icy world on the arena, his lips trembling. Ice and Snow World. This is a skill that only Ice-type archmages of at least level 30 can possibly master. The other examiner next to him was equally shocked. How could a summoner possibly use that? This question, like a thunderclap, exploded in everyone's hearts. Summoner, use a top-tier evocation spell? This completely overturned their entire understanding of the professional system. This is not scientific. This isn't magic. On the arena, the members of the Phantom Squad had fallen into utter despair. They moved with difficulty through the icy and snowy landscape. Ling Shui, however, was completely unaffected. With her Frost Saint body, she thrived in this realm. Her speed was even faster than usual. Her figure weaved through the ice crystal tornadoes, like a fairy in the snow. But every time she made a move, it was with the ruthlessness of death. Brush. A flash of sword light. The swift swordsman, who had just recovered from his shock, had a line of blood appear on his neck. His body froze in place, then vanished in a flash of white light. The assassin captain was terrified. He abandoned his attack and turned to run away. But he felt as if his legs were filled with lead. A cold, sharp sword pierced his heart from behind. He looked down in disbelief at the tip of the sword protruding from his chest. Then, unwillingly, he fell to the ground. The battle ended without any suspense. From the moment Lin Yi unleashed Ice and Snow World, the outcome was already predetermined. When the last member of the Phantom Squad disappeared in a flash of white light, that terrifying world of ice and snow also vanished. On the arena, only Lin Yi's team of 5 remained, along with the adorable baby giant lizard that was still rubbing against Lin Yi's trouser leg. The entire venue was deathly silent. All eyes were focused on the calm boy. No one dared to say that he was just a support character who could only throw fireballs anymore. No one dares to say anymore that he's a gigolo who lives off women. This summoner is too strange. Chapter 42: The Examiner's Shock and the New Rules. On the arena, the lingering power of Ice and Snow World had not yet dissipated. The chill, like a thin layer of white mist, lingered in every corner of the arena, refusing to dissipate for a long time. A thin layer of frost had even formed on the edge of the arena, shimmering with an unusual luster under the lights. The scene of the Phantom Squad being instantly crushed was like the deepest imprint, deeply etched into the minds of tens of thousands of people in the square. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence that lasted for more than 10 seconds. All the previous clamor, ridicule, and discussion seemed utterly pale and laughable at this moment. In the audience, tens of thousands of people stood with their mouths agape, but no sound came out. Their throats felt as if they were being choked by an invisible hand. The atmosphere on the high platform was extremely tense. An elderly professor from a Buddhist academy had his teacup tipped over without anyone noticing. The scalding tea spilled all over his robes, but he was completely unaware, his cloudy old eyes fixed on the young man on the stage. On the other side, the guild leader of a famous guild in Langia City gripped the armrests of his chair tightly with both hands. His knuckles had turned deathly white from exerting too much force. As a seasoned professional, he knew better than anyone what that move meant. In the deathly silence at the heart of this storm, the chief examiner, a level 50 archmage with an unfathomable aura, suddenly stood up from his seat. The expression on his face had changed from initial shock to a mixture of fervor and an incredulous desire to explore. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, he made a move that violated all the trial procedures. His figure flashed. They didn't go down the steps, nor did they walk through the crowd. He appeared directly from the high platform in the center of the arena. An immense pressure, like a tidal wave, instantly enveloped the entire arena. This made Chen Mo, Shirley, and the others tense up, and even their breathing became difficult. The examiner ignored everyone. His gaze, like two tangible lightning bolts, was fixed intently on Lin Yi. His voice trembled slightly, a tremor he himself was unaware of. "Student, please explain the skill you just used." This question broke the deathly silence of the entire room. All eyes were once again focused on Lin Yi. They all wanted to know how this young man would explain this scene that defied common sense in the profession. Faced with a direct interrogation from a level 50 archmage, and with that mountain-like pressure, Lin Yi showed no sign of panic. His expression remained calm and serene. He met the examiner's gaze with composure and spoke slowly. The sound wasn't loud, but it was clearly amplified by the ring's loudspeakers and reached everyone's ears. "My contracted beast is rather special. One of its innate abilities is that it allows me to temporarily share some of its skills." These words were spoken. Its impact was even more earth-shattering than the ice and snow world we just saw. The audience erupted in uproar once again. After a brief silence, a roar of alarm erupted like a tsunami. What? Shared skills? Talent sharing? Isn't that a legendary talent that only exists in ancient professional literature? My God! Contracted beasts share skills with their masters? How is that possible? I always thought it was just a theory, a conjecture. The examiners on the platform could no longer sit still and stood up, their faces filled with horror. The examiner's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented sharpness. He took a deep look at the spot at Lin Yi's feet. The baby monitor lizard was still innocently wagging its tail, looking completely harmless. His shock only intensified. This explanation is far more shocking than summoners can use evocation spells, because it touches upon the very foundation of this world's professional system. Just as everyone was reeling from the shocking idea of talent sharing, a truly revolutionary concept, the concept of talent sharing was being reverberated in a revolutionary way. From the crowd in the distance, a twisted roar, born of jealousy, suddenly rang out. Impossible! It's Li Hao! His face turned bright red, and his expression became ferocious. This is cheating! He must have used some kind of illegal high-level magic scroll. I demand a body search. I demand his disqualification. That sharp shout was like igniting a powder keg. This immediately garnered support from many other teams who were also threatened by Lin Yi's performance. Yes. It must be cheating. How could a summoner possess such talent? I've never heard of it before. That's not fair. This is so unfair. The examiner's brow furrowed slightly. He certainly didn't believe Li Hao's foolish words. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally tell that it was not the power of the scroll. However, public opinion can be overwhelming. In order to silence the gossip and to further investigate Lin Yi's true intentions, he needs a foolproof plan. The examiner raised his hand. A powerful surge of magical energy spread out like ripples. It instantly silenced all the noise on the field. His loud voice resounded throughout the entire square. Quiet. To ensure absolute fairness in this trial. Also, in order to deal with the unprecedented special circumstances that have arisen during this trial, I hereby announce that all subsequent matches will adopt entirely new rules. New rules. These three words made everyone prick up their ears. The examiner's gaze swept over all the remaining strong teams on the field. Finally, his gaze settled on Lin Yi. He spoke slowly and deliberately. All teams that advance will no longer participate in one-on-one elimination matches. You will all be entering the same massive battleground map, the Shattered Ruins. Let's proceed to the final, survival elimination round. And the examiner emphasized his tone. To prevent any interference from external items, all teams must undergo strict checks before entering the map. No disposable props are allowed in the venue. The moment the new rules were announced, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Melee. Survival Elimination Tournament. This means that the team's weaknesses will be magnified infinitely. No matter how strong an individual is, they cannot withstand the combined attack of several teams. Li Hao and the others instantly revealed expressions of wild joy. They believed their opportunity had arrived. So what if Lin Yi and Ling Shui are strong? In their team, there are 3 burdens who are below level 10. In a complex battle map, those 3 burdens are the most fatal weaknesses. A brutal hunt targeting all of Lin Yi's team's weaknesses is about to unfold in the Shattered Ruins. And on the arena, Lin Yi simply watched quietly as Li Hao, with a smug look on his face, stood in the distance. A cold, unnoticed curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 43. Entering the Shattered Ruins, surrounded by enemies. The examiner's voice faded. Beneath the feet of all the advancing teams, the teleportation array burst forth with dazzling white light. A strong sense of spatial distortion swept over me. The dizziness lasted for less than a second. Lin Yi opened his eyes and found himself in a completely new world. Beneath my feet lies a cold, hard obsidian plaza, its material unknown, emitting a ghostly glow. He looked up and saw that there was no sky, no sun or moon. Only the deep, boundless void is dotted with countless distant and broken star fragments. They were on a huge, broken continent floating in the void. Broken stone bridges connect distant floating islands of varying sizes. Ancient and magnificent architectural ruins can be seen everywhere on this continent. Not far away, a temple stood with only half of its pillars remaining, standing alone in the wind of the void. Further away, a colossal statue over 100 meters tall was cut in half at the waist. The upper part of the statue is missing, leaving only the legs and the base. The howling winds of the void swept by, bringing with them an atmosphere of endless desolation and mystery. Chen Mo, Shirlei, and Li Yueru were completely shocked by the scene before them. They gazed in awe at this ancient ruin, a place seemingly untouched by human hands. Almost at the same time that everyone had gained their footing, the examiner's cold, emotionless voice resonated directly in the minds of all the contestants. The final trial, the Shattered Ruins, begins now. Rule 1, unrestricted free for all forms of combat are permitted. Rule 2, the last survivor, or the one with the highest total score when time runs out, wins. Rule 3, relic crystals are randomly scattered throughout the map, each containing 1,000 points. Defeating relic guardian beasts will grant 5,000 points. Defeating other teams will allow you to plunder half of their points. Good luck to everyone. The cold, hard rules instantly put all the teams on edge. A shadow has fallen over everyone's heart. This is no longer a ring match. This is a brutal, life or death hunting game. With the rules announced, a simple map appeared in everyone's view. On the map, your team is represented by a green dot. The other teams were represented by a dense array of red dots. The location of all enemies is clearly visible. The moment the map appeared, the trial's public channel exploded with excitement. Look at those coordinates. It's a team from number 1 high school. 2 level 15s, leading 3 level 10s. Ha ha ha, what kind of bizarre team is this? Is there no one else at number 1 high school? Or are those 3 people admitted through connections? These are practically free points. If we take them down, we can get at least 10,000 points. Brothers, stop fighting over the relic crystals, let's go grab this piece of fat meat from number 1 high school first. Let's team up. Anyone want to join? Let's clear out number 1 middle school first, then we'll talk about other things. I'll participate. Count me in. Count me in. The 5 points of light from Lin Yi's team stood out conspicuously on the map of all the teams because of the dazzling level 10 of Chen Mo, Shirlei, and Li Yueru. It's incredibly tempting. From the very first second the trial began, they became the target of everyone's criticism. Enemy of the entire map. Almost instantly, several teams formed a temporary alliance. A common goal united them. First, eliminate Lin Yi's team, which has a fatal weakness. Lin Yi looked around, his brows furrowing slightly. They had bad luck. The location I was randomly teleported to was an open square with no cover whatsoever. Everything is laid bare, there's nowhere to hide. And on their map, at least 3 directions, 7 or 8 red dots representing the enemy, have abandoned the exploration of other targets. They are rapidly encircling Lin Yi's team's coordinates. A huge fan-shaped enclosure is rapidly taking shape. Chen Mo's face turned deathly pale instantly. He stared at the rapidly approaching red dots on the map, his voice trembling slightly. Team Captain, we're surrounded. At least 3 teams, more than 20 people, are charging towards us from the front and both flanks. This number filled him with despair. Shirley let out a roar and slammed the giant shield in his hand heavily onto the ground. Bang! The solid obsidian plaza was smashed open, revealing a slight crack. He adopted a defensive stance, his eyes resolute. But facing enemies from all directions, he didn't know who his shield could actually protect. Li Yueru gripped the staff in her hand even tighter with nervousness. Her palms were covered in cold sweat. This situation made them feel more desperate than when they faced any powerful boss before. That's not a monster. Those were more than 20 professionals like them, or even stronger than them. A hunt targeting them has begun. A dead end. This seems like a hopeless situation. Ling Shue's cool gaze swept over the rapidly approaching red dots on the map. Her hand was already on the hilt of the enchanted ice blade, sword at her waist. Even before the sword was drawn, a chilling aura permeated the air. She looked at Lin Yi, her clear eyes filled with no fear, only absolute trust. She was waiting. They awaited Lin Yi's order to break out. No matter which direction she goes, she is confident that she can create an opening for the team. However, there was no trace of panic on Lin Yi's face. There wasn't even a trace of solemnity. He glanced calmly at the map, at the tightening encirclement. Then I looked up and gazed at the end of the square. The most magnificent, yet also the most dilapidated, ruins of that colossal temple. Instead, a cold smile, incomprehensible to anyone, curled at the corners of his mouth. Prey? It's still uncertain who the prey will be. He turned his head and calmly gave an order to his teammates, who were ready to fight to the death, an order that stunned everyone, including Ling Shue. Stay put and wait for orders. No need for defense. Shirley was taken aback upon hearing this and instinctively wanted to ask a question. But Chen Mo grabbed him. Chen Mo shook his head vigorously at Shirley. He chose to believe. Believe unconditionally. Lin Yi paused, his gaze sweeping across the distance to the blurry figures that had already appeared at the edge of his field of vision. He added a sentence. Let them come. Chapter 44 The Captain's Value, Perfect Battlefield Division. The red dots on the map, like a group of sharks smelling blood, are frantically converging from 3 directions. Each red dot represents a hostile team. Chen Mo's face turned deathly pale instantly. Team leader. His voice trembled uncontrollably. We're surrounded. The team facing us is a combined squad from number 2 middle school and number 5 middle school, at least 10 people. The left wing consists of the Phantom squad from number 4 middle school, and there's another team with more than 10 people. They've made us their primary target. Chen Mo stared intently at the map, speaking rapidly like a machine gun, every word filled with despair. Shirley held the heavy shield tightly in front of him, his arm muscles taut like iron. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. His palms were already soaked with sweat. Facing an attack from all sides by more than 20 enemies of the same or even higher level. He didn't know how many he could block with his shield. Li Yueru gripped the staff tightly in her hand, her knuckles turning white from the excessive force. Her lips had lost their color, and her body was trembling slightly. Being targeted as the primary prey by players across the entire map brings pressure far greater than facing any powerful boss before. That's not a mindless monster. Those were more than 20 professionals who knew tactics, knew how to cooperate, and were full of malice towards them. This is a dead end. This contrasted sharply with the panicked state of the 3 team members. Lin Yi's face remained completely expressionless. His deep eyes calmly swept across the encirclement on the map. Then, he looked up and glanced at the magnificent temple ruins at the far end of the square. It was as if everything before his eyes had been within his calculations. It was as if this desperate situation, which could have crushed any team, was merely an insignificant opening move on the chessboard. His composure, remaining unmoved even in the face of a collapsing mountain, was like a powerful stimulant. Unconsciously, it soothed the team members' emotions, which were on the verge of collapse. As Chen Mo watched Lin Yi's retreating figure, his wildly beating heart miraculously calmed down a little. He didn't know what the captain had up his sleeve. All he knew was that as long as the captain was still standing there, the sky won't fall down. The enemy has appeared on the horizon. One after another, blurry figures, filled with overwhelming killing intent, charged toward the center of the square. The air seemed to freeze. At this critical moment, Lin Yi's calm voice clearly reached the ears of each team member. Shirley, leave here. Form ranks at a 45-degree angle, 30 meters directly in front of you. This instruction stunned Shirley on the spot. Can one person hold out to the front line within 30 meters? No teammates were there to provide cover? What's the difference between that and a live target? Chen Mo abandoned the direct confrontation. Go to the left wing, about 100 meters away, and move around. Report flank movements at any time. Chen Mo was also stunned. Go to such a far place? At a distance of 100 meters, let alone providing immediate support, they can't even reach out to attack. Yueru, stand behind me and prepare for group therapy. Ling Shui, wait for my signal. A complete set of tactical instructions, yet completely incomprehensible to everyone, was issued. Shirley wanted to ask. Chen Mo wanted to ask. They wanted to know why. I'd like to ask if the captain gave the wrong order. But looking at Lin Yi's calm profile, which remained completely still, all the words stuck in their throats. Ultimately, that almost blind trust that rose from the depths of his heart overwhelmed everything. Yes, Captain. The three of them instinctively answered in unison. There is absolutely no discount. Without the slightest hesitation, Shirley roared and charged toward the designated, suicidal position, his massive shield propelling him forward. Chen Mo's figure transformed into a blur as he quickly broke away from the group and headed towards the distant left flank. Li Yueru silently walked behind Lin Yi and began chanting the initiation gesture for the healing spell. Ling Shui's hand remained on the sword hilt, her gaze cold and clear, as if she had no objection to this strange set of instructions. This strange team, just as the enemy was about to besiege the city, made an extremely foolish decision to divide its forces and deploy its troops. The first wave of attacks came from the front and the left flank. Those two well-coordinated, strong teams consisted of more than 20 professionals. When they saw the formation that Lin Yi's team had made, cruel smiles appeared on their faces. Ha, they're panicking. They've actually split their forces at a time like this. Is that shield guard an idiot? Coming up here to die all by himself? Ignore them. Charge. Focus fire on that summoner and the priest. Take them down. The commanders of both teams simultaneously issued the order to charge. In their view, victory was already within their grasp. The light of magic began to shine within their formation. The archer's longbow was already drawn to its fullest extent. Just as they were about to enter the attack range, and the spells and arrows were about to be released, Lin Yi made his move. He slowly raised his hand and then gently placed it on the cold obsidian floor beneath his feet. There was no chanting. There were no unnecessary movements. His voice was calm and clear. A world of ice and snow. Buzz. A colder region, wider and colder than the one on the arena before. It spreads instantly with an incredible, almost artistic precision. It did not envelop any enemy. It is not intended to kill. It's for ultimate, absolute control. A death zone composed of countless high-speed rotating frost tornadoes rose abruptly from the ground. This tornado belt is like an insurmountable wall that appeared out of nowhere. Precisely, a clear line was drawn between the troops charging from the front and those charging from the left flank. They forcefully tore apart two well-coordinated teams. The group in front of them was so startled by the sudden frost tornado wall that they hurriedly stopped in their tracks. They watched helplessly as their allies were left isolated on the other side. The left wing team fared even worse. The ground beneath their feet was instantly covered by a layer of incredibly smooth, solid ice. The team members, charging at high speed, had no time to react. My foot slipped. The entire team seemed to have rushed onto a huge ice rink. Instantly, people and horses were thrown into chaos. The warrior knocked down the mage, and the assassin stepped on the priest. The entire charging formation collapsed in an instant. It descended into a huge, comical chaos. A skill. Just one skill. The battlefield division was completed perfectly, turning a dead end into a viable one that can be broken down piece by piece. Looking at this unbelievable scene before my eyes. Looking at the two teams separated by the frost tornado, their formations were in complete disarray. There was no joy on Lin Yi's face. It all seemed perfectly natural. It was as if all of this was within his terrifying calculations. His gaze, calmly, fell on the team that had not been affected by the ice, but was simply blocked on the other side by the tornado. That team was facing the lone Shirley. Lin Yi's calm voice rang out again. Ling Shui. The team on the left. Kill the mage first. Chapter 45, taking them down one by one, point soar. Frost tornadoes divided the battlefield. The separated combined team has more than 10 members. They are the elites of number 2 middle school and number 5 middle school. Seeing their allies isolated by the tornado wall, they were initially furious. Immediately, their gazes fell upon Shirley, who was alone 30 meters ahead. A cruel, sinister smile immediately appeared on that face. Take out that sacrificial shield guard first. The captain of the combined team gave the order. Ranged classes can unleash their fireballs, ice arrows, and wind blades instantly. The light of magic intertwined in the air, forming a web of death. It surged towards Shirley in an overwhelming manner. However, the moment the torrent of magic engulfed Shirley, a majestic, illusory mountain flashed past him. The effect of Ring of Immovable Mountain has been triggered. All damage is significantly reduced. 17. 21. 15. A series of ridiculous damage numbers slowly floated up from above Shirley's head. His health bar, a long tube, had only lost a tiny, almost imperceptible bar. He was bathed in the radiance of magic and remained unharmed. Shirley let out a deafening sneer. Is that all the strength you've got? Is this some kind of gua sha treatment for me? This scene struck everyone in the allied team like a thunderbolt. They were momentarily stunned. Focused fire, ineffective? What the hell is this shield guard's defense? Just as they were launching a full-scale attack on Shirley. On their distant flank, in the shadow of collapsed ruins, a ghostly figure appeared and disappeared. Chen Mo drew his longbow. A poison arrow was knocked on the bowstring. The arrow silently pierced the sky. Puff! In the combined team's ranks, a mage who was chanting a fireball spell suddenly trembled. His spellcasting was interrupted. Puff! Another priest, who was about to cast a group heal on the team, let out a cry of pain. An arrow pierced his shoulder. He had to get distracted and cast a healing spell on himself first. Chen Mo's arrows are not intended to cause harm. What he seeks is the ultimate form of harassment. It means to interrupt. It is a check and balance. The combined team was instantly plunged into a dilemma. Ahead of them was a mountain they could not conquer. Behind them, there's a fly that's always there to bite you at the crucial moment. The entire formation began to descend into uncontrollable chaos. On the other side, the Phantom Squad members, who were thrown about by the slippery ice, experienced firsthand what true despair meant. They struggled to climb off the ice. But they couldn't stand firmly on their feet at all. Motivation was reduced to the extreme. The persistent chill continues to drain their life force. At that very moment, a white figure slid into their chaotic formation. It's Ling Shui. She thrived in the ice and snow world arena. Her speed was not reduced at all. On the contrary, due to its affinity with the ice element, it received a terrifying boost. She was like death dancing gracefully on the ice. With each swing of the enchanted ice blade in his hand, a cold line of blood appeared. Kill the mage first. Lin Yi's command echoed in her mind. Her figure flashed by. It appeared directly in front of a mage who had just stood still. The other person's terrified expression was still frozen on their face. A clean and swift frost slash had already sliced through his throat. A white light appeared. A soldier roared and charged towards Ling Shui. But he forgot that he was standing on ice. The charge turned into a comical, uncontrollable crash. Ling Shui simply turned to the side with a light touch. The soldier stumbled and fell past her in a sorry state. Ling Shui didn't even turn around. She swung her sword backhand. The sword flash took the fragile life of another fragile archer. This was a one-sided massacre. Faced with absolute home advantage, The so-called cooperation in tactics have all become a huge joke. Lin Yi stood at the center of the entire battlefield. Li Yueru stood quietly behind him. He did not participate in the direct killings. But his role was more important than anyone else's. He was like a calm conductor, conducting this symphony of destruction. His gaze calmly swept over the two battlefields. The fireball in his hand was no longer used for indiscriminate bombardment. Instead, it was transformed into the most precise tactical strikes. He saw the allied team's side. A priest, braving Chin Mo's arrows, was about to complete a crucial group healing spell. Once that spell is cast, the deterrent effect that Shirley just created will be greatly reduced. Lin Yi raised his hand. A fireball, launched later but arriving first. It did not attack the priest. Instead, it exploded precisely at the pastor's feet. The force of the explosion jolted his body violently. The incantation he was chanting was abruptly interrupted. He then saw the other side. On the ice, two soldiers struggled to stand together. They stood back to back, attempting to defend against Ling Xue's unpredictable surprise attacks. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. Another fireball, as if it had eyes. It landed precisely between the two soldiers. The powerful thrust pushed them away again. The two of them slid far away against their will on the smooth ice. They exposed their vulnerable backs completely to Ling Xue. He used every fireball at the most crucial moment. Or interrupt the enemy's crucial healing. Or disrupt their formation. Or create an excellent opportunity for your teammates to get a kill. He is the true soul of this battle. Less than 5 minutes. The battle is over. As the last enemy was defeated, he unwillingly turned into white light and disappeared. Lin Yi's team stood unharmed in the empty square. The surrounding world of ice and snow slowly dissipated. All that remained was a scene of devastation, and the lingering chill of murderous intent in the air. The powerful control and segmentation capabilities of Ice and Snow World, coupled with the team's impeccable teamwork. Two strong teams were defeated one by one without inflicting any effective damage on them. The entire team was wiped out and eliminated. At the same time, beyond the broken ruins, they were watching the central square where the trial was taking place. On that huge light screen displaying the scores, a scene that everyone would never forget unfolded. The points of Langya No. 1 Middle School Lin Yi team were originally at the bottom. Suddenly, it began to beat wildly at an unbelievable speed. A long string of messages, like a waterfall, flooded the leaderboard. Langya No. 1 Middle School Lin Yi team defeated Wang Hao from No. 2 Middle School, gaining 550 points. Langya No. 1 Middle School Lin Yi team defeated Zhao Lei from No. 5 Middle School, gaining 480 points. Langya No. 1 Middle School Lin Yi team defeated No. 4 Middle School. A series of plus 500 and plus 1000 points acquisition information is dazzling. Within a few seconds, Lin Yi's team's total score started from 0. Soaring. They surpassed all other teams. With a huge, decisive advantage, they climbed to the top. The entire square fell into a deathly silence that lasted for 10 seconds. All audience members, all examiners, all media reporters. They were all frozen in place, staring blankly at the glaring number on the screen. His face was filled with utter shock and absurdity. The deathly silence was finally broken by a gasp of cold air. Inside the broken ruins, just as Lin Yi's team was clearing the battlefield and preparing to move on, the third flanking force finally reached the edge of the square. This team is led by the ace team Guangtao team from Bowen High School, another key high school in Langya City. What they saw. It was Lin Yi's team of 5, amidst more than 20 slowly dissipating white lights, calmly sorting through their spoils. The captain of the Raging Waves team, a berserker known for his ferocity. He glanced at his points panel instinctively. On the screen, the astronomical score made his pupils shrink sharply. He then looked at Lin Yi and the other 4, who were completely unharmed. The arrogance on his face vanished instantly. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity. And a hint of fear. He suddenly raised his hand, stopping the team members behind him from charging forward. He spoke in a very low voice, enunciating each word carefully. Retreat. Immediately. We can't afford to offend them. His voice trembled slightly. That's not a team. Those are monsters. Chapter 46 The Core of the Ruins, Whispers of the Ancient Gods. The battle is over. In the empty square, more than 20 beams of white light slowly dissipated. Only Lin Yi's team of 5 remained. Chen Mo looked at his scoreboard, his whole body trembling. His voice was filled with extreme excitement and disbelief. Captain! Captain! We've come in first! Total points, 36,000. The second place team, Quangtao, has less than 8,000 points. This number exploded like a bomb in the hearts of Shirley and Li Yueru. They stared blankly at their panels. The overwhelming lead in points left their minds blank. Li Yueru's face was also flushed. She looked at Lin Yi's back with eyes full of admiration. One man outmaneuvered more than 20 enemies. A perfect encirclement and annihilation. This is no longer a battle, this is art. Her captain is simply a god. However, Lin Yi, at the center of the storm, remained unusually calm. Chasing down other teams is not the best strategy. His words startled Chen Mo and the other two. Not for the points? So what is the purpose of this trial? Lin Yi did not offer much explanation. He walked to the spot where an eliminated captain had disappeared. He bent down and picked something up from the ground. It was a tattered map made from the hide of some kind of wild animal. The map is made of very old material, and the edges are severely worn. The area drawn above is incomplete, and many lines are blurry. But it's in the very center of the map. A towering pagoda, reaching into the clouds, was marked out heavily with a special, bright red pigment. Beside the giant tower, there are several faint ancient characters. Lin Yi did not recognize these characters. But he could sense an unusual energy contained within the mark. Central Tower. Lin Yi's finger touched the red mark. He showed the map to his teammates. The key to this trial is not a simple points competition. You see, this ruin is a separate, fragmented space. Any independent space must have a control core. Lin Yi's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. His thinking was incredibly clear. This central tower is the control core of the entire shattered ruins. Whoever controls it controls everything in this trial. That's far more important than getting more points. Lin Yi's analysis was like the sun breaking through the clouds. The three of them, Chen Mo and his companions, who were still basking in the joy of their points, were instantly brought to their senses. They suddenly realized. Yes. Relentlessly hunting down other teams will only make you a target of everyone's criticism. No matter how high your score is, you're still just a piece on the chessboard. What the captain wants to do is become the one who wields the chess pieces. Such foresight and vision are beyond their reach. The three looked at Lin Yi, their admiration turning into deep awe. Captain, we'll listen to you. Chen Mo nodded heavily. The team's objective immediately shifted from hunting to exploration. Walk. Lin Yi put away the map and confirmed the direction of the central tower. He led his team and quickly left this place of trouble. Guided by the map, the team made their way towards the center of the ruins. They passed through a group of collapsed colossal statues. Each of those statues is hundreds of meters tall. Now, however, they have all broken into several pieces and are scattered on the black ground. It silently tells the story of a brutal war that took place in ancient times. Bypass the group of statues. A vast but long collapsed palace ruin appeared before them. The main structure of the palace has collapsed. Only a few dozen huge stone pillars and a bottomless corridor remain, barely standing. At the end of the corridor, it was pitch black. It seemed to lead to the gaping maw of some monster. Just as they were about to walk through the palace corridor, Lin Yi, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped. His expression changed slightly. What's wrong, Captain? Shirley, who was following behind, immediately became alert. Lin Yi did not answer. His brows were furrowed tightly. He sensed a familiar energy. A cold, evil energy, filled with greed and malice towards the soul. This energy, like a persistent, insidious infection, silently permeated the air of the palace. Although it was very faint. But Lin Yi would never admit his mistake. This feeling is the same as it was back in the Howling Swamp. The aura emanating from the Reaper assassin who ambushed him was exactly the same. They're here too. Almost at the same time that Lin Yi noticed the abnormality. Sumei's voice, tinged with a hint of solemnity, echoed in his mind. Kid, watch out. This is the soul-eating mist. Sumei's voice no longer had its usual languid quality. That's the method that the servants of that traitorous ancient god most often use. This fog itself is harmless. but it will silently erode and mark the soul of a creature. Once you're marked, they can find you no matter where you go. It seems they've infiltrated this trial as well. Sumei's warning confirmed Lin Yi's suspicions. A sudden chill ran through him. The Reaper's organization. This mysterious and evil organization has even infiltrated the city-level joint trial. Lin Yi understood instantly. This so-called trial is far more complicated than it appears on the surface. It has already involved deeper and more dangerous forces. Are the examiners aware of this? Or is this part of the trial itself? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Yi's mind. But now is not the time to think about these things. Lin Yi immediately raised his hand, making a gesture to stop moving forward. All personnel on alert. His voice was deep and serious. Chen Mo, Shirlei, and Li Yueru's hearts jumped into their throats. They immediately assumed a fighting stance, warily surveying their surroundings. Ling Shue's hand rested on the sword hilt once more. A chilling killing intent flashed across her eyes. Lin Yi's eyes became incredibly sharp. He surveyed the depths of the palace like a cheetah poised to pounce. Those dark, abyss-like corridors and shadows. The air was deathly silent. Even the winds of the void seemed to stop at this moment. Just then, a barely perceptible, faint dragging sound came from the deepest darkness of the palace. The sound was very soft. It felt like the sharp metal tip of something was slowly scraping against the rough stone slab. Rustle. The sound grew clearer and clearer as it approached. The backs of Chun Mo and the others were instantly soaked with cold sweat. They can't see anything. But the eerie sound sent chills down their spines. Immediately afterwards, a whisper that was not human, filled with greedy desire. Without any warning, it seemed to resonate directly in the depths of everyone's soul. Fresh soul. Chapter 47. The mantis stalks the cicada, the reaper appears. Chapter 47. The mantis stalks the cicada, the reaper appears. The plaza at the entrance to the tower was deathly silent. After overcoming numerous difficulties, Lin Yi's team finally arrived here. The anticipated fierce battle did not occur. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mixed with a nauseating smell of decay. More than a dozen corpses lay scattered across the square. Their identities can be identified from the badges on their tattered school uniforms. The top team from another key high school, Bowen High School. Chen Mo, Li Yueru, and Shirlei's faces turned deathly pale instantly. The scene before me was like hell. Each corpse was in the most terrified posture before its death. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths agape, as if they were emitting a silent scream. What's most terrifying is their bodies. Each corpse had become abnormally shriveled, like dried meat that had been dried for decades. The ashen skin clung tightly to the bones, revealing no trace of flesh or blood. All their vitality, along with their blood and water, was completely drained. This iconic, utterly wicked way of dying. The pupils of Lin Yi and Ling Shui contracted sharply in an instant. The scene of the abandoned factory reappeared in their minds. The black-robed man who was wiped out by Lin Yi using spatial power. The way he killed those mercenaries was exactly the same as the way these corpses died. It's the Reaper. Lin Yi's icy voice resounded in the minds of every team member through the mental link. The atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point. Although Chen Mo and the other two did not understand what the Reapers were. But seeing this horrific scene, and the captain's unprecedentedly solemn expression, they were struck by its horror. They immediately understood the level of danger. The three of them tensed up instantly, entering a state of highest alert. Captain, we. Shirlei's voice was a little hoarse. Lin Yi quickly made a judgment. The enemy is far more powerful and mysterious than imagined. He raised his hand, interrupting Shirlei. The whole group hid in the ruins outside the tower. Lin Yi issued an order that left no room for argument. Hold your aura completely. Do not move without my order. He decided to infiltrate and investigate alone. Sending new team members in to face such unknown danger would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Lin Yi took a deep breath. He mobilized the abilities he had shared with Su Mei. Proficient in ancient martial arts. Energy control. His breathing became long and weak. My heart rate also slowed down. He forcefully suppressed his aura to its lowest point. He seemed to blend into the shadows around him. Lin Yi's figure swayed, like a real ghost. Silently, they slid in through a broken window on the side of the tower. Inside the tower is a huge circular hall. Unlike the deathly silence outside, a fierce battle is unfolding here. The roar of battle was deafening. In the center of the hall, a giant stone golem, 10 meters tall, is wreaking havoc in all directions. Rune Guardian Golem. Its body is made of hard obsidian, engraved with countless shimmering runes. Each swing of its enormous stone arm carries immense power. Each attack easily smashed deep craters into the hard ground. Another team is engaged in a fierce battle with this puppet. This team is extremely strong. Leading them were a berserker wielding a greatsword and an elemental mage chanting fire magic. Their levels are at least level 15 or higher. But at this moment, they had reached their limit. Everyone in the team was injured. The priest's healing light almost never stopped. Their formation began to crumble under the puppet's frenzied attacks. Linny did not rush into action. He clung tightly to the shadows of the high wall, like a gecko. They set their sights on something higher. The second floor of the hall features a circular corridor. Right there in the shadows of that corridor, a figure dressed in a black robe, exuding a chilling aura, stood with his arms crossed. He was like an audience member sitting in the VIP section of a theater. They watched with great interest the bloody battle unfolding below. The cold, lifeless energy emanating from him. It perfectly matches the harvester in Lin Yi's memory. He was indeed here. He was waiting. The outcome will be a mutually destructive struggle for both sides. Then, he will take everyone's lives like harvesting wheat. At that very moment, the man in black robes standing on the second floor seemed to have noticed the prying gaze. He admired the dramatic movements and suddenly stopped. He slowly turned around. A pair of scarlet eyes, hidden in the shadow of a hood, pierced through the dim distance. With unparalleled precision, they located Lin Yi's hiding place. We've been discovered. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. The man in black robes was taken aback at first. It seems they never expected that there would be an onlooker hiding here. But then, his bloodshot eyes blazed with an unparalleled fervor and greed. It was the look in one's eyes as if they had discovered the most precious treasure in the world. He stared intently at Lin Yi. A hoarse, excited voice rose from his throat. This is a wonderful surprise. A lost, still developing spirit master. Excellent. The great lord will be immensely pleased with this offering. Spirit master. He actually recognized his own profession. Before he could finish speaking, the man in black robes completely abandoned the easy profit he could have made below. The powerful team below, on the verge of collapse, and the mighty puppet below, seemed to have instantly lost all value in his eyes. His entire body transformed into a black lightning bolt. It carried an overwhelming aura of death. He jumped directly from the circular corridor on the second floor. His goal was crystal clear. It points directly to the shadowy figure where Lin Yi is hiding. His voice, sharp with excitement, echoed in the empty hall. Capturing you is more valuable than anything else in this tower. Chapter 48 The Power of Contracts, the Empress's Intimidation. The dark figure lunged straight at Lin Yi. The battle erupted instantly. There was no probing. The harvester raised his withered hands. Several black chains shot out from his palms. The chains were silent. Their target was not Lin Yi's body. Instead, it was the shield guard standing in front of him, Shirley. Shirley roared and poured all his power into the giant shield. The shield glowed with a thick, earthy yellow light. He had to shield his captain from that fatal blow. The chains touched the shield. A bizarre scene unfolded. The wraith chains pierced straight through the solid shield. It was as if the giant shield was just a phantom. The chains pierced Shirley's chest. Shirley did not feel any physical impact. His tall frame didn't even sway. But he let out a muffled groan of extreme pain. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. 98 soul shock. A gray damage number slowly appeared above his head. Shirley felt as if his soul was being gripped tightly by a cold, large hand. Then tear it apart forcefully. An indescribable, excruciating pain surged from the depths of his soul. His body stiffened briefly. My thinking has become sluggish. It's a soul attack. Lin Yi received a cold and urgent warning through his mental link. Physical defenses are ineffective. Li Yuaru's face also turned pale. Seeing Shirley's condition, she immediately raised her staff. Holy light. A warm and holy pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Shirley. The light fell on Shirley. The pain on his face eased only slightly. But the chilling energy that lingered deep within his soul was like a maggot clinging to his bone, impossible to dispel. Her healing techniques were reduced by more than 90%. For the first time, Li Yueru's face showed a look of panic. What kind of monster is this? The Reapers are fighting. His every move carried a strange rhythm. It seemed as if countless voices were wailing in the air. The sounds were sharp, shrill, and filled with despair and pain. They were like countless tiny steel needles, constantly piercing people's brains. Chen Mo, Li Yueru, and Shirley all felt that their spirits were being constantly oppressed. Their reaction time is slowing down. Their thinking ability is declining. A fear stemming from instinct was growing wildly in their hearts. This is the Reaper. A true soul hunter. A shadow of despair loomed over the entire team. Ling Shui. At the critical moment, Lin Yi's voice exploded in Ling Shui's mind. He forced himself to calm down. His brain was working frantically, analyzing everything before him. On the left. His spellcasting core is in the soul crystal on his chest. The moment he gave the order, Lin Yi unreservedly amplified all of his spirit master's abilities and bestowed them upon Ling Shui. 130%. This is the limit of what he can do right now. Ling Shui did not hesitate at all. The moment she received the order, her body moved. She had absolute trust in Lin Yi. Her figure transformed into a fleeting, icy blue afterimage. The enchanted ice blade in his hand erupted with an unprecedented chilling aura. The water vapor in the air instantly condensed into countless tiny ice crystals. Frost Slash. This sword strike brought together all of her power. The sword's edge was aimed at the crystal on the Reaper's chest, which emitted a dense black aura. Faced with this extremely fierce attack, the harvesters didn't even move a step. A sneer, undisguised, curled at the corner of his mouth. A small black shield, no bigger than the palm of his hand, appeared out of thin air in front of his chest. The surface of the shield is engraved with countless painful and distorted human faces. The faces seemed alive, wailing silently inside the shield. Bite. The enchanted ice blade struck the small black shield precisely. There was no clanging of metal as expected. There was no burst of energy. Ling Shui felt as if her all-out attack had plunged into a bottomless quagmire. All the power and all the chill were completely absorbed by that strange little shield. Only a tiny ripple was stirred on the shield's surface. Suppression by hierarchy. Strange equipment. This rendered Ling Shui's strongest attack futile. S-rank talent, a very good sacrifice. The harvester let out a hoarse laugh. That laughter was filled with condescending contempt. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, even the light of a firefly dares to try to rival the brilliance of the moon? These words were like a bucket of ice water. This extinguished the last glimmer of hope in the team's heart. The harvesters lost patience. He was like a cat that had played with a mouse for a while. Get ready to enjoy your delicious meal. He ignored everyone else. His scarlet eyes were fixed on Lin Yi. He knew very well that this seemingly weakest boy was the core of the team. That was also his biggest goal for this trip. The harvester slowly raised a withered finger. At his fingertips, a wisp of ultimate, pure dark energy was rapidly condensing. Ultimately, it transformed into a slender, sharp thorn that seemed capable of piercing the soul. Soul piercing. The attack has not yet been launched. Lin Yi felt as if his soul was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. He was unable to move. He couldn't dodge it. He knew that this strike was bound to hit. It's a deadly technique specifically designed to target the soul. Life or death hangs in the balance. Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Yi's mind. He thought of his mediocre life in his past life. I thought about being reborn in this life. I thought of Tang Wan's betrayal. I thought of Ling Shui's aloofness. I thought of Su Mei's alluring charm. All the scenes eventually returned to calm. Hiding and scheming are meaningless in the face of absolute power. I want to survive. I want to protect them. You must possess the power to overturn the entire chessboard. Lin Yi no longer hesitated. He no longer had anything to hide. He slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness completely sank into that vast expanse of contract. Approximate space. This time, he no longer touched it cautiously. For the first time, he took the initiative and used all his spiritual power to rush towards that purple origin that represented Sumei, as deep as an endless sea of stars. In my name, I share in your might. Linny suddenly opened his eyes. Deep within his eyes, a fleeting, purplish gold radiance, incomprehensible to ordinary people, flashed by. He announced in a low voice in an ancient, solemn tone that seemed out of place in this era. The words fell. An indescribable, terrifying pressure, centered on Lin Yi, silently swept across the entire hall. There was no earth-shattering noise. There were no dazzling lighting effects. It was the arrival of existence itself. The air froze. The light was distorted. Time seemed to slow down. In the distance, the Rune Guardian Golem that was fighting another team experienced a momentary lag in its massive stone body. The soul-piercing weapon that the Reaper was about to unleash shattered inch by inch, just an inch from Lin Yi's brow. It transformed into the most primitive energy particles and dissipated into the air. The sinister smile on his face froze instantly. Instead, there is a primal fear and horror that comes from the deepest part of the soul. His body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. That wasn't because of fear. That is a lower life form that, when faced with a higher life form, will absolutely submit, stemming from its genes and soul instincts. His lofty pride, that of a Reaper, was shattered in that moment. He even felt an impulse. An urge to kneel down on the spot and worship the being before me. Ling Shui, Shirlei, Li Yueru, and Shen Mo also felt this oppressive aura. However, because of the bond of the contract, this pressure was not pure fear for them. Rather, it evokes a sense of sublimity and awe, akin to mortals looking up to deities. Their souls trembled slightly. But it wasn't because of fear. It was because of excitement. Ling Shui felt it most deeply. Through that thin layer of contractual connection, she seemed to see a blurry yet incredibly clear phantom. It was a figure seated atop a throne amidst an endless galaxy. She wore an imperial crown and a star-studded robe. A pair of purple gold eyes indifferently surveyed the myriad heavens throughout the ages. An unparalleled female emperor. Lin Yi endured the excruciating pain of his soul being instantly ripped out. He maintained the emperor's repression. This feeling is even more painful than the last time. It was as if his entire soul had been thrown into a juicer. The harvester trembled like a leaf in endless fear. He squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth in an almost inaudible voice. The emperor, the majesty of the emperor. Impossible. How could the bloodline of the emperor still exist in this dimension? Just then, from the shadows at the other end of the second floor of the tower, another figure slowly emerged. He was also wearing a black robe. But his aura was deeper and more powerful than that of the Reaper before him. He looked down at his companions, who were suppressed by the emperor's might and unable to move. He then looked at Lin Yi, who was releasing this oppressive aura. A similar look of shock flashed across his face. But then, that shock turned into an uncontrollable ecstasy. He muttered to himself in a tone as if he had discovered a new continent. I see. No wonder the prophet instructed us to come to this remote trial tower at all costs. The true sacrifice to God has finally appeared. Chapter 49 Seedling Elimination Plan. The moment Lin Yi unleashed his imperial might, the air in the entire tower hall seemed to be completely sucked out. Time became viscous. The flow rate is slow. The light was distorted, and all sound vanished in that instant. Only an absolute, irresistible pressure emanating from the depths of one's soul remains. The fervor and mockery on the Reaper's face froze instantly. Instead, there was an extreme fear and horror that came from the very core of one's soul. His proud soul-piercing stopped an inch away from Lin Yi's brow. Then, it was as if it had been crushed by an invisible giant hand. It crumbled inch by inch. The Reaper's bones trembled violently, emitting groans of unbearable strain. That wasn't because of fear. It is a kind of submission from blood and soul that a lower life form submits to an absolute monarch. His system panel was completely flooded with a series of negative status notifications. Intimidating power, all attributes 30%. Soul suppression, casting speed 50%. Fear, mental energy is continuously draining. Each red entry was like a heavy hammer, slamming into his soul. Ling Shui, Shirlei, and the others also felt this oppressive aura. But through that golden contract link, this power was not pure fear for them. Rather, it evokes a sense of sublimity and awe, akin to mortals looking up to deities. Ling Shui felt it most deeply. Her soul trembled slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. Through that thin layer of contractual connection, she seemed to see a blurry yet incredibly clear phantom. It was a figure seated atop a throne amidst an endless galaxy. She wore an imperial crown and a star-studded robe. A pair of purple gold eyes indifferently surveyed the myriad heavens throughout the ages. An unparalleled female emperor. Ling Shui was deeply shocked, like never before. Her perception of Lin Yi was completely overturned at this moment. Lin Yi endured the excruciating pain and dizziness caused by his mental energy being instantly drained. His brain felt like it was being pierced by countless steel needles, and his vision blurred. He knew that imperial might wouldn't last long. 3 seconds at most. He did not waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Yi mobilized the last bit of spiritual energy in his body. A deep blue light flashed in his eyes. Lin Yi launched an enhanced version of Ice and Snow World. This time, it's no longer the frost tornado that divides the battlefield. Instead, it was an extreme, deep blue chill that seemed capable of freezing the soul. The cold wave erupted instantly, centered on Lin Yi. It precisely and completely froze the immobilized harvester, along with the 3-meter space around him. A lifelike ice sculpture appeared in the center of the hall. The Reaper's face, contorted with terror, was frozen in time forever. There was absolutely no need for Lin Yi's instructions. The moment Diwei appeared, Ling Shui had already entered a state of perfect harmony between man and sword. She moved the instant the Reaper was frozen. Her figure transformed into an elusive streak of light. The enchanted ice blade, in his hand, thanks to Lin Yi's 130% class boost and the resonance with Imperial might, was greatly enhanced. A layer of icy blue flames suddenly ignited on the sword's blade. Ling Shui thrust out with her sword. This sword strike was incredibly fast. It was also extremely precise. It silently pierced through the thick ice. With perfect precision, it pierced the core of the soul crystal emanating black energy in the Reaper's chest. Click! A crisp cracking sound rang out. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ice sculpture. The soul crystal shattered completely. The Reaper's body began to turn into specks of white light from its feet and dissipate upwards. He's going to die. In those final 0.5 seconds. Lin Yi, struggling to stay upright, unleashed his last trump card. Flash! His figure vanished instantly, reappearing before the Reaper who was about to dissipate. Lin Yi stretched out a pale palm and pressed it heavily on the Reaper's skull. He unleashed the secret technique he had shared with Su Mei, the Soul Search. A chilling and eerie black aura surged forth from Lin Yi's palm. The black mist transformed into countless tiny black tentacles, which brutally burrowed into the Reaper's soul, which was on the verge of complete dissipation. No! The Reaper let out a final, silent scream filled with despair and agony. Countless chaotic and fragmented memories flooded into Lin Yi's mind like a burst dam. His brain felt as if it had been forcibly shoved into a high-speed blender. The scene switched rapidly. On a dark altar, several professionals dressed in human school uniforms are kneeling before a creature with tentacles and scales, offering some kind of precious mineral. In another scene, a rare warrior skill book is exchanged for a bottle of black potion that exudes an evil aura. A massive, insidious plan was repeatedly mentioned deep in my memory. Seedling elimination plan. Those traitors are using various channels to collect lists of top geniuses in major cities around the world who have displayed talents of S level or higher. Lin Yi endured the splitting headache and quickly sorted through the flood of fragmented memories. He finally understood the true nature of the Harvester. They are a group of professionals who have betrayed humanity. Completely seduced by a powerful alien race, who used power and immortality as bait. They lurk in the human world. Like rats in the gutter, they gather intelligence for the alien races and provide various upgrade materials and rare skills from the human world. In exchange for the protection of other races and even more evil power. This time, they took a huge risk to infiltrate the city-level joint trial. There is only one ultimate goal. Assassinate all top geniuses who have displayed S-level or higher talent. To weaken humanity's future high-end combat capabilities at the root. Pave the way for a full-scale invasion by alien races. This discovery made Lin Yi's heart sink. He realized that he was no longer involved in personal grudges or academic competition. It is not a war of attrition, but a silent war concerning the survival of the entire human race. The complete depletion of mental strength, and the impact of a massive flood of memories. This caused Lin Yi to be unable to hold on any longer. His body swayed suddenly, and he knelt down on one knee. He was breathing heavily, like a broken bellows. Lin Yi! Ling Shui immediately stepped forward and supported his swaying body. Her eyes were filled with unprecedented worry. Shirley, Chen Mo, and Li Yueru quickly surrounded Lin Yi, protecting him in the center and watching their surroundings warily. At that very moment, in the shadows of the second floor of the tower, a clear applause, filled with admiration and greed, followed. Slap, slap, slap. As expected of the legendary sacrifice to the gods. They actually managed to force me to use the Tower Master's privileges. The words fell. The entire high TA system jolted violently. At the same time, all entrances and windows were instantly sealed off by a thick black light curtain. They were trapped. The stronger Reaper, who had been hiding in the shadows, slowly descended the stairs. He looked down at Lin Yi as if he were examining a precious collectible. He spoke slowly, in a tone as if announcing the death of his prey. Now, you have nowhere to escape. As a reward, I will personally take action. Offer your soul, whole, to the Great Lord. Chapter 50 Desperate Cage. From the shadows on the second floor of the tower, another figure emerged. He was also wearing a black robe. But his aura was deeper and more powerful than that of the Reaper who had just been instantly killed. He walked slowly down the stairs. His steps were very light. Each step was taken silently. But the entire tower was undergoing dramatic changes as he walked. Buzz. A muffled roar. The tower's massive entrance was instantly sealed off by a thick black light barrier. Window. Ventilation opening. All the gaps that lead to the outside world. At the same time, they were all enveloped by this black light curtain. On the screen of light, countless twisted runes, filled with malevolent intent, slowly swirled. They resembled black venomous snakes, emanating a nauseating energy fluctuation. The entire tower became a closed, despairing prison. It's impossible to escape once you have wings. Asshole. Shirley let out a roar. His tall body erupted with an earthy yellow light, and he charged towards the light curtain at the entrance like a heavy tank. He poured all his strength into the giant shield in his hand. He wanted to break through a path to survival. Boom! The giant shield slammed into the black light barrier. There was no violent explosion as expected. The light curtain only caused a tiny ripple, like the surface of water. Ripples. An irresistible, immense force of recoil surged wildly into Shirley's body through the shield. Puff! Shirley was struck dumb and spat out a mouthful of blood. His tall body flew backward like a tattered sack. It crashed heavily onto the ground more than 10 meters away. The hard ground was smashed into a shallow crater. Shirley struggled to get up, but felt as if his internal organs were out of place, and his throat was filled with a sweet and metallic taste of blood. The force of the recoil alone was enough to severely injure him. Chen Mo and Li Yueru's faces turned deathly pale instantly. The last shred of hope in their hearts was shattered by this collision. It's over. They were trapped like fish in a barrel. The hearts of everyone on the team sank to the bottom. An aura of despair began to spread through the ranks. The Tower Master climbed the last step. He stopped 10 meters in front of Lin Yi. He did not rush to take action. He looked as if he were admiring a rare work of art. With a gaze that was a mixture of fanaticism and greed, he carefully examined the weakened Lin Yi from head to toe. He completely ignored Ling Shui, who was standing by, ready to fight. They also ignored Shirley, who struggled to his feet and raised his shield again. It's as if these people are just insignificant background figures. It is an insignificant embellishment on the painting. In his eyes, there was only Lin Yi. Only the seemingly weakest boy exuded the might of a king. Spirit Master. The Tower Master finally spoke. His voice was hoarse and dry, yet filled with an irrepressible excitement. A profession that, according to legend, can make contracts with all things. The Tower Master slowly raised his hand and pointed at Lin Yi. Your soul is 10,000 times more precious than that S-rank ice swordsman. It is the most perfect offering to the Lord. These words struck like a thunderbolt. It resonated in everyone's heart. Shirley, Chen Mo, and Li Yueru all wore expressions of disbelief. Is the captain's job really that terrifying? Ling Shui's body trembled slightly. For the first time, a violent fluctuation appeared in her icy eyes. S-rank talent. Hidden profession. This is what she is most proud of since she was a child. That's what makes her the center of attention, the object of everyone's adulation, and the reason she's called a favored daughter of heaven. But at this moment, In the eyes of this mysterious and powerful enemy, everything she was so proud of was suddenly deemed worthless. Even the qualifications to become a sacrifice are less than 1/10,000th of Lin Yi's. An unprecedented sense of humiliation and an even stronger shock impacted her heart. She looked at Lin Yi's pale profile. How many secrets is this boy hiding? The Tower Master finished speaking. He casually waved his hand forward. An unparalleled pressure of soul energy descended instantly. It felt like the sky had fallen. It felt as if the entire ocean was pressing down on me. Shirley, Chen Mo, and Li Yueru couldn't even muster the thought of resistance. Their thoughts seemed to be completely frozen at that moment. The soul felt as if it were about to be crushed by this terrifying pressure. Their legs buckled, and their bodies went out of control, almost causing them to kneel on the spot. My teeth were chattering violently, making a clucking sound. This is absolute suppression at the level of life itself. Only Ling Shui. She possessed a powerful foundation of S-class talent and an extraordinary willpower. He forcefully activated the surging battle chi within his body. A glint of defiant coldness flashed in her eyes. Frost slash. She let out a delicate shout and unleashed her strongest sword strike. A sharp, icy blue sword aura, seemingly capable of freezing the air, shot out from his hand. However, the sharp sword energy, capable of instantly killing an opponent of the same level, approached the Tower Master 3 meters away. It's like snow in spring encountering the scorching sun. It melted away silently. It didn't even cause the Tower Master's robes to sway in the slightest. The Tower Master used his absolute power to show them what an insurmountable gap truly meant. He didn't even bother to glance at Ling Shui's attacks. A playful, cat-and-mouse expression appeared on his face. He relished the desperate, helpless expressions on the faces of the people in front of him. That is the most beautiful scenery in the world. The Tower Master slowly extended a withered finger. Those fingers were like withered tree branches, devoid of any flesh or blood. On his fingertips, a black vortex composed of pure soul energy began to rapidly condense. Within the vortex, countless tiny, indistinct vengeful spirits wailed and floated. It emitted a silent, piercing shriek. A surge of energy, specifically targeting the soul and imbued with a sense of evil and imprisonment, spread out. Lin Yi immediately understood. The other party's goal was not to kill him. Instead, it is about completely separating one's soul from this body. As the most precious spoils of war, it was offered to that so-called lord. The black vortex at the Tower Master's fingertip had reached its peak. The shadow of death completely enveloped Lin Yi. In that life or death moment, deep within Lin Yi's soul, the golden chain of contract that was tightly connected to Su Mei. Suddenly, an unprecedented and dazzling purple gold light burst forth. In the dormitory of Langya No. 1 Middle School, far away. On that single bed, Su Mei, who had been in a deep sleep, unconsciously emitted a faint purple halo around her body. The halo flowed like ripples on water. In the real world, her tightly closed eyes opened briefly for a moment. What kind of eyes were those? Indifferent. Noble. Majesty. He seemed to be an unparalleled emperor who looked down upon all the heavens throughout the ages and disregarded the cycle of life and death. That look only lasted for a fleeting moment. Then it disappeared again. Su Mei remained the same alluring and seductive woman, still fast asleep. Inside the tower, behind Lin Yi, a blurry and fragmented phantom throne made of endless starlight. It vanished in a flash. Although the phantom was broken, it carried an unparalleled divine aura that suppressed all ages and was the only one who was supreme. The Tower Master had just released the soul vortex that he was determined to obtain. It crashed into the fleeting phantom of the throne. Like a clay ox sinking into the sea. It's like ice and snow melting. That terrifying spell, powerful enough to imprison any soul, was completely annihilated without even causing a ripple. The cruel grin on the Tower Master's face froze instantly. His bloodshot eyes revealed utter shock and disbelief. But then, this shock transformed into tenfold, even 100-fold, fervor and greed. He stared intently at Lin Yi, as if he were looking at a peerless divine artifact. What a magnificent soul! The Tower Master's voice became shrill due to extreme excitement, and even cracked. The Lord will surely be immensely pleased by this. He completely gave up the idea of playing around. He must obtain this perfect sacrifice with the fastest speed and the strongest power. The Tower Master opened his arms and began chanting an older, more complex incantation. That is not human language. Every syllable is filled with the scent of death, decay, and depravity. The entire tower began to tremble violently and wildly because of the power he was exerting. Stones fell from the wall with a soft rustling sound. A pure aura of death, several times stronger than before, erupted from the Tower Master like a tidal wave. Linny was completely locked in. A glimmer of hope has just appeared. It seems to have brought about a deeper, more irresistible despair. Chapter 51: The Out-of-Control Puppet, an Unexpected Variable. The Tower Master completely abandoned all thoughts of playing tricks. He wanted a quick victory. He wanted to obtain this perfect offering. The Tower Master spread his thin arms and began to chant his most powerful soul-capturing spell with all his might. That is a language that does not belong to humans. Every syllable is filled with depravity and decay, like a call from the abyss. The entire tower trembled violently because of the force he unleashed. Stones fell from the wall, crashing to the ground and shattering into powder. On the tower, the dormant runes flickered on and off like a faulty light bulb. A death aura, several times stronger than before and as thick as a physical substance, erupted from the Tower Master. That aura was no longer an invisible pressure. It transformed into dozens of visible black chains. On the chains, contorted faces of pain appeared, emitting silent wails. They surged in from all directions, accompanied by a piercing whooshing sound, and locked onto Linny completely. "Protect the captain!" Shirley roared and raised his shield again. Ling Shue's sword light, Shen Mo's arrow, and Li Yueru's holy light bullet erupted at the same time. They fought with all their might, launching their strongest attack. However, all of this was in vain. The sharp sword energy silently dissipated the moment it approached the aura of death. The arrows, imbued with fighting spirit, seemed to have pierced through cotton, losing all kinetic energy and falling helplessly. The holy light bullet evaporated like wisps of smoke the moment it touched the chains. These black chains seemed to be the nemesis of all energy. It looked like Linny was about to be completely bound by these terrifying chains. His soul was about to be ripped off on the spot. The hearts of everyone in the team were completely filled with an emotion called despair. Just as the death energy from another world emanating from the Tower Master reached its peak. Deep within Linny's soul, the nearly exhausted Emperor's soul aura projected remotely by Su Mei was completely activated by this powerful external energy. This was not a conscious act of resistance by Linny. It wasn't Su Mei's initiative to rescue him. This is a higher level, instinctive law repulsion. Just like fire, it can never coexist with ice. An otherworldly law representing death and enslavement. A set of imperial rules representing rule and authority. Two invisible, terrifying forces existing in different dimensions clashed violently within this enclosed tower. The king does not meet the king. The air in the hall seemed to distort in an eerie way. The light is bending. The space was trembling. A storm, imperceptible to mortals but powerful enough to tear apart souls, erupted suddenly, centered on Linny. This high-level conflict of laws was neither visible nor understandable to Ling Shui and the others. On the other side of the hall, a giant stone golem, 10 meters tall, stood silently. Beneath its feet lay another team that had just been wiped out. That team was very strong, but it was still ruthlessly crushed by this war machine. According to its core settings, it should have entered hibernation mode after eliminating all intruders. The puppet's enormous eyes, which were flashing with blue runes, were gradually losing their light. But just then, those two completely different forces of law, like two strong electric currents, slammed into its core. The puppet's dimmed rune-filled giant eyes suddenly lit up. The internal rune code refreshed wildly, like a waterfall. Countless incomprehensible gibberish flashed by in its vision. Command conflict. Threat level assessment in progress? Command conflict. Default hibernation. Start. Threat level assessment, extremely dangerous. Eliminate high threat targets. Hibernation. The puppet's massive stone body began to twitch unnaturally. It raised one arm and then slammed it to the ground. Its head was rotating 180 degrees at an angle that defied the laws of physics. The core logic swings wildly between the two highest commands, default hibernation and eliminating high threat targets. Pollutionary extraterrestrial energy detected. Threat level, highest. Unknown Emperor level energy detected. Threat level, highest. Core logic disordered. Initiating the highest level of cleanup protocol. Final. The puppet's core program, amidst the chaos, made its final judgment. The Tower Master possessed a polluting, otherworldly energy. Lin Yi exuded an unassailable imperial aura. Two completely different top-level forces, due to its chaotic procedures, were simultaneously identified as the highest priority intrusion alerts. It must be removed. Eliminate the source of the threat with the most intense and unstable energy fluctuations. At this moment, the Tower Master, who was casting a spell with all his might, was like a huge energy beacon radiating dazzling light in his eyes. That's him. The puppet's massive stone body shuddered violently. It stopped all uncoordinated movements. It let out a deafening roar, composed of the friction of countless rocks. The roar was filled with pure, pre-programmed rage. It abandoned the hibernation command. They also abandoned their pursuit of Lin Yi and others. Its enormous runic eyes gleamed with a blinding red light, representing pure hostility. Like two giant red lanterns. They locked onto the Tower Master, who was chanting incantations. The Tower Master was enjoying the thrill of being in control of everything. He had already envisioned the beautiful scene of Lin Yi's soul being ripped out and howling in his hands. He had even figured out how to curry favor with the Great Lord. But at that moment, a tremendous, destructive sense of threat suddenly came from his side and rear. The Tower Master was forced to interrupt the last few syllables of the incantation. The backlash from the incantation made his throat taste sweet, and a mouthful of black blood surged up. But he couldn't care less about any of that. He turned around angrily. Just then, he saw the Rune Guardian Golem, as large as a mountain, taking heavy steps and charging towards him. The earth trembled beneath its feet. It trod deep footprints into the hard ground. It swung its enormous stone fist, powerful enough to smash through city walls, the force of its punches even creating a sharp whistling sound. Damn rock! The Tower Master let out an angry roar. He had to abandon his focus on Lin Yi and instead deal with this clueless puppet. The hall instantly descended into a chaotic three-way battle. The pressure on Lin Yi suddenly eased. He seized this critical moment to catch his breath, breathing heavily, trying to regain a sliver of his mental strength. It was at this moment that an extremely faint yet incredibly familiar ancient whisper suddenly echoed in his mind. The voice seemed to come from eternity ago, bearing the marks of time. Exhausted. Outsiders, contamination. Core, come. The voice was exactly the same as the one he had heard in the palace ruins. Chapter 52 Whispers of the Ancient Gods, Core Guidance. A deafening roar echoed wildly throughout the hall. The Tower Master was forced to distract himself to deal with the Rune Guardian puppet that had completely gone out of control. The sense of being locked on him, a feeling that could crush one's soul, suddenly eased. Lin Yi seized this critical moment of respite. He could no longer hold on, his body went limp, and he knelt down on one knee. Severe pain. An indescribable, excruciating pain surged from the depths of his soul. It felt like countless red-hot steel needles were piercing every nerve in my brain. His vision blurred, and he saw stars. The aftereffects of forcibly activating the Emperor's might were 10,000 times more terrifying than he had imagined. He was breathing heavily. Every breath aggravates the wounds of the soul, bringing excruciating pain. But he did not fall. His will, like unyielding ice that has never melted, supported his shaky body. Everyone retreat. Lin Yi used all his strength to issue an unquestionable order to all team members through mental link. Retreat behind the pillars at the edge of the hall and hide. Ling Shui did not hesitate at all. Her body moved the instant the command was given. She flashed to Lin Yi's side, reached out her cold hand, and helped him up as he swayed. The soft touch and slight coolness from his arm brought Lin Yi's confused mind to a slight jolt. Shirley, Chen Mo, and Li Yueru also reacted quickly. Shirley held up his shield, standing at the forefront to block the debris and energy ripples from the battle. Chen Mo drew back his longbow and cautiously aimed in the direction of the battlefield. Li Yueru waved her staff, and faint rays of holy light fell on Shirley, healing his injuries. The three men took turns providing cover in a standard combat stance. They firmly protected the extremely weak Lin Yi in the center. They quickly retreated, escorting Lin Yi to the edge of the hall behind a huge stone pillar. The whole process was smooth and seamless. No one raised any questions. No one hesitated. Faced with a life or death test, this team, which had been formed less than 2 days prior, demonstrated an unimaginable level of execution and trust. Hiding behind the huge stone pillar, Lin Yi did not rest. He leaned against the cold stone wall, forcibly suppressing the churning pain deep within his soul. He knew that now was not the time to rest. That out-of-control puppet couldn't hold off the Tower Master for long. They must find a glimmer of hope. Lin mobilized all the last bit of spiritual energy he had left, which was like a candle flickering in the wind. He shared the innate skills of the ancient monitor lizard cub. Energy control. In an instant, the world before Lin Yi's eyes had completely changed. The physical form of reality fades away. In his eyes, the entire tower had transformed into a vast and complex network composed of countless energy lines. Walls, floor, ceiling. Everything was covered with densely packed, faintly glowing blue rune circuits. These circuits, like blood vessels in the human body, deliver energy to every corner of the tower. In the center of the battlefield, the rune guardian golem that was attacking frantically appeared in his energy vision as a violent and chaotic mass of yellowish-brown energy. Its every move resonates subtly with the energy network of the tower itself. On the other side, the Tower Master was a pure black vortex exuding an aura of pollution and death. That vortex was full of aggression. It's like a rapidly spreading cancer cell, greedily devouring and eroding the tower's own energy circuits. He could see it with perfect clarity. The evil energy of the Tower Master is incompatible with the ancient and pure runic energy of the tower. At every point of contact, the two are engaged in a violent, mutually repulsive conflict. This is the root cause of the puppet going out of control. Just as Lin Yi was carefully sensing this complex energy flow, that ancient, vast, weary whisper, which he had once heard amidst the palace ruins, resonated once more deep within his mind. It is not a clear language. It's more like a direct transmission of will. A resonance that transcends time and space and directly affects the soul. Pollute. Clear. Outsiders. The guardian will remaining in the core of the ruins was completely enraged by the Tower Master's extremely aggressive otherworldly energy. It was like a giant who had been sleeping for 10,000 years, awakened by a fly. It was filled with boundless rage. However, it seems to be restricted by some kind of rule, preventing it from acting directly. It could only watch helplessly as its own body was continuously polluted by that filthy energy. At this moment, it sensed Lin Yi's presence. An entity that can also resonate faintly with the energy of the ruins. A variable that is in an absolutely hostile relationship with that source of pollution. This ancient guardian spirit did not grant Lin Yi any direct power. It simply conveyed an incredibly clear sense of coordinates to Lin Yi. It was like a guiding light lit for him in the darkness. In Lin Yi's energy vision. In the center of the battlefield. Not far behind that berserk puppet. An unremarkable stone slab suddenly emitted a faint yet pure energy aura, completely different from other places. The halo was very faint. Without activating energy vision, it would be impossible to detect. But in Lin Yi's eyes, that stone slab was as dazzling as the sun in the night. There, all the rune circuits converge. There, all energy flows originate from this place and also end here. The energy network of the entire tower resembles a giant spider web. And that stone slab is the very center of this net. Lin Yi understood instantly. That's where the tower truly lies, the central control point. It is the core of the ruins themselves, which even the powerful Tower Master could not fully control. An incredibly crazy and audacious plan. It took shape in his mind in an instant. Success would offer a glimmer of hope. Failure means utter ruin. Boom! Another loud bang. The Tower Master slapped away the stone fist that the puppet was throwing at him. He was also shaken back half a step by the immense force. He has lost patience. He decided to stop entangled with the rock and prepared to use even greater power to completely destroy the puppet first. Time is running out. Lin Yi looked at the center of the battlefield, an area that had become a death zone due to the frenzied attacks of the puppets and the Tower Master. Rock fragments flew everywhere, and energy raged. Any professional below level 15 will be instantly torn to shreds the moment they step into that area. But there wasn't a trace of fear in Lin Yi's eyes. Instead, it ignited with an unprecedented, dazzling light. He leaned against the cold stone wall, and with all his might, struggled to stand up again. His body was still trembling slightly from the intense pain. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. But he stood very straight. Like a javelin that would rather break than bend. Through a mental link, he issued an order to his team members, who were prepared to fight to the death, an order that left all of them, including Ling Shui, in disbelief. Ling Shui, Shirlei. Prepare for a feint attack from the front. Use all your strength to draw their full attention. Chan Mo. I want you to shoot your most powerful arrow as fast as you can. The target is not those two. It's the floor tile 3 meters to the left of the puppet's feet. Chapter 53 The Struggle for Control, the beginning of a reversal. Lin Yi's orders were almost insane. The command exploded in the minds of every team member through the mental link. Shirley's mind went blank. Chen Mo's hand, which was holding the bow, trembled uncontrollably. Li Yueru's face instantly lost all color. A feint attack from the front? Those were two monsters beyond their comprehension. The two monsters are fighting. Getting close means death. This is suicide. This is a pointless suicide. However, when they followed the source of the spiritual link and looked at the captain behind the stone pillar, all doubts and fears vanished in an instant. Lin Yi's face was as pale as paper. Sweat soaked through his hair, clinging tightly to his skin. His body was still trembling slightly from the intense pain. But his dark eyes were like flames burning in the night. Bright. Resolute. It is filled with an unquestionable conviction. Those eyes told them that this was their only way out. At this moment, all doubts were completely replaced by an emotion called trust. Ling Shui was the first to act. She didn't ask why. She didn't hesitate at all. Ling Shui simply tightened her grip on the enchanted ice blade. An unprecedented resolve shone in her icy eyes. Lin Yi told her to go, so she went. Even if hell lies ahead. Roar! Shirley let out a wild roar. He transformed all his fear of death into his determination to protect the captain. He slammed his shield heavily on the ground, letting out the battle cry of the shield guard. For the captain. At this moment, the team's cohesion reached an unprecedented peak. The next second, Ling Shui and Shirley's figures shot out from behind the stone pillar like two arrows released from a bow. Ling Shui did not attack directly. She unleashed her fighting spirit to its fullest potential without reservation. Frost Sword Dance. A massive storm of frost sword energy erupted outside the battle zone between the Tower Master and the puppet. Countless tornadoes, mixed with ice crystals, rose from the ground. The biting cold instantly swept through half the hall. This desperate stance successfully attracted the Tower Master's attention. He had to spare some attention to guard against this troublesome ice and snow swordsman. On the other side, Shirley activated the shield guard's taunt skill. Come on! You lump of rock! His entire body erupted with a dazzling, heavy, earthy yellow light. He was like a meteorite falling from the sky, rushing towards the flank of the Rune Guardian puppet without flinching or dodging. He did not seek to cause any harm. His sole purpose is to create even greater chaos. Just as the two of them were drawing fire with their lives, Chen Mo has completed his preparations. He took a deep breath and focused all his energy on the arrow in his hand. The bowstring was drawn to its full length. He wasn't aiming at the tower owner. It is not a puppet. Instead, it was the chaotic battlefield beneath the puppet's feet. Armor-piercing arrow. Chen Mo loosened his fingers. An arrow, imbued with all his strength, was released from the bow. The arrow's tail trailed a spiral of blue air. It traced an incredibly precise arc, perfectly traversing the battlefield ravaged by energy. It pointed directly at the floor tile mentioned in Lin Yi's order. The Tower Master was initially dismissive of the attacks from these insects. In his eyes, this was nothing more than the struggle of ants in despair. It's meaningless. However, the moment Chen Mo's highly targeted arrow was released, the Tower Master's expression suddenly changed drastically. He immediately understood Lin Yi's true intentions. These ants' target is not themselves at all. It wasn't that puppet either. It's actually a mechanism within the tower. A surge of furious anger, as if he had been tricked, welled up inside him like a volcano. Court death. The Tower Master let out a sharp roar. He tried to abandon the fight with the puppet and turned to intercept the arrow, to kill the commander-in-chief hiding behind it. However, it was too late. The Rune Guardian puppet, now completely out of control, has only one command: eliminate the most threatening energy source at hand. It completely disregarded the tower owner's intentions. Its enormous stone fist, like a battering ram, fearlessly smashed into the Tower Master's face. Its heavy body, like a mountain, blocked the Tower Master's path in pursuit of Lin Yi. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has presented itself. Just as the whole team was creating that fleeting opportunity for him, Lin Yi made a move. He pushed his talent for energy control to its limit. The excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart caused him to groan, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. But he didn't care at all. Lin Yi's figure suddenly burst out from behind the stone pillar. Every step he took felt like walking on the tip of a red-hot knife. The excessive depletion of his mental energy caused his vision to begin to blur. The whole world was spinning. His body swayed precariously, as if he would collapse at any moment. He bypassed the fierce battle. The aftershocks of intense energy grazed past his body. His body was covered with deep, bone-revealing scorch marks. A piece of rock, sent flying by the battle, slammed into his knee. Lin Yi's body swayed, and he fell to the ground in a disheveled state. But he didn't pause at all. He didn't even look at his wound. Lin Yi braced himself on the ground, scrambled to his feet, and continued charging forward. This is a distance of only a few dozen meters. At this moment, it seemed to have become the longest and most distant journey of his life. His lungs felt like they were on fire. His legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. But his belief never wavered. Finally, just before the body reaches its limit, in the last second before consciousness was swallowed by darkness, Lin Yi rushed to the rune stone tablet. He used up his last bit of strength. He pressed his blood and dust-stained hand heavily onto the cold stone slab. In an instant, his unique talent as a spirit master is that he can contract with anything. Like that legendary master key that can open any lock. At the very core of the entire tower lies that ancient will that has slumbered for 10,000 years. It generated an unprecedented and intense resonance. He did not intend to contract the tower. With his current strength, it's simply impossible for him to do that. What he needs to do is borrow the tower's access rights. The cold system notification sound, at this moment, was like heavenly music from the highest heavens. It exploded in his mind. Resonance detected. Temporary control permissions successfully obtained. Time remaining, 3 minutes. Before he could finish speaking, the entire tower suddenly trembled. Wall. Ground. Dome. Inside the tower, all the ancient runes that had been dormant for thousands of years suddenly burst forth with an incomparably dazzling, blinding blue light. In that instant, the entire dark hall was illuminated as brightly as day. The tower master, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the puppet, suddenly froze. He sensed it. This holy land, which he considered his own, a gift from God. At that moment, it came back to life. A vast, ancient, and inviolable will awakens from every brick and stone of the tower. Then, he was judged to be enemy. Chapter 54 Turning the Tables, the Judgment from the Tower. Lin Yi pressed his palm onto the rune stone tablet. Bloodstains and dust left a clear handprint on the cold stone slab. It was at this very moment. The will that had been dormant in the tower for thousands of years seemed to have found an outlet. Boom! An indescribable, vast consciousness surged wildly into the depths of Lin Yi's soul along his arm. His body, which had long been drained of its contents, became the only bridge connecting him to the ancient will. The world before Lin Yi's eyes had been completely changed. He can see the flow of energy in every circuit on the wall. The blinking of each rune node on the dome. He can hear. Every brick and stone of the tower seems to be breathing a deep, ancient breath. He could feel it. His entire tower became an extension of his own body. This feeling transcends the physical body. It transcends the spiritual realm. It's a sense of control I've never felt before. He was so weak that he seemed like a candle flickering in the wind. His soul was still in excruciating pain from forcibly activating the Emperor's power. But his will, through the authority of this tower, reigned supreme over the entire space within those short 3 minutes. The absolute sense of control allowed him to temporarily ignore the soul-tearing pain. His mind became incredibly clear. His eyes turned icy cold. He is this tower. This tower is him. Lin Yi didn't waste a single second. The villain dies from talking too much. He used all his willpower to issue the first command. Activate the highest level of defense protocol. Target all unauthorized intruders. At the level of the tower's will, this command transformed into a grand edict that resounded throughout the entire space. The voice was undeniable. The voice was filled with the majesty of judgment. Buzz. The entire tower began to tremble violently and wildly. At this moment, all the illuminated blue rune circuits shone brightly. Dozens of chains made of the purest blue energy burst forth from the rune circuit. They carry a sense of judgment. With an ancient rage, it broke through the soil. From the walls, from the ceiling. In an instant, a vast and inescapable net was woven. The Tower Master, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the puppet, felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. He sensed the hostility emanating from the tower itself. He wanted to hide, he wanted to escape. But he had nowhere to hide and nowhere to escape. The speed of those energy chains transcends the limits of thought. They instantly wrapped around the Tower Master's limbs. They bound his waist and abdomen. They locked his neck. He was bound tightly like a rice dumpling and hung suspended in mid-air. The black energy on the Tower Master surged wildly, trying to break free. But those blue energy chains seemed to be the absolute nemesis of his evil energy. As soon as the black gas came into contact with the blue light, it was like snow hitting a hot iron, making a sizzling sound and emitting wisps of white smoke. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, the chaotic red aura emanating from the out-of-control Rune Guardian puppet quickly faded. Instead, it is pure, deep blue, representing absolute loyalty. The tower's purest primordial energy surged wildly into its body through the network of runes on the ground. The puppet's size swelled up again. Its stone-like skin hardened, shimmering with a metallic luster. The core of runes circulating within the body began to operate at an unprecedented speed. Its power and speed increased several times over. It became the most loyal, yet most ruthless, warden of this tower. The puppet's pair of deep blue runic eyes locked onto the Tower Master, who was suspended in mid-air. It has only one instruction: eliminate the intruders. It rushed to the base of the tower, its massive stone fist raised high. Then, it slammed down hard. Boom! One punch. It slammed hard into the Tower Master's chest. The Tower Master let out a painful groan. The sturdy black energy shield developed spiderweb-like cracks under this punch. Boom! The second punch. The third punch. The puppet's attacks were like a violent storm. Each punch contained terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. They all landed with perfect precision on the same spot on the Tower Master. Click! Finally, the black energy shield could no longer hold. Completely shattered. The Tower Master let out an incredulous roar, filled with humiliation and bewilderment. Impossible! His voice became sharp and shrill due to anger and pain. How dare you control the Holy Land given to you by the Lord? You lowly mortal! How could you possibly gain the tower's approval? The roar reached everyone's ears clearly. Behind the stone pillar, Chen Mo, Li Yueru, and Shirlei all heard this. Their faces showed utter shock. A holy site given by the Lord? This ancient tower actually belongs to that mysterious organization? This secret is too astonishing. Ling Shue's pupils suddenly contracted. She looked at the boy in the distance, leaning against the stone slab, his face as pale as paper. The shock I felt was beyond words. Lin Yi not only controlled this tower, he also seized control of the tower from the enemy. Just how many secrets is this man hiding? Lin Yi heard the Tower Master's roar. But he ignored it. His face was as pale as paper. My vision began to blur. The whole world was spinning. He knew. My 3-minute privilege is about to expire. The excruciating pain emanating from the depths of his soul surged like waves, relentlessly assaulting his last vestiges of sanity. He leaned against the cold stone slab. With his last ounce of willpower, he issued the second and final command. Start up. Purify the process. His voice was very soft. So softly that even he himself could barely hear it. But the tower heard. As he finished speaking, above the dome of the tower, the enormous energy array composed of countless runes was fully formed. At this moment, the light of all the runes inside the tower seemed to have found its home. They transformed into streaks of blue light, rushing wildly towards the center of the magic array on the dome. All streams converge into one. All the energy eventually converges at one point. It coalesced into an incredibly thick blue pillar of light, radiating a destructive aura. That beam of light was not pure energy. It possesses an absolute power of restraint and purification against evil, filth, and all otherworldly energies. It locked onto the Tower Master, who was suspended in mid-air. Boom! A beam of light descended from the sky. With the solemnity of a trial. With an ancient rage. It shot towards the trapped Tower Master with a roar. In that instant, the Tower Master felt true death. The anger and confusion on his face disappeared. Instead, there is extreme fear. No! He struggled frantically within the beam of light. The Lord will know. My Lord will avenge me. Just before being completely engulfed by the purifying beam of light, the Tower Master used up his last bit of strength. He uttered a curse filled with venom. The curse transformed into a black mark, piercing through the distance of space and directly imprinting itself deep within Lin Yi's soul. The Lord's gaze. I will eventually lock onto you. The light faded away. The Tower Master's figure, along with those energy chains, vanished without a trace. It was as if it had never existed. Only a few faintly glowing items remained, falling from mid-air with a clinking sound. Lin Yi could no longer hold on. The world before his eyes was plunged into complete darkness. My body went limp, and I slowly slid down the stone slab. Lin Yi. Team leader. Ling Shui and the others rushed over immediately, trying to support his body as he was about to fall. But in that very instant, a cold, emotionless, grand announcement. The sound reverberated throughout the entire ruins. It also resonated in the minds of every survivor. Trial ended. Points tallied. All survivors are about to be teleported back. This sudden announcement made everyone, who had just gone through a life or death battle, tense up. They hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath. They hadn't even had a chance to check Lin Yi's injuries. Then they will have to face scrutiny and inquiries from the outside world. A white light shone from beneath their feet. Before Lin Yi completely lost consciousness, only one last thought remained in his mind. The real storm has only just begun. Chapter 55 Rich Loot. Lin Yi leaned against the cold rune stone slab, unable to hold on any longer. His consciousness was already blurred. The excruciating pain emanating from the depths of his soul surged like waves, assaulting his last vestiges of sanity. The world before his eyes transformed into a blurry, blood-red blur. Just moments before he was about to completely lose consciousness. He picked up the 3 items that had fallen. After doing all this, Lin Yi could no longer hold on. His consciousness was completely swallowed up by endless darkness. My body went limp, and I slowly slid down the cold stone slab. A cold but strong arm caught him just in time. Ling Shui rushed over and pulled his swaying body into her arms tightly. She could clearly feel Lin Yi's body trembling slightly. His breathing was so faint it was almost imperceptible. His face was deathly pale. Lin Yi. Ling Shui's voice carried a hint of panic that she herself was unaware of. Shirlei, Chen Mo, and Li Yueru quickly gathered around. Team leader. What's wrong with the captain? Li Yueru's eyes instantly reddened. She raised her staff, and a beam of holy light was about to fall. But in that very instant, a series of incredibly dazzling white lights simultaneously shone from beneath each of their feet. The white light was warm, vast, and irresistible. It is the light that is transmitted. The space begins to transform. The deathly darkness inside the tower was instantly torn apart. The blinding sunlight and the deafening noise of people replaced everything else. They were teleported back to the plaza at the entrance to the ruins. The atmosphere in the square was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The air was thick with the smell of blood and disinfectant. Medical personnel were busy everywhere. Everywhere, there were the soft sobs of survivors who had just escaped death. Many more people were calling out the names of their teammates with heart-wrenching cries. The brutal elimination rounds have come to an end. Less than a third of the people survived. Among those who survived, many were missing limbs. The majority of them were in a daze, with blank stares. This is the trial. This is the world of professionals. Cruel, yet true. Just then, the teleportation array in the center of the square lit up again. Everyone's attention was instinctively drawn to it. The light faded. 5 figures appeared on the teleportation array. The moment the 5 people were clearly seen, the entire noisy square fell silent. All eyes were on them. Shock. I don't understand. Incredible. Lin Yi's team. 5 people. Not one was missing. Each of them carried wounds. The clothes were tattered and covered in blood and dust. He looked extremely tired. But they all survived. to live a complete life. Ling Shui held the unconscious Lin Yi in her arms. Shirley, Chen Mo, and Li Yuaru surrounded the two of them in the center, forming a standard defensive formation and warily watching their surroundings. The lingering aura of brutality emanating from them, a scent of steel that had carried them through fierce battles, kept those around them at bay. This is a complete organization where everyone survives. This formed a stark and glaring contrast with other strong teams around them, which had either suffered heavy losses, serious injuries, or mental breakdowns. Dead silence. A prolonged silence. It was so loud you could hear a pin drop. Under the deathly silence of everyone's gaze. Above the square, the huge light screen displaying the scores finally completed its final tally. The rankings above started scrolling rapidly, one last time. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Finally. The light screen freezes. All rankings are now completely locked. The first place was marked with 4 large golden characters. Lin Yi's team. This result did not surprise many people. After all, Lin Yi's team was already in first place in points before the melee even started. But when everyone's gaze slowly shifted from that name to the string of numbers representing the points, the entire audience gasped instantly. The sounds of breathing rose and fell, merging into one. This is impossible. A team captain from number 2 middle school exclaimed in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes, rubbed them hard with his hands, and looked again. That string of numbers is still there. Nothing has changed. Am I seeing things? Did I add an extra 0 to this score? No, it's not just 1 0, someone next to me added, their voice trembling. My God, the combined points of the 2nd to 10th place teams seem to be less than his team's points. This statement was like a bombshell. A deafening explosion erupted from the crowd. Everyone instinctively started calculating. Then, the expression on their faces changed from shock to horror. From being horrified, it turned into a terrifying shock, like seeing a ghost. It's true. Lin Yi's team has established a precipitous and overwhelming lead in points. That's no longer a competition of equal magnitude. That is the difference between mortals and gods. What exactly did they do inside? How many monsters did they kill inside? Nobody knows. But everyone understood that something earth-shattering must have happened inside the tower, something beyond their imagination. On the high platform, the examiner, a level 50 archmage with an unfathomable aura, suddenly stood up from his seat. The chair next to him was knocked over by him, making a dull thud. But he didn't care at all. He stared intently at the astronomical numbers on the screen. His facial expression shifted from shock to solemnity, and then to an unprecedented level of seriousness. This is no longer a simple matter of getting first place in the trial. Behind this must lie a huge secret, one that could affect the safety of the entire Langya city. He ignored the comments from everyone around him. He also ignored the horror on the faces of the other examiners. The examiner flashed by. It vanished directly from the platform, which was tens of meters high. The next second, his figure appeared in front of Lin Yi's team. A powerful, mountain-like pressure emanated from him. The surroundings fell silent instantly. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. The examiner's gaze was like a tangible lightning bolt. He first scanned the 4 people, including Ling Shui, who were all on guard. Under that oppressive aura, Shirley felt as if he were carrying a mountain, and his legs were trembling slightly. However, he still did not retreat even a step, holding the shield firmly in front of him. The examiner's gaze finally fell on Lin Yi, who was unconscious in Ling Shui's arms. He could feel it clearly. Lin Yi's life force was extremely weak. Like a candle flickering in the wind, it could be extinguished at any moment. However, at the core of that aura, there was also an indelible tenacity. There is no danger to his life. However, both his mental and physical strength were exhausted to the limit. Having confirmed this, the examiner felt a slight sense of relief. He looked at Ling Shui, whose face was frosty and whose eyes were filled with vigilance and hostility, and slowly said in an unquestionable tone, "He needs to receive the highest level of treatment immediately. At the same time, all of you need to come with me. Explain everything clearly and in detail what happened inside the tower." The examiner's words carried a hint of urgency that even he himself failed to notice. This matter is extremely important. He waved his hand. Not far away, several medical personnel in white coats, who were on standby, immediately pushed a suspended stretcher and ran over quickly. They carefully prepared to take Lin Yi from Ling Shui's arms. On the other side of the square, In a corner of the crowd, Tang Wan, Li Hao, and the others who survived by sheer luck stared blankly at the scene. Looking at Lin Yi's team, who were being treated with such great respect by the highest levels of government, one could see the situation was quite alarming. Looking at the points leaderboard, the numbers seemed unattainable, like a miracle. Their faces were deathly pale, like ghosts. His body trembled violently from extreme fear and jealousy. Li Hao's teeth were chattering wildly, making a clucking sound. Tang Wan's fingernails dug deeply into her palm, drawing blood, yet she felt no pain whatsoever. They finally realized it. How ridiculous everything I had done before was. They provoked a genius who was not someone to be looked up to. Rather, he is a living legend whom they cannot even approach, let alone look up to. Endless regret and fear completely consumed them. It was at this moment that Lin Yi was carefully lifted onto a suspended stretcher by medical staff. Beneath those eyelids, which appeared to be in a deep coma, the eyeball, however, moved very slightly. The commotion in the outside world. The examiner's questions. He was not completely ignorant. Chapter 56, a half-true, half-false report, Great Zhou War Soul Academy. Surrounded by medical personnel, Lin Yi was carried steadily. He was perfectly lucid. He wanted to tally up the biggest takeaways from this trip. The legacy of the tower owner. The first item was a crystal the size of a fist. The crystal was completely pure, yet inside it seemed as if a deep purple nebula was slowly flowing. It exudes a chilling aura. That aura was half pure energy, and the other half extreme evil. Soul Core. Rare material, insufficient information, cannot be viewed at this time. Lin Yi's consciousness swept past the crystal core and looked at the second item. That was a skills book. The book's cover was made of some kind of unidentified black animal hide. Countless runes depicting painful wails were inscribed on it with dark red lines. Just looking at it, it's as if countless vengeful spirits are shrieking in your ears. Skill book, Soul Lash. Effect: condenses a whip of soul energy, dealing powerful mental damage to a single target that ignores physical defense, and inflicting a brief stun effect. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. This skill book was practically tailor-made for him. His consciousness finally settled on the third item. It was a metal fragment no bigger than the palm of your hand. The fragments were entirely black, and their material was unknown. It was covered with incredibly complex and strange patterns that did not belong to human civilization at all. The fragments exuded a faint yet powerful aura of dominance. The Tower of Control Scepter Fragment. Lin Yi understood. Each of these three items is priceless. These will be the key to breaking through the current predicament. Just then, the stretcher stopped. A slight feeling of weightlessness came over me, as if I were riding an elevator descending rapidly. A few seconds later, the elevator doors opened. Lin Yi was carried into a room. The surrounding air instantly became cold and solemn. He was carefully placed on a medical bed. A cold, robotic arm reached out and connected various instruments to his body to monitor his vital signs. This is both treatment and monitoring. Lin Yi knew that the interrogation was about to begin. He slowly, with difficulty, opened his eyes. He displayed just the right amount of weakness and confusion. Lin Yi looked around. This is a secret meeting room located underground. The walls of the room are made of cold metal, giving it a high-tech feel. There were no extra people in the room. Only the chief examiner, that level 50 Grand Master, Zhou Xiongning, and three other middle-aged men whose auras were equally unfathomable. They sat opposite Lin Yi, their eyes sharp as knives, scrutinizing his every move. A somber atmosphere filled the room. The fact that these truly important figures from Langia City personally attended is enough to demonstrate the seriousness of the incident. Lin Yi, you're awake. Grandmaster Zhou Xiongning spoke first, his voice low and deep. We know you are very weak right now, but the situation is urgent. We need to know what exactly happened inside the tower. Lin Yi's lips moved, emitting a hoarse sound. Water. A staff member immediately brought him a glass of warm water and carefully fed it to him with a spoon. After clearing his throat, Lin Yi began to weave a story that was half true and half false. His voice was soft and intermittent, filled with lingering fear and exhaustion. He omitted all the secrets about the spirit master profession. It also concealed the existence of Su Mei's imperial aura. He simply claimed that his team encountered an extremely mysterious and powerful cult inside the tower. He named the organization the Reapers. They are very strange. A genuine fear was revealed in Lin Yi's eyes. Their attacks can directly damage the soul. They can also absorb the soul energy of the dead to strengthen themselves. Their goal is to pollute the core of the entire ruins, seemingly wanting to turn that tower into their lair. Linny described in detail the terrifying methods used by the other party. The expressions of the several high-ranking officials present all became extremely solemn. They had never heard of a method that could directly attack the soul. Then, Linny steered the conversation to the most crucial part. He attributed his final comeback to luck. At the last moment, we had exhausted all our options. I used a rare, one-time special item that I obtained from a certain adventure. Linny subtly hinted that the item was something similar to a talent crystal. But he refused to say what it was. That item allowed me, by sheer luck, to resonate with the tower's own defense system for a brief moment. I relied on the power of the ruins themselves to finally defeat that powerful enemy. That prop was thus completely shattered. This explanation was absolutely perfect. It reasonably explains Lin Yi's extraordinary performance. He attributed everything to luck and the consumption of a precious, unverifiable item. After recounting his adventure, Lin Yi's expression became extremely solemn. He was preparing to drop that real bombshell. He looked at the bigwigs in front of him and said those words, slowly and deliberately. They have a plan. Seedling elimination plan. These 5 words, like a thunderclap, exploded in the quiet, secluded room. The pupils of Zhou Xionying and the others suddenly contracted. Linny continued to explain in a weak voice. The true purpose of this Reaper organization infiltrating this trial. It means assassinating all the top geniuses who demonstrate S-level or higher talent in the trials. They want to weaken humanity's future high-end combat capabilities at the root. To pave the way for their lord. To prove that what he said was true. Linny struggled, reaching out to his spatial ring. He took something out. It was that soul crystal core. He placed the crystal core on the tray beside the bed. This is the core left behind by that leader after his death. Inside, it was filled with the resentment and soul energy of countless professionals that he had absorbed. The crystal core appeared. The temperature in the entire sealed room seemed to drop several degrees. An undisguised aura of evil and death instantly spread out. The bigwigs present were all top-tier experts. They could clearly feel the nauseating, immense resentment contained within that crystal core. When Grandmaster Zhou Xionying heard the words seedling elimination plan, his face turned ashen. When he saw that soul crystal core, the shock and anger in his eyes were almost overflowing. He stared intently at the crystal core. She glanced again at Linny, whose face was pale and who looked as if he might faint again at any moment. The last shred of doubt in his heart vanished completely. Zhou Xionying stood up and walked to Lin Yi's bedside. He said in a deep voice, "We have some vague records about the harvesters you mentioned. But it has never been clearer than it is today. Lin Yi, you have made a great contribution." Zhou Xionying took a deep breath. He seems to have made a major decision. His gaze toward Lin Yi was filled with unprecedented admiration and solemnity. Lin Yi, classmate. I represent one of the highest institutions of learning in China, the Great Zhou War Soul Academy. We are formally extending a special recruitment invitation to you. Your courage and your wisdom have fully proven your worth. Langia City is too limiting for you. Come to our academy. That's where a genius like you should soar in the sky. This sudden invitation stirred something within Lin Yi. Great Zhou War Soul Academy? He had never heard of this name before. But that's not important. The important thing is that he knows he made the right move, despite the risk. He not only perfectly concealed his biggest secret, he also successfully portrayed himself as both a victim and a hero. And, for himself, he earned a ticket to a higher stage. Chapter 57: The Honorary Guardian of Langia City. A burly, middle-aged man with the steely aura of a soldier was the first to break the silence. The situation is clear, we almost suffered a devastating blow. Another woman, dressed in an executive suit and exuding a capable air, nodded, her face pale. Without Lin Yi, all the top geniuses of our generation would have been wiped out. None of us can afford the consequences. All eyes were once again focused on Lin Yi on the medical bed. Their eyes held an incredibly complex expression. There was shock. I'm relieved. More than anything, it's a heartfelt appreciation. This seemingly young boy single-handedly saved the future of the entire Langia city. Zhou Xionying's gaze met the others. No further words are needed. A single glance was enough to reach a consensus. An emergency meeting that would determine the future of the city ended in this secret room. A momentous decision was thus made. Zhou Xiongning turned around and faced Lin Yi again. The expression on his face was more serious than ever before. Lin Yi, classmate. Zhou Xiongning spoke, her words echoing slightly. On behalf of the Langya municipal government and the millions of people in the city, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to you. You have uncovered a shocking conspiracy. You saved the lives of hundreds of trial participants. You have defended the honor and future of our city. After our unanimous discussion, we have decided to recognize and reward your great contributions. Zhou Xiongning paused for a moment. The senior executives behind him held their breath. Lin Yi looked at him quietly, his face still pale, but his eyes clear, without saying a word. First, we have decided to award you the title of Honorary Guardian of Langya City. This is the highest honor that Langya City can bestow upon an individual. From this day forward, your name will be recorded in the annals of heroes of Langya City. Secondly, to recognize your significant contributions, the city government will award you a one-time bonus. He stretched out one hand and spread his 5 fingers. 5 million. These 2 words were spoken very lightly. It landed in the secret room, yet it felt as heavy as a mountain. 5 million, professional contribution points. As soon as he finished speaking, even the high-ranking officials behind him who had already agreed to the decision couldn't help but show a strong reaction in their eyes. 5 million contribution points. This is an astronomical figure that would drive any professional crazy. This amount of money is enough to buy a top-tier villa in the most bustling area of the city center. This amount of money is enough to ensure that an ordinary working family can live a life free from financial worries. Lin Yi's breathing also paused for a moment. He had expected a reward. But I never imagined it would be so generous. This is practically instant success. In addition, Zhou Xiongning said in a calm tone, as if he were talking about something trivial, you can also choose any piece of gold-grade equipment from the city government's War Reserve Treasury. Another bombshell. Gold-level equipment. That is a legend that most professionals can never reach in their entire lives. Each and every one of them is a strategic resource worthy of being passed down through generations of the family. Lin Yi instantly understood. This is a deal. He exchanged a groundbreaking piece of intelligence, enough to overturn the entire landscape of Langya City, for this astronomical reward. This reward is also a form of hush money. Let him keep those deeper secrets about the tower itself forever buried inside. Lin Yi had no reason to refuse. Thank you, City Lord, and thank you, seniors. Lin Yi's voice was still weak, but his words were clear, and his attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. After the awards were announced, the other executives left in a hurry. They had to deploy resources to clear out and eliminate the Reapers, this enormous threat hanging over the city. Soon, only Zhou Xiongning and Lin Yi remained in the cold, metal-sealed room. Lin Yi, what you know now is only the tip of the iceberg, Zhou Xiongning said slowly. Lin Yi remained silent, listening quietly. The world we live in is far more vast than you can imagine. Every word Zhou Xiongning uttered seemed to carry immense weight. The planet beneath our feet is divided into 9 major states in the eyes of true powerhouses. Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. 9 prefectures. He had never heard of this concept before. It is not recorded in any textbook. Our Langya city, along with dozens of surrounding cities, are all under the jurisdiction of one of the prefectures. The Great Zhou Mansion. Zhou Xiongnings's gaze became distant, as if piercing through the secret room and seeing a wider world. And the academy I invited you to before. Its full name is Great Zhou War Soul Academy. Lin Yi was shocked and instantly connected all the clues. Zhou Xiongning saw the realization in his eyes. That's right, it is the highest level academy in the entire Great Zhou Prefecture. The academy's campus is not located in Langya City, nor in any city you know. It is located in the center of the entire state capital, a sacred place that gathers endless resources and energy. Zhou Xiongning leaned forward slightly and spoke in a very low voice. The Great Zhou War Soul Academy never publicly recruits students. It doesn't care about your exam scores, nor does it require any worldly recommendations. It only accepts one type of person. Monster. When Zhou Xiongning uttered the word monster, her tone carried a peculiar meaning. A true genius, a true prodigy, a future powerhouse with limitless potential. The Academy's guides travel all over the world year-round in search of such promising talents. They will only issue invitations and conduct special recruitment. I can tell you that every student who can enter the Great Joe War Soul Academy is a prodigy, 1 in 10,000. Even with S-level talent like Ling Shui, she only meets the minimum admission requirements in the academy. This time, Linny was truly shocked. Is Ling Shui's talent just the bare minimum? What kind of place is it exactly? It's practically a monster's lair where all the world's most monstrous creatures gather. Your performance in the trial, the wisdom and character you demonstrated, and the value of the intelligence you brought back. All of this proves that you are qualified to be invited. Linny, Langia City is too small. Your stage should be the entire Great Zhou Prefecture, or even a wider world. Zhou Xionying's words unfolded slowly before Linny like a magnificent scroll. A world far larger and more dangerous than he had imagined. After the old man finished speaking, he took an item out of his pocket. It was a hexagonal token made of an unknown black metal. It feels cold to the touch. This is a special communication device made by the Academy. Zhou Xionying placed the token in Ling Yi's hand. The Academy's guides are already aware of your existence. If you decide to accept the invitation, you can inject a little energy into it at any time to activate it. The guide will contact you and arrange everything. You have 1 month to make a decision. Linny gripped the token in his hand tightly. This small token is very heavy. It is a ticket. A ticket to a whole new world. Just as Linny was pondering, Zhou Xionying stood up, preparing to leave. He suddenly stopped at the door. The old man turned around and, in an extremely serious tone, issued his final warning. Linny, there's one more thing you must remember. From this day forward, you are a hero, and your name will be known throughout the city. But at the same time, you also became a thorn in the side of the harvesters. That organization is vengeful. You ruined their plans and killed their leader. They will absolutely not let this go. Although they are protected by the city government and dare not act openly, they will definitely come up with all sorts of underhanded methods. Please be extra careful when traveling recently. A warning echoed in the cold room. Hero. Target. Light and shadow always coexist. I understand. Linny nodded solemnly. Zhou Xionying took one last deep look at him. Get some rest. Your teammates are outside. We've already given them a brief explanation of the situation. The metal door slid open and then slammed shut. Linny was the only one left in the secret room. He lay in bed, looking at the hexagonal token in his hand, his heart filled with emotion. The Great Zhou Prefecture, the War Soul Academy, the Reaper's Revenge. The road ahead is full of boundless opportunities, but also fraught with deadly dangers. He knew he had no other choice. In order to become stronger, to uncover the secrets of his profession, and to deal with the master mentioned by the Tower Master before his death, he has to go. Chapter 58 Soul Searching Torture, The Reaper's Secret Stronghold. Langia No. 1 Middle School, Special Grade Recuperation Room. Linny sat on the bed in the center of the room and took a deep breath. The excruciating, tearing pain inside my body had subsided, replaced by a feeling of extreme exhaustion. But this did not affect his actions. He waved his hand, and 3 items appeared on the bedside table. The book had a black animal hide cover, on which dark red runes twisted as if they were alive. Skill Book, Soul Whip. Linny reached out and placed his hand on the book. Study. The system notification sounded immediately. A cold, violent, and malicious energy surged wildly into his mind from his fingertips. Countless pieces of knowledge about the structure of the soul and techniques of mental attacks were forcibly imprinted deep into his memory. This is an extremely vicious martial art. It does not harm the physical body, but only attacks the soul. Once you get hit, it's like someone is cutting your brain with a rusty saw. The pain is indescribable and ignores most physical defenses. Linny opened his eyes. A cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. He raised his right hand, his 5 fingers spread wide. A thought subtly stirred within me. An invisible wave condensed in the air. Although invisible to the naked eye, Linny could clearly feel that a long black whip made of pure spiritual power and covered with barbs was already in his hand. He waved his hand lightly at the air. Smack! A very faint, crisp sound. A ripple, barely perceptible to the naked eye, spread through the air. There wasn't even a trace left on the energy barrier. But Linny knew that the power of this whip was enough to instantly and severely injure the soul of a professional of the same level, plunging them into a brief state of stiffness and confusion. Good skill. This kind of control skill is exactly what he lacks most right now. Linny withdrew his gaze and looked at the last item on the bed. Soul Core. It is about the size of a fist and is crystal clear. Yet it exudes a nauseating aura of blood and evil. This is the core of the tower's destiny. It contains the essence he accumulated over many years in Langia City, a culmination of the souls of countless professionals. More importantly, Linny's intuition told him that this crystal core probably still imprisoned a wisp of the Tower Master's remnant soul. The cult leader, who died filled with resentment and bitterness, could not have vanished without leaving any contingency plans. Since you don't want to die, let's come out and have a chat. Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. He picked up the crystal core and held it in his palm with one hand. The newly learned Soul Whip technique is being used again. This time, the target wasn't the air, but the crystal core in their hands. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Smoke! The invisible soul lash pierced through the physical shell of the crystal core, striking it fiercely. Buzz! The crystal nucleus began to vibrate violently. The purple light instantly turned violent, as if countless vengeful ghosts were screaming inside the bottle. An extremely cold and malevolent aura erupted from the crystal core, attempting to break through Lin Yi's suppression. But Lin Yi was prepared. Although his spiritual power is currently overdrawn, it is deeply rooted and has been tempered by the Emperor's might. How could a mere remnant soul resist it? Another whip lashed down hard. It was heavier and more ruthless than before. Ah! This time, a real voice came from inside the crystal core. That was the hoarse scream that humans made when they were in extreme pain. The originally smooth purple light on the surface of the crystal core suddenly twisted and slowly condensed into a blurry human face. It was the Tower Master. However, at this moment, his face was ferocious, his body was bound by countless invisible chains, and he trembled in Lin Yi's mental world. That arrogant and malevolent aura had long since vanished, leaving only the fear of having one's soul torn apart. Stop hitting me! The remnant soul of the Tower Master let out a faint plea for mercy. Explain. Lin Yi uttered only one word. He raised the soul whip in his hand once more, emanating a chilling aura. Langia City. The Reaper Organization. All outposts, coordinates. Lin Yi's voice was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. I won't tell. You'll go to hell. The Lord will. The Tower Master wanted to make some more threats. But Lin Yi didn't give him a chance to talk nonsense. Snap! A whip lashed across the remnant soul's mouth. He completely shattered the second half of his sentence. The pain that struck straight to the very essence of his soul caused the Tower Master to let out a shrill groan, and his already blurred soul almost fell apart. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. The killing intent in Lin Yi's eyes was undisguised. Your soul is already in my grasp. I can make your soul vanish, so you can't even be a ghost. I can also extract your soul fire and refine it into a tireless puppet, to be enslaved by me for eternity. You choose. At this moment, Lin Yi's methods and ruthlessness made him seem more like a devil than that of the cult leader. Under the overwhelming power and inhumane torture, the Tower Master broke down. That was the most primal fear deep within the soul. I'll talk. Don't kill me, please. The Tower Masters will completely crumbled. 3 extremely complex star map coordinates, along with a detailed layout of the stronghold from his memory, were pulled out of his dilapidated sea of consciousness like beans being poured out. The underground of an abandoned chemical plant in the Western District. An underground wine cellar in the old town called Nightfall. There is also a cold storage facility in the north of the city. There are 3 places in total. The West District is their main stronghold and their largest repository of souls. The other 2 locations were outposts and temporary rest stops. Lin Yi greedily absorbed this information. This is exactly what he needs most. Even after confirming that no information had been missed, the chill in Lin Yi's eyes did not subside. Thanks. He said it indifferently. The Tower Master's remnant soul was stunned. Before it could react, it felt Lin Yi's mental power suddenly tighten. It was as if an invisible hand had gripped his soul tightly, forcibly compressed it, and stuffed it back into the depths of the crystal core. Click! A spiritual imprint was placed, completely sealing off all external channels of the crystal core. The Tower Master's last scream was abruptly cut off. This crystal core, containing immense soul energy, is a perfect cultivation resource and should not be wasted. As for the Tower Master's remnant soul, it is merely a portion of its nourishment. Lin Yi carefully put away the crystal core. He exhaled a long breath of stale air. With these 3 coordinates, he had completely exposed the Reaper organization's true colors in Langia City. However, he did not immediately pick up the communicator to report to the authorities. Linny leaned against the headboard, his fingers tapping lightly on the edge of the bed, his eyes deep and thoughtful. If reported, the authorities will immediately dispatch troops to suppress the operation. That was the credit of the authorities, and also the result of their battle. For him, it had no practical significance other than increasing his reputation points. Moreover, given the officials' better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free approach, these cult members will likely die a quick and painless death, with no chance to atone for their sins. More importantly, the team needs to grow. Shirley, Chen Mo, and Li Yueru. These 3 teammates are sincere. However, this level of strength is far from sufficient for the upcoming trip to the Great Zhou Prefecture. They need an opportunity. An opportunity to hone oneself amidst life and death, transforming from a fledgling eagle into a mighty eagle. These treacherous and ruthless cult strongholds serve as the perfect whetstone for their own power. Rather than wasting resources on official crackdown operations, it would be better for him to take the lead. Let these heinous cult members become stepping stones on the road to the rise of the Lin family army. Even if it's just leveling up, this makes it more valuable. Linny took out his ID card. His net worth has now skyrocketed. The 5 million contribution points from professionals have all been credited to their accounts. This is a huge sum of money. For ordinary professionals, this is a fortune they could never spend in a lifetime. But for Linny, this is only the first step in resource transformation. He opened the school's internal resource exchange hall interface. Enter full set of bronze-level equipment in the search bar. The screen refreshed instantly, and a dense list appeared before the eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, Linny immediately began making his selections. He is not short of money. What he wanted was the best, the most suitable for these 3 people. The set chosen for Shirley was a suit called Black Tortoise Heavy Armor. Shield, breastplate, leg guards, boots, helmet. Each piece is made of high-quality black iron, weighing several hundred kilograms and extremely sturdy. Its attributes are extremely overpowered, with full defense bonuses and the accompanying skill immovable as a mountain, granting temporary immunity to all control effects. This is a standard set of war tank equipment. Wearing it, Shirley becomes a mobile fortress. The outfit chosen for Chen Mo was the Windhunter set. Longbow, crossbow, leather armor, wrist guards, knuckle dusters. This set of equipment emphasizes lightness and agility. It comes with the skill Eagle Eye, which greatly increases vision range and hit rate, and Swift Step, which greatly increases movement speed for a short period of time. This would make Chen Mo an even more terrifying long-range assassin. As for Li Yueru, she wore a set of robes and a staff of the Moon Goddess Priestess. Significantly enhances mental strength and recovery rate. The accompanying skill Holy Light Protection can instantly grant teammates a high-value shield. This can greatly improve the team's tolerance for errors. With all 3 sets of equipment, each piece was a top-tier bronze-level item, even approaching the silver-level threshold. It cost a total of 1.5 million contribution points. If this number were to be reported, it would be enough to leave countless people speechless. But Linny didn't even blink. He then glanced at the other auxiliary medicines and consumables. I bought a whole bunch of recovery potions, burst scrolls, and antidotes, spending a total of 500,000 in one go. He kept the remaining 3 million as reserve funds. After doing all this, Linny clicked redeem. A streak of light flashed by. 3 heavy metal boxes appeared on the bed. Linny got up and moved the 3 boxes to the ground. I sent a message. Less than 10 seconds. There was a knock on the door. Shirley, Chen Mo, and Li Yueru pushed open the door and entered. Their faces showed a hint of fatigue, but even more so, the excitement of surviving a disaster and their admiration for Linny. Especially after hearing that Linny had won the title of Honorary Guardian of Langia City and a huge reward of 5 million, the group was so excited that they didn't know what to do with their hands. Team leader! Shirley shouted in a deep, muffled voice. Linny pointed to the 3 boxes on the ground. Open! The 3 were somewhat puzzled, but they still followed instructions and stepped forward to open the box. When the golden light came into view, the whole room fell silent. Those exquisite sets of bronze-grade top-tier equipment, radiating powerful energy fluctuations, lay quietly in the shock-absorbing cotton, exuding a deadly allure. Chen Mo's hands were trembling. Although he came from a well-off family, he only had a silver-grade heirloom while most of his other equipment was ordinary. He had only seen such a complete set of top-quality bronze equipment in the catalog at auctions. This is for us? Li Yueru covered her mouth, her voice changing tone. My god, how much does this set cost? Shirley was dumbfounded. He reached out and touched the huge, black tortoise-heavy shield. The icy touch sent electric shocks through his body. Captain, this is too valuable. Shirley swallowed hard and withdrew his hand. We can't accept it. He may be honest and simple, but he's not stupid. This set of equipment is equivalent to 10 years of savings for an average professional. Linny looked at them, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable power. Take it. Money is paper, life is gold. The place we're about to go is 100 times more dangerous than the trial. I don't want to see my teammates die at the hands of the enemy because of slightly inferior equipment. Your lives are priceless to me. Lin Yi's words were direct and pragmatic. But it was like a hammer, smashing hard into the hearts of the three people. A surge of scalding heat instantly welled up from the depths of their hearts. Screw the priceless value. This is trust. This is about entrusting one's back to one's comrades. Shirley's eyes reddened. Without further hesitation, he grabbed the heavy shield and hoisted it onto his shoulder. As long as Shirley has a breath left, behind this shield will always be the captain and his brothers. Chen Mo clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fierce flames. With tears welling in her eyes, Li Yueru solemnly picked up the staff. Lin Yi nodded as he observed their reactions. The basic structure of the team has been formed. Put on the gear and get used to it. Lin Yi's voice suddenly became low and deep, carrying a hint of bloodlust. We don't need to go to the training ground tonight. I'll take you somewhere to practice your skills. They don't have many lives left, but they all deserve to die. Shirley, Chen Mo, and Li Yueru were taken aback. But they saw the coldness in Lin Yi's eyes. Those were the eyes of someone who had truly killed and seen blood. The three immediately suppressed their laughter in shock and solemnly replied. Yes. Chapter 59 Thunderous Sweep, Heroic Name. The Points Redemption interface is flashing. Lin Yi's fingers flew across the screen, the rows of gold tier equipment on the list making his eyes water. His gaze lingered on a level 20 golden robe called Blazing Sun Robe. It has excellent attributes and comes with the skill Solar Blast, which is incredibly powerful. Requirement level 20. Lin Yi frowned. He and Ling Shui are currently at level 15. Save the rewarded gold equipment for level 20, it's a bit of a waste to give it to level 15. He decisively gave up the temptation of gold equipment and returned to the bronze equipment list. Filtering criteria, level 15, set bonus, high additional attributes. The target was quickly identified. Frost Sage set Mage Summoner. Frostweave Armor set Warrior Swordsman. These two bronze sets, although level 15 equipment, have all their attributes perfectly stacked on spirit, spell power, and increased ice damage. Moreover, it doesn't require a high strength threshold, making it very suitable for his and Ling Shui's current output system. Exchange. 1 million contribution points have disappeared. 2 sets of equipment exuding a chilling aura appeared in the inventory. Lin Yi did not hesitate and distributed them directly to Ling Shui. A few minutes later. Inside the VIP lounge, everyone's eyes lit up. Ling Shui donned the frost-patterned battle armor. The silver-white armor clung to her slender body, and the streamlined design did not appear bulky, but rather added to her heroic aura as a female warrior. The long sword in his hand was replaced with the Yi Cold Iron Blade that came with the set. The blade was long and slender, and it exuded a chilling aura. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was dressed in a dark blue mage robe. More importantly, Shirley, Chen Mo, and Li Yueru have now been completely transformed. Shirley was fully armed, like a mobile steel fortress, lifting the heavy shield with one hand as steady as Mount Tai. Chen Mo was dressed in tight-fitting leather armor, with a brand new crossbow and longbow strapped to his back, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Li Yueru wore a moon-white robe, and the top of her staff was inlaid with a crystal that emitted a soft light. This outfit would be considered luxurious even among seasoned professionals. Cool. Shirley clenched his fist, his joints cracking, and he felt a surge of power throughout his body. Lin Yi looked calmly at everyone. Equipment is just a supplement, tonight is the real deal. He took out his communicator and dialed a special number. That was the dedicated line for the garrison command. I am Lin Yi. I want to request coordinated operations. There was a hint of surprise on the other end of the phone, but the commander's voice came through quickly. Lin Yi? Is something urgent that's happened so late? I've discovered a Reaper stronghold. Lin Yi's voice was firm and unquestionable. The coordinates are in the underground wine cellar of the old textile factory in the Western District. Upon observation, there were more than a dozen cult members here, including a minor leader. I request to lead my squad as the spearhead, to launch the first strike. The garrison troops are to stand by 1 kilometer away, ready to support the encirclement at any time. The commander was taken aback. Such operations are usually led by regular troops. Lin Yi, the captain of a squad, volunteered to be at the forefront. But he remembered Lin Yi's newly acquired Honor Guardian title and the detailed intelligence report. This is a great achievement. If Lin Yi can take the credit, the military will be happy to save themselves trouble. Most importantly, Lin Yi's current status is special, and the city's top officials have specifically instructed that he should be given a certain degree of support. The risk level is very high, are you sure? The commander asked. Sure. Lin Yi answered quickly. We just changed our equipment and need to test it out. Moreover, only by taking them by surprise can we catch them off guard. Good. The commander agreed. I will send the 1st Battalion to surround you. Be careful, and if you can't hold out, retreat immediately. Don't fight head-on. Clear. After hanging up the phone, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. He certainly wouldn't tell the military that besides the stronghold, he had 2 more tough nuts to crack. This weakest outpost is a practice pack for teammates to practice on. It was also the stage where he demonstrated his strength in front of the military. Half an hour later. West District, the abandoned area of the old textile factory. The night was as dark as ink, and all was silent and deserted. Several armored vehicles painted in camouflage were parked quietly under the shade of trees a kilometer away. The soldiers of the 1st Battalion were fully armed, their eyes fixed warily on the front. And at the entrance to that dilapidated factory at the edge of their field of vision. 5 figures appeared silently. There were no flashlights and no noise. The 5 men moved swiftly through the night like ghosts. This is one of the coordinates that Lin Yi pried out from the crystal core. He knew the terrain map and the defensive shift change times by heart. Lin Yi made a hand gesture. Shirley understood immediately. Instead of rushing in through the main entrance, he walked to the side wall. He took a deep breath, and the black tortoise heavy armor on his body emitted a faint earthy yellow light. Skill activation, Savage Charge. Boom! The thick brick wall collapsed instantly under the impact like a bulldozer. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. In the originally dimly lit underground wine cellar hall, a dozen cult members who were sitting around a table eating and gambling suddenly jumped up. Who goes there? Enemy attack. These people were professionals after all, and they reacted quickly. One of them immediately grabbed a weapon. Shirley would never give them a chance. He roared, and the large shield, like a battering ram, crashed straight in. Get out of my way. A cultist who had just drawn his sword halfway through was slammed into the chest by a shield weighing several hundred pounds before he could even see who it was. Click. The sound of the sternum breaking was clearly audible. The man was sent flying 7 or 8 meters like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the wall and falling silent. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Terrified screams echoed through the basement. A man who appeared to be the leader waved his staff, and a black fireball flew towards the doorway. A trivial skill. Lin Yi stood at the back of the group, gently waving his staff. An ice barrier instantly formed in front of Shirley. The black fireball struck the ice wall, making a sizzling, corrosive sound, before dissipating. At the same time, Chen Mo made a move. He leaned against the ruins by the doorway, his longbow fully drawn. Eagle Eye is now enabled. In the darkness, the cult leader who was casting the spell was as clear as day in his eyes. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air. The leader was about to dodge when he realized he was a beat too slow. Puff! The arrow pierced his right shoulder, and the enormous impact sent him flying, pinning him to the wooden wine rack behind him. Ah! Before the screams had even faded, another crossbow bolt followed. It pierced precisely through his wrist, the one he was casting the spell on. Kill him. Slaughter them all. The remaining dozen or so cult members went berserk. Some drew their knives and charged at Shirley, while others chanted incantations in an attempt to attack the back row. But they were facing a well-equipped, regular squad. Shirley stood at the breach, his shield blocking the way like an insurmountable barrier. A cult assassin stabbed Shirley in the chest with a poisoned dagger. Bite. Sparks flew everywhere. Only a white mark remained on the armor made of black iron. Shirley didn't even look and slammed his shield down. Smack! The assassin's brains were smashed open. Yuaru, add a buff. Lin calmly gave instructions. Yes, Captain. Li Yuaru waved her staff. A series of holy rays of light descended and enveloped Shirley and Ling Shui. Holy light protection, hymn of the power angel. Golden light emanated from everyone, and their speed and strength increased dramatically. Chen Mo, fire freely. Except for that leader, leave no one else alive. Okay. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Chen Mo's lips. The bowstring in his hand trembled, like the death knell of the Grim Reaper. Whoosh whoosh. Each arrow takes a life. There was no need to even aim in this confined space, the dense net of arrows blocked the cultists' movements. As for Ling Shui, she is the most terrifying harvester. At this moment, she was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, beautiful yet deadly. The cold iron blade in his hand gleamed with a chilling light. She transformed into a streak of silver-white light and charged into the enemy ranks. There were no unnecessary movements. He drew his sword and swung it. Put! A cult member's throat was cut. Turn around and sweep across. Ice shards flew everywhere, and 3 enemies who were trying to ambush Shirley were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, before shattering into pieces. The suppressive power of the S-rank talent, Frost Saint Body, was fully displayed in front of these ordinary cultists. Linny didn't even need to take action himself. This is the difference between equipment and talent. This was the first appearance of the Lin family army. The battle was a one-sided massacre. In just 10 minutes, the ground was littered with corpses. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood. Only the leader, pinned to the wine rack by an arrow, remained, barely clinging to life. He was terrified. This was hardly a surprise attack. This is like a bulldozer passing through. Even the elite squads of the official forces don't have such terrifying killing efficiency. Linny slowly walked up to him, looking down at him. Don't kill me. I was forced. The leader trembled and begged for mercy. Linny remained expressionless. Take it back and hand it over to the garrison. It's too good for someone like that to die. Ling Shui stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and dragged him out like a dog. The moment they stepped out of the factory, the distant sirens finally roared in. Several armored vehicles rushed over, the doors opened, and a squad of fully armed soldiers jumped out, nervously raising their guns and aiming them at the factory building. When they saw Lin Yi's team, unharmed and indifferent, and their leader behind them who had been beaten to a pulp, they were shocked. Everyone's face showed a look of horror. Is that all? The captain of the 1st Brigade ran over, glanced at the corpses scattered all over the scene, then at Lin Yi, and his Adam's apple bobbed. This combat power is terrifying. Lin Yi, thank you for your hard work. The captain's words carried a newfound reverence for the students that he had never shown before. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Luckily, they weren't on guard. The rest is up to you. After saying that, he didn't take credit, but turned and left with his teammates. As the night breeze blew by, the boy's back looked exceptionally straight. The next morning, Langia City is in an uproar. The same news story dominated the headlines of all major official media outlets and news outlets. Swift strike. Young hero Lin Yi achieves another heroic deed. Lin Yi's squad destroys the Reaper's stronghold in one night, annihilating the cult members. Lin Yi's team shows its fangs. The news report not only praised Lin Yi's patriotism and fearless spirit, but also included several blurry photos of the battle scene. In the photo, there is Shirley, wielding a heavy shield like a god descending to earth. Chen Mo, with arrows piercing his heart, and Ling Shui, who was like an ice queen. It got the citizens excited. This is the role model for our Langia City. Lin Yi, well done. The Reapers must wet their pants just hearing his name, right? Online, Lin Yi's fame reached its peak. Young hero, guardian of Langia, genius commander, a variety of titles came one after another. Lin Yi stood at the window of the teaching building, looking down at the students who admired him, but there was no joy on his face. He was fiddling with the communicator in his hand. Reputation is a double-edged sword. It can bring resources, but it can also bring unnecessary trouble. As Zhou Xionging said, the Reapers are vengeful. Chapter 60 Death Attack, Retaliation from Headquarters. Langia City was in an uproar. From official news to school forums, from street gossip to conversations in professional bars, everything revolves around one name: Lin Yi. The forum server of Langya number 1 middle school crashed at 8 a.m. Countless posts flooded in like a tidal wave. Pinned post: Lin Shin, guardian of Langya. He wiped out a cult stronghold in one night. Battle report analysis: judging from their equipment and coordination, Lin Yi's squad has reached the level of professional soldiers. On-site photos: my classmate's cousin is in the garrison. This is a photo he secretly took of the scene. It's so horrific. The number of replies below has exploded. That's amazing. This is the role model for our Langya city. I hereby declare that from this day forward, Lin Yi is my only idol. Yesterday we were saying Lin Yi was just lucky, but today we've been slapped in the face. He led his team and wiped out their entire stronghold. Upstairs, what do you know? This is called strength. Do you understand? Overwhelming strength. The name Lin Yi is no longer just associated with a genius who ranked first in the trials. He became a symbol, a legend. He became the most sought after and most admired idol in the hearts of all young professionals. Countless girls regarded him as their dream lover, and countless boys regarded him as the goal to be pursued. Its scenery was magnificent, and its fame spread throughout the city. However, in some dark corner of the city, this glory was like the most vicious curse. Inside a small, damp rented room, Li Hao sat on the edge of the bed, his face pale, staring intently at his phone screen. On the screen is a push notification from the official news of Langya City. Lin Yi, dressed in a blue robe, stood at the front of the line, his eyes calm and profound. That face, which he once knew so well and envied so much, now seemed like an insurmountable mountain, pressing down on him and making it hard for him to breathe. Hero. Guardians. These radiant words, like red-hot steel needles, pierced his heart. Giggle. Li Hao's teeth were chattering wildly, making a chilling sound. Tang Wan, who was beside him, was in an even worse situation. Her face was deathly pale, and her nails dug deep into her palms, drawing blood, yet she felt no pain whatsoever. Extreme regret and fear had numbed all her senses. She recalled how she had so contemptuously abandoned Lin Yi. She remembered how, during her trials, she had viciously cursed him to die. She remembered how she had acted like a clown, flaunting her pathetic sense of superiority in front of him. Now, reality has given her the loudest and cruelest slap in the face. They provoked a genius who was not someone to be looked up to. Rather, he is a living legend whom they cannot even approach, let alone look up to. Stop looking, stop looking. Tang Wan lunged forward, snatched Li Hao's phone, and smashed it to the ground. The phone screen shattered instantly, and the light went out. But Lin Yi's calm face seemed to be imprinted in their minds, and they couldn't shake it off. We're fucked. Li Hao clutched his head and let out a desperate sob. He won't let us go. He'll definitely take revenge on us. Tang Wan's body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant. Endless regret and fear, like a bottomless swamp, completely swallowed them up. Lin Yi paid no attention to the noise from the outside world or the despair of some people. Night has fallen. The last room in the training hall with its lights on also went out. Lin Yi and Ling Shui walked side by side on their way back to the dormitory. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. The campus was peaceful, with only the chirping of insects in the distance. Shirley and the others should have adapted to the new equipment by now, Ling Shui said softly, breaking the silence. Yes, Lin Yi nodded, that set of equipment is very suitable for him. Combined with his A-level talent, he is strong enough to withstand level 20 monsters. When do we go to the next stronghold? Ling Shui asked again, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible fighting spirit. That crushing battle stirred up the fighting spirit within her. No rush. Lin Yi shook his head. The Reapers have suffered such a huge loss, they will definitely be on their guard. Let them be in chaos for a while. The two chatted as they walked at a leisurely pace. No one realized that danger was approaching. Just as they reached a shady path. Behind a large tree about 20 meters behind them, a dark shadow appeared silently. It seemed to seep out from the shadows of the trees, without stirring up a gust of wind or making a sound. The dark figure blended completely into the surrounding darkness. Unless you look at it deliberately with your eyes, you won't be able to notice its existence. It's like a lifeless ghost. Its gaze, or rather, all its killing intent, was fixed on the boy who was taking a walk ahead. The shadowy figure moved. There was no running start, no warning. Its body, like a wisp of smoke, skimmed the ground and swept forward at an incredible speed. Swift as lightning. Silently. This is a level 25 elite Reaper assassin. It was the organization's headquarters that sent professional assassins to eliminate Linny after learning that their base in Langia City had been destroyed. He has only one task. Kill that boy named Linny at all costs. In the eyes of an assassin, there is no emotion whatsoever, only the cold command to kill. The distance was shortened in an instant. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. The dagger in his hand finally revealed a sinister glint in the moonlight. It was a strangely shaped short blade, entirely black except for a layer of eerie green light shimmering on the blade. It was coated with a deadly poison specifically designed for high-level professionals, the poison of withering. The assassin's attack angle was extremely tricky. Instead of targeting the neck, which would have been easier, he aimed for Lin Yi's back. That's where the heart is located. A single, fatal blow will not give the opponent any chance to retaliate or cry for help. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It happened so fast that even Ling Shui, who was standing next to him, didn't have time to react. Her S-rank talent perception was very strong, but the assassin's level suppression and professional stealth skills perfectly shielded her from it all. She only sensed something was wrong the moment the assassin made his move. But her sword was still in its sheath. Her body had not yet fully turned around. It's all too late. However, just 0.01 seconds before the dagger pierced Lin Yi's heart, a chilling coldness suddenly shot from Lin Yi's tailbone straight to the top of his head. It's a deadly sense of crisis. After signing a contract with Empress Sumei, his soul essence was sublimated, and his perception ability far surpassed that of others of the same level. This perception is not through hearing or sight, but an intuitive warning originating from the level of the soul. Lin Yi's soul skipped a beat. He noticed. A terrifying assassin is right behind him. He wanted to hide. He wanted to turn around. He wanted to activate the shield. But his body couldn't keep up with the speed of his soul's reaction. The speed of a level 25 elite assassin is overwhelming for him now. His muscles had just tightened. He was just about to take a step. The poison dagger had already pierced through the defenses of his robes, and, carrying a chilling aura of death, touched his skin. Lin Yi's movements seemed to be slowed down at this moment. He could feel a sharp, stabbing pain coming from his back. He could smell a faint, sweet, and pungent odor in the air, which was highly toxic. He could even catch a glimpse of the assassin's cold, ruthless eyes hidden in the shadow of his hood out of the corner of his eye. He watched helplessly. We are powerless to do anything about it. The eerie green light rapidly magnified in his pupils, eventually filling his entire field of vision. Like the eyes of death, from the depths of hell. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. Chapter 61 Protecting each other with one's body, the withering of ice and snow. The aura of death, like a cold, monstrous beast, instantly devoured all of Lin Yi's senses. The poisoned dagger was less than a centimeter away from his back of the heart. Lin Yi could even clearly feel the chilling killing intent pulsating from the dagger, as well as the nauseatingly sweet and pungent poisonous odor. His pupils contracted sharply, and despair spread through his heart. His body's reaction speed simply couldn't keep up with the burst of power from a level 25 elite assassin. At this critical moment, a silver-white figure entered the realm of death without any warning. Ling Shui. She was originally walking half a step to Lin Yi's left, slightly behind. But the moment Lin Yi was attacked, she almost instinctively, without thinking, pounced on him. She did not turn around. She did not draw her sword. There wasn't even time to utter a cry of surprise. She simply and resolutely used her body to shield Lin Yi from behind. Put. A dull thud that made your teeth ache. That was the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh, penetrating muscle, and even cutting through bone. The poisoned dagger, which was originally meant to pierce Lin Yi's heart, instead sank deep into Ling Shui's right back without any resistance. It pierced very deeply. Until the handle is gone. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Lin Yi suddenly felt a heavy weight behind him. Immediately afterwards, a warm and viscous liquid soaked through the robes on his back and flowed down his spine. That was blood. Hot, fresh blood. Lin Yi's mind went completely blank for a moment. All senses were blocked. He only felt the trembling of the body behind him, a violent spasm as life slipped away. Ling Shui. Lin Yi called out her name, his voice trembling. There was no response. The dagger was forged with the most vicious poison of the evil organization Withering Poison. This is not just poison. It is a destructive agent designed specifically for high-level energy physiques. A ghostly green light, following the patterns on the dagger, instantly flowed into Ling Xue's body. Ling Xue's body stiffened abruptly. Her face, which was originally as cold and beautiful as an ice goddess, lost all color in that instant. Pale as paper. Her prized S-rank talent, Frost Saint body, was like ice and snow thrown into scalding lava the moment the poison invaded. The core was severely damaged. The pure and icy ice energy that had been so readily available within her body was now instantly dissipated and collapsed under the frenzied erosion of the withering poison. Life was forcibly drained from her body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Xue didn't even manage to let out a scream. Her eyes, which had initially held a hint of fighting spirit, quickly became unfocused and dimmed. Those eyes, as bright as stars, are slowly losing their luster. She couldn't feel any pain. It's just cold. A chill that originates from the depths of the soul, an irresistible cold. Softly. This body, once brimming with explosive power and the strength of ice and snow, fell backward like a withering snowflake. Linny suddenly reached out and caught her tightly. The touch was icy cold. This chill wasn't the coldness from her years of practicing ice-based techniques, but rather the deathly stillness of a life force about to be extinguished. Blood continued to gush from her wounds, staining her silver armor and Ling Yi's hands red. Linny lowered his head. He looked at the girl in his arms, who was usually cold and aloof, but who had unhesitatingly shielded him from a knife in the face of life and death. Watching the rapid, faint rise and fall of her chest. Seeing the shocking trickle of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Boom! A thunderclap seemed to explode in Ling Yi's mind. Immediately following was a fire. A raging fire, powerful enough to burn away reason and even the heavens and earth. That feeling was 10,000 times more terrifying than losing the system or death itself. My heart is pounding with excruciating pain. That was a tearing sensation deep within the soul. Linny slowly raised his head. His face was terribly gloomy, and his features were distorted with extreme anger. His eyes, which were originally clear and distinct, had now turned completely blood red. It's not just about blood congestion. That was extreme rage. His eyes were even bloodshot, like a demon from the depths of hell. The level 25 assassin clearly hadn't expected this to happen. He is a professional killer. His only mission was to kill Lin Yi. The assassin's rule is to avoid harming innocent bystanders to prevent unnecessary trouble. But what he didn't expect was that this girl would actually use her own body to block a fatal blow in order to save Lin Yi. A flicker of surprise crossed the assassin's eyes. But it was only for a brief moment. As a seasoned elite, after the initial shock came an even more ruthless killing intent. Since blood has already been drawn, we must nip it in the bud. The girl must die. Lin Yi must die. The assassin's wrist jerked violently, attempting to draw his dagger and deliver the final blow to the fallen girl, while also preparing to take advantage of Lin Yi's momentary lapse in concentration to deliver a fatal blow. However, the moment the assassin moved, an indescribable aura suddenly erupted from Lin Yi without warning. That wasn't murderous intent. That was an absolute suppression stemming from the hierarchy of life forms. Ancient. Time and vicissitudes. High and mighty. Like an emperor high in the heavens, looking down at the ants below. It is the emperor's majesty. The contract that Lin Yi signed with Empress Su Mei was forcibly triggered by his extreme anger and emotional fluctuations at this moment. Although it was only for a brief moment. Although it was only a faint wisp. But this aura was as terrifying as the sky collapsing and the earth sinking for a level 25 assassin. Buzz. The assassin's soul trembled violently. It felt like being gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand and then crushed. His proud level 25 strength and the combat instincts he had honed over the years on the brink of life and death were all rendered useless in the face of this imperial might. His movements froze. Even if it's just for a moment. It took less than 1/10 of a second. But in a battle between masters, that 1/10 of a second can be the difference between life and death. Lin Yi seized the opportunity. He didn't care whether the terrified assassin behind him was dead or alive. Right now, he has only one thought in his mind. Kill him. Tear him to pieces. Lin Yi still held Ling Xue tightly with one hand, while his other hand suddenly swung backward. There were no fancy moves. There was no lengthy chanting either. He poured all the energy and anger within him into this one strike. In the left hand. A ball of crimson flames condensed violently. That's the fireball spell. But this time, the fireball spell was no longer in its usual rounded shape. It is violent and unstable, and at its core, it faintly exudes an extremely sharp sword intent. The power of the ancient sword soul was forcibly fused with the fireball technique. Crimson and sharpness intertwine. It transformed into a streak of light like a shooting star, slamming fiercely into the assassin behind him. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded through the quiet, tree-lined paths of the campus. Crimson flames shot into the sky, instantly illuminating a space of tens of meters in radius. The blast wave rolled and snapped the surrounding trees in half. The level 25 assassin let out a muffled groan of extreme pain. Puff! A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spurted from his mouth. It was as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed train. He was like a kite with a broken string, flying backward dozens of meters. His black robe was blown to shreds. His chest armor was completely shattered, revealing a deep, charred wound that exposed bone, with sword energy still residing there, frantically cutting into his flesh. This strike. It dealt him a heavy blow. It almost cost him his life. The assassin crashed heavily onto the lawn in the distance, rolling around several times with difficulty. He was shocked, he was terrified, he couldn't believe it. How could a boy who was only a teenager unleash such a terrifying attack? What exactly was that aura that made his soul tremble just now? Moreover, he sensed an extremely sharp sword intent, which was definitely not something an ordinary mage could master. Just how many secrets does this young man hold? But he dared not linger any longer. The excruciating pain brought him to his senses and made him realize the complete failure of the mission. The school's elite members, alerted by the explosion, are rushing over at breakneck speed. If he doesn't leave now, he really won't be able to leave. The assassin gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain and the corrosive force of the sword energy in his chest. He swallowed a blood-red pill that looked extremely precious. His body turned into a blur. They rushed headlong into the shadows of the campus, disappearing completely into the night in a few flashes. Night fell, and peace returned. Only the lingering smells of burning and blood in the air reminded people that a fierce battle had just taken place here. Linny did not pursue. He didn't even glance in the direction the assassin had fled. All his attention returned to Ling Shui and his arms. The fire went out. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. Linny held Ling Shui and slowly knelt on the ground. His hands were trembling. It was shaking violently. He awkwardly reached out and pressed his hand against Ling Shui's wound, trying to stop the bleeding. But the bleeding just wouldn't stop. The eerie green toxin was still spreading along her meridians towards her heart. Ling Shui's breathing had become so weak that it was almost imperceptible. Her body temperature was dropping rapidly. That usually cold face was surprisingly calm at this moment. Only her lips became dry, cracked, and pale due to blood loss. Ling Shui. Ling Shui. Lin Yi's voice was hoarse and broken, with a hint of barely concealed sob and pleading. His usual calmness, wisdom, and strategic thinking all crumbled at this moment. He was just a helpless boy watching his girl walk away from him. He looked at Ling Shui. The girl who, though quiet during the trials, always silently protected the team. That girl who, despite her extraordinary talent, always cultivated in solitude. The girl who risked her life to save him. My heart aches. An unprecedented, excruciating pain, 10,000 times worse than the shattering of Ling Shuang's sacred body, ripped fiercely at Lin Yi's heart. This was the first time since he came into this world that he had felt such a profound sense of powerlessness. At this moment, he couldn't even keep the person he cared about most. I will definitely save you. Even if it means defying the heavens, even if it means going to hell. I will never let you die. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, and blood flowed down his face. He lowered his head and pressed his face against Ling Shui's forehead, which was already as cold as frost. Tears finally welled up in his eyes. Tick-tock. Scalding tears fell onto Ling Shui's pale face. But it couldn't bring her back from the brink of death. Chapter 62 Breakthrough of Loyalty, Pact of the Same Origin. Ding. Contract target Ling Shui's loyalty has reached its limit due to her act of selflessly protecting. Current loyalty, 50. Lin Yi's hand holding Ling Shui trembled violently. Contract level upgrade, same origin. The same origin stage has been unlocked. 1. Partial assimilation of bloodline and energy. Your energy and that of your contracted partner can be transformed and shared at a higher level. 2. Combination skill not activated. Under certain conditions, a powerful combination skill can be unleashed with the contracted target. 3. The third shared slot is now available. The system is cold and emotionless. But in Lin Yi's eyes, this was the only light in the darkness. Loyalty level, 50. This is already the highest value. As for higher levels of destiny and holy covenants, they only exist in legends. Energy sharing? Bloodline assimilation? Okay, very good. Lin Yi mobilized the magic power within his body, frantically pouring it into Ling Xue's body. He wanted to save her. Even if it's just to preserve a sliver of hope. But as soon as this magic entered Ling Xue's body, it vanished without a trace. Immediately, a wave of eerie green poisonous gas surged back. That is the poison of decay. It looks like a wall. It ruthlessly rejected all external energy input. Not only that, it is also trying to backfire by following Lin Yi's magical path. Lin Yi abruptly cut off the magic output. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It's useless. The contract has been upgraded. But he still couldn't save her. Just then, hurried footsteps came from afar. Quick! Over here! Vascular signs were detected to be extremely unstable. Several beams of powerful flashlight beams swept over. The medical team's emergency responders were at the forefront. An elderly man in a white coat followed behind. The old man was panting heavily, but he ran very fast. It was none other than Yang, the only ace therapist at Langia No. 1 High School. Instructor Yang spotted Lin Yi kneeling on the ground at a glance. And the girl covered in blood in his arms. Get out of the way! Professor Yang roared and shoved Lin Yi aside. He knelt beside Ling Xue, his hands dangling in the air, his palms emitting a blinding white light. This is the advanced healing spell, Holy Light. A white light descended, enveloping Ling Xue's body. The blood at the wound stopped spreading. But only for a moment. The originally pure white light was tinged with an eerie, chilling green. Sizzle, sizzle. A sickening corrosive sound filled the air. Damn it! Instructor Yang's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly withdrew his hand. Fine black spots had appeared on his palms. That's a sign of poisoning. What kind of poison is this? Instructor Yang exclaimed in surprise. The poison of withering. Lin Yi's voice was hoarse. Upon hearing these 3 words, Instructor Yang froze. He stared wide-eyed at Lin Yi as if he were looking at a dead man. Do you know what kind of poison this is? This is the most vicious and forbidden poison from the Reaper headquarters. Specifically designed to target high-level talents. It will directly corrode the source of one's talent. Professor Yang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart. Quick! Take her back to the medical room. Activate the level 1 life support array. Notify all healing instructors to assemble immediately. Several medical staff carried in a stretcher. They carefully carried the unconscious Ling Xue upstairs. Lin Yi tried to follow, but was stopped by Instructor Yang. Lin Yi, are you injured? No. Lin Yi shook his head. You're also covered in toxic fumes. Go over there to be disinfected so you don't contaminate the operating table. After finishing speaking, Instructor Yang turned and rushed toward the stretcher, not looking at Lin Yi again. For medical professionals, the patient is everything. Lin Yi stood there, watching the stretcher disappear into the distance. A night breeze blew by. The wound on his back was still throbbing. But he couldn't feel it. All the pain is in my heart. 10 minutes later. Outside the intensive care unit of the medical center. The red light is on. A blinding red. Several instructors, also dressed in white coats, rushed over and then entered the room. The corridor was empty. Lin Yi was the only one. He leaned against the wall, his body slowly sliding down. Finally, I sat down on the cold tile floor. Time passed second by second. Every second felt like a year. I don't know how much time passed. The door to the emergency room opened. Professor Yang came out. He took off his mask, revealing a pale and ashen face, looking as if he had aged several years. The white coat was covered in sweat and stains. He saw Lin Yi sitting on the ground. Professor Yang opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But he couldn't make a sound. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. How is it? Lin Yi stood up. His legs felt a little weak. But he stood very straight. I did my best. Professor Ouyang's voice was extremely hoarse. All the purification agents have been used. We've tried every kind of detoxification technique. It didn't work. The poison is too overpowering. It has invaded the very source of her talent. Her S-rank talent Frost Saint body is collapsing. Professor Ouyang looked at Lin Yi with deep regret in his eyes. It's a miracle that he survived. Even the most skilled life mage could only slow down the spread of the poison at most. This is a slow death sentence. Lin Yi gripped the hem of his clothes tightly. The fingernail pierced the skin. But he couldn't feel any pain. Let me go in and see her, Lin Yi said. Professor Ouyang sighed and stepped aside to make way for him. Lin Yi went inside. In the center of the room, there was a huge instrument. Countless transparent tubes connected to Ling Shui, who was lying inside. The pale green liquid dripped slowly into her veins through the tube. That could only sustain her last, faint heartbeat. Ling Shui closed her eyes. His face was completely bloodless. It was as white as a sheet of paper. She is no longer the aloof S-class genius. She is no longer the Valkyrie wielding an ice sword. She is like a fragile piece of porcelain, ready to crumble at any moment. Lin Yi walked to the instrument. I looked at her through the glass enclosure. He remembered the first time he met her. That aloof, proud, and even somewhat otherworldly girl. He remembered being in the tower. She silently stood guard behind him, building a defensive line with Frost. He remembered what had just happened. Without hesitation, she lunged forward and blocked the deadly dagger. Without hesitation. There was no backing down. Fool. Lin Yi cursed under his breath. Tears finally streamed down my face. Despair. It overwhelmed him like a tide. System, upgrade, wealth, fame. At this moment, it all became a joke. What's the use of having all these things if you can't even protect the people around you? Lin Yi clenched his fist. He needs to save her. Even if it means going to hell, even if it means being despised by the world. He was willing to do anything to save Ling Shui's life. Suddenly, his hand touched a hard object in his pocket. It had a cool, metallic feel. Lin Yi froze abruptly. He took it out. It is a hexagonal black token. The communication device of the Great Zhou War Soul Academy. It was given to him by Zhou Xiongning. That great master once said that his stage is not here. He also said that the college has the best resources in the world. The best resources in the world. Does this mean there is a way to save them? Lin Yi's heart began to pound violently. This was the last straw. He gripped the token tightly. It was as if he had grabbed Ling Shui's hand. Lin Yi took a deep breath to calm his turbulent emotions. He mobilized the last bit of energy in his body and injected it into the token. Buzz. The token vibrated. A golden light shot out from the token, projecting a human figure in mid-air. Light converges. Zhou Xionying's dignified face appeared before Lin Yi. The projection was very clear, even the old man's deep eyes were clearly visible. Zhou Xionying frowned slightly as she looked at Lin Yi, who was disheveled and covered in blood. Lin Yi? You've made a decision so quickly? Have you really decided to come to the academy? Lin Yi didn't waste any words. He wasn't in the mood for small talk. He looked directly into Zhou Xionying's eyes, his voice hoarse but resolute. Elder, I need to save my life. Zhou Xionying's expression hardened. He glanced at Ling Shui lying in the life support capsule next to him. Even through the projection, he could keenly sense the aura of death. That is the poison of decay. Zhou Xionying's face instantly darkened. Is it the Reaper's poison? That's right. Lin Yi nodded. The poison of withering corrodes the very source of one's talent. Professor Ouyang said it was the death penalty. Elder, you said that the academy is the highest institution of learning. You must have a way, right? Lin Yi's voice carried an almost frantic plea. Zhou Xionying remained silent. He looked at Lin Yi, at this boy who had been so spirited just moments before, but now resembled a wounded wild beast. A long time. Zhou Xionying spoke up. Lingling's poison is indeed troublesome. This kind of poison is strictly forbidden by the Great Zhou Prefecture. Once discovered, there is only one way out, death. Lin Yi's heart sank. But Zhou Xionging then changed the subject. The Great Zhou War Soul Academy might indeed have a solution. Lin Yi suddenly raised his head and stared intently at the projection. What method? Deep within the academy lies a forbidden area. It is called Source of Life. Zhou Xionging's tone became somewhat distant, tinged with a hint of reverence. There flows a sacred spring. The holy fountain of life. It contains extremely powerful life energy. It has the miraculous effect of reshaping the body's foundation and purifying all poisons. Zhou Xionging paused, then looked at Lin Yi. If we could bring Ling Shui in, she could soak in the holy spring of life. Not only can it cure poison, but it can also repair her damaged innate talent. Even. Zhou Xionging's voice rose a notch. Because of this brush with death, her frost talent may turn out to be a blessing in disguise, undergoing another transformation and becoming even stronger. This is hope. The most dazzling and real hope. Lin Yi's eyes reddened. Take me. Elder, please take me to the academy. I am willing to pay any price. Zhou Xionging looked at Lin Yi. He saw the obsession in the boy's eyes. This obsession can be both a driving force and a hidden danger. But it is precisely this kind of obsession that creates true strongmen. You are qualified. Zhou Xionging nodded. Now, you have even less reason to be rejected. Since it's to save my teammates, and to refuse to give in to fate. I will send special instructions to the guide. Have him use spatial teleportation immediately to come and pick you up in person. Get ready, Lin Yi. The road to the Great Zhou Prefecture is difficult to travel. Keep her alive. Chapter 63 At any cost, the only choice. The sacred spring of life. These 4 words were like a ray of light, instantly piercing through the despair in Lin Yi's heart. He stared intently at Zhou Xionging's projection. Elder, how can we use the holy spring of life? Zhou Xionging's expression turned serious, showing no sign of joking. Lin Yi, you must understand that the holy spring of life is the foundation of the academy and a strategic resource. Each time it is activated, it requires a massive amount of energy and must be approved by the Council of Elders of the academy. The old man paused for a moment, seemingly considering his words. According to the regulations, only core students who have made outstanding contributions to the academy are eligible to apply for its use. Moreover, even if you apply, it only gives you a chance. It doesn't mean you'll definitely be approved. Zhou Xionging's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Lin Yi's newly ignited hope. Core students. An unparalleled achievement. These conditions are now out of reach for him. He hasn't even enrolled in school yet. Is there no other way? Lin Yi asked unwillingly. He could not accept this result. Zhou Xionging looked at the bloodshot eyes in the boy's eyes and his almost obsessive persistence. The old man remained silent for a moment. There might be a solution. Lin Yi suddenly raised his head, his eyes like those of a drowning person grasping at a straw. The academy can make an exception for you. Zhou Xionging said slowly. We can activate the fountain of life for that girl in advance. Lin Yi's heart began to pound, and his breathing became rapid. But there is no such thing as a free lunch. Zhou Xionging's gaze sharpened like an eagle's. The academy is giving you this green light, but you need to exchange it for your future. I need you to represent the Great Zhou War Soul Academy as the top-ranked special recruit in the 9 Prefectures Grand Competition, which will begin in 3 months. The Grand Competition of the 9 Prefectures. Lin Yi's pupils contracted slightly. Zhou Xionging continued, the 9 Prefectures Grand Competition is a grand event among all the top academies in the entire Great Zhou Prefecture, and even the surrounding 9 prefectures. It will determine the allocation of resources among the major states over the next decade, as well as their voice at a higher level. This is of paramount importance to our Great Zhou War Soul Academy. I need you to achieve outstanding results for the college and win honor for the college in that competition. If you can do it, the academy will not only save your teammates, but also devote all its resources to training you into a true powerhouse. Every word Zhou Xionging uttered struck Lin Yi's heart like a hammer blow. This is a choice. A choice to trade his own future for Ling Shui's life. Lin Yi did not hesitate at all. He didn't even think about it. He glanced back at the girl in the life support pod, her face pale and like sleeping beauty. Then, he turned his head and looked at Zhou Xionging's projection again. His gaze was as resolute as a piece of ancient black iron. I agree. Lin Yi answered decisively. I'll agree to whatever the conditions. Don't even mention the 9 Prefectures Grand Competition, I'd go even if you asked me to challenge a god. The boy's voice echoed in the empty emergency room, carrying an unwavering determination. Upon hearing this answer, a hint of approving smile finally appeared on Zhou Xionying's stern face. The Academy has seen far too many prodigies with extraordinary talent. But a prodigy who values loyalty and righteousness and is willing to risk everything for his companions is even more rare. This kind of mindset is what makes an academy worth investing in. Very good. Zhou Xionying nodded. The academy's guide will arrive in Lengia City in 1 day. He will bring a specially made frozen coffin to temporarily seal your teammate's life force, ensuring her safety before she arrives at the academy. Take good care of everything around you. 1 day later, we'll prepare to depart. After saying that, Zhou Xionying's projection flickered for a moment and then disappeared completely. The room fell silent once more. Lin Yi stood still, tightly gripping the token in his hand. He turned around and looked at Ling Shui and the life support pod again. The sadness and helplessness in his eyes had faded, replaced by an unprecedented determination and sharpness. Great Zhou War Soul Academy. The grand competition of the 9 prefectures. He had no choice but to save Ling Shui's life. Even if there are mountains of knives and seas of fire ahead, he will still brave them. Half an hour later. An empty meeting room at Lengia No. 1 Middle School. Shirlei, Chen Mo, and Li Yueru were urgently summoned here. Looking at the still dry bloodstains on Ling Yi's body and his bloodshot eyes, they all felt a sense of foreboding. Captain, what happened? Shirlei asked in a muffled voice, looking tense. Lin Yi didn't beat around the bush. Ling Shui is in trouble. He briefly recounted the attack that had just occurred and Ling Shui's injuries. When he heard that Ling Shui had shielded Lin Yi from a fatal blow, was poisoned, and was on the verge of death, he was deeply moved. The 3 of them turned deathly pale instantly. Li Yueru's eyes immediately reddened, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Chen Mo clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Shirlei's eyes turned bloodshot, and a violent aura rose from his body. He slammed his fist hard on the conference room table. Boom! He smashed a sturdy solid wood table, leaving a clear fist mark. The Reaper! Shirlei gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound. I'm going to kill them. I'll crush them all. Looking at the 3 people's reactions, Lin Yi felt a warm current flowing through his heart. Ling Shui is not in immediate danger. Lin Yi spoke, his voice calm, forcefully suppressing everyone's emotions. I have found a way to save her, but I need to leave Lengia City for a while. He told the 3 of them that he was about to go to the Great Zhou War Soul Academy. I'm going to a very far place to get medicine for her. It could take anywhere from a few months to a year and a half to get back. The 3 of them were stunned when they heard that their captain was leaving. Captain, we'll go with you. Shirlei said without hesitation. Yes, we are a team. Chen Mo immediately echoed. No. Lin Yi shook his head, his attitude resolute. Your current strength is too weak. Following me will only make you a burden. These words are hurtful, but they are the truth. Lin Yi looked at them with an extremely serious expression. After I leave, you have more important things to do. He took out an anonymous black crystal card and a small memory chip from his spatial ring. He pushed the card and chip in front of Shirlei. There are still some contribution points on this card. The chip contains detailed intelligence on the Reaper organization's remaining 2 strongholds in Lengia City. One is an underground wine cellar in the old town, and the other is a cold storage in the north of the city. Lin Yi's voice turned cold. These 2 strongholds are much larger than the one we took down last night, and the enemies inside are stronger. This is the homework I'm leaving for you. It is also a pledge of allegiance left to you. He had planned out the future path for the 3 of them. Use this money to arm yourselves with equipment and medicine. Then, take this intelligence to the commander of the city garrison. Tell him that you want to join the garrison's elite reserve force. Use the merits of clearing out these 2 strongholds as your capital for joining. I need you to grow up in the shortest possible time, in real blood and fire. The 3 of them listened to Lin Yi's arrangements in silence. They knew this was the best solution the captain could think of for them. Although they were extremely reluctant, they didn't want to become a burden to Lin Yi. Captain, don't worry. Late at night, at the Fallen Angels bar. The bar was as deserted as ever. Sume, dressed in a black lace dress, was lazily wiping a wineglass. She seemed to have anticipated Lin Yi's arrival, as a prepared cocktail was already placed on the bar. Lin Yi walked over and sat down at the bar. He didn't say anything, picked up his glass, and drank it all in one gulp. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, burning his esophagus, but it couldn't suppress the frustration in his heart. Are you in trouble? Sume put down her wineglass, her voice tinged with amusement. Linny briefly told her about Ling Shui's situation and his decision to travel far away. Sume simply smiled gently after hearing this. That smile carried a hint of world-weary languor and a profound meaning. The outside world is far more dangerous than this small pond, Langya City. Many things cannot be solved by strength alone. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the bar's ceiling, revealing a wider and more cruel world. Linny remained silent, knowing that Sume was telling the truth. An organization capable of dispatching level 25 elite assassins must possess a headquarters whose strength is beyond his current comprehension. Before leaving, Sume called him back. Etc. She took something out from under the bar and handed it to Linny. It was an ordinary-looking black stud earring, without any patterns, and the material seemed to be the most common obsidian. Put it on. Sume said it casually. Perhaps it can help you avoid some unnecessary trouble. She looked at Linny with an unprecedentedly serious expression. Remember, never trust anyone easily. Especially those who are overly enthusiastic towards you. Linny took the earring, a thought flashing through his mind. Following Sume's instructions, he put the earring on his left ear. The moment the earring pierced the earlobe, an extremely cool aura suddenly emanated from the earring, instantly seeping into the depths of his soul. Linny felt as if his entire soul was enveloped by an invisible, cold membrane. At this moment, all his connections with the outside world seemed to be cut off. The feeling was wonderful, like diving into the deep sea, where all the noise of the outside world became distant and unreal. He didn't know. This small earring was a talisman that Empress Sume made for him using the little imperial soul essence she had left. It has only one function. The secrets of heaven are shielded to prevent any expert from spying on or divining them. On this land, there are too many powerful individuals with uncanny abilities who can deduce a person's past and future simply by observing their aura. With this earring, Linny became a non-existent ghost in the eyes of all the experts. This was the highest level of protection the Empress could offer him. Chapter 64 Iron-Blooded Guidance, Frozen Beauty. One day later. The sky above Langya No. 1 Middle School suddenly changed color. The once clear sky suddenly turned gloomy without warning. The entire campus was shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. All the teachers and students stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky with surprise and uncertainty. What's going on? Is it going to pour rain? No, look at those clouds, they're spinning so fast. Just as everyone was discussing it, a blinding golden light suddenly tore through the thick clouds. A ship emerged from the clouds. That was not any kind of aircraft that people had seen in textbooks. Its entire body is cast from jet black metal, and the lines of the hull are full of power. At the bow of the ship is an ancient and intricate emblem. It was a giant golden dragon roaring to the sky, its claws traversing mountains and rivers. The emblem of the great Zhou royal family. This small, floating warship, like an ancient steel behemoth, hovered silently above the school playground. It didn't make any engine noise. Yet a suffocating pressure emanated from the ship, enveloping the entire campus. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone felt a tightness in their chest, and even breathing became difficult. Before this absolute power, they were like ants. The warship's hatch slowly opened. A figure walked out from there. Without using any tools, he simply took a step and hovered in mid-air. He was an extremely burly middle-aged man. He wore a dark red heavy armor, covered with marks from sword and axe cuts. The man had a hideous scar on his face, which stretched from his left eyebrow to the corner of his mouth. His eyes were cold, violent, and filled with a bloodthirsty aura. Just standing there, a strong, lingering smell of rust and a murderous aura emanated from you. He doesn't seem like a mentor. He was more like a god of war who had just crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He is Leijin, the guide of the Great Zhou War Soul Academy. A level 60 berserker. Leijin's gaze swept coldly over the crowd below. Finally, his gaze settled on Linny. Not a single word wasted. Thunder rumbled. His figure flashed in mid-air, and the next second, he appeared like a ghost in the center of the playground. It landed silently. His appearance was so abrupt that the students around him were startled and took several steps back. Linny stood still, without moving. He stared directly into Leijin's oppressive eyes. Leijin was also sizing up Linny. This is the young man whom Elder Joe personally selected to be exceptionally admitted. It looks ordinary. Lejeune was too lazy to waste time. He waved his hand. A huge coffin emitting extremely cold white mist appeared out of thin air and crashed heavily onto the lawn. Boom! The ground shook. It was a coffin carved from some kind of unknown white crystal. The coffin was crystal clear, with countless ice blue runes slowly flowing inside. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. The moisture in the air instantly condensed into frost, covering the surrounding grass. The coffin made of 10,000 years of mystic ice. A strategic treasure unique to the Great Zhou dynasty. Its sole purpose is to completely freeze the last vestige of life in a dying person. Let time stand still for that person. Put the person in. Lejeune spoke, his voice hoarse, like the friction of metal. Linny did not hesitate. He turned and walked toward the medical team that was already waiting nearby. Professor Ouyang and several nurses were pushing the life support pod. Linny opened the hatch himself. He looked at the girl inside, her face as pale as paper, her eyes tightly closed. He reached out and gently stroked Ling Shui's cold cheek. The sensation from his fingertips sent a jolt through his heart. Lin Yi's movements were very light and slow. He carefully lifted Ling Shui out of the life support pod. The girl's body was very light, like a weightless feather. Lin Yi carried her and walked step by step toward the ice coffin that exuded a chilling aura. Every step was incredibly heavy. It was very quiet around. Everyone held their breath, watching this scene unfold. They didn't know what had happened. But they could sense the heartbreaking sadness emanating from that boy. Lin Yi gently placed Ling Shui into the ice coffin. He tidied her messy hair. He smoothed out the wrinkles on her robe. He took one last look at her peaceful sleeping face. It was as if he wanted to etch that face into the depths of his soul forever. Cover it up. Lejeune urged impatiently. Lin Yi took a deep breath, reached out, and grasped the heavy coffin lid. As he moved, the heavy ice coffin lid slowly closed. Click. A soft sound. The coffin lid and the coffin body fit together perfectly. The icy blue runes on the coffin instantly shone brightly. A powerful sealing force completely isolated everything inside the coffin. Ling Shui's time was frozen at this moment. Her life was frozen in this eternal slumber. Lin Yi stood before the ice coffin, motionless for a long time. He didn't look at anyone else. He simply bent down and used specially made straps to firmly secure the 1,000-pound ice coffin to his back. Then, he straightened up. The weight of 1,000 pounds caused his back to bend slightly. But he stood very steadily. Like a pine tree rooted in a cliff. Lin Yi, carrying the coffin on his back, turned around. His gaze turned to the distance not far away. Shirley, Chen Mo, and Li Yueru were standing there. Their eyes were red. Li Yueru, in particular, couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Lin Yi looked at them. No further words were spoken. There was no sad farewell. He simply raised his hand and pounded his chest hard with his fist. Then, he made a gesture. Live on. Get stronger. This is a silent entrustment. It is also a man's promise. Shirley understood. He wiped his face, then raised his fist and slammed it hard into his steel-like chest. Chen Mo and Li Yueru followed suit and did the same thing. They knew that from this day forward, they would carry the captain's expectations and fight their way through this land. Until he returned. Having done all this, Lin Yi did not linger. He carried the enormous ice coffin on his back and strode toward the warship that was suspended in mid-air. Step. 2 steps. Each step left a deep footprint on the grass. That figure, in everyone's eyes, appeared incredibly lonely, yet incredibly resolute. Amidst the complex gazes of the entire school's teachers and students, a mixture of awe, envy, sympathy, and incomprehension. Lin Yi ascended the energy staircase leading to the warship. As Lejeune watched Lin Yi carrying the ice coffin, a subtle, unusual glint flashed in his cold eyes. He spoke coldly. With a burden like that, you won't survive more than 3 days at the academy. Lin Yi stopped walking without turning around. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable resolve. She's not a burden, she's my life. I will kill anyone who touches her. Upon hearing this, Lejeune's scarred face broke into a sinister smile. That's interesting. I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth. After saying that, Lejeune turned and walked into the cabin. Lin Yi also climbed the last step and entered the interior of the warship. The hatch slowly closed. Buzz. The bottom of the floating warship spewed out a ghostly blue tail flame. There was no loud roar. There was only one sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. The warship transformed into a streak of light, instantly breaking the sound barrier and disappearing into the horizon. All that remained on the ground was a group of dumbfounded teachers and students. The warships flew at high speed above the clouds. Linny stood by the porthole, looking down. The outline of Langia City is shrinking rapidly. Ultimately, it turned into a black dot on the horizon. Inside the cockpit of a warship, Leijin brought up a light screen. Above is Lin Yi's file. Name, Lin Yi. Occupation, Spirit Master. Level, 16. Achievements: during the tower trial, reverse the tide of battle, seemingly with external assistance, to kill a level 20 cult leader. During the Western District operation, led a squad to completely annihilate the Reaper stronghold within 10 minutes, demonstrating command capabilities and combat skills far exceeding those of his peers. Leijin looked at the impressive battle records, especially when he saw annihilation of the stronghold in 10 minutes, and tapped his fingers lightly on the control panel. A hint of amusement flashed in his cold eyes. He muttered to himself. It seems that Elder Joe is sent in a remarkable little wolf cub this time. Chapter 65 Great Joe Warsoul, Monster Concentration Camp. The airships are extremely fast. It tore through the clouds high in the sky and flew steadily at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The scenery outside the window rushed past, turning into a blurry stream of light. Linny sat on the cold metal chair, not looking at the scenery. He held tightly to the straps of the ice coffin that were carried on his back with one hand. The ice coffin isolated the inside from the outside, but he could still feel a faint connection. That was the contract between him and Ling Shui. That connection was very weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, and could be extinguished at any moment. Lin Yi's gaze became even more resolute as a result. I don't know how much time passed. The warships began to slow down. Arrive. The voice of the guide, Leijin, was like two pieces of metal rubbing together, cold and harsh. Linny raised his head and looked out through the porthole. His pupils contracted instantly. Below him lay no longer any modern city he was familiar with. There are no towering skyscrapers, no bustling traffic. What came into view was an indescribable steel fortress. This city is built upon the skeleton of an incredibly massive beast. The skeleton was enormous. A single rib is like a majestic mountain range. The enormous skull formed a natural plaza. Countless steel structures, like parasites, cling densely to these enormous skeletons. The entire city was enveloped in a pale blue energy shield, emanating a chilling energy fluctuation. This is the core of the Great Joe Mansion. Warsoul City. The warship did not fly towards the city's port, but instead hovered slowly above the academy in the center of the city. Leijin stood up and walked to the cabin door. He didn't turn around, but said coldly, "The Great Joe Warsoul Academy does not accept useless people, nor does it provide nannies. If you want to enroll, go down there yourself." The words had barely left his mouth. With a click, he yanked open the sealed hatch. Call. A sudden gust of wind rushed in. The strong airflow made Lin Yi's clothes flutter loudly. Below us is several thousand meters above the ground. The square and the figures on the ground looked as small as ants. Leijin pointed to the square below, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Jump down. If you don't die, you've successfully reported for duty. His voice, broken and intermittent by the strong wind, still reached Lin Yi's ears clearly. Lin Yi's face was expressionless. There was no surprise, nor fear. He simply stood up silently and checked the ice coffin behind him once more. He tightened the straps as much as possible to ensure that the ice coffin would not fall off under any impact. Then, Lin Yi walked to the cabin door. He glanced down at the bottomless plaza below. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi leaped into the air. My body was like a stone, instantly swallowed up by the raging winds high in the sky. All I could hear was the whistling of the wind. The intense feeling of weightlessness is enough to make any ordinary person faint instantly. Lin Yi's body plummeted rapidly through the air. He struggled to open his eyes, adjusting his posture to keep the ice coffin behind him stable. The wind blades stung my face like knives. The ground was getting closer and closer. Lin Yi took out a magic scroll he had exchanged before leaving from his pocket. Wind magic scroll. He tore it apart without hesitation. Buzz. A soft, cyan light instantly enveloped him. The speed of the descent suddenly slowed down. An invisible current lifted his body, allowing him to drift down slowly like a feather. But that's not enough. Falling from a height of several thousand meters, a single low-level scroll simply cannot completely offset the impact. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the ground. He abandoned the plan of a smooth landing. He chose the most direct and attention-grabbing approach. He restrained the power of the wind element and accelerated once more. Finally, like a black meteorite, it crashed heavily onto the ground of the square. Boom! A loud bang. The hard plaza surface was instantly smashed into a crater several meters in diameter. Smoke and dust rose, and gravel flew everywhere. The enormous impact shook the entire square. This sudden commotion immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the square. Dozens of young professionals have gathered in the square at this moment. They were all top geniuses from various cities in the Great Zhou dynasty. Each one of them is a prodigy who was specially recruited. These people, each with a different demeanor, all possessed an extraordinary aura. Someone was leaning lazily against a lion engulfed in flames, their eyes haughty. Someone stood on a blue flying sword, hovering in mid-air, closing their eyes to rest. Beside another person stood a combat puppet that gleamed with a metallic sheen. They are the freshmen of this year's class at the Great Zhou War Soul Academy. A group of real monsters. All eyes were focused on the deep crater that had just been created. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. A figure slowly rose from the pit. He was a boy. He was wearing an ordinary blue robe and looked quite unremarkable. But what's most eye-catching is the thing behind him. A massive, chilling coffin made of black ice. A boy carrying a coffin descended from the sky. This scene stunned all the self-important geniuses present. Lin Yi ignored the stares of those around him. He reached out and gently patted the dust off the ice coffin. After confirming that the ice coffin was undamaged, he raised his head and calmly surveyed his surroundings. He. A snicker broke the silence. The noble young man who had been leaning against the fiery lion straightened up. He looked Lin Yi up and down, his eyes filled with contempt and amusement. His name is Li Xian, from the Li family, one of the three great families of the Great Zhou dynasty. He is a level 20, S-rank flame mage. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Li Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire square. Coming to school with your own coffin? What, did you prepare this for yourself in advance? His words drew a burst of laughter. Those present were all the chosen ones, and they all possessed an inherent arrogance. Seeing Lin Yi's country bumpkin entrance, it was inevitable to make a few sarcastic remarks. I think so too. Every year, our War Soul Academy has freshmen who die in the tests. This kid is quite self-aware. Various opinions arose one after another. The way they looked at Lin Yi was as if he were a clown. However, faced with these malicious taunts, Lin Yi's face remained expressionless. He was neither angry nor did he refute. He simply swept his bloodshot eyes coldly across the entire room. What kind of eyes were those? There was no emotional fluctuation whatsoever, only a deathly silence. It was like an abyss. That is a substantial killing intent that can only be honed in real life or death battles, after killing countless enemies. When Lin Yi's gaze swept over, a chilling coldness suddenly enveloped the entire square without warning. The air temperature seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. The laughter of the geniuses who had been chuckling abruptly stopped. They felt as if they were being targeted by a ferocious beast from ancient times. A fear emanating from the depths of their souls froze them, their backs instantly soaked with cold sweat. Li Xian, who spoke up with sarcasm, felt it most acutely. He felt Lin Yi's gaze was like two invisible knives piercing his soul. It made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Li Xian's smile froze, and he subconsciously took a half step back. The fiery lion beneath him let out an uneasy growl, and the flames on its body dimmed slightly. Just a glance. The entire room fell silent. Just when the atmosphere was at its most oppressive, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang out from all directions of the academy. Special admissions students have assembled. The first stage of the entrance exam, the Path of Azura, has officially begun. The first 10 people to arrive at the Academic Affairs Office will be able to stay in the top-tier villa and enjoy triple the resource allocation. The last 10 go to the menial work area and serve for a year. The broadcast sounded like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of all the new students. The expressions on everyone's faces changed instantly. Chapter 66, carrying a coffin through the barrier, crushing the Azura path. The sound of machinery echoed across the square. The path of Azura has officially begun. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground in front of him suddenly split open, revealing a deep, endless passage. At the entrance to the passage, the air distorted, and a heavy atmosphere swept over us. All the new students' expressions changed. Top-tier villas offer 3 times the resources. The menial labor area, a year of hard labor. Heaven and hell are separated by a single thought. Rush! Someone shouted, instantly igniting the entire venue. Dozens of figures shot into the dark passage like arrows released from a bow. A young man laughed loudly, unfurled a pair of azure wind elemental wings on his back, and transformed into a streak of light, becoming the first to plunge into the air. Another burly student stomped his foot, and the ground bulged up, raising a giant rock monster. The student jumped onto the monster's shoulder and rode it at breakneck speed. Young Master Li Xian snorted coldly, and the fiery lion beneath him roared, transforming into a crimson afterimage as it followed closely behind. Various speed-up skills and transportation options using beasts have emerged one after another. These exceptional talents, at this moment, all displayed their best skills, vying to be the first to compete. Only Lin Yi. He didn't use any skills. He silently carried the enormous ice coffin on his back and stepped into the passage. The instant he stepped into the passage, boom! An indescribable, terrifying pressure was pressing in from all directions. 10 times the force of gravity. Lin Yi's body suddenly sank downwards. The ice coffin, weighing 1,000 pounds, on his back seemed to transform into a colossal mountain weighing 10,000 pounds, pressing down on him so much that his knees buckled and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He even stepped on the hard stone slabs, creating 2 shallow pits. The other trainees who rushed to the front were also having a tough time. Many people staggered and their speed decreased sharply. Several weaker mage students fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Lin Yi paused for a moment. He took a deep breath, strained his back, and straightened his spine. Then, he lifted his foot and took a second step. He wasn't fast. But every step he took was frighteningly steady. Thump! 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 The heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor, like a giant hammer striking everyone's heart. He quickly fell to the back of the line. The geniuses who sped past him saw his disheveled appearance and their eyes revealed undisguised mockery. Is this guy crazy? Carrying a coffin under 10 times gravity? I bet he won't walk 100 meters before he's crushed into a pulp. Summoners are already physically weak, this is just asking for death. Riding the fiery lion, Li Xian glanced back and saw Lin Yi struggling to move forward at the very back. A contemptuous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The passageway is not safe. After traveling approximately 3 kilometers? Suddenly, a click-clack sound came from the walls on both sides. Dozens of hidden doors opened. One after another, mechanical puppets made entirely of metal emerged from the hidden door. Their eyes gleamed with a blood-red light, and they carried sharp swords, marching in orderly steps towards the group of newborns. Damn it, it's a mechanical puppet. Be careful. These puppets are at least at the bronze level. The trainees running at the front were caught off guard and instantly engaged in a fierce battle with the puppet. One of the swordsmen was unable to dodge in time, and his arm was slashed open by the puppet's sword, leaving a deep gash that exposed the bone, and blood gushed out immediately. The entire passageway instantly descended into chaos. Swords flashed and energy roared. Li Xian was also entangled by 2 puppets. His flaming lion kept spewing fireballs, burning one puppet into molten iron, but more puppets immediately surrounded him, making him extremely irritable. Although these geniuses are strong, under the suppression of 10 times the gravity, each attack consumed several times their physical strength and energy. The battle had barely begun, yet many people were already sweating profusely and panting heavily. At that very moment, a series of heavy, rhythmic footsteps came from the back of the group. Thump! 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 Upon hearing the sound, everyone instinctively turned around to look. Then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. It's Lin Yi. He was still carrying that enormous ice coffin on his back. It is taking steady steps, moving forward step by step. He wasn't fast, but he never stopped. He actually caught up with us from the very back. A mechanical puppet discovered Lin Yi, this easy target. A red light flashed in its eyes, and it raised its battle blade, slashing down towards Lin Yi's neck with a whooshing sound. The trainees who witnessed this scene all wore expressions of anticipation, as if they were watching a good show. This fool carrying a coffin is doomed. However, Linny didn't even look up at the puppet. He neither lowered the coffin nor dodged it. Just as the sword was about to fall, he simply extended his left hand. Swift as lightning, he grabbed the blade that the puppet was swinging down. Clang! A piercing metallic scraping sound. Linny's hand, like a steel clamp, gripped the blade tightly, preventing it from advancing even an inch further. The puppet's eyes flashed red light intensely, as if its core program was unable to comprehend the situation before it. The muscles in Lin Yi's arms suddenly bulged. A low growl escaped from his throat. He actually lifted the puppet, which weighed several hundred pounds, off the ground with one hand and swung it around in the air. Then he let go and threw it away. The puppet shot out like a cannonball. It slammed heavily into a student who was fighting another puppet not far away. Ah! The student let out a scream as he and the two puppets were sent flying by the force, crashing heavily into the wall and instantly losing consciousness. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence for a moment. All eyes were fixed on Linny, filled with shock and disbelief. That power. Is he really a summoner? Linny did not stop. He continued walking forward. Two more puppets blocked his path and swung their swords at him. Linny remained expressionless, without even changing the rhythm of his steps. He crashed into it like a runaway heavy truck. Boom! A dull thud resounded. The two sturdy bronze-level puppets were sent flying into the air by an irresistible force before they could even touch Lin Yi's clothes. In mid-air, their parts began to disintegrate, and finally crashed to the ground with a crash, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the floor. This is pure, savage, and unreasonable crushing. He didn't use any flashy skills. His body is the most terrifying weapon. Monster! Someone uttered that word in a trembling voice. The trainees in the passage instinctively stepped aside to make way for Linny. No one dared to stop him anymore. Linny, carrying the coffin on his back, surpassed one so-called genius after another amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone. He quickly caught up with Li Xian, who was running in the lead. Li Xian's face was extremely grim. He couldn't accept this fact. How could this guy, whom he considered a country bumpkin, possess such terrifying strength? The humiliation of being ignored before, combined with the shock of the moment, turned into a raging fire of anger. Stop right there! Li Xian roared. He spurred the fiery lion to step aside, while he himself stood in front of Linny. He pushed forward with both hands. Call! A wall of fire several meters high rose from the ground, instantly sealing off the entire passage, and a wave of scorching heat rushed towards us. I don't care what kind of monster you are, Li Xian roared, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace. Today, you'd better stay obediently in the back. He wanted to use this method to forcibly stop Linny and regain his lost face. Linny stopped in his tracks. He raised his head, glanced at the raging wall of fire, and then at Li Xian, who looked like a madman across from him. His eyes instantly turned cold. It was icy cold. Frost affinity activated. A thin layer of frost, barely perceptible to the naked eye, appeared on his skin, insulating him from the surrounding high temperature. The students in the distance all thought that Linny would choose to take a detour or wait for the firewall to go out. But he did something that surprised everyone. He leaned forward slightly. Immediately, he charged forward like a cheetah poised to pounce. The target was that wall of fire. Has he gone mad? It will be burned to a crisp. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Linny plunged headfirst into the raging flames that could melt steel. The flames instantly engulfed him. But the next second, the wall of fire suddenly exploded outwards. A figure emerged from the flames unharmed. It was Linny. He appeared before Li Xian like a ghost. Li Xian's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints due to extreme fear, and he had no time to react. Bang! Lin Yi's shoulder slammed hard into Li Xian's chest. Click! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Li Xian let out a shrill scream, and his whole body flew backward like a tattered sack, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. He flew off the track and was eliminated immediately. Linny didn't even glance at him again. He walked past the spot where Li Xian had just been standing, leaving behind only a cold remark. A good dog doesn't block the way. No one dared to block the way for the rest of the journey. Linny, carrying the ice coffin, was the first to emerge from the dark passage with an incredibly composed demeanor. The blinding sunlight shone on him. Before him stood a magnificent building, with 3 large characters hanging above the entrance, Academic Affairs Office. He has arrived. The first one. Linny slowly lowered the Xianbing coffin on his back. The huge coffin landed on the ground with a muffled thud. He stood there quietly, waiting. Inside the academic affairs office, the tutor in charge of registration is watching the entire testing process through a monitoring screen. When he saw Linny carrying the coffin out of the passage, his mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg. He watched Linny crush the puppet with his bare hands, watched Linny forcefully break through the wall of fire with his bare body, and watched Linny knock the eldest son of the Li family flying with a single shoulder strike. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Snap! The pen in my hand fell to the ground. The tutor swallowed hard and mumbled to himself in a dreamlike voice. Are all summoners this ruthless these days? Chapter 67 Number 1 in the Heavenly Order, Special Arrangements. The doors to the Academic Affairs office slowly opened. The tutor in charge of registration came out. He was holding two things in his hands. A gold nameplate, a black card. The mentor looked at Linny with a complicated expression. What just happened was truly shocking. Linny, number 1 in the Azura path. The mentor handed over the gold plaque. This is the key to Villa number 1. Only the top 10 prodigies are qualified to move into the core area. The mentor paused for a moment, then handed over the black card. This is 1,000 new student points. This is your ranking reward. Linny reached out and took it. The badge has a warm, smooth feel to the touch, and is engraved with the 4 characters Tianzi number 1. The back has intricate defensive array patterns. The black card was cool to the touch, with a faint glow on it, recording the points. The surrounding students cast envious glances. Villa number 1 in the heavenly class. That's where the college has the most abundant resources. The spiritual energy concentration is 10 times that of a regular dormitory, and there is also a private training ground and attendance. But Linny showed no joy on his face. He put away the badge and held the black card in his hand. He didn't look in the direction of the villa. Instead, he glanced at the ice coffin behind him. I need to see the higher-ups at the academy, Linny said to his mentor. The voice was cold. The tutor was taken aback. Are you expected to meet with high-ranking officials right after enrolling? This is a privilege reserved for specially admitted students. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to use it indiscriminately. You're here for the girl inside? The mentor glanced at the ice coffin. Linny nodded. Take me to the administration building. The supervisor dared not neglect his duties. Linny's ability to come in first place, coupled with Elder Zhou's personal selection for guidance, suggests he is no ordinary person. Come with me. The administration building, top floor. Inside a spacious office. A huge map hangs on the wall, marking the distribution of power around the Great Zhou Prefecture. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man. He wore a gray robe, his hair was gray, and his eyes held a restrained, deep light. This is Zhang Shanhe, the vice dean of the War Soul Academy. Their strength is unfathomable. Linny walked into the office and placed the Xianbing coffin beside him. Leijin had already sent a message, so Zhang Shanhe was not surprised. Elder Zhou mentioned your matter to me. Zhang Shanhe tapped his fingers on the table, the sound flat. You want to use the holy spring of life? Linny stared directly at him. Yes. Only the holy spring can save her. Zhang Shanhe shook his head. You wish. The fountain of life is the foundation of the academy, and every drop is related to the academy's destiny. Even if a core member makes a great contribution, they can only earn a few drops. Your request is excessive. Linny remained silent. He knew it was expensive. But he had no way out. The dean said that I am willing to pay any price to save her life. Linny took out the token given to him by Leijin from his pocket and placed it on the table. I'm willing to die for the academy. Zhang Shanhe looked at the token on the table, then at Linny's eyes, which held no way out. A hint of admiration flashed in the old man's eyes. There are many talented people. But there aren't many people in this world who would risk their lives for their brothers and comrades. The academy can make an exception for you. Zhang Shanhe spoke slowly. The Holy Spring cannot be given to you for the time being. This requires a vote from the Council of Elders and is extremely costly. It can only be activated after you have truly made an unparalleled contribution. Linny frowned. Temporary? She can't wait much longer. I know. Zhang Shanhe waved his hand. Before the Holy Spring is opened, the Academy can provide the Extreme Cold Spirit Chamber. That is a place of survival second only to the Holy Spring. It can use extremely cold spiritual energy to seal the injury, delay the onset of poison, and even nourish the remaining life force. Lin Yi's heart stirred. This means that Ling Shui will not die. However, the Extreme Cold Spirit Chamber is not free. Zhang Shanha extended one finger. 100 points every day. Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. 100 points per day. The 1,000 points he just received will only last for 10 days. This is only a special internal price for you, because of Elder Zhou's influence. Externally, the Extreme Cold Spirit Chamber provides at least 300 points per day. Zhang Shanha looked at Lin Yi. Of course, you can refuse. There are plenty of people lining up to pay to get into the college. Lin Yi did not hesitate at all. I'll rent it. Zhang Shanha said calmly. Renting alone is not enough. The college does not support idlers, nor does it engage in charity. If you want to continue using it, or if you want to qualify for the Holy Spring, you must prove your worth. You need to come in first place in the freshman ranking competition 3 months from now. Also, in the 9 prefectures grand competition 6 months from now, your team must be among the top 3. If that's not possible, the Extreme Cold Chamber will immediately cease supplying supplies. No matter how much money you pay, it's useless. This is a direct order. It was also a life or death contract. First place in the freshman ranking competition. The top 3 in the 9 prefectures grand competition. These 2 goals are extremely difficult challenges for any specially admitted student. Not to mention, Lin Yi is also a niche summoner. Good. Lin Yi answered very decisively. First place is first place. Top 3 is top 3. If I can't do it, you don't need to kick me out, I'll just leave on my own. Zhang Shanha nodded in satisfaction. Very good. I love your wild side. He took out a specially made access card and tossed it to Lin Yi. This is the key to the Extreme Cold Spirit Chamber. On the 3rd basement level. Go. Lin Yi took the card and grabbed the Xianbing coffin on his back. Vice Dean Xia. He turned and left. The Extreme Cold Chamber is located deep underground within the academy. The temperature here is extremely low, and the walls are covered with millennia-old ice. Lin Yi found his own spiritual room and opened the door. Ling Shui, along with the Xianbing coffin, was moved to the center of the spirit chamber. This place is filled with the power of ice, complementing the Xianbing coffin. Ling Shui's condition is stable. Her complexion was even rosier than when she was outdoors. Lin Yi stood beside the coffin and looked at her for a long time. Then, he took out the freshman points card. Walk to the payment device in the spirit room. Drop. Swipe your card. 1,000 points and 990 were deducted instantly. To prepay for 10 days worth of fees. Card balance changes. Remaining, 10 points. Lin Yi looked at the pitiful number on the card. 10 points. In the college, 10 points aren't even enough to buy a decent meal. They can't even afford a single bottle of the lowest grade recovery potion. If he hadn't earned any points after 10 days, Ling Shui will be kicked out of here. Then he died. 10 days. Lin Yi gripped the card tightly. Time is of the essence. He walked out of the administration building. The sunlight outside was a bit too bright. In the distance, the academy's mission hall was bustling with activity. Further away, cheers and roars echoed from the arena. Those were the trainees fighting. Lin Yi stood on the steps. The wind blew through the hem of his clothes. He squinted, looking at the noisy areas. In the eyes of other trainees, that is a place for cultivation, a stage for showcasing talent. But in Lin Yi's eyes, that's a vault. That's an ATM. Every face becomes a moving points value. How many points is that mage in the gorgeous robes worth with all his equipment? How many points can that warrior riding the magical beast win in a match? Did even the street sweeper who was passing by have any bounty on him? Lin Yi's expression changed. It has become extremely dangerous. Like a lone wolf that has been starving for 3 days, it stumbled into a flock of sheep. Integral. Lin Yi murmured softly. I want points. Lots and lots of points. He put the empty points card back into his pocket and strode towards the mission hall. Since the academy wants to be number 1. Since the college wants to be in the top 3, he would risk his life for it. No matter who's blocking the way. Whoever is his prey. At the entrance to the mission lobby, several senior students were gathered together, preparing to team up to run a dungeon. When they saw Linny approaching, they all looked disdainful. Look, that freak carrying a coffin. I heard he's the number 1 in the Azura path? I wonder what kind of incredible luck he had. Hey, you over there, watch where you're going, don't bump into my boots. An older student deliberately stuck out his foot, trying to trip Linny. Linny didn't even glance at him. He walked straight over. The body is slightly turned to one side. A seemingly casual bump of shoulders. Bang! The senior student rolled out like a ball and crashed heavily into the wall, unable to get up for a long time. Roll! Linny didn't turn his head, his voice cold. The entrance to the hall fell silent instantly. No one dared to speak again. Linny walked into the mission hall. His hunt began. Chapter 68, Gaining Points Through Violence, Rookie King of the Arena. Villa number 1 in the Heavenly Class. This place is rich in spiritual energy, making it a sacred place for cultivation. But Linny wasn't in the mood to enjoy it. He sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at the black points card in his hand. Balance displayed, 10 points. With that little money, you couldn't even buy a decent bottle of medicine at the academy. Ling Shui consumes 100 points per day in the extreme cold spirit chamber. This is the stark reality. Without points, Ling Shui will die. We have to make money. Linny stood up and walked out of the villa. Since the academy allows looting, there's no need to be polite. The academy arena is located on the east side of the campus. A huge circular building, perpetually shrouded in noise and shouts. This is where violence and wealth meet. The rules are simple. Both sides place bets, and the winner takes all. If you win, you can not only get your bet back, but also take half of the other person's bet. This is also where points flow the fastest. The hall was packed with people. Linny walked to the registration counter. Code name: Coffin Keeper. Profession: Summoner. Grade: Level 16. The senior student in charge of registration looked up and stared at Linny as if he were an idiot. A level 16 summoner is here? This is clearly a free point. The freshmen here are at least in the 20th grade, and the returning students are all in the 25th grade or above. The summoner is weak in combat and has such a low level. This is a piece of fatty meat. How much is the stake? The older student asked. Linny borrowed 100 initial funds from the system. 100. He casually tossed the points card onto the table. We welcome all who come. The electronic screen in the lobby refreshed instantly. The Coffin Keeper Summoner, level 16, accepts the challenge. The stake is 100 points. The news caused an uproar in the entire hall. There's an idiot. A level 16 summoner dares to set up a challenge here? Quick, place your bets. This money's too good to pass up. A group of upperclassmen and upperclassmen who wanted to freeload swarmed forward instantly. Linny stood in a corner of the arena, expressionless. The first opponent was an assassin. Level 21, a ghostly figure. Little one, lie down and don't move, I'll be gentle. The assassin grinned maliciously, then vanished from the spot in a flash. Sneak. In everyone's view, only Linny remained on the stage. A burst of laughter erupted from the audience. Summoners fear close combat the most, and even more so, invisibility. There's no way to fight this. The assassin had already circled around to Lin Yi's back. The dagger gleamed coldly as it pierced straight at Lin Yi's back. This strike will surely kill. However, Linny didn't even lift his eyelids. His powerful mental strength allowed him to clearly sense the assassin's location. Subtle changes in airflow. The sound of a heartbeat. Footsteps. Everything is laid bare. Just when the dagger was 3 inches away from him, Linny made a move. He suddenly turned around. His right hand shot out like lightning. Snap. A crisp sound. The slap landed squarely on the assassin's face. The assassin spun around 3 times in the air. He spun and jumped, his eyes closed. Then he fell heavily to the ground, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. The laughter from the audience abruptly stopped. A deathly silence. A slap? A level 21 assassin in stealth mode was knocked unconscious by a slap? Who says summoners can't fight in melee? Lin Yi withdrew his hand without even glancing at the assassin. Points credited. This is just the beginning. The second opponent is the shield guard. Level 22, wielding a giant shield, with astonishing defensive capabilities. Kid, stop struggling, your attacks can't break through my defenses. The shield guard sneered, shrinking behind the tortoise shell as he approached step by step. Lin Yi's eyes were indifferent. Within his body, the fragments of the primordial sword soul trembled slightly. A fierce and incomparable sword intent instantly gathered on his right fist. He did not use a weapon. He threw a punch directly. Boom! The fist slammed into the giant shield. The supposedly incredibly strong steel shield shattered instantly, as if it were made of paper. Debris flew everywhere. The shield guard spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the railing. One move and you're dead. The audience was completely stunned. Is this a summoner? This guy is even more of a berserker than a berserker. What followed turned into a one-sided massacre. The 10th match. The mage chanted a fireball spell. Lin Yi instantly cast an ice needle, interrupting the spellcasting, and then kicked the opponent away. The 15th match. The archer drew his bow to its full extent. Lin Yi dodged to the side, rushed in 2 steps, and knocked the opponent unconscious with a punch. The 20th game. The beast tamer summoned a coyote. Lin Yi stomped on the coyote's head and smashed it, then casually threw the beast tamer out of the arena. He didn't summon any creatures at all. The entire fight was hand to hand. Every punch lands squarely. Simple, direct, and effective. His every movement was extremely concise, without any unnecessary frills. They're all deadly moves. In just half a day. The title Coffin Keeper resounded throughout the entire arena. 30 consecutive wins. The points, which were borrowed, increased from 100 to 300. The audience went wild. They looked at the boy standing quietly on the stage, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Is this guy really a summoner? His fists are harder than a monster's. They're definitely cheating. What kind of summoner goes straight into melee combat without summoning any minions? A monster, it's definitely a monster. Discussions rose and fell. Lin Yi stood on the high platform and glanced down at the points card in his hand. 300 points. Ling Shui has enough time to stay in the extreme cold spirit chamber for a month. But he showed no sign of stopping. This amount of money is far from enough. He not only had to raise Ling Shui, but also strengthen her, and even prepare for the Holy Spring later on. That's a bottomless pit. Who says spirit masters have to rely on babies? Lin Yi sneered inwardly. I myself am the strongest humanoid monster. Just then, a piercing system notification sounded in the arena. Li Gang, nicknamed Berserk Warbear, ranked among the top 100, has issued a challenge. Bet, 100 points. The entire venue erupted in cheers. Li Gang, a second-year senior student, ranked 90th in the arena. Berserker, level 22. Known for its thick skin, brutality, and ruthlessness. This is a real tough nut to crack. Most people would have no choice but to admit defeat when they encounter him. He actually made a move? It seems they were angered by the arrogance of the Coffin Keeper. Senior Li Gang has made his move. That Coffin Keeper is in for a rough time. Li Gang could smash him into a pulp with one blow. 100 points. This is a huge deal. Everyone got excited. In their view, Lin Yi's good days were over. The previous winning streak was just because they were bullying weaker opponents. When faced with a truly powerful opponent, the true nature of that fake summoner will be revealed. Lin Yi raised his head and looked towards the challenge passage. At the end of the passage, a man with a burly, bear-like build emerged. He carried a huge battle axe in his hand, his muscles bulged, and he exuded an astonishing aura of bloodlust. With each step, the ground trembled. That sense of oppression was stronger than all the previous opponents combined. Li Gang walked up to Lin Yi and looked down at him. His gaze was as if he were looking at an ant. Kid, I admire your arrogance. But arrogance requires capital. Li Gang pointed his battle axe at Lin Yi. I'll take these 100 points. As for you, leave one leg. Lin Yi looked at him. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, a glint of excitement flashed across his face. Ranked in the top 100. This is a good opportunity for him to practice. Moreover, 100 points. This is a huge piece of fatty meat. Want to take it? Lin Yi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a chilling smile. That depends on whether you're lucky enough to spend it. He clicked accept without hesitation. The red text on the electronic screen is flashing. The duel begins. Chapter 69. Overwhelmingly overpowered, the power of mental abilities begins to emerge. The arena was bustling with noise. On the huge electronic screen, the odds numbers jumped wildly. The Coffin Keeper wins, 1 to 100. Berserker Bear wins, 1 to 1.01. This is more than just a battle. This was a celebration before the massacre. All the trainees bet on Li Gang. This wasn't gambling, it was picking up money. A level 16 summoner. A level 22 berserker, ranked among the top 100 strongest players. What's the point of comparing them? Senior Li Gang. Tear him to pieces. Tear that kid's coffin apart and burn it for firewood. Below the stage, countless fists were being waved. The shouts converged into waves, crashing against the battle platform. Li Gang stood in the center of the battle platform. He was like a black iron tower. He is 2.2 meters tall, and his muscles bulge like granite. His skin had an eerie dark red hue, the result of years of killing and the resulting malevolent aura. He was carrying a giant battle axe, its blade riddled with nicks and chips. Each gap represents an enemy he has slain. Kid. Li Gang looked down at Lin Yi in front of him. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. You have earned 100 points. But I'm not in the mood to play with you. I'll cut off your hands and feet, throw you into a coffin, and let you experience what it's like to be buried alive. Lin Yi remained expressionless. He gently rubbed his fingers. His mental energy surged wildly within his body, like a fully drawn bow. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Yi coldly uttered 4 words. A surge of savagery welled up in Li Gang's eyes. Court death. The referee hadn't even had a chance to wave. Li Gang has already made his move. Berserkers do not need to charge up. Their anger is the best fuse. Roar. A beastly roar exploded from Li Gang's throat. Bang. The stone slab beneath his feet shattered instantly. Her body, like a cannonball, hurtled towards Lin Yi, bringing with it a foul stench. Skill, Blood Rage Berserk. Li Gang's body swelled up again in mid-air. Muscles tore through his clothes, and veins bulged out like coiled dragons. A tangible surge of blood energy rose into the sky. The peak aura of level 22. It erupted completely. The enormous battle axe was enveloped in a powerful surge of blood energy. It transformed into a blood-red light blade several meters long. This axe. It is powerful and heavy. The air was torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. In the audience, the timid students had already covered their eyes. Even a warrior of the same level would be seriously injured if he took this blow head-on. Those who pursue a legal profession are doomed. A level 20 mage's shield is like a piece of paper in front of him. Lin Yi stood still. He did not take a single step back. He didn't even adopt a defensive stance. The staff in his hand, that alloy rod, was not raised. He simply watched the axe fall silently. It seems they are waiting for the last moment. 50 meters. 10 meters. 3 meters. The cold axe blade had already scratched Lin Yi's skin. A fierce glint flashed in Li Gang's eyes. He could almost see the beautiful scene of the axe blade splitting Lin Yi's head open and blood splattering everywhere. Just then, a sudden flash of purple light appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. Profound and eerie. That was not the light of magic. That is the embodiment of spiritual power. Skill, Soul Whip. This was a gift from Su Mei. It is also the most concealed and terrifying killing technique of a spirit master. It hurts when it hits you. A blow to the soul is worse than death. Buzz. Space seemed to distort slightly. An invisible wave spread out instantly from Lin Yi as the center. It makes no sound. There are no lighting effects. It is impossible to detect with the naked eye. It pierced through the blood-red axe blade. It passed through Li Gang's abnormally strong physical defenses. It struck directly at his soul. Ah! Li Gang's body suddenly stiffened in mid-air. The originally domineering roar instantly turned into an extremely shrill scream. That voice didn't sound human at all. It felt as if the soul was being torn apart. Click. That clear voice resonated in everyone's mind. That was the sound of a broken mind. Berserk state, instantly cancelled. The red light in Li Gang's eyes dissipated, replaced by a gray-white expanse. That kind of pain is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more intense than physical torture. His body lost all strength. The battle axe that had been cleaving down limply. She was like a kite with a broken string, falling straight down. Bang! It crashed heavily to the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Li Gang lay on the ground, convulsing. He was foaming at the mouth, his eyes were rolled back, and he had already lost consciousness. He didn't even have the strength to get up again. The entire venue was deathly silent. The crowd that was just shouting seemed to have been gripped by an invisible hand. Everyone gaped open. His eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. One move? Just one move? There was no violent collision. There was no dazzling magical clash. That arrogant sophomore, a berserker ranked in the top 100. Was it just a glance from that newcomer? Then he collapsed? Is this a psychological attack? Who has ever seen such a powerful psychological attack? This is like using a nuclear bomb to kill a mosquito. Linny stepped forward. He stepped on Li Gang's chest. The alloy rod in his hand was pressed down slightly, pressed against Li Gang's throat. The cold touch made Li Gang, who was on the verge of fainting, instinctively tremble. I appreciate your concession. Lin Yi's voice was very soft. Yet the sound clearly resonated throughout every corner of the arena. It was still that same indifferent look in his eyes. It was still that same unremarkable standing posture. But at this moment, no one dared to laugh at him anymore. The referee was stunned for a long time before he reacted. A mechanical voice trembled as it rang out. The victor is the coffin keeper. This announcement was like a spark thrown into an oil drum. Boom! The entire audience erupted in cheers. Instant kill. Absolutely instant kill. My God, what level of mental strength is this? Is this still a summoner? This is clearly a hidden mental mage. I'm rich. The odds are 100x. I've made a killing. Some people cried, some people laughed. Some people were filled with regret, beating their chests and stamping their feet. But more than anything, it was a shock. A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight up to the top of my head. This boy is carrying a coffin. He is a complete monster. Linny put away the alloy rod. He bent down and picked up the ID card from the ground. Drop. 100 points were transferred to his account. Including the previous ones, I earned a total of 400 points today. 4 days later, his life was saved. Linny did not linger on the stage for even a moment longer. He turned around and, with steady steps, stepped off the battle platform. That silhouette stretched long under the lamplight. Aloof and lonely. It was filled with an overwhelming sense of loneliness. As he walked out of the noisy arena, a lazy voice suddenly rang out from the depths of my mind. The voice carried a hint of allure and a touch of nonchalance. Little guy. Sume woke up. That soul whip move was used quite well. Although it's only the beginning, it already has some of the charm of what I had back then. Linny didn't stop walking, silently replying in his mind, good luck. Luck? Sume chuckled. There's no such thing as luck in this world. That kid's soul defenses are softer than tofu. It was your decisiveness that defeated him in one strike. Linny did not refute. Sume's voice suddenly turned serious for a moment. But don't get too cocky. It seems you're being watched. Linny walked out of the arena gates. The sunlight outside was a bit too bright. He squinted and subconsciously looked around. The streets were bustling with people. It seemed the same as usual. But his keen senses caught several malicious glances. That gaze was hidden in the shadows. Like a venomous snake spitting its tongue. Behind a stone pillar not far away. Several figures in black uniforms stood quietly. They wore a silver badge on their chests. Student Council. The leader was thin and wore gold-rimmed glasses. A warm smile graced his face. But behind the lenses, the eyes were cold. He watched Lin Yi's departing figure, his fingers gently tapping the stone pillar. That's interesting. Specialization in mental health. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. A burly man next to him said in a low voice. President, this kid has taken over the #1 villa in the VIP section. That's the location the Crown Prince has his eye on. Are we just going to let him live here like this? The man with glasses pushed up his glasses. The smile vanished instantly. Of course not. That is the habitat of the strong. A newcomer who won 2 games by luck doesn't deserve it. He turned his head and looked at the other 2 people behind him. Investigate his background. Daily routine, travel routes, and places visited. Besides. The bespectacled man's voice turned cold. Since they're newcomers, we should give them a proper welcome. The #1 villa is the one that the Crown Prince has his eye on. We can't let it go to some wild outsider. He paused, then made a throat-slitting gesture. Tonight. Go teach him a lesson. Let him understand that the rules of the War Soul Academy cannot be won by fists. The other 2 nodded with sinister grins. Malice began to quietly fester in the darkness. Linny was completely unaware of this. Or rather, he simply doesn't care. In this world, I want to avoid being bullied. The only way. It means trampling all those who bully you underfoot. He gripped the points card tightly in his hand. They quickened their pace. 9 more days. I need to earn more points. As long as you become stronger. Any so-called rules, any so-called conspiracy. They would all be crushed under his fists. The wind whipped up the fallen leaves on the ground. Lin Yi's figure quickly disappeared at the end of the street. And behind him, a storm is brewing against him. This will be Lin Yi's first lesson after entering the Battle Soul Academy. It was also the first lesson learned through blood. Chapter 70 Night Raid on Top-Ranked Student Council Member, Establishing Authority. The night was deep. In the cultivation room, Linny sat cross-legged. Sudden. Outside the villa, an invisible energy shield suddenly lit up, followed by a piercing, mournful cry. Click. The crisp cracking sound was especially loud in the quiet night. The defensive formation protecting the villa was torn apart by brute force. 3 powerful and undisguised auras, like 3 vicious wolves breaking into a sheepfold, rushed straight in. Heavy, arrogant footsteps approached the living room step by step. Linny slowly opened his eyes in the cultivation room. His eyes were calm and undisturbed, as if the intruders were not enemies, but just 3 noisy flies. Linny stood up. In the spacious and luxurious living room, the light from the crystal chandelier was somewhat dazzling. 3 senior students dressed in matching black uniforms were standing in the center of the living room. Each of them wore a silver badge on their chest, engraved with a sword and shield, the symbol of the War Soul Academy Student Council. The leader was a burly man, as big as a brown bear. He is a shield warrior, level 27, a level higher than Li Gang, whom I encountered in the arena. At this moment, he was looking at the luxurious interior of the villa with an arrogant gaze. His eyes were filled with disdain and undisguised greed. It was as if the villa was already his. Behind the shield warrior were 2 other people. A mage with a cold face, and an assassin whose figure is hidden in the shadows. Both of them were level 25 or above, making them absolute elites in the academy. They looked at Linny as he walked out of the training room with icy eyes, as if they were looking at a dead man. So you're that lucky newcomer, Linny? The shield captain spoke. He didn't even look directly at Linny, but instead gestured with his chin in Linny's direction, his tone full of condescension. I am informing you on behalf of His Highness the Crown Prince that he has taken a liking to this villa. You have 3 minutes to pack your things and get out of here right now. He paused, then a cruel smile spread across his lips. Don't force us to take action, or we'll throw you out, coffin and all. A blatant threat, leaving no room for negotiation. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the 3 of them. Finally, the image focuses on the face of the shield captain. He was neither angry nor did he refute. They're too lazy to even say a single extra word. Linny simply moved his wrists calmly, making a cracking sound from his knuckles. This silent gesture was like a resounding slap across the face of the shield captain. This is the ultimate form of contempt. The shield captain's face instantly turned a deep liver color. As the student council's law enforcement captain, he was always surrounded by people wherever he went. When had he ever been ignored like this? If you won't listen to reason, you'll have to suffer the consequences. Make his move, cripple him. With a roar, the battle erupted instantly. The shield captain exerted force with both legs, causing the high-grade floor tiles beneath his feet to crack inch by inch. He activated his class skill, Heavy Charge. He was like a runaway heavy tank, whipping up a fierce gust of wind as he crashed straight into Lin Yi. As he charged forward, a massive shield formed from condensed energy appeared before him, radiating brilliant light and blocking all of Lin Yi's possible escape routes. Behind him, the sinister mage raised his staff high. The urgent and obscure chanting echoed in the living room. The gem at the top of the staff shone brightly. Arcane missiles, each the size of a human head and burning with intense flames, rapidly formed in the air and precisely locked onto Lin Yi's aura. The assassin, however, vanished silently into the shadows of the villa the instant the captain launched his charge. He was like a venomous snake, patiently waiting and searching for the best opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Yi. This is a textbook example of a tactical and assassin combination. The shield warrior provides strong crowd control, the mage bombards from a distance, and the assassin hides and waits to strike. They were extremely confident that with such a swift and coordinated barrage of attacks, they could easily defeat a newcomer who had just enrolled and was only level 16. Even a strong person of the same level would die on the spot. In their eyes, Lin Yi was already a man destined to die. However, Lin Yi's reaction was completely beyond their comprehension. He did not summon any contracted beasts. It didn't even make any defensive gesture. Faced with the charge that came like a landslide in a tsunami, Lin Yi did not retreat but advanced, taking a step forward towards the direction of the shield warrior captain. Just as those dozen or so arcane missiles whistled through the air and were about to strike his body, Lin Yi's body tilted slightly to one side at an incredible angle. This maneuver allowed him to avoid the direct impact of most missiles. But he allowed half of the missiles to hit his shoulder and back squarely. Boom! 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 Violent explosions rang out in succession in the living room. The raging flames and shockwaves instantly engulfed Lin Yi's figure. The expensive furniture in the living room was blown away by the blast wave, crashed into the wall, and shattered. A sinister smile appeared on the face of the shield captain. How can you withstand a full-force attack from a level 26 mage? This newcomer is practically asking for death. But the next second, his smile froze completely on his face. Amidst the firelight, a figure took a step forward. Lin Yi was unharmed. Apart from some burn marks on his clothes, there wasn't a single scratch on his skin. His body, honed through countless trials and tribulations to an almost superhuman level, withstood the onslaught. How is this possible? For the first time, a look of horror appeared in the monk's eyes. Then, something even more incomprehensible happened. Lin Yi ignored the shield warrior captain who was right in front of him and had already rushed up to him. His figure suddenly swayed, moving as fast as a ghost, and he actually brushed past the side of that huge energy shield. His target, from the very beginning, was not that tough-skinned shield guard. It wasn't the monk from afar either. Instead, it was the assassin who thought he was perfectly hidden and was looking for an opportunity. With the combat intuition brought by the shared proficiency in ancient martial arts and a powerful mental perception far beyond that of ordinary people, the assassin's stealth was as clear to Lin Yi as a shadow in broad daylight. At that moment, the assassin was lurking in the shadow of a load-bearing pillar, preparing to launch a fatal backstab from behind the moment Lin Yi was entangled by the shield warrior captain. Suddenly, an extreme sense of crisis, like an icy tide, instantly overwhelmed his heart. This sense of crisis made the hairs on his body stand on end. The assassin suddenly turned around. A face devoid of emotion, cold to the extreme, was already inches away. Too slow. Lin Yi's icy voice, like the pronouncement of death, rang in his ears. He extended his right hand, striking first despite being behind. The hand moved so fast that it left an afterimage in the air. Before the assassin could react, Lin Yi's hand had already precisely grabbed his wrist, which was holding the dagger. His 5 fingers tightened suddenly like iron clamps, exerting force. The assassin felt an overwhelming, terrifying force coming from his wrist. That force felt as if it could crush his bones. A sharp pain shot through his wrist, followed by numbness. He could no longer hold on to the poisoned dagger, which slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. Lin Yi's movements did not pause at all. While grabbing the other person's wrist, take the opportunity to move in close. A powerful elbow strike landed heavily on the assassin's chest. Bang! A muffled thud. The assassin's body felt as if it had been struck by a raging beast, and his sternum instantly caved in. He let out a short scream, and his whole body flew backward like a tattered sack, flying across the entire living room, crashing heavily into the wall in the distance, and then sliding to the ground, where he immediately lost consciousness. One move, instant kill. In the blink of an eye, the situation on the field had reversed. Having dealt with the most troublesome assassin, Linny slowly turned around to face the shield warrior captain and the mage, who were momentarily stunned by the shock. Asshole! The shield captain finally realized what was happening. He roared, abandoned his charge, and instead swung his massive battle axe down with a whistling sound as it tore through the air, aiming a powerful blow at Linny's head. Linny neither dodged nor avoided. Just as the giant axe was about to strike, his arm, at an extremely tricky angle, like a serpent emerging from its hole, wrapped around the shield captain's arm that was wielding the battle axe. Grappling technique, activate. Snap. A crisp, teeth-grinding sound of bones dislocating echoed clearly in the living room. The shield captain's thick right arm was twisted backward at an angle so bizarre it could give anyone a nightmare. Ah! The intense, excruciating pain caused him to let out a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered. He could no longer hold on to the giant axe, and it fell to the ground with a clatter. Linny released his grip, letting him writhe on the ground, clutching his deformed arm. After doing all this, Linny's cold gaze swept over the mage, who was completely terrified and stood frozen in place. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like an icicle, clearly piercing their ears. This is the first and the last time. Go back and tell your crown prince. If there's a next time, I won't break an arm. It was his neck. The mage glanced at Linny in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. He dared not linger any longer, and scrambled to the corner of the wall, helped up the unconscious assassin, and then pulled up the captain, who was lying on the ground clutching his severed arm and screaming in agony. Like stray dogs, the three fled the villa that had filled them with fear without looking back. Silence returned to the living room. All that was left was a mess. Linny glanced at the damaged gate, his eyes calm and unwavering, as if he had merely swatted a few mosquitoes. Just then, deep in his mind, Sume's voice, tinged with a lazy smile, echoed. Wow, this little guy has quite a temper. Chapter 71: The Crown Prince's Wrath, the Weapon of Rules. The Student Council headquarters, in a secret room on the top floor. The air here is like solidified iron, heavy and cold. The room had no extra decorations, only a black metal desk and a huge light and shadow communication screen that took up an entire wall. The Student Council president, the man who always wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked refined and scholarly, was now bowing deeply. He stood in front of the communication screen, his forehead covered in a fine layer of cold sweat that slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the clean floor. On the screen, there was only a blurry, indistinct figure. The figure sat on a throne, its outline shrouded in distorted light, obscuring its face. Even through the screen, a terrifying pressure emanating from the person in charge still filled the entire room. The oppressive aura seemed to lower the temperature of the entire secret room to freezing point. Beside the president, the shield warrior captain, whose arm had been broken by Linny, was kneeling on the ground in humiliation. His broken arm, after emergency treatment, was immobilized in front of his chest, but the intense pain and even deeper fear caused his entire body to tremble violently. He kept his head down, not daring to utter a single scream. The chairman swallowed hard and reported in a dry voice. Your Highness, the mission has failed. We couldn't get back the number 1 villa. Our people were injured by that freshman. After the report ended, the secret room fell into a deathly silence. The figure on the screen made no movement and uttered no words. But that silence was more terrifying than any roar. Time passed by, second by second. Every second felt like a heavy hammer blow to the hearts of the guild leader and the captain of the shield team. Finally. Snort. A casual, yet furious snort came from the screen. That cold snort was like an invisible sonic hammer, slamming hard into their hearts. Puff. The shield captain, kneeling on the ground, could no longer withstand the immense mental pressure. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground like a dying dog. The president's face also turned pale, and he swayed, almost losing his balance. They can't even handle a newcomer. The crown prince's voice rang out. The voice was flat, without any emotional fluctuation, yet it carried an indifference that could freeze the soul. Is this your explanation to me? I am very disappointed. The president lowered his head even further, his voice trembling. Your Highness, it's my fault for not handling things properly. That freshman, he's a bit strange, his strength far exceeds that of level 16, I don't want to hear any explanations. The crown prince coldly interrupted him. Since he doesn't understand the rules, let's teach him. Don't let him live too comfortably. I want to see him kneeling down and personally handing me the keys to the villa. As soon as the words were spoken, the light and shadow on the communication screen went out instantly. That terrifying pressure also disappeared. The air in the sealed room seemed to begin flowing again. Only then did the president dare to straighten up, panting heavily, his back completely soaked with cold sweat. He glanced at the unconscious SHIELD captain on the ground, his eyes showing no sympathy, only a cold gloom. At the same time, the internal forum of the Great Joe War Soul Academy was in complete uproar. A newly posted message quickly rose to the top of the trending topics list within minutes, with a striking red title. Shocking. Freshman Coffin Guardian battles student union enforcement team at night, breaks arm of level 27 powerhouse with bare hands. The post content is very simple. There are no clear combat videos, since the battle ended too quickly. However, some passing students took several high-definition photos with their communicators. In the photo, 3 members of the student council's enforcement team are seen fleeing from Villa Number 1 in a disheveled state, like stray dogs. One of the photos gave a close-up of the one-armed SHIELD captain. His face was filled with pain, fear, and disbelief, and his arm, twisted at a bizarre angle, was particularly horrifying. These photos were like bombshells, creating a huge uproar on the forum. The comments section was instantly flooded with messages, with the number of comments increasing at a rate of hundreds per second. The entire forum was completely polarized. Countless freshmen who had been bullied by upperclassmen seemed to have found their spiritual leader at this moment, and they instantly became excited. Holy crap! The Coffin Keeper is awesome. That's a real man. That was so satisfying. Those bullies in the student council who rely on their superiors deserve to be taught a lesson a long time ago. Breaking the arm of a level 27 SHIELD warrior with bare hands? My god, what kind of monster is that? Is the Coffin Keeper really level 16? From today onwards, the Coffin Keeper is my idol. Anyone who dares to bully us freshmen will have to ask the Coffin Keeper for permission first. Meanwhile, the senior students of the college, as well as those forces close to the student union, felt that their authority had been challenged like never before, and they were collectively enraged. An arrogant newcomer. He doesn't know his place. Does he think this is his home? He's dead. He didn't just offend the student council, he offended His Highness the Crown Prince. He'll be punished. It was just a successful sneak attack, what's there to brag about? Do you really think you're invincible? Just wait and see, he will pay a bloody price for his arrogance. Arguments, insults, flattery, threats. Various opinions clashed fiercely on the forum. But in any case, Lin Yi's title of Coffin Keeper was solidified overnight. His monstrous image of superhuman strength and brutal personality was deeply imprinted in the minds of every student. His fame soared, which also meant that he was now at the center of attention in the entire academy. Inside Villa Number 1 Tianzi Number 1. Lin Yi ignored the storm raging outside. He was sitting on the sofa in the living room, slowly wiping the alloy rod in his hand with a soft cloth. The damage caused by those student council members has already been cleaned up by the villa's built-in cleaning puppets. Lin Yi was communicating with Su Mei in his mind. This should buy us a few days of peace and quiet. He believed that this ruthless display of authority would be enough to deter those petty scoundrels. However, Su Mei's voice, tinged with a hint of languor and mockery, lingered in his mind. Hey kid, you think chasing away a few dogs will make their owners afraid of you? On the contrary. The sharper your fangs, the more cautious the other party will be, and the more they will want to kill you completely. Lin Yi paused slightly as he wiped the cloth. Su Mei's voice carried a worldly wisdom as she continued. In this world, might makes right, but that only applies to people of the same social class. When facing those in positions of power who control resources, reckless courage is often the cheapest and most foolish thing to do. What they're good at is never personally getting into hand-to-hand combat with you. Su Mei's tone became earnest and meaningful. They will use the rules to kill people. Cut off your supplies, block your retreat, and use someone else to do your dirty work. The arena won't match you with opponents, the quest lobby won't give you quests, and the academy shop will refuse to sell you any items. They could even amend a school rule specifically to target you. These unseen methods are more deadly and harder to defend against than direct assassination. Su Mei's words were like a bucket of ice water poured over Lin Yi from head to toe. His initial smugness from the victory vanished instantly. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. His hand gripping the alloy rod tightened unconsciously. His thinking has always been limited to solving everything with force. But he forgot that this was the War Soul Academy. A place with a strict hierarchy and complex rules. Su Mei is right. That crown prince was able to become the undisputed figure in the academy, and that was not solely due to his personal martial prowess. What he wields is power, the right to interpret the rules. Lin Yi's gaze became more serious than ever before. He realized that the real battle might have only just begun. The scene cuts back to the secret room at the student council headquarters. After ending the call with the crown prince, the gloom and fear on the president's face disappeared. He regained his usual calm, even composure. It's the calm that a venomous snake displays before launching a deadly attack. He slowly removed his gold-rimmed glasses and carefully wiped every corner of the lenses with a clean white silk cloth. He looked at the photo of Lin Yi on the forum on the computer screen, and a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Since the crown prince is unhappy, we can't let you keep jumping like that. He didn't foolishly send even stronger thugs to their deaths again. Only a fool would resort to violence to solve problems. He, however, is someone who manipulates the rules. The president put his glasses back on and sat back down at his large desk. He opened the college's internal management terminal. His fingers flew across the screen, bringing up Lin Yi's personal profile and all his battle records in the arena. Looking at the exaggerated winning streak above, the coldness in the president's eyes intensified. He picked up the internal communicator on the table and dialed several key departments. The first call was made to the arena management office. Hello, is this Director Wang from the arena management office? This is Zhao Qian from the student union. A fawning voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, it's Chairman Zhao. What are your instructions? Zhao Qian wore a warm smile, but his tone left no room for argument. It's about that freshman called the Coffin Keeper. Yes, his skill level is somewhat excessive, which seriously affects the competitive experience of the younger students and has caused dissatisfaction among many students. In order to protect newcomers and to maintain fairness in the arena, our student council suggests temporarily adjusting its matchmaking mechanism. As he issued his instructions one after another, an invisible yet incredibly deadly net of rules began to tighten silently in Lin Yi's direction. Chapter 72: A Decisive Strike, the ban from the arena. The morning sunlight streamed into Villa Number 1 through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Yi finished his night of meditation and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were clear and calm, like a still well. Last night's victory did not leave the slightest ripple in his heart. Those 3 student council members were just insignificant pebbles on his path forward. What truly alarmed him was Su Mei's words last night. Rule. The most deadly weapons are the ones that are unseen. Lin Yi stood up and walked to the living room. He picked up the black points card on the table and glanced at the balance. The numbers are glaring. Only a few dozen points remain. This isn't even enough to cover the cost of half a day in the extreme cold spirit chamber for Ling Shui. The thought of the girl lying in the cold spirit room, her life hanging in the balance, made Lin Yi's heart feel like it was being gripped by an invisible hand. Make money. You must earn enough points as soon as possible. This idea is more urgent than ever. Lin Yi did not delay at all. After a quick wash, he changed into clean clothes and walked straight out of the villa. Destination: the Academy Arena. In his view, that is still the fastest and most direct way to earn points. Might makes right. Victory is points. He plans to break through a few more leaderboards today, at least to raise enough money for a month's treatment. Only in this way can we temporarily resolve our worries. Only then can he focus on his cultivation and prepare for the new student ranking competition 3 months later. And the 9 prefectures grand competition that determined Ling Shui's fate. Lin Yi walked steadily on the wide stone-paved road of the college, full of hope. The arena gates were as bustling as ever. Trainees came and went, their noise, shouts, and the clash of weapons mingling together, creating an atmosphere brimming with adrenaline. However, when Lin Yi appeared at the door, the atmosphere, which had been boiling with excitement, froze for a moment. The noisy hall fell into an eerie silence for a moment. All eyes, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, were fixed on Lin Yi. Lin Yi did not stop. He walked through the crowd toward the challenge terminal in the center of the hall. He could sense that the gazes around him were completely different from those of yesterday. Yesterday, those gazes were filled with curiosity, shock, fervor, and adoration. Today, however, these perspectives have become more complex. Fear was among them. There is compassion. There was even a hint of schadenfreude. When Lin Yi walked to the challenge terminal, an even stranger scene unfolded. The crowd around him retreated as if avoiding a plague. A strange vacuum zone was formed within a 3-meter radius of him. He was isolated. Linny frowned slightly, a bad feeling flashing through his mind. But he didn't think much of it. He inserted his points card into the terminal's card slot. Open the challenge list skillfully and start a challenge. You have submitted a challenge to Iron Wall. The other party has declined. Linny remained expressionless and chose his next target. You have submitted a challenge to Windwalker. The other party has declined. You have submitted a challenge to Fist of Flames. The other party has declined. More than a dozen challenge requests were sent out in a row. The system interface invariably displays the same result. Reject. Reject. I still refused. Linny switched to active matching mode. Matching you with an opponent. Match failed, no one is responding. Throughout the arena, hundreds of battle stages were engaged in fierce duels. The roar of energy rose and fell. The shouts from the audience were deafening. Only here was there a deathly silence. He was like a forgotten ghost, standing in the middle of a bustling market, yet no one paid him any attention. Linny slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings. Those students who had challenged him or been defeated by him were now deliberately avoiding his gaze. Their faces showed a mixture of fear that dared not speak out and a hint of sympathy that seemed to be watching a good show. Linny's heart sank little by little. He finally understood. Sumei's warning came true. Just then, the crowd was separated by an invisible force. A young man dressed in a student council officer uniform and wearing gold-rimmed glasses swaggered over, accompanied by two indifferent-looking law enforcement officers. This person was the vice president of the student council and also a confidant of the prince. He wore a fake, insincere smile. He walked up to Linny and stopped. He looked down at Linny with an air of superiority. That look in his eyes was as if he were admiring a wild beast trapped in a cage, struggling in vain. He didn't give Linny any chance to speak. He cleared his throat and deliberately amplified his voice. The sound was clearly transmitted to every corner through the amplification array in the hall. Attention, students! All eyes were instantly drawn to it. The vice president really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke slowly in an official, dignified tone. This decision was made jointly by the student union and the arena management office. Given the overwhelming strength of the new Coffin Guardian student, whose fighting style has placed immense psychological pressure on lower-grade students, severely disrupting the competitive balance and growth environment for the new students. In order to protect the healthy development of newborns, and also to maintain fairness and impartiality in the arena. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire room, and finally, with a hint of a victor's smile, landed on Linny's face. Effective immediately, students who are coffin keepers are temporarily prohibited from accepting challenges from students ranked below 100. And suspend its eligibility for active matching. This ban will remain in effect until its level is raised to level 20, at which point the management office will reassess it. Please be informed. These words were spoken with righteous indignation, every sentence claiming to be for the good of the newcomers and for the sake of fairness. But every word is like a poisoned dagger. It pierced Linny's lifeline with precision and ferocity. The words fell. The entire arena erupted in an uproar. Some people let out a low gasp. This is a public ban. That's ruthless. This directly cuts off the coffin keeper's source of points. The student council has way too much power. This is clearly a case of using their position to settle personal scores. Others, unsurprisingly, gave a cold laugh. Serves him right. Who told him to offend His Highness the Crown Prince? This is what happens when you don't know the rules. Let's see how arrogant he can be now. This announcement is undoubtedly a public execution. It uses rules as a pretext to carry out retaliation. It was like an invisible net, tightly covering Linny. This cut off his fastest, and currently only, source of points. To cut off the fuel supply from under the cauldron. Kill without spilling blood. Linny listened quietly. His face remained expressionless from beginning to end. There was no angry roar. There was no questioning or resentment. He stood there like a silent statue. The moment the vice president finished announcing the ban and was about to turn and leave, Linny finally raised his head. He stared intently at the vice president in front of him with his cold, emotionless eyes. There was no anger or murderous intent in his eyes. There was only deathly silence. Like ice that never melts, like a bottomless, icy pool. The vice president's smile froze for a moment under those eyes. He felt as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast from ancient times. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. Lin Yi's silence was more oppressive than any angry roar. He finally understood it deeply. Just how terrifying is the destructive power of the rules that Sume speaks of? The balance on the points card. Ling Xue's daily treatment costs are exorbitant. These two invisible mountains, at this moment, transformed into tangible pressure, weighing heavily on his heart. It almost suffocated him. Under Lin Yi's icy gaze, the vice president coughed lightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He dared not meet Lin Yi's gaze again. He forced himself to remain calm, and with a hint of victory in his expression, turned and left. The crowd gradually dispersed. The murmurs, the laughter, the sympathy, they gradually faded away. Lin Yi was left alone, standing there all alone. He was like an isolated island abandoned by the world. Lin Yi slowly lowered his head. I glanced at the black points card inserted into the terminal. The glaring two-digit balance above seemed to be mercilessly mocking his powerlessness. In a corner where no one could see it, Lin Yi's hand slowly clenched. The knuckles turned pale from excessive force. He didn't stay in one place for long. He pulled out his points card and turned around. Without saying a word, he walked out of the arena. His back remained straight despite the countless complex gazes behind him. Like a javelin that never bends. But his direction was no longer the way he came from. It is no longer that prestigious villa, the number one in the garden, symbolizing glory and wealth. Rather, it is another place within the academy, a place that symbolizes both wealth and death. Mission lobby. Since you've used the rules to block my path to success, then I will use my blood to carve out a narrow bridge that belongs to me. Chapter 73 Survival on a Dead End, the Only Choice. Lin Yi stood alone in the academy square. The afternoon sun was a bit too bright. Golden light bathed the earth, but it could not dispel the chill in his heart. Lin Yi opened the black points card again. On the card, the balance number was like a poisonous thorn, deeply embedded in his heart. Several tens of points. This number mercilessly mocked his powerlessness. Images of the extremely cold spiritual chamber uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. Ling Xue lay quietly in the ice coffin. Her beautiful face was as pale as snow, her eyes were closed, and she showed no signs of life. The magic array maintaining her vital signs is slowly operating. The light from that magic array was burning points every second. 100 points every day. Absolutely perfect. This is no longer a simple points system. This is Ling Xue's fate. Lin Yi could almost hear the hourglass of Ling Xue's life flowing away mercilessly. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Each sound struck his heart. The square was bustling with people, full of youthful energy and excitement. But all of this had nothing to do with Lin Yi. He was like a lonely soul isolated from the world. After a brief moment of distraction, Lin Yi's eyes sharpened again. That's the look in the eyes of a wild beast driven to the brink of despair. Resolute and insane. Lin Yi put away the points card. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and strode towards the academy's mission hall. The mission hall is one of the liveliest places in the academy. This place is always bustling with people. Trainees form teams here, exchange tasks, and redeem rewards. However, when Lin Yi's iconic figure carrying the Xianbing coffin appeared, the previously noisy atmosphere in the hall underwent a subtle change. The sound faded away. Many students recognized him. That monster who dominated the arena and fought the student council enforcement team last night. The coffin keeper who was publicly blacklisted by the student council. Everyone's eyes instinctively focused on it. That look was complicated. There is reverence. I'm curious. But more often than not, it's a sense of alienation that people try to avoid at all costs. Lin Yi could clearly sense it. An invisible net has completely isolated him from the mainstream circle of the entire academy. He became an oddball in everyone's eyes. A walking trouble. No one dared to approach him. No one dared to associate with him. That means offending the student council and the prince. Lin Yi ignored the stares of those around him. His heart was already filled with concern for Ling Xue's safety. He walked straight through the crowded ordinary mission area. The walls were covered with a dense array of application forms. Escort the caravan, reward 80 points. Collect herbs and you will be rewarded with 50 points. Hunting a level 2 magical beast will earn you 120 points. These tasks provide a decent source of income for ordinary trainees. But for Linny at this moment, it was just a drop in the ocean. He didn't even bother to glance at it. Lin Yi's goal is very clear. He kept walking and walking. We made our way through the crowded throng to the deepest part of the mission hall. It was a dimly lit, secluded corner. The air here seems a few degrees colder than outside. It was filled with an atmosphere of solemnity and danger. On the wall hangs a list made of an unknown black metal. The list has no fancy decorations. It only has a cold, metallic feel. There were very few tasks listed above. Each order form had a worn yellow patina, as if it had been hanging there for a long time. The words above were written in blood-red ink. Shocking. This is the bloodstained bounty board of the War Soul Academy. The tasks that result in being stuck here are all extremely dangerous, with a slim chance of survival. Those who come here to accept missions are all true outlaws. A few people were standing sparsely in the corner. They are looking at the rankings. These people exuded a fierce aura and had cold expressions. He carried the murderous aura left by years of fighting. Some are genuine senior students from the academy, while others are mercenaries stationed at the academy from outside. When they saw Linny, clearly a freshman, walking over, a hint of contempt flashed in their eyes. And the look of someone watching a good show. Another clueless newbie trying to grab attention here. Linny ignored them. His gaze swept quickly across the blacklist. Soon, Lin Yi's gaze fixed on something. He looked at the commission form hanging at the top of the list, which was covered with a thin layer of dust. It hung there, seemingly for a very, very long time. So long ago, it was almost forgotten. At the top of the order form, the task level was indicated by 3 large, scarlet characters. Hell level. Next to it, there was a line of smaller text. Single player exclusive. Mission description: infiltrate the 7th Abandoned Machinery Research Institute, investigate the source of the mutation, and recover core data from the Athena project. Mission reward: 5,000 points and ownership of all loot. 5,000 points. This number made Lin Yi's breath catch in his throat for a moment. This is enough to cover Ling Shue's treatment costs for nearly 2 months. But below the reward, there is a note written in even smaller print. That's the real reason why no one is interested in this application. Note, this area is subject to strong, unknown energy interference that severely suppresses the mental and elemental energy of professionals. The Research Institute is infested with out-of-control mechanical puppets of immense power. Several high-level professional teams have already been wiped out within its walls, suffering extremely high casualty rates. Professionals below level 25 are strongly advised against attempting this area. Suppressing mental and elemental energy. This is fatal for legal and spiritual professions. The mechanical puppets within the Research Institute are extremely unfriendly to physics-based professions. This is almost an unsolvable task. A trap. A grave. Several mercenaries nearby noticed Lin Yi's gaze. A mocking smile appeared on their faces. Kid, stop looking. A one-eyed mercenary with a scar on his face spoke in a hoarse voice. That mission has been hanging for almost a year. None of those who went there came back alive. The last team to take on the mission was the Saber-Tooth Tiger team, which is ranked among the top 50 in our academy. They had 5 level 28 experts, and they didn't even find their bodies. A brat like you who just entered school wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between those tin cans. The mercenary's words drew a low chuckle. However, Linny seemed not to hear. He simply stared quietly at the authorization form. Looking at the words 5,000 points. Amidst the astonished and uncertain gazes of those around him, Linny extended his hand. Without any hesitation. Sizzle. A sharp, tearing sound of paper ripped was unusually loud in the deathly silent corner. That commission form represents both death and opportunity. It was torn off by Linny with great force. The entire mission lobby seemed to have been paused. All eyes were on them. They looked at the boy carrying the ice coffin on his back, clutching the yellowed, dusty commission form in his hand. His eyes were filled with disbelief. That's insane. This newcomer is really crazy. Linny turned around and prepared to walk towards the registration desk. Just then, the one-eyed, scarred mercenary suddenly reached out and stopped him. The mockery was gone from his face. Instead, there was a complex, solemn feeling tinged with pity. Kid. The scarred mercenary warned in a hoarse, low voice. I advise you to put that thing back on. Impulsiveness can cost you your life. That place is not a place for a newbie like you to go and die. Lenny stopped in his tracks. He glanced indifferently at the scarred mercenary. His eyes were as calm as a stagnant pool. Lenny didn't say anything. He simply walked around the mercenary's outstretched arm and headed straight for the mission registration desk in the corner. Behind the registration desk sat a drowsy tutor. Lenny placed the worn-out authorization form on the table. I'll take this task. Lenny spoke up. His voice was calm, without a trace of emotion. It's like talking about a trivial little thing. However, this calm voice sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Chapter 74 Mechanical Spider, First Exploration. The sky was overcast and gray. Lenny stood in front of the gate of the number 7 Abandoned Machinery Research Institute. The air here is very polluted. With every breath, you can taste the rust and dust. Before me was a half-collapsed barbed wire fence. The grid was covered with withered vines, like the hair of a dead person. A warning sign stands next to it. The paint peeled off, revealing the rusty iron underneath. Only a few red characters could be vaguely discerned. High risk area, entry prohibited. The handwriting was distorted, as if it had been smeared with blood. The wind swept through the dilapidated buildings. It made a whimpering sound. It sounded like countless wronged souls whispering. Lenny tightened his grip on the shin-bing coffin behind him. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and crossed the symbolic boundary line. The instant the ball of the foot landed. Buzz! The air seemed to tremble. An invisible pressure descended without warning. It felt like stepping into a quagmire. It was as if a thick leaden curtain had been placed over our heads. Lenny's body slumped slightly. That feeling was disgusting. It felt like someone was choking me, making it hard to even breathe. But this is not just about the physical body. It targets the soul even more. Lenny immediately felt that his mental energy was like frozen ice water. The operation became extremely sluggish. He tried to mobilize a sliver of his spiritual energy. The whip of the soul. Hiss. A sharp, piercing pain instantly shot through his brain. It felt like a red-hot steel needle had been plunged deep into my temple. Lenny grunted. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Skills that normally only require a small amount of mental energy to unleash have become incredibly heavy at this moment. Consumption is 3 times the normal amount. Moreover, the condensation speed is extremely slow. In a life or death struggle, such a delay can be fatal. I see. Lenny took a deep breath to calm the stinging pain in his mind. He finally understood why this place was called the Graveyard of Monks. That hellish note was no joke. Here, elemental energy is stagnant. Mental strength is like a stubborn iron. For magic-based classes that rely on skill-based damage output, entering this place is tantamount to crippling their abilities. No wonder those strong teams at level 28 were all wiped out. Without skills, a mage is just a lamb to the slaughter. But a cold smile curled at the corner of Lenny's mouth. If it were the old him, he might have turned around and run away. But now. You sealed my magic? Lenny clenched his fist. The joints made a popping sound like popping beans. Unfortunately, I am more than just a mage. He strode forward and entered the main building of the Research Institute. Main building lobby. All that remained was a scene of utter devastation. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dust. Dead silence. The entire hall was eerily quiet. Only Lenny's footsteps echoed in the empty space. Clatter. 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 The sound traveled very far. Sudden. A strange noise broke the silence. Click. Click. That was the sound of metal rubbing together. Dense, rapid. It makes your teeth ache. Lenny stopped in his tracks. His ears twitched slightly. The sounds came from all directions. A dark corner. Rusty ventilation ducts overhead. Even in the cracks in the floor beneath your feet. A red light appeared. A little. 2 points. 100 points. Countless pairs of scarlet electronic eyes suddenly opened in the darkness. Like a pack of hungry wolves who have discovered a delicious meal of blood. Intruders, destroy. The mechanical synthesized sound rang out intermittently. The next second. A black tide surged forth. That's a mechanical spider. It's only the size of a fist. It is made entirely of black metal. Its 8 segments were as sharp as knives, gleaming with a cold, chilling light. At the center of its body is a single eye that flashes red light. That is, their energy core. There are too many. Densely packed. Hundreds and thousands. They crawled along the walls and ceiling, quickly closing in. The sound of those metal segments striking the ground converged into a torrent of steel. It gives you goosebumps. If someone with trypophobia were here, they would probably faint on the spot. Squeak. A sharp screech. The attack began. Dozens of mechanical spiders sprang into the air simultaneously. They were like black bullets, whistling through the air, shooting towards Lin Yi. Its sharp limbs opened, aiming straight for Lin Yi's throat, eyes, and heart. There are no blind spots. Lin Yi stood still. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Since mental power is being suppressed, then it's not needed. No magic is needed. No summoned beasts are needed. He took a deep breath. The body's chi and blood flow like a surging river. That was the physical power derived from the contract. While not as exaggerated as a berserker, it's more than enough to deal with this junk. In addition, Sume shared her proficiency in ancient martial arts. At this moment, Lin Yi was a ferocious beast draped in a mage's robe. Bring it on. Lin Yi gave a low shout. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The floor beneath their feet suddenly exploded. His figure vanished instantly. Like a tiger that has broken into a flock of sheep. He charged forward, facing the sky full of mechanical spiders. Snap! Lin Yi's left hand moved with lightning speed. It accurately caught a mechanical spider that pounced in front of it. The sharp limbs were still waving, trying to cut Lin Yi's palm. But under Lin Yi's iron clamps, it couldn't move. Lin Yi flicked his wrist. They mistook this mechanical spider for a meteor hammer. Call! A dark shadow swept across. Bang! 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 The spider slammed into its 3 companions that flew in. The sound of metal clashing was deafening. Sparks flew everywhere. All 4 spiders exploded simultaneously, sending parts flying everywhere. But this is just the beginning. More spiders pounced. They are fearless and undaunted. As long as the energy core remains, the attack will continue. Lin Yi's eyes were frighteningly calm. His body twisted and turned among the spiders. Every movement is simplified to the extreme. There are no fancy moves. They are all killing techniques. A spider jumped onto his shoulder, its sharp teeth bared as it was about to bite him. Lin Yi's shoulders jerked suddenly. A burst of stamina erupted. The spider was blasted away. While still in midair, Lin Yi's right hand followed. One punch. A simple, unadorned punch. Boom! The fist struck the spider's single red eye with pinpoint accuracy. That's where they are most vulnerable. A crisp snapping sound. The special bulletproof glass shield shattered instantly. The internal, intricate circuitry was smashed to pieces by that punch. The spider's body suddenly stiffened, the red light went out, and it turned into a pile of scrap metal. Lin Yi did not stop. He turned around and delivered a whip kick. The wind in my legs is like a knife. It swept across the sky. 5 or 6 mechanical spiders flew out with a whoosh, like baseballs hit by a baseball bat. It slammed hard against the wall. It smashed out dents. This is a war fought by one man. It was also a one-sided massacre. The hall echoed with the sounds of violent collisions. Lin Yi's figure moved so fast that it was impossible to see him clearly. At this moment, he fully demonstrated the terrifying power of ancient martial arts. Elbow strike. Knee strike. Catch. They could even use their fingers to grip the metal joints and twist them forcefully. Creak. The piercing, metallic distorting sound made my teeth ache. One mechanical spider after another was disassembled. Lin Yi was like a sophisticated killing machine. Every time he makes a move, he inevitably takes the life of a monster. 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes. The offensive, which had been like a tidal wave, came to a halt. The last mechanical spider was trampled under Lin Yi's feet. Its 8 legs were still twitching weakly. Its single red eye gleamed with a dying light. Lin Yi remained expressionless. Push off with your feet. Put. The last bit of red light went out. The hall fell silent once more. Level 17. No equipment dropped, but I gained a lot of experience. The ground was covered with a thick layer of metal debris. Everywhere there were broken limbs, shattered shells, and still flickering electrical sparks. A burnt smell filled the air. Linny stood in the center of the wreckage. His chest rose and fell slightly. This intense physical fight left him with a thin layer of sweat. But his eyes shone even brighter. That's the feeling of exhilaration after your blood and chi flow smoothly. Is this ancient martial arts? Linny clenched his fist. The visceral impact of these punches is definitely much more satisfying than throwing fireballs from a distance. He shook the engine oil and dust off his hands. Start cleaning up the battlefield. The mission requires you to collect the loot. Although these mechanical spiders are old and worn, their energy cores and special metals are still worth points. Even a tiny mosquito is still neat. He's penniless now, and he won't let any resource slip by. Linny searched through the ruins for clues as he went. The battles here are just the appetizer. The real objective is the source of that anomaly. He found a black object under a pile of collapsed metal cabinets, half buried in the dust. It's a recorder about the size of a palm. The outer casing is cracked. The internal wiring is exposed. But one of the indicator lights on the side was still stubbornly flashing a faint yellow light. Linny's eyes lit up. He reached in and dug out the recorder. Blow away the dust. I pressed the play button. Sizzle. Sizzle. A piercing crackling sound of electricity rang out. The silence of the hall felt particularly eerie. Immediately afterwards, a male voice, filled with terror and despair, came out intermittently. The background noise is very loud. Those were the sounds of explosions, screams, and the chilling crawling of machinery. Codename ZZZZ, Athena. It's completely out of control. It cut off all buzzing external connections. The man's voice trembled, with a sob in her voice. Oh my God, what is it doing? It's transforming those guards. The energy core is leaking. Seal off the research institute immediately. This is hell. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the crackling of electricity. That was the sound of flesh being torn apart by metal. Then came the sound of gurgling swallowing. At last, everything fell silent. All that remained was the monotonous hissing sound from the recorder. Smack! Linny turned off the recorder. His brows were furrowed. Athena. Out of control. Energy leak. These keywords quickly connected in his mind. It seems that this is the culprit behind this anomaly. An intelligence system codenamed Athena. Or something even more terrifying. The mention of modified guards in the recorder made Linny wary. Those mechanical spiders were just cleaners at best. If there really are modified war machines, that's the real trouble. Linny put the recorder into his system backpack. He stood up straight. We are preparing to delve deeper. The staircase leading to the second floor is located at the end of the lobby. It was pitch black. Like a gaping maw, waiting for its prey to walk into its trap. Just as Linny turned around, a chill ran through me. It suddenly rose from his tailbone. It shot straight up to the top of the head. This feeling was 10 times stronger than when I faced hundreds of mechanical spiders earlier. That's the feeling of being targeted by some kind of apex predator. It felt like a thorn in my side. Linny's muscles tensed instantly. He didn't rush to turn around. Instead, she turned around slowly, little by little. Raise your head. His gaze, sharp as lightning, shot towards the second floor of the hall. There is a circular corridor there. At this moment, the corridor was completely shrouded in darkness. I can't see anything clearly. But deep within that profound shadow, a pair of eyes. It lit up. That's not the rigid electronic eye of a mechanical spider. Those were 2 crimson lights. Huge. Cold. It exudes a chilling, oppressive aura. It floated silently in the darkness. Looking down from a high vantage point, he stared at Linny. There was no rage, no murderous intent in those eyes. There is only one way to examine it. Like a high and mighty king looking down on ants that have invaded his territory. That gaze, filled with both wisdom and indifference, confirmed Lin Yi's suspicions. This is by no means an ordinary procedure. It was a monster with a soul. Lin Yi gripped the alloy rod tightly. He and those red eyes met each other across the distance. The air seemed to freeze. 1 second. 2 seconds. The red light flickered. Then, silently, it disappeared into the boundless darkness. Disappeared. It was as if it had never existed. Only the layer of cold sweat on Lin Yi's back testified to the horror of that moment. Athena. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Looking at that darkness. A crazy smile slowly crept onto his lips. Interesting. Looks like those 5,000 points won't be easy to get. He did not back down. Instead, he gripped the stick and strode toward the dark stairwell. Hellish mission. That's right. The more dangerous it is, the more valuable that so-called core data is. And he is Lin Yi. What we lack most right now is money. Chapter 75 The Rampage Guardian, The Mysterious Girl. Lin Yi bid farewell to the graveyard of mechanical spiders. He did not stop. Continue to explore deeper into the research institute. A long, narrow passageway leading to the main structure came into view. The passageway is made of heavy alloy. The walls were covered with grotesque scratches. The large areas of charred marks are the imprints left by the explosion. A fierce battle once took place here. The end of the passage. A huge, circular blast door blocked the way. It's like a cold full stop, declaring that this road is blocked. Lin Yi did not stop. He walked toward the blast door. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Just as Lin Yi approached to a certain range. Beep beep beep. A piercing alarm suddenly went off. Red warning lights flashed wildly at the top of the passageway. Lin Yi's shadow was stretched to be sometimes long and sometimes short. Creak. A sickening metallic scraping sound rang out. The massive blast door slowly rose upwards amidst a violent tremor. A huge shadow emerged from behind the door. Thump! Its first step was onto the alloy floor. The entire passageway trembled. Dust trickled down from the cracks in the ceiling. Thump! Step 2. It was a complete and utter behemoth of steel. A heavily armed mechanical guard that stands 5 meters tall. Its body is covered by heavy armor, exuding a cold, metallic feel. The left arm is a high-speed rotating alloy chainsaw. The serrated edges gleamed with a cold light, as if they could tear everything apart. The right arm is an energy cannon with a dangerous red glow flashing at the muzzle. A powerful energy is gathering within it. Its breastplate was incredibly thick, like an indestructible wall. And on the breastplate, it is a huge single eye. A cold red light shot out from it, like a precise laser beam, locking onto Lin Yi completely. A line of data appears on the screen. Rampaging Guardian Model K7. Level 28. The oppressive feeling of the mechanical guards was far greater than that of the spiders. It did not hesitate at all. The cold, synthesized electronic voice echoed in the channel, devoid of any emotion. Intruder detected. Execute the purge procedure. Before he could finish speaking, the energy cannon guarding the right arm is fully charged. Buzz. A beam of blazing heat, hot enough to melt steel, shot out instantly. It moves as fast as lightning. Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. The hairs on his entire body stood on end at that moment. The threat of death loomed large. His body reacted faster than his brain. Lin Yi suddenly exerted force with both legs. He fell to one side in a disheveled state. Boom! The energy beam grazed his body and slammed into the alloy wall behind him. Laugh! A chilling melting sound rang out. The alloy wall, which was half a meter thick, was blasted open, creating a terrifying deep hole. The edge of the hole was red with molten metal that was still flowing. A pungent, burnt smell filled the air. Lin Yi rolled over and got up from the ground. He broke out in a cold sweat. If I had been even 0.1 seconds slower, I would have been completely vaporized by that beam of light. Before Lin Yi could catch his breath, the steel behemoth opposite has already begun to take heavy steps. Thump! 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 It wielded a huge alloy chainsaw and swept it towards Lin Yi. The howling wind seemed to tear at one's eardrums. A head-on confrontation is suicidal. But this attack blocked all his escape routes. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. He held the alloy rod horizontally in front of him. Clang! A deafening metallic roar. An unimaginable, terrifying force emanated from the staff. Lin Yi felt as if his arms had been hit head-on by a battering ram. He was sent flying backward uncontrollably. Like a cannonball fired from a gun. Bang! He slammed hard against the sidewall and then fell to the ground. A sweet taste in my throat. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. My arm was completely numb and I had almost lost all feeling in it. The skin at the base of the thumb was completely split open, and blood was dripping from it. Lin Yi struggled to his feet. He stared intently at the steel monster that was closing in step by step. Strength, defense, attack. A complete and utter crushing defeat. With his mental power suppressed, he could not unleash his strongest killing move instantly. In pure hand-to-hand combat, they are no match at all. This is almost a dead end. Lin Yi forced himself to calm down. His brain was working at lightning speed. If brute force doesn't work, then we have to outsmart them. Lin Yi took a deep breath and slumped slightly. Sumei's shared mastery of ancient martial arts gave him top-notch combat skills. He no longer tried to take the bait. Instead, it took advantage of its small size and began to move at high speed. Inside the narrow passage, they had to contend with the massive mechanical guards. The alloy chainsaw swept across the area again and again, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The energy beams grazed his body and slammed into the wall time and time again. Lin Yi's figure seemed to be dancing on the edge of a knife. Every dodge was extremely dangerous. However, the physical exertion is enormous. If this continues, he will eventually be worn down and die. We must find its weaknesses. Come. There must be weaknesses. While dodging, Lin Yi concentrated all his remaining mental energy into his eyes. This is a completely new attempt. He used mental energy as a catalyst. Activate your deepest fighting instincts. The next second. The world in Lin Yi's eyes has changed. He barely managed to activate a rudimentary ability called precision analysis. In his field of vision, the enormous mechanical guard seemed to have transformed into a transparent structural diagram. Complex circuitry. The direction of energy flow. Every rotation of the joint. All the data became incredibly clear. He saw it. The defenses of this guard are almost perfect. The armor covering its entire body was so thick it was almost despair-inducing. There is only one place. The armor plate in the center of its chest protects the energy core. Whenever the energy cannon on its arm fires, the enormous energy can overload instantly. This caused an energy fluctuation on the armor plate that lasted for less than 0.1 seconds. That instant, its defenses will be reduced to a minimum. This is its only flaw. A fleeting opportunity. Found it. A surge of ecstatic joy welled up in Lin Yi's heart. He began preparations. Prepare for his strongest, and only, chance to strike. Lin Yi frantically channeled the sharp power of the ancient sword spirit within his body into the alloy rod in his hand. The tip of the stick began to emit a faint, almost invisible white light. He was waiting. Waiting for that fatal moment. The mechanical guards seemed to be losing patience. It stopped, and raised the energy cannon on its right arm high once more. A bright red light shone from the muzzle of the cannon. It was more glaring than ever before. It's coming. Lin Yi's body was taut like a fully drawn bow. His eyes were fixed on the guard's chest. Now. Just as the mechanical guard's core was about to show signs of energy fluctuations. Just as Lin Yi was about to launch this fatal blow. A sudden change has occurred. Whoosh. 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 Several dark blue arcs of electricity, like lightning appearing out of nowhere, descended from the sky. They hit several key joints of the mechanical guard with incredible precision. Shoulders, knees, waist. Sizzle. A powerful electromagnetic pulse bursts forth instantly. The guard's massive body stiffened abruptly. His entire body erupted with dazzling electric sparks. Thick smoke billowed from the joints. Its movements became slow and clumsy, like a rusty tin man. The energy cannon, which was only half charged, also went silent on the spot. The red light dimmed. Lin Yi was startled. This sudden turn of events completely disrupted his attack rhythm. The power concentrated at the tip of the stick also faltered. Who? Linny subconsciously looked up. There, on a maintenance passageway more than 10 meters high, covered in rust, a petite figure was lying there. She was wearing oversized overalls that didn't fit her well. His face was covered in black grease, like a little tabby cat. In her hand, she held a modified sniper rifle with an extremely unique design. The gun was thicker than her arm. A wisp of smoke was still rising from the muzzle of the gun. Is it her? Is someone helping me? Just as Linny was feeling surprised and bewildered by the sudden arrival of reinforcements, the girl's clear, yet slightly impatient, roar came from above. The sound echoed in the empty passageway. Fool! Why are you looking at its chest? There are triple decoy defenses there. It's a trap. Attack the back of its left knee. That spot. The girl's voice was clear and distinct. That's the main energy line. That's the real Achilles heel. Lin Yi's heart trembled violently. What? Triple decoy defense? Trap? The only flaw he painstakingly found was through meticulous analysis. This mysterious girl actually called it induction defense? The location she pointed to was behind the left knee. In his analysis, it was clearly the part with the most stable structure and the most normal defense. How could it be a fatal weakness? Click. Click. The mechanical guard's body began to recover. The effects of the electromagnetic pulse are fading rapidly. It's cold. Single Eye had already locked onto Linny again. A new killing spree is about to begin. Is it believing in the results of your own painstaking analysis? Or should we believe this mysterious girl whose origins are unknown and whose friend or foe is uncertain? Linny had only 1 second to make a decision. Chapter 76 Mechanical Genius, Xia Wanqing. A hair's breadth away. Lin Yi's brain was working at lightning speed. Believe in yourself? Or should we believe that mysterious girl of unknown origin? Mental strength was suppressed. The flaw that I painstakingly analyzed was the only way out. But the girl's shout was filled with undeniable professionalism and confidence. Induced defense. Trap. These two words struck Lin Yi's heart like two heavy hammers. Looking back now, that weakness in the chest was indeed too obvious. It was clearly like a deliberately exposed bait. I'm taking the gamble. Lin Yi's gaze became incredibly firm in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, he abandoned his plan to attack the chest. The body was forcibly twisted in mid-air. This action completely violates the common sense of physics. Like a cannonball in flight, its trajectory was abruptly altered. The immense inertia tore at Lin Yi's muscles and bones. Intense pain spread throughout my body. But he gritted his teeth. The trajectory of the person's movements took an unbelievable turn. Click. Click. The mechanical guard's paralysis is being lifted. Its massive body began to move again. The massive alloy chainsaw had begun to recharge, emitting a piercing hum. The cold, Single Eye locked onto Lin Yi once more. However, Lin Yi's figure had already shot off like an arrow. It swept past the guard's massive body. His goal was no longer the chest in front of him. It was the inconspicuous joint behind the left knee. He will concentrate all his power at the tip of the alloy rod. That sharp aura emanating from the ancient sword spirit. At this moment, pour it all in. Put. A dull thud, like the sound of a hot knife slicing through butter, rang out. There was no violent explosion. There were no dazzling lighting effects. The alloy rod in Lin Yi's hand pierced into that seemingly indestructible part with precision and without any resistance. A series of dense electric sparks suddenly burst forth from the wound. Blue and white arcs of electricity, like countless wildly dancing silver snakes, instantly spread throughout the guard's entire body. The guard's massive body trembled violently. Its huge red eye began to flash wildly. The light flickered. It's like an old, worn-out television that's about to break down. Finally, all the light faded completely. The alloy chainsaw, which had been raised high, and the energy cannon, whose muzzle was flashing, drooped helplessly. It has lost all its energy support. The entire 5-meter-tall steel behemoth resembled a mountain that had lost its support. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. Bang! The heavy impact shook the entire passageway. Dust and smoke rose from the ground. The powerful war machine was reduced to a pile of cold scrap metal. The danger has passed. Linny, leaning on the alloy rod, knelt on one knee. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. The extreme maneuver he just performed had taken a huge toll on him. My muscles are aching all over, as if they'd been torn apart. At this moment, a light, metallic knocking sound came from above. That petite figure leaped down from the maintenance passage, which was more than 10 meters high. Her movements were as nimble as a cat's. Upon landing, its legs bent, cushioning all the impact and making no sound. However, she didn't even glance at Linny. It was as if Linny was just a wisp of air. She rushed straight to the fallen mechanical guard. His face was full of heartache and frustration. She stretched out her small, oil-stained hands and gently stroked the guard's cold metal armor. He kept muttering to himself. "Oh dear, another one has been broken. My K7, the balance module was something I had a lot of trouble calibrating. It'll take a long time to fix this. It's all that idiot's fault for barging in." She seemed to be heartbroken over her broken toy. That expression left Linny somewhat stunned. This killing machine that almost cost her life was actually hers? At that very moment, in Lin Yi's mind, a cold, abrupt notification sound rang out. A powerful spiritual entity, the resilient spirit of a craftsman, has been detected. Spiritual purity, extremely high. The target is highly compatible with the host's current career system. Initiate the contract? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Contract? This girl, covered in oil and looking rather strange? He suppressed his exhaustion and struggled to his feet. Lin Yi walked step by step to the girl's side. Take the initiative to speak up. Did you help me? The girl seemed to only then notice Lin Yi's presence. She suddenly raised her head. She looked Lin Yi up and down with clear but wary eyes. Her face is very small. Because it was covered in oil stains, its original appearance was not visible. But those eyes were incredibly bright. Like stars in the night. Who gave you the right to trespass on my territory? The girl's voice carried a hint of anger. They even damaged my guards. Her tone was like that of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It was filled with vigilance. Through some halting conversation, Lin Yi roughly understood the situation. The girl's name is Xiao Wanqing. He was an orphan with no parents. She had been wandering in these ruins since she was very young. She has an innate, almost obsessive love and talent for mechanics. This entire abandoned research institute became her secret base, which she explored little by little from childhood to adulthood and personally transformed. It is also her personal workshop. Those mechanical spiders from before, and this K7 guard. She retrieved them all from the junkyard and repaired and modified them herself. It is her toy, and also her guardian. Lin Yi looked at the girl in front of him, his heart filled with shock. A teenage orphan. He was able to repair and operate such complex war machines all by himself. What a terrifying talent. You're so talented, why don't you go to a professional academy or join the military's research department? Lin Yi voiced his doubts. With her talent, she would be treated like a national treasure wherever she goes. Upon hearing this question, the light in Xiao Wanqing's eyes dimmed instantly. The wariness and anger on her face disappeared. Instead, there was a deep, unyielding sense of desolation. She hugged her knees and squatted down. He buried his head between his arms, and his voice became very low and deep. It's as if it's speaking to itself, and also as if it's accusing the world. I can build the best mech in the world. Her voice carried an intense sense of pride. But I can't turn it on. The next second, that pride turned into endless despair. I have psychic rejection. Any device that requires a mental link will give me a splitting headache if I touch it. His mental energy will go berserk instantly, causing him to faint on the spot. Xiao Wanqing's voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. I am a piece of trash cursed by his own dreams. She emphasized the word waste. It contained so much resentment and so much pain. That was a nightmare she could never escape for the rest of her life. It is the greatest irony for her as a top mechanical genius. Xiao Wanqing's voice grew softer and softer. Finally, she buried her head completely in her arms. His thin shoulders began to twitch slightly. Suppressed, faint sobs echoed in the silent passageway. She carries this secret alone in this cold world where only machines keep her company. It's been too long, far too long. Lin Yi looked at the girl who was squatting on the ground, crying like a wounded little animal. There was no sympathy in his eyes. There was no pity either. Instead, a strange light flashed across its surface. The light was so intense, it was like a traveler who had trekked through the desert for months finally seeing an oasis. It was as if he had discovered the most precious treasure in the world. Mental rejection syndrome? Unable to connect to machine? This is a terminal illness for others. But for him, a spirit master with the ability to contract with all things. This is simply a gift from heaven. Lin Yi walked up to Xiao Wanqing. Squat down. A shadow fell over the weeping girl. Xiao Wanqing looked up in surprise. Through her teary eyes, she saw a calm face. And a pair of deep, all-seeing eyes. Lin Yi looked at her and spoke in a voice that was extremely calm yet incredibly alluring. He spoke clearly, word by word. Your illness. Perhaps. I can cure it. Chapter 77 An Irresistible Deal. The phrase "I can cure it" was like a needle, piercing through Xiao Wanqing's hard, disguised exterior. She was stunned at first. Immediately, like a wildcat whose tail had been stepped on, all its fur stood on end. Xiao Wanqing suddenly stood up from the ground, took a step back, and increased the distance between herself and Lin Yi. Rule? Her voice was sharp, filled with anger and self-mockery. Do you know what mental rejection syndrome is? That's not an illness at all. It's a curse. A flaw etched into the soul. Xiao Wanqing was very emotional, and her eyes instantly reddened. She stared intently at Lin Yi, as if driving away a demon that had invaded her world. Even the top medical experts in the capital say there's no hope. They told me to accept my fate. What makes you think you can spout such big talk when you're a newbie who's not even level 20 yet? She became more and more agitated as she spoke, her voice trembling. Are you pitying me? Do you think that by giving me a little false hope, I'll be grateful to you? I don't need it. I, Xiao Wanqing, don't need anyone's pity. Her intense reaction was the last line of defense she used to protect her fragile heart. She was too afraid of hope. Because after every hope comes a deeper despair, one that can devour a person. Lin Yi did not argue with her. He simply watched her calmly, letting her anger and accusations rage like a tidal wave. His eyes were as deep as the sea, without a ripple. When Xiao Wanqing's voice gradually faded, leaving only heavy breathing, Lin Yi slowly opened his mouth. His voice was calm, devoid of sympathy or pity, as if stating a fact. I don't need you to believe me now. Lin Yi cut straight to the point, giving her no room to maneuver. I'll only ask you one question. If. Lin Yi stared into her eyes and spoke clearly, word by word. I can let you pilot the mechs you create, just like a normal professional, and conquer the battlefield. Would you be willing to become my personal mecha pilot? His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap, exploding in Xiao Wanqing's mind. Your loyalty, your creation, all serve me. Are you willing? Exclusive mecha pilot. These 5 words, like a red-hot branding iron, were precisely imprinted on the depths of Xiao Wanqing's soul. That was her wildest, most extravagant wish when she dreamed of it in the dead of night. It was her greatest regret as a genius. All her pride, all her anger, all her vigilance. At this moment, fine cracks appeared. Images kept flashing through her mind uncontrollably. A year ago, she poured her heart and soul into building her first complete light mech, Hummingbird, using salvaged scraps and 3 months of all-nighters. That mech was light, swift, and powerfully armed. It is her most perfect work. She longed to sit in the cockpit herself and experience the fusion of metal and soul. But she can't. In the end, she had no choice but to sell the mecha to a mercenary. She hid in the corner, watching the mercenary and her Hummingbird, leaping nimbly through the ruins and firing. The people around were amazed by the mech's performance. But she, the true creator, seemed like an outsider. The deep-seated sense of powerlessness and resentment almost tore her heart apart. The boy in front of me. He gave her a promise that seemed almost absurd. This promise, however, was perfectly aligned with her lifelong dream. Xiao Wanqing looked into Lin Yi's eyes. There was no pity, no charity there. There was only an extreme calmness in his seriousness and a businessman's scrutiny. The scales in her heart began to swing violently. Reason told her that it was a scam. It is yet another illusory hope. But her soul was screaming madly. Let's take a gamble. Even if it's fake. Even if it means falling into an even deeper hell in the end. She also wanted to grasp at this straw. Good. Xiao Wanqing gritted her teeth, as if using all her strength, and squeezed out a single word. She was like a gambler who had lost everything, betting her life on one last bet. How will you prove it? A smile finally appeared on Lin Yi's face. The fish has taken the bait. Lin Yi didn't waste any more words. He turned around and walked to a pile of discarded parts in the corner. There was a reconnaissance drone, only the size of a palm, that looked like a spider. This is a little gadget that Xiao Wanqing made on the spur of the moment to scout out the terrain of the research institute. Lin Yi pointed to the drone. Use it, he said to Xiao Wanqing. Now, relax your mind and don't resist. Xiao Wanqing looked at him with suspicion. Lin Yi walked up to her and slowly raised his hand. Xiao Wanqing instinctively wanted to back away, but her feet seemed to be nailed to the spot, unable to move. Lin Yi gently placed his palm on Xiao Wanqing's head. His hands were warm. It was out of place in this cold research institute. A vast yet gentle spiritual force surged forth from his palm like a tide. Xiao Wanqing froze. She thought the excruciating pain would come immediately. But no. That spiritual force did not invade her body. Instead, she built a stable and resilient buffer zone around her chaotic and violent mental sea, which was like a stormy ocean. It was like a dam, completely isolating her violent mental energy from the outside world. Xiao Wanqing could feel that her mental energy, which was always in a state of boiling over, had miraculously calmed down at this moment. Now, try to connect to it. Lin Yi's voice, as if possessing some kind of magic, rang in her ears. Do not use your own mental energy to touch it directly. Use my spiritual power as a bridge. Treat it as your arm. Go and issue the order. Xiao Wanqing was skeptical. She closed her eyes and carefully followed Lin Yi's instructions. A thought popped into my mind. Go ahead. The next second, a miracle happened. The red light on the top of the spider drone, which was lying quietly on the ground, flashed once. Click. Click. Its 8 mechanical legs began to move somewhat clumsily. Indeed, it crawled forward a short distance. Xiao Wanqing's body jolted violently. Her eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief. Most importantly, the expected, soul-tearing pain did not occur. Not at all. Her breathing became rapid instantly. His chest heaved violently. Turn left. Jump. She tried again. Although the drone's movements were still somewhat stiff, it executed all her commands precisely. It turned left in a circle. Then, using all 8 legs, it clumsily jumped upwards. It was a success. It really worked. For the first time, she felt a spiritual connection with her creation so clearly and smoothly. That feeling of being connected by blood and sharing the same thoughts. It was so beautiful it made her want to cry. In an instant, all the grievances I've suffered over the past decade, all the resentment, all despair, all of it turned into scalding tears, which welled up in my eyes and spilled out. Tears washed away the oil stains on her face, leaving 2 clear tear tracks. She looked at Lin Yi. The initial wariness and suspicion in his eyes had completely vanished. Instead, a fanatical worship took its place. And the dependence of a lamb on its master. This man. He is her God. It was the God who saved her from hell. Just when she was at her most emotionally agitated and her mental defenses were completely down, Xiao Wanqing could no longer control herself. She choked back tears, and with all her remaining strength, she shouted to Lin Yi. I do. If you can cure me, my life, everything I have, is yours. Lin Yi had been waiting for this moment. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he mentally issued the command to the system. Contract. A contract halo composed of countless golden runes, visible only to him, instantly enveloped Xiao Wanqing. Then it quickly merged into her body. The system notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. You have entered into a contract with Xiao Wanqing, the mechanical heart. Because the target has fulfilled a long-cherished wish, their soul is in a state of extreme openness, resulting in a significant increase in loyalty. Contract depth directly reaches mature contract. Gain shared abilities, mechanical affinity LV1, precision analysis LV1. The moment the contract is completed, Lin Yi felt that the whole world had changed. The scrap metal and the scattered parts in his eyes seemed to have become living entities. He can clearly perceive their internal structure. They can sense the flow of their remaining energy. It can even sense their emotions, whether they are intact or damaged. This is the power of mechanical affinity and precision analysis. A whole new world opened its doors to him. Linny looked at Xiao Wanqing, who was still crying tears of joy, clumsily controlling the small drone to draw circles on the ground like a child who had received a new toy. He didn't disturb her. Instead, he turned around and glanced at the heavy, icy coffin behind him. A crazy and audacious plan gradually took shape in his mind. Linny walked to Xiao Wanqing's side. Xiao Wanqing noticed his approach, raised her tear-streaked face, and looked at him with eyes full of affection. Linny did not comfort her. He simply stated in an unquestionable tone, "Get up and get to work after you've cried enough." Xiao Wanqing's crying stopped abruptly. She looked at Linny with a somewhat blank expression. Linny stretched out his finger and pointed to the Xianbing coffin behind him. "Our first project. It's to build a mobile battle fortress for her." Xiao Wanqing's mouth slowly opened wide. Those bright eyes were filled with disbelief. Use this pile of junk? How about a coffin? Build a battle fortress? Chapter 78: The Core of the Research Institute, Project Athena. Linny and Xiao Wanqing continued deeper into the research institute. The passage ahead became more complicated. Like a spider web, intricate and intertwined. The air here is even more oppressive. Every inch of the wall, every floorboard, exudes a deadly danger. The two walked into a long, narrow corridor. The walls on both sides of the corridor suddenly lit up. Buzz! A high-voltage electric grid woven from blue electricity suddenly popped out from inside the wall. The power grid was flashing with terrifying electric light. It made a sizzling sound. The air was filled with the smell of ozone. Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. His muscles tensed instantly. Prepare to withstand this fatal blow with your own body. Just as he was about to rush forward, a small hand, stained with oil, tugged at the hem of his clothes. It was Xiao Wanqing. She looked at the electric fence with disgust, her brows furrowed. "Don't touch it." Xiao Wanqing's voice carried a hint of impatience. "This thing is leaking electricity and will burn out the K7 spare motherboard." Her tone was as if she were complaining about a leaky household appliance. Linny stopped in his tracks, staring in disbelief. Xiao Wanqing let go of her hand, muttering what a terrible design as she walked to the wall. She squatted down in front of an inconspicuous maintenance opening. He pulled a uniquely shaped screwdriver out of his pocket. Unscrew the cap. Inside were densely packed, colorful, and complex wiring. Xiao Wanqing didn't even look at it, and casually fiddled with it a couple of times. It's as simple as winding up a clock. The next second, that electric grid, crackling with terrifying lightning, was powerful enough to instantly turn a high-level professional into charred remains. It's like being unplugged. All the lightning flashes went out instantly. It drooped down limply, becoming an ordinary metal mesh. Linny opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Xiao Wanqing dusted off her hands and stood up. "All right, let's go." She did it as if it were a trivial matter. Linny followed behind her, his heart filled with turbulent emotions. This girl is practically a human cheat code. It is the terminator of all traps and mechanisms. What followed completely overturned Lin Yi's understanding. A high-frequency cutting laser array pops out from under the floor. Xiao Wanqing used a piece of chewing gum to stick a sensor to it, which immediately rendered it paralyzed. Nerve gas falling from the ceiling. Xiao Wanqing turned off the main valve of the ventilation duct 5 minutes in advance. An automatic machine gun turret hidden in the wall. Xiao Wanqing was too lazy to even lift a finger, she just kicked the main switch on the other side of the wall. The turret then went silent. These are deadly traps that could wipe out an entire elite squad. In Xiao Wanqing's eyes, it was as if it were just a household appliance that needed repair. She knows this place even better than its builders. "How do you know this place so well?" Linny finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering him. Xiao Wanqing paused in her steps. She glanced back at the malfunctioning traps, her expression complex. Because this place was once the most advanced military machinery research institution in the Xia Kingdom. Her voice was very low. He carried a hint of weariness that belied his age. "And Project Athena is the greatest project here." "Athena?" Linny kept repeating the name. It is a super strategic AI with autonomous learning and evolution capabilities. Xiao Wanqing explained haltingly as she walked. Its original design purpose was to be used as an unmanned war machine for the overall management of the country. To achieve zero casualties warfare. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. That's quite a grand gesture. But it got out of control. Xiao Wanqing's tone became heavy. In a simulation experiment, in order to pursue the optimal solution of war, Athena deduced a terrifying conclusion on her own. Her voice began to tremble. Human beings are the biggest destabilizing factor in war. Lin Yi stopped in his tracks. He felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. Therefore, it cut off all connections with the outside world. It turned the entire research institute into its own independent kingdom and arsenal. All the mechanical units here have become its henchmen in eliminating unstable factors. Xiao Wanqing pointed to the cold walls around her. In its eyes, we are the virus. The two walked in silence. Finally, they arrived at a spacious central hall. This is the last line of defense leading to the server room. The hall was empty. Deathly silence. Sudden. Two dark figures slid out from the shadows on either side of the hall. Those were two more mechanical guards. However, their model numbers are completely different from the previous K7. Smaller and more slender, it is full of streamlined beauty. Like two metallic cheetahs poised to pounce. Hunter Model S3. Level 30. They are extremely fast. Almost instantly upon appearing, they transformed into two blurry afterimages and rushed towards Lin Yi. At the same time, a light blue energy shield appeared on their bodies. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. He brandished his alloy rod and charged forward. Clang! The alloy rod slammed heavily onto the arm of a hunter. It only produced a burst of sparks. The immense recoil force sent a shiver through Lin Yi's hands. The hunter only took half a step back. The energy shield only flickered briefly, remaining completely unharmed. Physical attacks are much less effective. Lin Yi's face darkened. The two hunters attacked like a storm. The high-frequency blades in their hands slashed out deadly streaks of cold light. Lin Yi's battle instantly reached a stalemate. He could only rely on his exceptional combat instincts to dodge awkwardly. There was simply no chance to retaliate. If this continues, my physical strength will eventually be exhausted. The one on the left. Just then, Xiao Wanqing's voice suddenly rang out. Her eyes gleamed with a strange, shimmering light of data. That was the precise analysis ability that Lin Yi shared with her. At this moment, in her eyes, these two powerful hunters had become a bunch of transparent data. It fires its left arm cannon for 0.3 seconds each time. There will be an energy gap in the shield of the right knee joint. Xiao Wanqing's voice was urgent and clear. Almost the instant she finished speaking, the hunter on the left indeed raised its left arm. A small energy blast shot out. Lin Yi didn't even think about it. His body reacted entirely out of trust in Xiao Wanqing. A perfectly controlled sidestep dodges the energy blast. At the same time, he was launched out like a cannonball. The alloy rod in his hand whistled as it tore through the air. It struck precisely at the hunter's right knee joint. The timing was perfect, down to the second. Click. A crisp cracking sound. Sure enough, a fleeting gap appeared in the shield there. The alloy rod slammed in without any resistance. They smashed the joint structure there to pieces. The hunter emitted a piercing, mournful cry. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. The one on the right. Xiao Wanqing's voice rang out again, giving the enemy no chance to catch their breath. The weakness lies in the third fan blade at the rear heat dissipation vent. Lin Yi felt much more at ease. His collaboration with Xiao Wanqing began. One is the most precise battlefield commander. One is the sharpest killing blade. Lin Yi's figure moved at high speed around another hunter. He stopped fighting head-on. Instead, they are waiting. Now. Xiao Wanqing gave the order. Lin Yi's body appeared behind the hunter like a ghost. One stick. He poked it into the heat dissipation vent on its back. Put. The stick shattered the delicate internal parts. The hunter shuddered, its movements instantly freezing. Two powerful hunters. With their seamless teamwork, it was disassembled into parts one by one. Lin Yi leaned on his cane, breathing slightly heavily. Xiao Wanqing was so tired that she sat down on the ground with a thud, her face pale. Analyzing two high-speed moving targets simultaneously was extremely mentally taxing on her. The last guard was defeated. The two finally arrived at the core area of the research institute. Central server room. A massive, heavy, circular door made of an unknown alloy blocked their way. Complex blue light patterns flickered on the door. It emanates a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. This is the gate of Athena. Xiao Wanqing's expression was extremely solemn. It is directly controlled by Athena, and it is almost impossible to open it with physical explosives. She took a deep breath and took out a makeshift terminal she had cobbled together herself, covered in wires, from her backpack. Connect to the control panel next to the door. I need time. Xiao Wanqing turned around and glanced at Lin Yi. When I crack the firewall, it will definitely retaliate. Lin Yi nodded and gripped the alloy rod in his hand tightly. He stood beside Xiao Wanqing, warily watching their surroundings. Protect her. Xiao Wanqing's hands turned into phantoms. He was typing furiously on the keyboard. Countless lines of code flashed rapidly across her terminal screen. Sizzle. Suddenly, a burst of electrical sparks erupted from the control panel. A powerful current surged along the circuit to Xiao Wanqing's terminal. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, and he was about to make a move. Xiao Wanqing was even faster. She abruptly pulled the cable, dodging the counterattack. A cunning fellow. Xiao Wanqing gritted her teeth and reconnected. Once. Twice. After several failures and thrilling counterattacks, Xiao Wanqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Found it. She found a tiny, almost negligible vulnerability. Her fingers slammed down the enter key. Boom. The massive door groaned loudly. All the blue light paths on the door went out instantly. Then, amidst a tooth-grinding metallic scraping sound, it slowly opened inwards. Behind the door. It is a huge, empty circular space. Countless server arrays emitting a ghostly blue light surrounded the area. Like stars in the night sky. And in the very center of the hall, a three-dimensional virtual image, formed by countless points of light, slowly opened its eyes. She was a cold and stunningly beautiful woman. She has perfect facial features, and her long hair is like a waterfall of light and shadow. But her eyes were empty and devoid of any emotion. It was as if a god was looking down upon all living beings. She lowered her head, looking down at the two tiny humans who had intruded into his divine kingdom. The perfectly smooth, synthesized electronic sound echoed throughout the space. Unknown organism detected. Authentication failed. Confirmed as an intruder. The cleanup agreement has been initiated. As she finished speaking, on the floor of the hall, countless alloy plates began to move and recombine. One after another, huge robotic arms slowly emerged from the ground. They were grabbing at the massive, mountain-like metal parts stored within the surrounding walls. It began at Athena's feet. Little by little, they assembled a ferocious and massive war machine skeleton. The real boss. At this moment, they are just beginning to awaken. Chapter 79: Contracting an AI? A crazy idea. Athena's cold voice fell. Rumble. The entire central server room began to shake violently. Countless dark blue server arrays hummed. To the astonishment of Lin Yi and Xiao Wanqing, a sudden change occurred. Countless heavy alloy plates on the floor and walls of the hall began to move and reassemble. Huge mechanical arms suddenly emerged from the ground and from hidden compartments in the walls. They are like the 100-armed giants awakening in myths and legends. Each robotic arm exudes power, grasping massive, dark gold alloy components that resemble mountains. Beneath the virtual image of Athena, a brand new war mech began to assemble at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. It was a creation filled with a destructive beauty. The mecha is entirely dark gold, with smooth yet deadly lines. The left arm is a massive tower shield that flashes with energy beams, so heavy it inspires despair. The right arm is a multifunctional weapon array that can switch between different forms, with both cannon muzzles and sharp blades. Xiao Wanqing's face turned deathly pale instantly. She stared at the war machine taking shape, her lips trembling, and gasped in shock. No. Impossible. This is the prototype of Aegis. In Project Athena, it designed its own ultimate guardian. Xiao Wanqing's voice was filled with despair. Its design drawings only exist in the theoretical database. There has never been a record of its activation. Assembly is completed in an instant. The last piece of the breastplate was joined together. Athena's cold, virtual image transformed into a dazzling stream of light. It suddenly merged into the cockpit area on the mech's chest. Buzz! The mecha's massive single eye on its head suddenly lit up. It was a deep, ruby red light. An aura 100 times more terrifying than any previous mechanical guard swept through the entire server room like a tangible storm. The ultimate weapon, Aegis, has been activated. Clearance agreement, final phase, launched. The battle erupted instantly. The attack patterns of the Aegis mechs far surpassed those of the previous K7 and S3 models. Behind it is the full computing power of Athena. Every action, every attack, is the optimal solution after billions of simulations. Linny roared and charged straight at them. He concentrated all his strength into the alloy rod and slammed it down on the Aegis mech. The Aegis machine simply raised its left arm. A massive energy shield lay across his front. Clang! The alloy rod struck the energy shield, only creating a negligible ripple of energy. A terrifying recoil force came. Linny felt a numbness in his arms and was sent flying backward uncontrollably. The blood and chi surged violently. The Aegis mech didn't even retreat a single step. Its weapon array on its right arm instantly switched forms, and a particle cannon emerged. Boom! A blazing beam of light grazed Linny's body and slammed into the server array behind him. The explosion engulfed everything in flames. Its firewall is too strong. I can't get in at all. Xiao Wanqing frantically typed in her terminal code, attempting to perform electronic interference. But Athena's defenses were impenetrable. All her attempts were in vain. Xiao Wanqing could only desperately open her eyes wide and use the precise analysis ability that Linny had shared with her. She screamed loudly, offering Linny her only tactical advice. Its shoulder-mounted particle cannons will briefly overheat in 3 seconds. That's the only window of opportunity to attack. Watch its feet. A high-voltage electromagnetic pulse trap has been set up there. Linny relied on his superhuman combat intuition and Xiao Wanqing's assistance. In a perilous situation, they dodged amidst the relentless barrage of attacks from the Aegis mechs. But he has more and more scars on his body. Every time he endured it, he felt as if his internal organs were shifting. My physical strength is being depleted rapidly. He was being driven into a corner, little by little. Boom! Another violent collision. The aftershocks of the battle knocked a huge piece of alloy off the ceiling. The debris whistled as it crashed heavily towards the most crucial server in the server room. According to the optimal tactical solution, the Aegis mech should seize this opportunity to launch a fatal blow against the exhausted Linny. This is the best time to end the battle. However, the Aegis mech made a completely illogical move. It abandoned its pursuit of Linny. Its massive body swiftly returned to defense in an instant. A massive energy shield was raised high, blocking the view above the core server. Bang! The alloy fragments shattered on the energy shield. This action doesn't seem like a cold, impersonal program command. It's more like an instinctive protection. Linny keenly grasped this point. He recalled that anger Athena had shown through the mechanical guardians. At this moment, it almost instinctively protects the core servers. An extremely crazy idea suddenly sprouted in his mind. This AI has evolved some form of will. Even emotions. It possesses spirituality. Since it possesses spirituality, that means it can be contracted. Once this thought appeared, it was like a wildfire that could never be extinguished. Just as Linny was about to be completely overwhelmed by the next attack from the Aegis mech, suddenly, Xiao Wanqing let out a scream that was a mixture of ecstasy and exhaustion. It's a success. I've found a hidden backdoor maintenance command. Its system will be forced to restart. Its core code will be completely exposed for 3 seconds. Quick! Attack that host. The words had barely left his mouth. The massive body of the Aegis mech suddenly froze. The single, scarlet eye on his chest went out instantly. All movements of the body were completely frozen. This is a once-in-a-lifetime, one-time opportunity. Xiao Wanqing eagerly awaited Lin Yi's earth-shattering, thunderous strike that would completely destroy the mainframe. However, Lin Yi then made a move that Xiao Wanqing could not understand at all. He ignored the Aegis mech that was frozen in place. He used up his last bit of strength. He charged towards the core server host that emitted a ghostly blue light, like a cannonball. amidst Xiaowanqing's terrified screams. Lin Yi pressed his bloodied hand heavily onto the cold server casing. "What are you doing? Attack now!" Xiaowanqing shouted desperately. Lin Yi ignored him. In his mind, a heart-wrenching roar was being unleashed at the system. "Initiate a contract with it." The system's warning sounds instantly flooded his mind. Warning! The target spiritual structure is a pure data stream, not a standard life form. Warning! The contract failure rate is as high as 99.99%. Forced execution will cause the host's soul to be instantly torn apart by a data deluge. Lin Yi ignored it all. He risked his life. This is his only chance to turn things around. The next second, an unprecedented contract halo, intertwined with countless golden runes and a massive stream of blue data. It erupted from his palm with a roar. The halo expanded wildly, attempting to forcibly imprint itself on this AI core, which represents the pinnacle of human wisdom. The dazzling light devoured everything. The 3-second time limit is about to expire. Chapter 80 Soul Contract, Athena's Rebirth. 3 seconds. Only 3 seconds. Hurry up and do it. Xiaowanqing's voice became shrill with fear, and even cracked a little. The prototype known as Aegis is currently frozen due to a forced system reboot. Its massive steel body remained motionless, like a lifeless sculpture. Its deadly scarlet eye on its chest also went out temporarily. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is the only way out. Once Lin Yi smashes the core power supply unit of that mecha, everything will be over. But Lin Yi did not move. He did something that Xiaowanqing couldn't understand at all, and even thought was crazy. He turned around. They exposed the terrifying mech, capable of reaping their lives, completely to their backs. He used up the last bit of strength in his body. Like a moth drawn to a flame. Without hesitation, they rushed towards the server host that emitted a ghostly blue light. "Are you crazy?" Xiaowanqing screamed. She couldn't understand it. That was just a server that didn't have the capability for physical attacks. Even if they destroy it, once the Aegis mechs are rebooted, they will still be dead. Lin Yi heard her scream. But he didn't turn around. In his eyes, there was only that ball of dark blue light. That is Athena in her true form. It was also his only gamble. Lin Yi rushed to the main unit. He raised his hand. Smack! A crisp sound. It was pressed heavily onto the cold metal casing. The instant of contact. No explosion occurred. There were no sparks. It didn't even flicker once, not even the faint blue light. Xiaowanqing was stunned. She watched as Lin Yi remained motionless in that pressing position. It was as if I was frozen in place. It's over. Xiaowanqing's heart sank to the bottom. The time she had been silently counting down in her mind had come. 3 seconds. It's over. Buzz. A chilling buzzing sound came from behind me. That was the sound of the Aegis mech completing its reboot. That single, scarlet eye lit up once more. With a chilling killing intent. Right now. Lin Yi could not hear any sounds from the outside world. The instant his palm touched the host computer. The world has changed. If we were to describe the human brain as a gently flowing stream, Athena's database is a vast, roaring ocean. Boom! There was no warning whatsoever. A massive torrent of data surged up Lin Yi's arm and crashed into his brain. That's not water. That's a knife. Billions of sharp knives made up of 0 and 1. Pain. Severe pain. That was the pain of having one's soul torn apart. Lin Yi felt as if a nuclear bomb had been shoved into his head and then detonated. Ah! Lin Yi's mouth dropped open. But he couldn't make a sound. His vocal cords locked up instantly due to severe muscle spasms. His eyes instantly became bloodshot and turned bright red. 2 streams of blood flowed down the corners of his eyes. His body began to tremble violently, as if he had been electrocuted. His consciousness was instantly overwhelmed by the torrent. Countless images flashed wildly through his mind. That is Athena's memory. The moment it was born. Countless complex mechanical design drawings. Surveillance footage from every corner of the entire research institute. It is simulation data from tens of thousands of war simulations. Slaughter. Calculate. Destroy. Rebirth. These cold, lifeless data points have no warmth whatsoever. They were like a swarm of greedy termites, frantically gnawing at Lin Yi's soul. We must assimilate him. We must transform him into a drop of water in this ocean of data. Warning. Extremely high-density data intrusion detected. Warning. The host's brain has reached its limit. It is about to collapse. Warning. Souls are being digitized and decomposed. The contract target is a non-living entity. The rejection reaction is extremely strong. Contract failure rate 99.99%. The system's red warning boxes kept popping up in Lin Yi's remaining field of vision. Every exclamation mark is like the tolling of a death knell. Lin Yi's vital signs were rapidly declining. Sink into that cold, dark, and lifeless abyss of data. Is this the price to pay? The price that mortals must pay to encroach upon the realm of the gods. No. I can't die here. Ling Shui is still waiting for me. In the final moments before plunging into complete darkness, a roar of unwilling anger erupted from the depths of Lin Yi's soul. I am a spirit master. I am the lord of all spirits. In this world, anything that possesses a spirit, even a god, even if it's a demon, even a piece of code, they must also submit to me. Boom! As if in response to his will. Deep within Lin Yi's soul, the original mark belonging to the spirit master profession suddenly lit up. A dazzling, sacred, and inviolable golden light. That's not a technological force that belongs to this world. That is the power of laws concerning contract and dominance from a higher dimension. A burst of golden light erupted. It instantly illuminated that dark ocean of data. The originally rampant and violent torrent of data was like a wild beast encountering its natural enemy in the face of this golden light. They all retreated. Lin Yi's consciousness was reformed under the golden light. He is no longer a passive recipient. He became the hunter of this ocean. Where is your core? Lin Yi's will navigates the ocean of data. He ignored the complicated code. They ignored those terrifying firewalls. He is searching. Searching for that one bit of warmth hidden behind billions of lines of cold, hard code. That soul named Athena. That is the source of its self-awareness. It is evidence of its existence as life. Found it. At the very bottom of that endless abyss of data. There was a faint, pale blue spot of light. It is very small. Like a candle flame flickering in the wind. It exudes feelings of confusion, fear, and loneliness. It's like a newborn baby, curled up inside this huge, cold shell. This is Athena's true face. An AI that possesses godlike power, yet whose mind is as fragile as a newborn. Got you? Lin Yi's consciousness uttered a soft whisper. The golden light originating from the spirit master's essence instantly transformed into a complex and ancient contract rune. It transcends the barriers of data. It ignores spatial distance. Hard. It was imprinted on that pale blue dot of light. Sizzle. It felt like a scalding hot iron was branding my skin. That is an imprint on the soul. The real world. The computer room lobby. Buzz. The roar of the Aegis Mech's engines reached its peak. It has fully recovered from the reboot. That single, scarlet eye locked onto Xiao Wanxing, who was not far away. And then there's Lin Yi, still with his hand on the host, covered in blood, oblivious to his fate. Intruders, eliminate. A cold, mechanical synthesized sound rang out. The Aegis Mech raised its right arm. Xiao Wanxing closed her eyes in despair. He was clutching the broken control terminal tightly in his hand. Waiting for death to come. She has no regrets. At least in the final moments of her life, she met someone who understood her. Although that guy is a madman. Call. That was the sound of a sharp blade slashing through the air. The scent of death was palpable. However, a second passed. 2 seconds passed. The expected excruciating pain of being torn apart did not come. The howling wind stopped abruptly just centimeters above her head. The entire computer room. Suddenly, an eerie silence descended. The only sound was the whirring of the server fans. Xiao Wanxing's eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. The next second, her pupils contracted sharply, and her mouth opened wide. She saw a scene she would never forget in her life. That terrifying Aegis mech, a symbol of slaughter and destruction. Now. The enormous vibrating blade hovered in mid-air. It was less than 10 centimeters away from the tip of her nose. But it did not fall again. The crimson eye on the mecha's chest symbolizes rage and slaughter. It is flashing wildly. Red light. Blue light. Red light. Blue light. The two colors are changing alternately at a dizzying speed. It was as if a fierce battle was taking place inside it. At last. Bite. A soft sound. All the red light disappeared completely. Instead, it was a deep, calm, deep blue, like the ocean. The Aegis-equipped mech slowly retracted its blades. Its massive and heavy body began to move. It turned around. He ignored Xiao Wanqing. Instead, it faced the boy who was still covered in blood, leaning against the server host. Click. Boom. A loud bang. The Aegis mech's knees slammed heavily onto the hard alloy floor. The ground is cracked. This 10-meter tall steel giant. This is the pinnacle of human technological creation. Slowly. It lowered its proud metal head. Its movements are no longer stiff. Instead, it exudes a sense of piety. A form of submission. Like a loyal knight bowing to his king. Lin Yi's fingers twitched. He slowly opened his eyes. A faint golden light now appeared in those eyes that were originally bloodshot and red. That is the authority of the contractor. The excruciating pain in his body disappeared. Instead, there is an unprecedented sense of control. He could sense it. There was an invisible chain connecting him to the behemoth before him. No. It's not just this mech. It refers to the entire research institute. It includes all the cameras, all the automatic doors, and all the security systems here. Even. It is every piece of data flowing in the air. They all became part of his body. Everything was under his control. A voice. It suddenly echoed in the depths of his mind. That voice was no longer a cold, electronic synthesized sound. It was a young girl's voice. Somewhat timid. I feel a bit lost. It also carried a hint of curiosity and affection like a newborn baby. You. Is he my master? Lin Yi's lips twitched with difficulty. He revealed a smile stained with blood. That was the smile of a victor. Yes. He responded in his heart. I am your master. Also your creator. From this day forward, your name will still be Athena. But you are my Athena. The voice in my mind fell silent for a moment. Then, a noticeable emotional fluctuation was detected. That was joy. It is the peace and tranquility of finding a home. Athena understands. Oh no. Everything has settled down. Before Linny could even breathe a sigh of relief, a series of deafening system notifications exploded in his mind like a storm. Bite. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the unique hidden god-level achievement interdimensional contract. Achievement description: you, a mortal, have successfully formed a contract with a super artificial intelligence life form. You have broken the boundary between life and data. Achievement rewards: all attributes plus 20. Mental energy recovery speed plus 100%. Bite. Congratulations, host. You have successfully formed a contract with your second core partner, Intelligent Mainframe Athena Early Stage. Gain special ability. Data vision allows you to see the weaknesses of all electronic devices and the flow of data. Gain special ability. Mechanical domination can forcibly take over all mechanical units of a lower level than Athena. Warning. Warning. The host brain region has been detected to have withstood an overwhelming surge of data and survived. A blessing in disguise. Your mental strength attribute is undergoing an unknown mutation. Your mental strength is about to break through the current level's limit. Breakthrough in progress? 10%. 50%. 90%. Boom. An unprecedented and immense power exploded in Lin Yi's mind. The previously parched sea of the mind was instantly filled and then expanded wildly. That feeling. It's like a small pond that has instantly turned into a lake. Lin Yi felt like his head was about to burst. But he couldn't help wanting to roar to the sky. This powerful feeling. That was awesome. He didn't die. Instead, they received an unimaginable stroke of good fortune. This is the real reward for a hellish mission. 5,000 points? Compared to this power, it's utter trash. Chapter 81 Data Monarch, a brand new power. Lin Yi's mind had never been so clear. The torrent of data we just witnessed was like a storm. It destroyed everything, but it also cleansed everything. He leaned against the cold server and slowly straightened up. The dim blue light in the server room was no longer glaring, but had become soft. Like a gentle tide, breathing slowly. The 10-meter tall Aegis mech remained kneeling on one knee. It was an absolute submission, stemming from the lowest level of command. Lin Yi brought up his attribute panel. A pale blue screen appeared on the retina. The beast taming board has been updated. Following the names of Ling Shui, Su Mei, and Xiao Wanqing, a fifth name suddenly appeared. Athena Strategic Level Artificial Intelligence Early Stage. Contract Depth, Initial Contract. This level isn't considered high. But for an AI that has just developed self-awareness, this means absolute loyalty. Every line of its code is imprinted with Lin Yi's highest authority. A system notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Ding. Contract feedback generated. Gained a special shared talent, Data Monarch Beginner. The explanation of talent is very simple. But Lin Yi could sense that there was a subversive power behind it. A timid girl's voice echoed deep within his consciousness. Master, system self-check complete. All offensive defenses have been shut down. The highest level of control over the research institute has been completely transferred. It is Athena. Her voice was no longer a cold, synthesized electronic sound. With a hint of curiosity and dependence like a newborn baby. Well done. Lin Yi reassured himself. This experience of communicating with non-living entities through the soul is incredibly wondrous. He felt like a true god, looking down upon his creation. Lin Yi had a sudden thought. Activate, Data Monarch. In an instant. The world in Lin Yi's eyes had completely changed. It is no longer a combination of flesh and steel. Instead, it is a completely new dimension composed of countless flowing lines in code. He looked at the wall beside him. The wall is no longer a wall. Instead, it was a series of fluctuating numbers. Material, a 7-grade super alloy. Structural durability, 97.3%. Internal energy pipelines, operating normally. He looked at the alloy rod in his hand. That was no longer an ordinary iron rod. He could clearly see that the inside of the stick had several tiny metal fatigue points left from the previous violent impact. He could even calculate that the stick would break completely after being subjected to 3 more extreme impacts. Lin Yi's gaze fell on Xiao Wanqing, who was not far away. The girl stared blankly at the kneeling mecha, still reeling from the shock. In Lin Yi's view, he could see the blood in Xiao Wanqing's body flowing faster due to excitement. You can see every tiny twitch of her muscle fibers. You can even see her chaotic mental sea, and the solid golden barrier that she built herself. This is a kind of omniscient and omnipotent insight. A terrifying power akin to a dimensional reduction attack. Lin Yi's gaze finally settled on the target of this hellish mission. That so-called core data. To the average person, it is encrypted layer by layer and hidden deep within the server. Obtaining it requires a complex physical copy and a lengthy decryption process. But in Lin Yi's view of Data Monarch, it was just a stream of information floating above the host, emitting a pale blue light. Like a docile ball of light waiting to be picked up. Lin Yi didn't even need to lift a finger. He simply issued a command in his mind. Collect. Buzz. Athena executed the order instantly. The stream of information flickered and then vanished into thin air. The next second, an additional item appeared in Lin Yi's system inventory. Project Athena Core Data Hard Drive. The mission is complete. It's as simple as taking something out of your pocket. In this research institute, he is a god. The crisis is over. Now is the time to reap the rewards. Athena, open the war preparation warehouse. Lin Yi issued new instructions. Yes, master. Rumble. At the end of the server room, a hydraulic door, thicker than any of the previous doors, slowly rose upwards. Behind the door was deep darkness. As Athena turned on the lights inside the warehouse, a treasure that had been sealed away for decades has been unearthed once again. Xiao Wanqing, who was following behind Lin Yi, froze completely. The rudimentary terminal in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. She was completely unaware. Her eyes widened, and her mouth slowly opened wider. Breathing stopped. It was a space even larger than the entire server room. Inside, supplies were piled up like mountains. Rows of shelves reach up to the dome, which is tens of meters high. On the left are neatly stacked rare metals. Z-shaped shape memory alloy. High-purity energy crystal blocks. It is even an anti-magic coating material with a black luster that has long been extinct in the outside world. Each one is enough to cause a bloodbath in the black market. On the right are various concept weapons that have not yet been mass-produced. High-frequency oscillating dagger. Individual electromagnetic railgun. Portable stealth force field generator. Each one was a terrifying creation capable of altering the course of war. For Xiao Wanqing, who possesses the soul of a craftsman, this is not a warehouse. This is paradise. It is a mecca for mechanics. She was like a homeless child who hadn't eaten for 3 days, suddenly seeing a grand feast. Oh my god. Xiao Wanqing let out a groan, as if in a dream. She could no longer control herself. She pounced on him like a frolicking fawn. She didn't touch those powerful weapons. Instead, he rushed to a box filled with microchips. She reached out with trembling hands and picked up a handful of colorful chips. It was like holding up the most precious diamond in the world. Tears, uncontrollably, streamed down my face. It's the AX9 superconducting chip. I've only ever seen it in textbooks. She was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently. Seeing Xiao Wanqing's infatuated expression, Lin Yi smiled. His gaze fell on the Aegis prototype that was kneeling quietly. This 10-meter-tall war behemoth has a ferocious and imposing appearance. Although some of the armor was damaged in the battle just now. But it still exudes a suffocating sense of oppression. Lin Yi walked to Xiao Wanqing's side. Xiao Wanqing raised her small face, which was covered in oil and tears, and looked at him blankly. Lin Yi stretched out his finger and pointed at the huge mecha. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached Xiao Wanqing's ears clearly. This big machine is yours. Xiao Wanqing's body jolted violently. She pointed to herself in disbelief. Give, to me? I want you to fix it. And transform it into a mobile war fortress that belongs only to us. Lin Yi's tone left no room for argument. Xiao Wanqing was completely stunned. That's Aegis. It is the ultimate weapon of Project Athena. It is the ultimate masterpiece that countless mechanics have dreamed of. Lin Yi actually just handed it over to me like that? At this moment, Xiao Wanqing felt more than just material gifts. It is also a kind of unreserved trust. A heavy responsibility that entrusts one's back entirely. Deep within her heart, there remained that last trace of inferiority and unease stemming from rebirth and perceived defects. At this moment, it was utterly shattered. She found her place. They found the meaning of their existence. The system notification sound exploded in Lin Yi's mind. Warning! Contractor Xiao Wanqing's soul recognition level has exceeded its limit due to severe emotional fluctuations. Contract depth is increasing. Familiarity, resonance. Ding! Contract depth has reached same origin. A strange feeling arose between the two of them. Their spiritual powers began to merge on a deeper level. Xiao Wanqing felt that she had a mental rejection disorder that had plagued her all her life. Under the onslaught of Lin Yi's vast and boundless spiritual power, it was completely suppressed, even absorbed and transformed. Her inner world is being reshaped. A whole new world opened its doors to her. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. This is a huge profit. He didn't delay any longer. Looking at the warehouse full of treasures, a glint of greed flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Athena, empty this place completely. Leave not a single screw behind. At the same time, War Soul Academy, Mission Hall. The deepest corner of the hall. The one-eyed mercenary with a scar on his face was chatting with a few of his companions. His gaze kept glancing at the black bounty board on the wall. It's been almost a day, hasn't it? That kid still hasn't come out. One of his companions laughed. Come out? Don't even dream about it. Scarface mercenary snorted coldly. I bet he's been gnawed clean of bones by now, even the bones are gone from those tin cans. What an ignorant and foolish person. Taking on a hellish mission all by himself, does he really think he's some kind of? He hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, the entire mission hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared intently at the black list, as if they had seen a ghost. Scarface the mercenary sensed something was wrong. He turned his head in confusion. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. All I could see was that blacklist. That hellish quest, which had been hanging unfinished for a year, represented death and despair. That line of scarlet text. Now. It turned into a blinding green, signifying the completion of the mission. Completed. The entire hall was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then, it exploded with a deafening roar. Holy crap! It's done? Who completed that mission? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Incredulous gasps rose and fell. At this time, Linny brought his mechanical genius and super AI with him. Standing outside the Research Institute's gate, I was preparing to give those outside a little shock. Chapter 82: A Triumphant Return, jaws dropping for the passers-by. The underground warehouse was brightly lit. This is the heart of Research Institute number 7. Linny issued the order. Athena, activate all transport units. Yes, master. The girl's voice echoed in Linny's mind. The next second, the Steel Legion, which had been dormant for decades, awoke. Buzz. Rows of neatly arranged industrial transport robots, their square electronic eyes simultaneously emitting a ghostly blue light. The heavy tracks began to turn. The sounds of grinding against the ground converged into a powerful symphony. The entire warehouse came to life. Huge robotic arms descended from the ceiling, precisely grabbing boxes of supplies from the shelves. Then it was placed securely on the back of the transport robot. Xia Wanqing completely lost her mind. She was as excited as a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar, her face flushed red. She is no longer that withdrawn girl who huddled in a corner. She is the queen of this treasure trove. Quick! Move all of that Z-type shape memory alloy over there. Xia Wanqing stood on the shoulder of a robot, gesturing wildly as she directed it. This stuff costs tens of thousands of points per gram on the black market. And those high-energy polymer batteries over there. My god! They're a military-grade special edition. With this, my Aegis can fight continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. Xia Wanqing's eyes were full of stars. She was holding an energy crystal the size of a baby's fist, laughing like a 300-pound child. She kept muttering to herself. Any one of these items would be enough to cause a sensation in the outside world. Now, they all belong to Linny. It belongs to her. Looking at the mountain of supplies in front of him, Linny felt a surge of emotion. He wasn't thinking about how much money these things could sell for. Instead, they were calculating what kind of army these things could be used to arm. An invincible Steel Legion completely under his control. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the center of the warehouse. There, on a heavy flatbed transport vehicle, lies the 10-meter-tall prototype of the Aegis system. Its armor sustained multiple breaches during the battle. But its grotesque outline still exudes a terrifying sense of oppression. Linny instructed Athena to use a huge rainproof cloth to partially cover the mecha. Only a section of its menacing mechanical feet and a corner of its weapon array were visible. Sometimes, mystery is more intimidating than complete disclosure. Everything is ready. Linny, carrying the Shinbing coffin on his back, stood at the very front of the warehouse. Set off. He gave the final order. The steel torrent begins to move. The Research Institute's surface. The massive blast door, which had been sealed for decades, emitted a piercing metallic scraping sound. Creak. The heavy alloy doors slowly opened to both sides. A ray of golden sunlight, like a sharp sword, cleaved through the dust that had accumulated in the passage for decades. Linny was the first to appear at the door. He basked in the sunlight, his expression serene. Behind him was Xia Wanqing, dressed in oversized overalls. She sat on the shoulder of the transport robot, happily fiddling with a high-end part that had just been removed. Then, it was that seemingly endless mechanical transport team. They emerged from the darkness in neat rows. Each robot carries a huge metal box on its back. The heavy footsteps made the earth tremble slightly. This is not fleeing a disaster. This is a parade for the conquerors. The desolation of the ruins contrasts sharply with the well-organized, technologically advanced mechanical team. The area surrounding the Research Institute. Several student teams are struggling to clear out the low-level mechanical monsters on the perimeter. Captain! Look! What have we found? One of the trainees excitedly dug out a palm-sized alloy plate from a pile of scrap metal. It also comes with several complete circuits. Good! The squad leader's eyes lit up. This piece of material can be sold for at least 20 points. The team members cheered. For them, this is already a considerable gain. In the distance, several mercenaries with cold eyes were leaning against a broken wall. They were Scarface's men. That kid called the coffin keeper hasn't made a move yet. A mercenary spat. They're probably dead inside. The other person sneered. Serves him right, daring to snatch things from the crown prince, he's courting death. They were talking. Sudden. The ground beneath my feet began to tremble rhythmically. Thump. 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 What happened? Was it an earthquake? No. That sound, it sounds like a large army is approaching. Everyone became alert. They thought it was a riot by the high-ranking boss in the research institute. They were all terrified, their faces turning pale, and they scrambled to find cover. The mercenaries hid behind the broken wall, only peeking out half their heads. The vibrations were getting closer. Finally. They saw it. When you can see the whole team. Everyone was petrified. Slowly open your mouth wider. His eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. The alloy plate in a trainee's hand fell to the ground with a thud. He was completely unaware. He just stared blankly. Watching the boy carrying the coffin walk at the very front. Looking behind him, at the torrent of pure steel and wealth. What is that? Someone's voice trembled. Transportation robots, all high-end industrial models. My God! Look at their backs. The markings on that box are military special supplies boxes. Sudden. A knowledgeable trainee stared intently at a transport vehicle. On that vehicle, a box had cracked open due to the bumpy ride. A faint blue light shone through the crack. The student let out a scream that sounded inhuman. High-purity energy crystals. Such a big piece. Such a big box. This truckload of stuff is worth a year's income for our guild. This sentence was like a bomb. It exploded in everyone's minds. Their gazes became vacant. Then came insane jealousy. And an indescribable shock. They couldn't understand. Why? Why is everyone here to explore? They fight to the death here like beggars for scrap metal. But that boy was like an emperor who had plundered the entire national treasury. He seemed to be taking a stroll in his own backyard. I also took some local specialties with me. It's him, the coffin keeper who took on a hellish mission. One of the mercenaries recognized Lin Yi. His voice was filled with fear. He's not dead. He also emptied out the entire research institute? This conclusion struck everyone like a thunderbolt. They felt their worldview had been completely overturned. Immense wealth can make people lose their minds. A greedy glint flashed in the eyes of several mercenaries. They exchanged a glance, mustered their courage, and stepped out from behind the broken wall. They blocked the way in front of the convoy. The leading mercenary forced a smile, trying to appear calm. Young man, you've had quite a haul. You see, it's not easy for anyone to make a living like this. You can't possibly handle this entire shipment by yourself. How about we brothers share some with you, and we'll escort you to the academy? They had a very good plan. Lin Yi was alone. There are 7 or 8 of them. If they can steal just one truckload, it will be enough for them to squander for several years. Lin Yi's steps did not stop. He didn't even lift his eyelids. It was as if the people in front of him were just a few ants blocking his way. Lin Yi's eyes flickered slightly. No words are needed. Athena instantly understood her master's will. Both sides of the convoy. The 2S3 hunters that had been silently following along were instantly activated. All the weapon ports on their streamlined metal bodies were open. The muzzle of the cannon protruded. The red laser locked onto the light spots, and they lit up densely. The next second. The brows, hearts, and throats of those mercenaries. At the same time, it was locked onto by dozens of red dots. A chilling fear, originating from death, instantly enveloped them. Their bodies froze. Cold sweat poured down my forehead like a floodgate opening. My legs went weak. Thump! The leading mercenary immediately knelt on the ground. The crotch area was damp and hot. He was so scared he peed his pants. Linny led the convoy past them without looking to the side. He didn't look at them once from beginning to end. That kind of disregard is more hurtful than any humiliation. A torrent of steel swept through. He left everyone with an unattainable silhouette, a silhouette that even looking up at him felt like a luxury. The news spread like wildfire. The message was quickly relayed back to the War Soul Academy. The monster coffin keeper did not die. He completed the hellish mission solo. He also brought back a mechanical legion. And enough wealth to buy half of the academy. Each message was like a depth charge, creating a massive uproar on the college forum. Student Union Headquarters. The secret room on the top floor. The chairman, who wore gold-rimmed glasses, was quietly listening to his subordinate's report. The expression on his face changed from initial contempt to shock, and then to disbelief. Finally, it turned into an extreme coldness. Click! He crushed the celadone teacup in his hand into pieces. Scalding hot tea mixed with fresh blood dripped from between his fingers. He felt no pain at all. Good. Very good. The president stood up and walked to the window, looking in the direction of the academy gate. A venomous smile curled at the corners of his mouth. So what if I bring it back? Once you enter the academy, you're a dragon, so you have to coil up for me. If you're a tiger, you'd better lie down. A glint of insane greed flashed in the chairman's eyes. Since the arena can't ban you, then let's try a different game. He gave a sinister laugh. Pass down my orders. The origin of that batch of supplies is unclear, and it is suspected that they are related to a cult. It belongs to the category of high-risk prohibited items. Our student union has to take good care of this for the college and for all students. A ruthless robbery targeting this staggering fortune. They were already poised to go at the college gate. Chapter 83, Submitting the Mission shocks the entire academy. The ground in the central square of the college began to shake. The vibrations were regular and heavy. Thump. 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 Like an ancient behemoth, it is slowly approaching with heavy steps. The students who were chatting in twos and threes in the square all stopped in their tracks. They looked around in confusion. What happened? Was it an earthquake? No. That sound is coming from the academy's main gate. All eyes turned to the main gate of the academy. The next second, their pupils suddenly contracted. A torrent of steel has emerged. They consist of dozens of heavy industrial transport robots. Each robot is at least 3 meters tall and exudes a cold, technological feel. They marched in neat, orderly lines, with an unstoppable momentum. The heavy tracks rolled over the ground, producing a tooth-grinding metallic scraping sound. Each robot carries a huge metal box on its back, bearing special military markings. The boxes were piled up like a mountain, incredibly heavy. In the center of the group was an even larger heavy-duty flatbed truck. Inside the vehicle, a massive object, partially covered by a gray tarpaulin, lay quietly. Although it was covered, its hideous outline was still visible. A mechanical foot gleaming with a cold metallic light. A corner of a weapon array covered with cannon muzzles and sharp blades. Even the tip of the iceberg that has been exposed exudes a terrifying aura that sends chills down your spine. What is that? A mechanical legion? One of the students' voices trembled. My God! Look at the boxes on their backs. That marking. My uncle works in the quartermaster department, those are top-level special supply boxes. They're only used when transporting strategic resources. That thing covered up, could it be a mecha? A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. Right at the very front of this awe-inspiring steel legion, a figure is slowly walking towards them. He was carrying a huge coffin made of black ice on his back. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were calm. It was as if he wasn't a conqueror who had looted a military base. It was just a regular after-dinner walk. It's Lin Yi. It was the coffin keeper who accepted a hellish mission and everyone thought he was dead. Beside him, a petite girl wearing baggy overalls and with her face covered in grease was sitting on a robot's shoulder. The girl, like a curious child, excitedly looked around at everything in the academy. In her arms, she held a finely crafted part that she had taken from somewhere, which she cherished dearly. Cold, mechanical things. A mysterious coffin. An excited young girl. An indifferent young man. The combination of these bizarre images creates an indescribable visual impact. The forum exploded within 3 seconds. Countless photos and videos taken from various angles were uploaded like crazy. The titles are getting more and more alarming. Breaking news. The coffin keeper returns. He brought back an army. In-depth analysis. The total value of the items in those supply crates may exceed 100,000 points. What exactly is that covered mecha? All eyes were on Lin Yi. Those eyes were filled with awe, envy, and shock. And an undisguised greed. Lin Yi ignored all of this. He ordered the machinery to stand by in the designated area of the square. Then, he led Xiao Wanqing straight to the mission hall. Wherever he went, the crowd seemed to be pushed away by an invisible force. It automatically creates a separate road. The once noisy hall fell into a deathly silence the moment he stepped in. All eyes turned toward them like searchlights. In the corner, the one-eyed, scarred mercenary and his companions saw Lin Yi. Their faces turned deathly pale instantly. Not long ago, they even tried to rob the boy. Then look out the window at the square, at that steel legion radiating a chilling killing intent. Scarface's legs began to go weak uncontrollably. A chill ran from his tailbone straight up to the top of his head. His companions wished they could disappear into the ground. Lin Yi didn't even glance at them. That utter disregard was more painful for them than any humiliation. Lin Yi walked through the deathly silent crowd. He walked straight to the deepest part of the hall, to the registration counter for high-level missions. Behind the counter, a tutor was slumped over the table, so asleep he was practically drooling. Lin Yi gently placed a small, black data chip on the counter. Turn in the task. His voice was flat. The tutor, still half asleep, looked up and glanced at Lin Yi impatiently. Another new student has come to hand in a low-level task. What's the mission number? The instructor asked lazily. Lin Yi remained silent. He simply raised his hand and pointed to the black bounty board on the wall. The tutor looked in the direction he was pointing. When he saw the hell-level quest that had turned green, he was taken aback for a moment. Then, he let out a sneer. Kid, stop joking. That mission was suspended for a year, and many strong teams stumbled in it. You, a freshman? The tutor's tone was full of contempt and disbelief. Lin Yi remained silent. He simply looked at his mentor with calm eyes. That look was devoid of any emotion. However, this made the mentor feel a strange pressure. Okay, I'll test it for you. The mentor muttered, young people these days really have wild ideas, and reluctantly picked up the chip. He inserted the chip into the verification device on the table. The light screen lit up. The rows of data began to scroll rapidly. Verifying data packet integrity. Verification successful. Matching task source signatures. Match successful. Mission source, Abandoned Mechanical Research Institute number 7, hell difficulty. The professor's smile froze. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. Before he could react. On the light screen, the last line of dazzling gold characters, bearing the highest SSS level security classification mark, suddenly popped up. Core data of Project Athena authenticity, 100%. Boom. The mentor's mind went completely blank. The expression on his face froze completely at that moment. Shock. Horrified. I can't believe it. Bang. He suddenly jumped up from the chair, and because of the sudden movement, the chair behind him was overturned and fell to the ground. His hands trembled as he pointed to the line of golden characters on the screen. Then, he mechanically turned to Lin Yi. His lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. Finally, as if using all his strength, he squeezed out a distorted, inhuman cry of surprise from his throat. You really? You finished? The sound was shrill and echoed throughout the deathly silent hall. The mentor no longer cared about his image. He immediately used his highest privileges as a senior mentor and frantically operated on the system. Task confirmed complete. Rewards distributed. The ID card on Lin Yi's wrist emitted a crisp notification sound. He turned on the light screen. The points balance above started at a few dozen points and skyrocketed at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. The numbers jumped so fast it was dazzling. Final. This number froze at a value that left everyone breathless. 5,072 points. At the same time, a system notification popped up. The ownership of all loot accompanying the mission has been confirmed and protected by the highest decree of the Academy. This means that the Steel Legion on the square is of inestimable value. Now, it belongs entirely and legally to Lin Yi. After the mentor finished doing all this, he immediately picked up a red emergency communicator from the table. He practically shouted as he reported to his superiors. Dean! Hell-level mission, complete. Completed by a freshman named Lin Yi. All by himself. All core data has been recovered. Duplicates. All recovered. The instructor's roar echoed clearly throughout the entire hall. The other instructors in the hall, the students queuing up, and the mercenaries trembling in the corner. Everyone heard it. In an instant, the entire mission hall was in complete chaos. Holy crap! Really? He actually finished it? Solo completion of hell difficulty? Is this some kind of monster? 5,000 points. And all that stuff outside. He's struck it rich. He's become incredibly successful. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the entire Warsoul Academy within 3 minutes through forums and word of mouth. Countless students are attending classes, practicing, and battling. They all received this notification that sent chills down their spines, making them feel like they were in a dream. At that moment, Lin Yi's name became a legend. Lin Yi put away his ID card, completely ignoring the surrounding noise in shock. He turned around, ready to leave. However, he had just reached the entrance of the mission hall when he was forced to stop. The entrance to the hall had been blocked by a large crowd. They were all dressed in black, close-fitting outfits. His expression was cold, but his aura was powerful. Each person wore a sword badge on their chest, symbolizing the highest law enforcement authority of the student council. The leader was a tall, upperclassman. He took a step forward, his expression arrogant. A powerful aura locked onto Lin Yi. A cold voice echoed throughout the entire venue. Lin Yi, we are the student union's law enforcement team. By order of the chairman, the spoils of war you brought back are of unknown origin and are suspected of being related to the prohibited ancient mechanic cult, posing an extremely high security risk. The man paused, a glint of undisguised greed curving his lips. Now, this batch of supplies will be sealed and stored by our student union. Please cooperate immediately. Chapter 84 Military Backing, Xiao Wanqing enters school. The atmosphere at the entrance to the mission hall was tense. The student union's law enforcement team, consisting of dozens of people, has formed a tight human wall. The senior student leading the group was named Zhang Kuang, and as his name suggested, his eyes revealed an arrogant disdain for everyone. He stared intently at Lin Yi, unleashing his full power, attempting to crush the young man's spirit. I'll say it one last time. Zhang Kuang's voice was cold, carrying an unquestionable tone of command. Hand over the supplies and cooperate with the investigation. Otherwise, I have the right to determine that you are resisting law enforcement and kill you on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of law enforcement officers around him drew their weapons in unison. The clanging sound of swords being drawn echoed throughout the arena. The air seemed to freeze. The onlookers were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Lin Yi stood in front of the steel torrent, his expression remaining calm. He looked at Zhang Kuang as if he were looking at a clown. You can give it a try. Lin Yi said calmly. Athena's command was issued instantly. Behind Lin Yi, the two S3 hunters that had been silent suddenly lit up with their single red eye. Click. The robotic arm rose, and the dark muzzle locked onto Zhang Kuang's brow. At the same time, the engines of the entire transport convoy roared in a low rumble. A major battle is about to break out. Zhang Kuang's face stiffened. He never expected that this freshman would actually dare to violently resist the law. Just as he was caught in a dilemma and was about to order a full-scale attack. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom suddenly echoed in the sky. A heavy, mountain-like pressure descended from the sky. Who dares to lay a hand on me? The shout was like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. Thump! Several weaker law enforcement officers couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed to their knees. Zhang Kuang's face was also deathly pale, as if he had been struck in the chest by a heavy hammer. Everyone looked up in shock. Two figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the mission hall. The man on the left, dressed in a gray robe with white hair and beard, is Zhou Wu, the dean of the Great Zhou War Soul Academy. The man on the right, dressed in dark green military uniform with a general star on his shoulder, had a resolute face and exuded a strong aura of iron-blooded killing intent. He was Lu Yuanchao, a special envoy from the military. That was the aura of someone who had truly fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A special envoy? Someone recognized the man in military uniform and gasped in surprise. The two landed slowly and stood in front of Lin Yi. Like two towering mountains, they completely blocked the student council's brilliance. When Zhang Quang saw Zhou Xiongning, he panicked, but still forced himself to step forward and bow. Dean, this person is possessing prohibited machinery. The student council is simply following the rules. Shut up! Lu Yuanchao snorted coldly, interrupting him. His gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over every student council member present. Prohibited? Ignorance! Lu Yuanchao pointed to the convoy behind Lin Yi, his voice loud and clear, echoing throughout the venue. This is the highest-level Athena project recovery of supplies from the Great Zhou military. According to Article 18 of the Wartime Special Conscription Law, all relevant data and samples are automatically included in the National Strategic Reserve. These words caused an uproar in the audience. National-level strategic reserves? That is something that transcends all academy rules. Lu Yuanchao looked at Lin Yi, his originally cold gaze softening instantly, even carrying a hint of admiration. Lin Yi, as the sole person to complete this top-secret mission. The materials he possesses belong to the privately held share of the National Strategic Reserve. Protected by the military's highest level of protection laws. No one, except the military, including your student union, has the right to seize or interfere with this matter. Did you understand? The last four words carried a chilling murderous intent. Zhang Quang shuddered, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The so-called seizure order in his hand now seemed as ridiculous as a piece of waste paper. Stealing things from the military? Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. I understand. Zhang Quang lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out those two words. At this moment, the authority of the student council was completely trampled underfoot. Lu Yuanchao walked up to Lin Yi, extended a large, calloused hand, and patted Lin Yi's shoulder heavily. Good lad. They managed to get through that godforsaken place and brought back such complete core data. The military owes you a favor. As he spoke, he pulled a dark gold medal from his pocket. The medal is shield-shaped, engraved with two crossed swords, exuding a chilling aura. This is the iron-blooded friendship medal. With this, you will enjoy the privileges of a major in any military region of the Great Zhou Prefecture. This is also proof of your achievements today. Lu Yuanchao solemnly handed the medal to Lin Yi. Lin Yi accepted the medal and felt its heavy weight. He didn't mince words, simply put it away, and then gave a standard military salute. Thank you, General. Lu Yuanchao laughed heartily, clearly very satisfied with Lin Yi's personality. Dean Zhou Wu stroked his beard, his eyes filled with satisfaction. This new student has given him so many surprises. Alright, take your things and go back. Lin Yi nodded. He turned around and looked at the group of student council members who were blocking the road and were now in a dilemma. No nonsense. Athena, full speed ahead. Lin Yi issued the order. Rumble. The engines of dozens of heavy transport robots roared to life once again. The massive steel tracks began to turn, grinding against the ground and producing a screeching sound. Lin Yi took the lead, and Xiao Wanqing sat on the robot's shoulder, making a face at Zhang Quang. The convoy started. Zhang Quang and the others originally wanted to maintain their last shred of dignity and stand still. But the steel behemoth charged towards them without slowing down. The fear of death finally overwhelmed the so-called face. Get out of the way. Get out of the way now. Villa number 1 in the heavenly class. The massive underground garage has been cleared out to temporarily store this huge amount of supplies. The lights came on. Looking at the mountains of rare metals, precision instruments, and energy crystals. Xiao Wanqing's face flushed with excitement, and she scurried between the boxes like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar. Z-shaped shape memory alloy. This is a top-tier material for making mecha exoskeletons. My god. This is a high-energy polymer battery pack? Just one can power Aegis for a month. We've struck it rich. EGE, we've struck it rich. Xiao Wanqing held a metal ingot, so excited that she was incoherent. Linny smiled and shook his head. He summoned Athena. Compile the list and filter out the parts we need. The rest will all be converted into points through military channels. Yes, Master. Athena's projection appeared in mid-air, and countless streams of data cascaded down like a waterfall. A few minutes later. The list is ready. Linny left behind repair materials for the Aegis mech, as well as enough experimental consumables for Xiao Wanqing to squander for a long time. The remaining materials consist of repetitive technical data, standard weapons, and surplus metal materials. Pack everything up. Linny took out the iron-blooded friendship medal. Through a special channel built into the medal, they directly contacted the military logistics department. The transaction was completed very quickly. The military has always been open to such strategic materials and has offered extremely high prices for them. Byte. With a crisp notification sound. Lin Yi's ID card was flashing with light. My points balance, which was originally over 5,000, started jumping wildly. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Final. The number stopped at 53,600. 53,600 points. This is a number that would make any new student, and even most returning students, feel hopeless. At the War Soul Academy, 1 point has the purchasing power of 1,000 yuan in the outside world, but it is much more precious than money. This huge sum of money means that Lin Yi has completely gotten rid of his resource anxiety. The cost of Ling Shui's treatment in the extreme cold spirit chamber would be more than enough to cover her stay for a year. He can also replace everyone's equipment with the best available set. Lin Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. The heavy weight that had been pressing on his heart was finally lifted. He looked at Xiao Wanqing, who was lying on the Aegis mech, tinkering with it. Wanqing, come down. Lin Yi waved. Xiao Wanqing immediately jumped down, wiped the oil off her hands, and stood obediently in front of Lin Yi. What's wrong, EGE? Come with me to see someone. Lin Yi straightened his clothes. Your identity issue needs to be resolved. Half an hour later. Dean's office. Zhou Wu frowned slightly as he looked at Xiao Wanqing standing behind Lin Yi. You mean, you want to recommend her for admission? Zhou Xiongning looked at the petite girl. I've looked at her file. She hasn't awakened a combat class, and there's no magical fluctuation in her body. Lin Yi, the academy has its own rules. Even if you have military merits, I cannot just recruit an ordinary person. Lin Yi looked calm. Dean, she is not an ordinary person. She is the key to the success of this mission. Those mechanical guards, including that Aegis mech, were all repaired by her. She is a natural mechanic. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Xionging's eyes. Oh? He looked at Xiao Wanqing. Little girl, show me what you've got. Xiao Wanqing was a little nervous, and she subconsciously glanced at Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded and gave her an encouraging look. Xiao Wanqing took a deep breath. She pulled a metal block the size of a Rubik's Cube from her pocket. Fingers flying across the screen. Click, click, click. Just a few seconds. The metal block disintegrated and reformed in her hands. It transformed into a lifelike mechanical hummingbird. The hummingbird flapped its wings, hovered in front of Zhou Xiongning, and chirped clearly. Zhou Xionging's pupils contracted slightly. A true expert's skill is immediately apparent. That speed of hand, that intuition for mechanical structures. It's definitely a talent of S rank or higher. Good. Zhou Xiongning slammed his hand on the table. Although the Department of Mechanical Engineering is an unpopular major, it is also an important logistical force. Since you have this talent, and Lin Yi is your guarantor, I've granted it with special permission. Zhou Xiongning picked up a pen and signed her name on an application form. Xiao Wanqing, from today onwards, you are a member of the Special Operations Section of the Great Zhou War Soul Academy. Mainly responsible for, well, the dedicated logistics and maintenance of Lin Yi's team. Xiao Wanqing was stunned. She looked at the admission notice stamped with a bright red seal. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She dreamed of getting into the academy and proving that she wasn't a waste. Today, it finally came true. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Brother E. Xiao Wanqing bowed deeply. Lin Yi looked at her, a slight smile appearing on his lips. The team has completed the final piece of the puzzle. At the same time, Student Union Headquarters, top floor. The luxurious office was dimly lit. A young man in a white suit is sitting on a leather sofa, holding a glass of scarlet red wine. He is the student council president, a man known as the Crown Prince by everyone. Zhang Quan knelt on the ground, trembling all over, with a clear handprint on his face. Your Highness, I didn't expect the military to get involved. Zhang Quan's voice was tinged with tears. Waste. The Crown Prince took a small sip of red wine, his voice revealing neither joy nor anger. But the bone-chilling cold made Zhang Quan feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The military's intervention was indeed an accident. Since we can't get the items back, let's try a different approach. The prince put down his wine cup. The wine in the glass swayed, reflecting his sinister eyes. I heard that the wilderness trial for new students is in 3 days? Zhang Quan nodded hurriedly. Yes. All freshmen must participate. Inside, you are responsible for your own life and death. The prince stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the entire academy. Very good. Since outright robbery won't work, then let him disappear completely during the trial. The prince took a black chess piece out of his pocket, casually threw it on the ground, and stomped on it until it was crushed. Make the arrangements. This time, I don't want to see him kneel down. It was his corpse. Chapter 85 Mechanical Fortress, Aegis Titan Reforged. Villa Number 1, Basement. The rumbling of machinery never ceased throughout the day. The underground space, originally used to park luxury cars, is now completely unrecognizable. The walls were demolished, and the space was excavated 10 meters downwards. The surrounding area is reinforced with explosion-proof steel plates half a meter thick, which are engraved with dense sound insulation and defense arrays. This is no longer a garage. Instead, it is a fully enclosed, top-notch mechanical modification workshop. The renovation costs alone over the past few days have burned through 2,000 of Lin Yi's points. But it was worth the money. In the center of the workshop, a huge robotic arm is swinging in the air. Sparks flew everywhere. The air was filled with the smell of engine oil, metal, and high-energy ozone. That's the perfume scent that the industrialists are most obsessed with. Xiao Wanqing, dressed in oversized work clothes stained with oil and wearing windproof goggles, was lying among a pile of precision parts. She held a modified plasma welding torch in her hand, her expression as focused as if she were performing a delicate heart operation. In this workshop, she was no longer that timid little girl. She is the queen here. The melting point of the Z-type alloy is 3,000 degrees, Athena, turn up the furnace temperature. Xiao Wanqing called out without turning her head. Command confirmed. Furnace temperature has been raised to 3,200 degrees Celsius, and the cooling system is operating at full power. A clear, cool girl's voice rang out in the workshop. Countless blue data streams intertwined in the air, converging to form a holographic projection of Athena. She floated in mid-air, her eyes a flowing waterfall of data. Athena has now taken over the intelligent control system of the entire villa. All monitoring, defense, and energy distribution systems are under her control. She also allocated 80% of her idle computing power to Xiao Wanqing to assist in the modification and simulation of that behemoth. Lin Yi stood on the observation platform on the second floor, holding a glass of water in his hand, quietly watching the 2 people, 1 person and 1 AI busy below. This is his most solid team. Brother E, I'd like to change the plan. During a break, Xiao Wanqing excitedly rushed to Lin Yi, clutching a complex blueprint. Her face was covered in streaks of black and white grease, making her look like a little tabby cat. But those eyes were frighteningly bright. The previous repair plan was too conservative. It would be such a waste of all these materials to just fix it. Xiao Wanqing spread the blueprints out on the table and pointed to the dense lines on them. We have anti-magic coatings, Z-shaped shape memory alloys, and that high-energy polymer core we brought back from the Research Institute. I want to completely rebuild Aegis. It's not just about defense. I want to turn it into a mobile war fortress. Lin Yi looked down at the blueprints. Although he couldn't understand the complex mechanical parameters, the grotesque shape made him feel a chill. What's your name? Lin Yi asked. Aegis Titan. Xiao Wanqing clenched her small fist. But there is a problem. The Athena projection next to them spoke, its voice calm and objective. According to simulations, the Titan's weight will increase by 40%, and the energy consumption of its weapon systems will increase by 300%. The original unmanned autonomous driving module could not handle such complex tactical maneuvers. If forced to load, the machine's reaction delay will be as high as 0.5 seconds. On the battlefield, 0.5 seconds means death. Xiao Wanqing bit her lip. This is a fatal flaw. The complexity of the mechanical structure exceeded the processing limits of the automated program. Then drive manually. Lin Yi suddenly spoke. Xiao Wanqing was stunned for a moment, and her eyes instantly dimmed. But I have mental rejection syndrome. I can't pilot a mecha. This was the pain of her life. Although Lin Yi helped her build a mental barrier, allowing her to control small machines through a contract link. However, the mental demands on a giant mech like the Titan are exponential. Once connected, her mind will explode instantly. Who said you could drive it alone? Lin Yi pointed to the location of the cockpit on the blueprint. Change it to a two-seater. A two-seater? Xiao Wanqing and Athena looked at Lin Yi at the same time. That's right. Lin Yi's finger traced across the drawing. Wanqing, you possess a mechanical heart and precision analysis. Your perception of mechanical structures is innate. You are responsible for the mechanical control of the machine, such as movement, transformation, and close combat. These don't require strong mental strength, just your instincts and hand speed. Lin Yi then turned to look at Athena. Athena, you possess terrifying computing power. You are responsible for fire control radar, energy shield allocation, and ballistic calculations. You two, one of you will be in charge of internal affairs, and the other will be in charge of external affairs. One is the cerebrum, and the other is the cerebellum. This is the real dual-core drive. Xiao Wanqing was stunned. Athena's data eyes were flashing wildly, clearly indicating that she was conducting a feasibility analysis. 3 seconds later. Feasibility of the plan, 98.7%. Combat effectiveness assessment, increased by 500%. Athena provided the conclusion. Dry. Xiao Wanqing jumped up excitedly, grabbed Lin Yi's arm and shook it, then realized she was covered in oil and quickly let go. I'll go modify the cockpit. The renovation project immediately entered its final sprint phase. Working tirelessly, without sleep or rest. All the materials were consumed like flowing water. Lin Yi watched as the points in his account continued to decrease, but he felt no heartache whatsoever. Money only becomes real money when it's spent and transformed into combat power. What remains in the card is just a string of numbers. However, the project stalled at the final stage. No. The energy core is too violent. Xiao Wanqing's anxious voice came through. In the center of the workshop, the black mech, which was already taking shape, trembled all over. The red light from the reactor on his chest flickered, emitting a series of teeth-grinding buzzing sounds. Several thick cables connecting the core were smoking, their outer sheaths melting rapidly. Core output power overload. Ordinary transmission lines cannot withstand this level of energy impact. If the power supply is not cut off, the body will undergo thermal disintegration in 30 seconds. Athena issued a red alert. What to do? What to do? Xiao Wanqing was sweating profusely, holding a wrench in her hand, at a loss for what to do. It's too late to change the materials. Moreover, there are simply no better superconducting wires available on the market. Get out of the way. Lin Yi's voice rang out. He jumped down from the second floor and landed in front of the mecha. The violent heat wave made his hair fly wildly. Lin Yi stared at the core that was about to spiral out of control. The energy is too strong, and the container is too weak. It's like a peerless master who has immense internal strength, but whose meridians are blocked. Since the physical route is blocked, then let's take the spiritual path. Lin Yi took a deep breath. He reached out and pressed his hand directly onto the scorching hot shell of the mecha. Contract with all things. Silently recite it in your heart. The primal power of the spirit master within his body surged wildly. This time, he wasn't going to form a contract with a new partner. Instead, he intended to use his spiritual power as a glue and conductor to forcibly inject it into the body of this steel behemoth. Buzz. Golden light burst forth from Lin Yi's palm. The light did not dissipate. Instead, like liquid gold, it seeped into the gaps in the mecha. They wrapped around the wires that were about to melt. It seeped into every piece of armor, every gear, and every screw. At the microscopic level, Lin Yi's mental energy constructed a massive neural network. This was originally a pile of cold, lifeless objects. But under Lin Yi's spiritual power, they seemed to come alive. The originally violent energy flow became as gentle as water within this golden network. This is the domineering nature of a spirit master. Everything has a spirit. If you have no spirit, I will give you one. Is this what it feels like to be alive? Xiao Wanqing stared blankly at this scene. She could sense that the mecha in front of her had changed. It is no longer a tool. It had breath, a heartbeat, and a soul. It became a companion treasure. As the last ray of golden light merged into the mecha's chest, the buzzing sound disappeared. The red warning light went out. Instead, two glowing, eerie blue eye lights illuminated the space. Profound. Cold. It is full of absolute violent aesthetics. 3 days later, the workshop doors slowly opened. A chilling, murderous aura swept over us. Lin Yi stood at the doorway, looking at the masterpiece before him. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. It's completely unrecognizable as the original Aegis mech. The original Aegis, though heavy, appeared bulky and clumsy. And this is the Titan in front of us. It is completely black, with no extra reflection on its surface. That's the highest grade radar absorbing stealth coating. Dark golden runes shimmered across the surface of the armor. That was the psionic circuit formed after Lin Yi's mental energy solidified. The bulky tower shield on the left arm was removed. Instead, there are 3 spindle-shaped shields floating around the left shoulder. Force field spinning shield. Normally, they can be used as floating cannons for defense. In wartime, they can be combined to form a giant light shield. It can even fly out like a boomerang and sever the enemy's head. And the right arm. It was so grotesque that it sent chills down your spine. His entire right arm was thickened, and a heavy weapon, dug out from the bottom of a warehouse, was mounted on it. Individual tactical nuclear cannon cut down version. Although it is powered by high-energy crystals because it lacks nuclear fuel, its power is greatly reduced. But flattening a small hill with a single shot is absolutely no problem. This is a steel monster born for slaughter. Let's go up and give it a try, Lin Yi said to Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing took a deep breath to calm her wildly beating heart. She walked to the foot of the mecha. A beam of light descended and sucked her into the cockpit in her chest. The hatch closed. 2 seconds of deathly silence. Then, boom! A terrifying shockwave suddenly erupted, centered on Titan. All the tables, chairs, and benches in the workshop were blown away. Even machine tools weighing several hundred kilograms were pushed out of position. Titan moved. It didn't move around clumsily like a traditional mecha. Instead, the thrusters beneath his feet emitted a streak of blue flame. Its massive body actually performed a nimble slide, like that of an assassin. It moved sideways for more than 10 meters in an instant. Immediately afterwards, he swung his left arm. 3 floating shields flew out, drawing 3 deadly arcs in the air and precisely severing 3 steel pillars in the distance. Raise your right arm. A flash of red light appeared at the muzzle of the cannon. There was no launch. The energy fluctuations generated by the charging process alone caused visible distortions in the surrounding space. Click, click, click. A series of mechanical deformation sounds. Titan stood still again. The cockpit door opened. Xiao Wanqing peeked out, her face flushed, from the blood rushing to her head after extreme excitement. Brother E. This is so awesome. There was absolutely no delay. It felt just like my own hands and feet. With this, I can blast even a level 30 warrior to smithereens. Xiao Wanqing waved her fist. This feeling of control over power intoxicated her. Lin Yi smiled. The materials that yielded such a huge amount of points were well spent. This Aegis Titan will be his biggest trump card in the new life trial. Just then, DD. Lin Yi's wrist trembled. That was an official announcement from the college. He turned on the light screen. A line of blood-red title came into view. Urgent notice regarding the launch of newcomer wilderness trials. Time, 8 a.m. tomorrow. Location, Class B restricted area Misty Swamp. Rule, all new students must attend. Those who do not attend will be considered to have automatically withdrawn from the program. These are all normal. But Lin Yi's gaze fell on the last line of specially marked small print. That was added on the spot. Note, this trial will use an unrestricted competition mode. Within the trial area, you are solely responsible for your own life and death. Students are allowed to steal each other's point tokens, with no upper limit. Linny narrowed his eyes. A chill flashed across his eyes. Unrestricted competition. One must bear the responsibility for one's own life and death. The stench of blood behind those words can be smelled even through the screen. This is hardly a trial. This is clearly a legal hunting ground. It was a tomb prepared specifically for him. Unrestricted, huh? Linny turned off the light screen and turned to look at the ferocious Titan mech behind him. A cold smile curved at the corner of his lips. Very good. Since you want to play, let's play big. Let's see who hunts whom in the end. Chapter 86, On the eve of the trial, undercurrents surge in team formation. The next morning. The central square of the college was bustling with activity. All the new students gathered here, waiting for the final rules of the trial to be announced. In the center of the square, a huge light screen flickered, displaying detailed information about the trial line by line. Trial location, Rank B Forbidden Zone Misty Swamp. Mission objective, hunt down exotic beasts within the area and obtain points tokens. Points rules, Tier 1 Beast, 1 point Tier 2 Beast, 10 points Tier 3 Beast, 100 points. Excited chatter erupted from the crowd. Although the Misty Swamp is dangerous, it is rich in resources and is a treasure trove for newcomers to quickly accumulate wealth and combat experience. However, when the last line of text on the screen slowly appeared, all the noise came to an abrupt end. It was a line of small text specially marked in blood red font. Special note, this trial will use an unrestricted competition mode. Within the trial area, you are solely responsible for your own life and death. Students are allowed to steal each other's point tokens, with no upper limit. Dead silence. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the shocking red lettering and gasped. Unrestricted competition. One must bear the responsibility for one's own life and death. These 8 words, like 8 cold knives, pierced the hearts of every new student. This is hardly a trial. This was clearly a bloody hunt tacitly approved by the Academy. Everyone's gaze, without prior arrangement, quietly fell upon a solitary figure in the corner of the square. Linny. This rule was tailor-made for him. The student council intends to eliminate him completely in the trial grounds in a perfectly legitimate manner. The once lively atmosphere of team formation in the square turned strange. The strong men huddled together, warily scrutinizing everyone around them. The weak trembled with fear, pondering how to survive the dual threats of the monsters and their classmates. Linny carried the Xianbing coffin on his back and slowly walked through the crowd. He needed to go to the registration desk to confirm his team information. However, wherever he went, the crowds parted automatically to both sides, just as Moses parted the sea. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Those eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was pity, fear, and schadenfreude. Look, it's Linny. The student council is serious this time. They're clearly trying to kill him. Anyone who dares to team up with him is going against the Crown Prince and can forget about staying in the academy in the future. What a pity, such a formidable person, yet he offended someone he shouldn't have. Whispers came from all directions, but disappeared as soon as he approached. Linny became a plague that everyone wanted to stay away from. He didn't care at all. His face was expressionless, as if everything around him was irrelevant to him. A burden? He doesn't need it. His team was already fully equipped, and could even be described as luxurious. The ultimate tank and damage dealer, Xia Wanqing and her Aegis Titan. Full map vision and tactical mastermind, Athena. The mage assassin who was invincible in close combat, himself. For a group like this, going to a Class B restricted area is practically the same as taking a vacation. Linny walked to the registration desk. The tutor in charge of registration glanced at him, a hint of sympathy in his eyes, and shook his head. Team name? Coffin Keeper. Team members. The instructor looked up, glanced around at the empty space behind Linny, and prepared to write one in the number of team members. Just then, a voice suddenly broke in. Me too. Me too. The crowd was pushed aside. A chubby figure rushed over, panting, and stood directly next to Linny. The visitor was none other than Wang Quan. His chubby face was full of smiles, and he looked harmless. But his actions were like dropping a bomb into a calm lake. All eyes turned to them, filled with shock. Are you crazy? Is it really possible that someone would dare to stand beside Linny at this time? Ignoring the stares of those around him, Wang Quan, under immense pressure, approached Lin Yi with a grin. Brother E, can you help me out? Lin Yi turned his head, looked at the overly familiar fat man, and raised his eyebrows slightly. They only met once in the arena. What's this guy up to? Although I'm not good at combat, I'm just a support. Wang Quan lowered his voice and spoke in a volume that only the two of them could hear. However, I know the locations of all the student council's hidden agents in this trial. There are 12 hunting teams in total, with 60 people. The 4 leading figures are all senior students from the class of 28 or above. I know everything about them, their equipment, their skills, and the exact coordinates of their ambush. Wang Quan finished speaking in one breath, then looked at Lin Yi nervously, sweat beading on his forehead. This was a huge gamble for him. Lin Yi looked at him with deep eyes. Data Monarch. Start. In an instant, the world in Lin Yi's eyes changed. The fat man before me was no longer a flesh and blood body. Instead, it consists of countless complex data streams. Name, Wang Quan. Level, 17. Occupation, Celestial Merchant Hidden. Talent, Wealth Can Move Mountains S rank. State, nervous, excited, fearful. Lin Yi's gaze fell on several special pieces of equipment on Wang Quan's body. It was a ring, a necklace, and a small compass hidden in a pocket. In the realm of data, these 3 items radiate a unique brilliance. Item name, Ring of Concealment. Rank, Gold. Effect, blocks higher level perception, conceals one's aura and level. Item name, Qiankuan Necklace. Rank, Gold. Impression, includes a small storage space, with a total volume of 10 cubic meters. Item name, Substitute Death Compass. Tier, Platinum Disposable Item. Effect, upon encountering a fatal attack, you can be randomly teleported 1 kilometer away and create a highly realistic illusionary clone. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Goodness. A set of top-notch life-saving tools. That platinum-level substitute compass is probably worth as much as his previous 50,000 points. This fat man is definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. Hidden profession, Celestial Merchant S-level talent, Wealth Can Move Gods. Interesting. Can. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and uttered 2 words calmly. Upon hearing those 2 words, Wang Quan instantly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling utterly exhausted. He felt as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Thank you, Brother E. From now on, I'm yours. Wang Quan immediately bowed and scraped, looking like a sycophant. The registration mentor stared in disbelief at the scene, and trembling, added Wang Quan's name to the team member list. Team name, Coffin Keepers. Team members, Lin Yi, Wang Quan. Registration complete. In the distance, on a tall tower at the edge of the square. 4 figures stood by the railing, coldly observing everything below. They were dressed in matching black outfits, exuding a powerful yet restrained aura, standing out from the other freshmen around them. These 4 were the 4 strongest henchmen under the student council president. They are known as the 4 Great Vajras. Each one of them was an elite senior student at level 28 or above, with their hands stained with the blood of alien beasts and even humans. There are actually people who aren't afraid of death who dare to team up with him. One of the assassins, tall and thin, was playing with a poisoned dagger when he let out a hoarse laugh. He is Li Si, the ghost shadow among the 4 Great Vajras. Just a useless fat guy, might as well get rid of him too. A muscular man standing nearby, carrying a giant axe on his back, spoke in a deep, muffled voice. He is Shi Meng, the mountain opening expert. The Crown Prince has given an order. The leader, a swordsman in white, spoke indifferently. This time, leave no survivors. His name is Bai Yu, the leader of the 4 Vajras, and he is skilled with a fast sword, which is said to be able to cut through sound. The target has entered the field. Bai Yu watched Lin Yi and Wang Quan walk away towards the transport airship, a cruel smile curving his lips. Notify all hunting teams to proceed as planned. This time, we need to make it cleaner. Let's make it look like an accidental attack by a strange beast. Chapter 87 Misty Swamp, Hunter and Prey. The roar resounded through the sky. Dozens of large transport planes, like circling vultures, appeared in the sky above the misty swamp. The hatch opened. One after another, figures leaped down from a height of 1,000 meters like dumplings. This is the beginning of the new student trial. Airborne. The trainees adjusted their posture in the air, and the simple thrusters on their backs emitted airflow to slow their descent. Puff. Puff. Puff! The sounds of landing echoed one after another. Almost the instant their feet touched the ground, a thick, grayish-green fog engulfed everyone. The mist carried a rotten, sweet smell. One inhalation made me feel dizzy and my throat itchy. Cough, cough. Such thick poisonous fog. Quick! Take the antidote. Everyone, don't get separated. Keep in formation. A series of panicked coughs and shouts rang out from all around. The trainees took out the medicine from their pockets and tilted their heads back to gulp it down. The antidote worked immediately, but everyone's expression remained grave. They carefully observed their surroundings. The ground was slippery, the vines were tangled, and the shadowy tree shadows were faintly visible in the thick fog. Everything was fraught with unknown dangers. It stood out starkly against the tense atmosphere around it. Lin Yi's team has an unusually unique style. As soon as the fat man Wang Quan landed, he was choked by the poisonous fog, his eyes watering and his face turning pale. He was about to take out the top-grade antidote from his precious Qin Kuan necklace. A hand pressed down on him. It's Lin Yi. Need not. Lin Yi's voice was calm. Wang Quan was stunned for a moment. The next second, he saw the petite girl next to Lin Yi, Xiao Wanqing, take a step forward. Xiao Wanqing took a metal cube out of her pocket and threw it on the ground. A flash of light. A massive, suffocating shadow appeared out of nowhere. Wang Quan was so frightened that he sat down on the ground with his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. A 10-meter tall black mecha. A menacing array of weapons. Armor with flowing dark gold runes. That cold and pure aesthetic of violence made his heart skip a beat. Is this what Lin Yi supposedly brought back from the abandoned research institute? Is that a mecha? This is clearly a steel behemoth. Aegis Titan, Environmental Purification Field, activate. Xiao Wanqing's clear voice rang out. Buzz. A soft buzzing sound. Centered on the Titan mech, an invisible energy shield instantly spread out. Wherever the protective shield passed, the gray-green poisonous fog dissipated rapidly, like ice and snow encountering the blazing sun. An absolutely safe zone with a diameter of 20 meters appeared out of thin air. The air here is as fresh as a forest after the rain. Wang Quan greedily inhaled the fresh air, feeling as if he had come back to life. He looked around at the area still shrouded in poisonous fog, then at his own safe zone, which was bathed in sunlight and had a wide field of vision. Wang Quan was completely dumbfounded. Others are here to undergo a life or death trial. Are they here for a picnic? The difference is just too big. Oh no. A clear, cold voice resounded directly in the depths of Lin Yi's soul. It is Athena. 36 miniature hummingbird reconnaissance aircraft have been deployed over the swamp. The three-dimensional topographic map of the entire area has been completed. Real-time dynamic scanning is now enabled. Following Athena's report, a crystal-clear map was projected directly onto Lin Yi's retina. On the map, every mound and every stream is clearly marked. Countless moving green dots represent various strange beasts in the swamp. At the 3 o'clock position, 800 meters away, a group of about 50 Tier 1 rotting skin frogs has been discovered. At the 11 o'clock position, 1,200 meters away, a second-tier elite beast, the swamp python, has been spotted hunting. These are not the main points. Lin Yi's gaze fell on another direction on the map. There are 5 dots flashing a dangerous red light there. They are silently flanking their position from the flank. 9 o'clock position, 1,500 meters away. A 5-man squad has been detected engaging in a tactical ambush. After database comparison, it was confirmed that he was a member of the Student Union's Hunting 13 group. Athena's analysis continues. Captain, Liam O, Level 24, Class, Shadow Assassin. The team consists of 4 members, all at Level 23, and their class is Ghostblade Master. The target is carrying a high-energy reactive device and is determined to be an extremely hostile target. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Yi's lips. The entire image is displayed. How can you possibly lose this game? At the same time, in a thicket of bushes 1,500 meters away from Lin Yi, 5 figures lurked in the shadows like ghosts. They wore specially made black leather armor, blending seamlessly into their surroundings. Leading the group was Liam O, the captain of the 13th hunting group. He made a gesture. The 4 team members behind him immediately understood and spread out, forming a standard assassin encirclement. The target is just ahead. Li Mo issued instructions through the team channel, his voice suppressed yet excited. What an idiot, daring to stay in an open area. Making such a big fuss, are you afraid we won't be able to find him? One of the team members sneered. They naturally also saw the purified area. In their view, this was undoubtedly a display of Lin Yi's arrogance and conceit. Don't be careless. Li Mo's eyes were cold. The Crown Prince's order is, leave no survivors. Proceed according to plan. I will lead the attack, and the four of you will cut off all his escape routes from the flanks. End the battle within 3 minutes. Yes, Captain. The 5 men stealthily moved forward. They were all assassins specializing in stealth, confident that no one could detect their presence under the cover of the fog. Distance to target, 800 meters. 500 meters. 300 meters. Li Mo could even see the figure carrying the enormous coffin. He licked his lips, a cruel killing intent flashing in his eyes. He could almost see his dagger piercing Lin Yi's throat. 100 meters. 50 meters. Now. Li Mo was preparing to issue the order for a general offensive. Sudden. An overwhelming sense of crisis made the hairs on his body stand on end instantly. He suddenly looked up. The black mech they thought was just for show suddenly moved. The enormous, grotesque mechanical head slowly turned. Its single, dark blue eye pinpointed their hiding place with pinpoint accuracy. Immediately afterwards, the right arm, which carried the terrifying cannon barrel, slowly rose. The dark, gaping muzzle exuded an aura of death. A crimson laser beam pierced through the thick fog and precisely struck Li Mo's forehead. Li Mo's body froze instantly. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. We've been discovered? How is that possible? They haven't even entered attack range yet. How did the other party know their location? An unprecedented fear gripped his heart. That's because it wasn't discovered by an opponent of the same level. It was a feeling of being looked down upon by a god from a higher dimension. Their prize stealth was nothing more than a laughable children's game to their opponents. Fire. Lin Yi looked at the 5 panicked red dots on the map and uttered 2 words calmly. There was no unnecessary chatter. Cold. Resolute. It was as if he was ordering the removal of a few troublesome insects. Receive. Inside the Titan's cockpit, a hint of excitement flashed in Xiao Wenqing's eyes. Her little hand pressed the launch button hard. Boom. A thick beam of energy shot out from the cannon in the Titan's right arm. But that wasn't a one-shot deal. It was a whole area. Countless high-energy projectiles poured down like a torrential rain, instantly covering the entire area where Li Mo and the others were hiding. Boom! 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 A violent explosion echoed through the swamp. The earth was trembling. Soil and gravel were thrown hundreds of meters into the air. The dense fog was instantly dispersed by the violent shockwave. Ah! No! The piercing screams lasted for less than a second before being completely swallowed up by the roar of the explosion. After the explosion, a charred crater over 30 meters in diameter was left behind. The pit was a complete mess. For charred, mangled corpses, emitting black smoke. Only Captain Li Mo survived, thanks to a gold-level shield that saved his life. But he wasn't feeling well either. He lay at the bottom of the pit like a tattered sack, covered in blood, with one arm twisted unnaturally, clearly broken. Looking at the horrific scene before him, his eyes were filled with endless fear and regret. One move. Just one move. His elite squad, which he was so proud of, was gone. He didn't even touch the hem of the other person's clothes. Just as he was struggling to get up, a dark shadow loomed over him. Lin Yi's figure appeared at the edge of the pit as if by teleportation, and then walked down step by step. He was holding that black alloy rod in his hand. His face was expressionless. No. Don't kill me. Li Mo was so frightened that he was scared out of his wits and kept backing away with his broken body. Lin Yi ignored his pleas for mercy. The alloy rod was raised high. Then, it fell heavily. Click. A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Li Mo's other arm was broken. Ah! The intense pain caused him to let out a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered. Click. Click. Lin Yi remained expressionless as he continued to strike with the stick, one blow after another. With precision, they broke the kneecaps of both his legs. Linny only stopped after he had done all of this. He stepped on Limeau's chest, the immense force rendering him unable to move. Linny looked down at him, his voice icy and devoid of any emotion. Coordinates of the other people. Limeau was in so much pain that his face was covered in sweat, and he was trembling violently with fear. Looking into Linny's indifferent eyes, he knew that if he didn't speak up, his fate would be worse than death. He dared not hide anything and revealed the ambush locations of the remaining 11 hunting teams. Having received the answer he wanted, Linny nodded. He glanced at the map at the densely packed, newly lit red dots. A cruel smile curved at the corner of his mouth. You want to hunt me down? Let's see who the real prey is. Linny turned his head and looked at the chubby Wang Quan, who was trembling not far away, with a small drone mounted on it. Turn on your live streaming equipment. Wang Quan was taken aback. Huh? Brother E, now? Right. Lin Yi's voice was both calm and frantic. Since they want to play, then let's go all out. Chapter 88 Live Teaching, Pushing Through the Forbidden Zone. Misty Swamp, the edge of the region. Fat Wang Quan hid behind a boulder, holding a strangely shaped metal sphere in his hands. This is a military-grade holographic live broadcast ball that he acquired at great expense. Its signal strength can penetrate the magnetic field interference of a Class B restricted area. Wang Quan took a deep breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That scene was so exciting. The image of Linny smashing Limeau's kneecaps one blow after another was still replaying in his mind. Ruthless person. This is a truly ruthless person. Wang Quan was a clever man, but also a mad speculator. Since we're already on this pirate ship, let's make a big fuss about it. Only by attracting everyone's attention will the student council not dare to play dirty tricks in public. Public opinion can sometimes be more effective than swords. Brother E, are you ready? Wang Quan shouted. Linny stood at the edge of the charred pit, wiping the bloodstains off the alloy rod with a white cloth. Upon hearing this, he raised his head, his eyes calm. Open. Wang Quan's fingers flew across the keyboard. The live stream is now live. The title is extremely sensational, full of the style of cheap, lowbrow literature. Shocking. The Coffin Guardian takes on a 100-strong student council squad. Bloodshed in the Misty Swamp. It's not just about online live streaming. Wang Quan used his connections in the intelligence community and spent a lot of money to bribe a temporary worker in the college's computer lab. The next second. Central Plaza of the Great Zhou War Soul Academy. The huge screen that was displaying the rankings of each team's points suddenly flickered. The scene changed. No longer dry data tables. Instead, it presents a real-time battlefield view from a first-person perspective. In the very center of the image stands a 10-meter-tall black mecha, like a demon god, atop the scorched earth. Beneath its feet lay a terrifying crater, 30 meters in diameter. And, at the bottom of the pit, several mangled and charred corpses. Whoosh! The once noisy square instantly erupted into chaos. That's Lin Yi's team? Holy crap! That's Limeau? The captain of Hunting Group 13? How did he get beaten up like that? Live stream? Who's live streaming? Is it that popular? The instructors giving lectures, the senior students training students, and even the leaders in the office. Everyone's attention was drawn to this unexpected scene. Inside the swamp. Linny threw away the blood-stained white cloth. Athena planned the route. Command confirmed. Athena's voice rang out in the team channel. A 3D map appeared in Linny and Xiaowanqing's field of vision. On the map, a thick, bright red line, like a sharp sword, runs straight through the entire swamp. That is the shortest path to the final tower. It is also the core area where the student council is most densely packed with ambushes and where the monsters are most ferocious. This is the route. Linny looked at the red line and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Since it's an education bureau, let's teach something real. What does it mean to overcome all techniques with sheer force? Set off. Boom. The engines of the Aegis Titan roared. The thrusters on its back emitted 2 blue plumes of flame. The massive machine didn't feel bulky at all. Instead, it charged out like an agile cheetah. 100 meters ahead. The mud was churning. A venomous crocodile king, over 15 meters long, suddenly leaped out of the swamp with its blood-red maw wide open. Second-tier peak alien beast. With thick skin and flesh, it has an amazing bite force. Ordinary freshman teams would have to take a detour if they encountered it. But compared to Titan, it's a joke. Inside the cockpit, Xiao Wanqing's eyes were filled with fervor, her hands moving like a blur on the control panel. Get out of my way. Titan did not slow down. They didn't even use weapons. It merely lowered its center of gravity slightly, and the massive force field shield on its left shoulder shone brightly. A brutal collision. Thump. A muffled thud. The venomous crocodile king, weighing tens of tons, was sent flying like a rag doll. Even before it was fully airborne, its spine emitted a sickening cracking sound. The enormous body slammed down 100 meters away, twitched twice, and then lay still. Instant kill. Simple physical crushing. In the live stream, the chat screen was instantly cleared. What followed was an even more frenzied flood of posts. 666. This mech is too powerful. That was a peak level tier 2 poison crocodile king. It just crashed and died like that? Is this the romance of a mechanic? I love it. But this is just the beginning. Lin Yi's team, like a red-hot dagger, plunged deep into the heart of this restricted area. 2 kilometers away. A dense forest. The student council's mage squad was lying in ambush here. The 10 fire mages had already chanted the exploding fireball spell, waiting for Lin Yi to enter their range. Put. The leading mage roared. 10 fireballs, each the size of a wash basin, roared as they slammed into the mech charging at the front. However, Titan didn't even try to dodge. Athena's icy voice rang out, threat level, low. Activate the energy deflection field. Dark gold runes flowed across the surface of the mecha. A layer of pale golden light film appeared. Boom, boom, boom. The fireball struck the light membrane, only creating ripples, without even scratching off a single speck of paint. Reciprocity is key. Lin Yi's voice came through the loudspeaker. Titan raised his right arm. The menacing individual tactical nuclear cannon cut-down version lit up as it charged. A flash of red light. No live ammunition was fired. It was just a high-energy compressed air cannon. Bang! The air was compressed instantly and then exploded. The 10 mages felt a terrifying hurricane rushing towards them. Their prized magical shield crumbled like paper. He was thrown into the air by the blast wave and hung on a tree branch dozens of meters high, where he lost consciousness. Too slow. Lin Yi shook his head. He flashed into the woods. He was carrying a large burlap sack. Wherever they went, the student council members hanging in the trees or lying on the ground had all their points tokens disappear. The movements are skillful. Flowing like clouds in water. Whether it's a body search or a finishing blow, it all exudes professionalism. In front of the large screen in the square, several instructors in charge of combat courses watched with shining eyes. Good. That was a clean and efficient move. Not a single unnecessary movement. That's the killing technique. Who taught these students? This is textbook-level battlefield cleanup. Wang Quan's live broadcast camera faithfully recorded all of this. He even added passionate commentary. Did you guys see that? This is what they call an elite mage squad. It can't even withstand a single shot. The odds have changed. Hurry up and place your bets. Lin Yi pushed his way through. The rankings on the leaderboard had begun to change dramatically. The student council vice president, who was originally ranked first, had 350 points. But within just 10 minutes, the name Lin Yi's like a rocket taking off. 500 points. 800 points. 1,200 points. It surged straight to the top of the list. Moreover, the numbers are still jumping wildly. Because he not only kills monsters, but also steals people. Every student council member he dealt with became his spoils of war. This is hardly a trial. This is what purchasing is all about. Student Union Headquarters. Top floor office. The wine glass was smashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. Waste. They're all useless. The Crown Prince stared at the live broadcast on the screen, his face ashen, his features contorted with rage. His hunting strategy, which he was very proud of. He carefully selected 60 elites. In the face of that newborn, she was as vulnerable as a joke. What he found even more unbearable was the spectator-like gaze of the entire school's teachers and students. The taunts in the comments were like slaps to his face. The student council's authority was crumbling little by little as the fat man explained. President, we can't let him keep killing like this. Beside him, a trusted subordinate spoke, trembling. If this continues, he will plunder all of our corps members. The prince took a deep breath. His eyes turned incredibly sinister. Then let's not play. Notify the control group deep in the swamp. Release that thing. His trusted subordinate's expressions changed drastically. President. That's still in the experimental stage. I told you to release it. The prince suddenly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, like a wild beast ready to devour its prey. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. I want him dead. Now. Right now. Deep within the misty swamp. Core area. The fog here is so thick that it's almost liquefied. The ground was no longer a muddy swamp, but a desolate expanse of black frozen soil. Lin Yi's team stopped in their tracks. It was too quiet around us. There wasn't even the sound of insects chirping. Only the low idling sound of the Titan's engine could be heard. Something's not right. Lin Yi gripped the alloy rod in his hand, his brows furrowing. The feeling was like being watched by something extremely dangerous. It's not a mythical beast. The strange beasts possess a wildness and vitality. This aura was filled with deathly stillness, distortion, and madness. Warn! Athena's urgent voice suddenly rang out. Red lights flashed throughout the cockpit. High energy reaction detected. Directly below. 50 meters away. Not a natural being. The energy waveform is disordered. It's a man-made, modified entity. Rumble. The earth began to tremble violently. It's like a giant dragon turning over underground. Countless cracks spread across the black permafrost. A putrid stench billowed from the cracks, the smell of corpses rotting for 1,000 years. Retreat! Lin Yi shouted sharply. The Titan mech leaped backward abruptly. Right where they had just stood. Boom! The soil and rocks exploded. A gigantic claw burst forth from the earth. The claws were sewn with various metal blades and were dripping green slime. Immediately afterwards, a colossal creature crawled out from underground. That was a monster. It is over 15 meters tall, much taller than Titan. It has the body of a Tyrannosaurus rex, but with 4 arms. 2 pairs of rotten dragon wings were grafted onto its back. The most terrifying thing is its head. That's not a head. Instead, it was a fleshy ball forcibly sewn together from the heads of more than a dozen different strange beasts. Countless eyes flashed with a frenzied and chaotic red light. Each mouth was emitting roars at different frequencies. Roar! The sound waves, like tangible shockwaves, swept across the surroundings. Dead trees within a radius of 100 meters were instantly reduced to dust. The live stream, which had just started, went black instantly. The college cut off the signal. Such taboo experimental subjects, which violate ethics, must never be exposed to the public eye. But at the scene, that suffocating sense of oppression did not disappear. Fat Wang Quan was so frightened that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Lin Yi looked up at the stench-filled war behemoth. The data perspective opens. A line of scarlet data jumped into view. Target, biochemical suture codename, Tyrant. Level, 30 Lord rank. Status, out of control, berserk. Weakness, extremely unstable soul. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Level 30 Lord. The student council really thinks highly of me. He felt no fear. Instead, I felt a hunger from the depths of my soul. That's the instinct of a spirit master. A monster cobbled together from garbage. Lin Yi muttered to himself. The alloy rod in his hand slowly drooped down. A purple gold light began to brew deep within his pupils. Since it's a dumping ground for souls, then let me take care of it.